Chapter 1. Slackness of discovery during the struggles of the Republic and Empire, Seetzen's voyages in Syria and Palestine, Horan and the circumnavigation of the Dead Sea, Decapolis, journey in Arabia, Burckhardt in Syria, expeditions in Nubia upon the two branches of the Nile, pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, the English in India, Webb at the source of the Ganges, narrative of a journey in the Punjab, Christie and Pottinger in Sind, the same explorers cross Baluchistan into Persia, Elphinstone in Afghanistan, Persia according to Gardain, A. Dupré, Moria, MacDonald, Kinnear, Price and Auseli, Guldenstedt and Klaproth in the Caucasus, Lewis and Clark in the Rocky Mountains, Raffles in Sumatra and Java. Chapter 2. Peddy and Campbell in the Soudan, Ritchie and Lyon in Fezzan, Denham, Oudney and Clapperton in Fezzan, and in the Tibu country Lake Teachad and its tributaries. Kuka and the chief villages of Bornu, Mandara, a razzia or raid in the Felata country, defeat of the Arabs and death of Bukhalum, Logan, death of Toul, en route for Kano, death of Oudney, Kano, Sakatu, Sultan Bello, return to Europe Roman II, Clapperton's second journey, arrival at Badagry, Yariba and its capital Katunga, Bausa, attempts to get at the truth about Mungo Park's fate, Nifei, Yeayuri, and Zegzeg, arrival at Kano, disappointments, death of Clapperton, return of Lander to the coast, Tucky on the Congo, Bowditch in Ashanti, Molian at the sources of the Senegal and Gambia, Major Gray, Kalier at Timbuktu, laying at the sources of the Niger, Richard and John Lander at the mouth of the Niger, Kaliord and Letorzek in Egypt, Nubia, and the oasis of Siwa. Chapter 3. The decipherment of cuneiform inscriptions and the study of Assyrian remains up to 1840, ancient Iran and the Avesta, the survey of India and the study of Hindustani, the exploration and measurement of the Himalaya mountains, the Arabian Peninsula, Syria and Palestine, Central Asia and Alexander von Humboldt, Pike at the sources of the Mississippi, Arkansas, and Red River, Major Long's two expeditions, General Cass, Schoolcraft at the sources of the Mississippi, the exploration of New Mexico, archaeological expeditions in Central America, scientific expeditions in Brazil, Spix and Martin, Prince Maximilian of Wide Neuwied, Daubigny and American Man second part. Chapter 4. The Russian Fur Trade, Krusenstern appointed to the command of an expedition, Naukahiva, Nagasaki, reconnaissance of the coast of Japan, Yizo, the Ainos, Saghalian, return to Europe, Otto von Kotzebue, stay at Easter Island, Penryn, the Radak archipelago, return to Russia, changes at Otaheite and the Sandwich Islands, Beechey's voyage, Easter Island, Pitcairn and the mutineers of the Bounty, the Paumotu Islands, Otaheite and the Sandwich Islands, Bonin Islands, Lutsk, the Quebradas of Valparaiso, Holy Week in Chile, New Archangel, the Kaloches, Aunalashka, the Caroline Archipelago, the canoes of the Caroline Islanders, Guam, a desert island, beauty and happy situation of the Bonin Islands, the Teachauktchis, their manners and their conjurers, return to Russia. Chapter 5. The journey of Freycinet, Rio de Janeiro and its gypsy inhabitants, the Cape and its wines, the Bay of Sharks, stay at Timor, Ombay Island and its cannibal inhabitants, the Papuan Islands, the piled dwellings of the Ulfoas, a dinner with the governor of Guam, description of the Marian Islands and their inhabitants, particulars concerning the Sandwich Islands, Port Jackson and New South Wales, shipwreck in Berkeley Sound, the Falkland Islands, return to France, the voyage of the Coquille under the command of Duperrey, Martin Vaz, and Trinidad, the island of St. Catherine, the independence of Brazil, Berkeley Sound and the remains of the Urani, stay at Conception, the Civil War in Chile, the Araucanians' discoveries in the dangerous archipelago, stay at Otaheite and New Ireland, the Papuans stay at Ualan, the Caroline Islands and their inhabitants. Scientific results of the expeditions Roman II, expedition of Baron de Bougainville, stay at Pondicherry, the White Town and the Black Town. Right hand and left hand, Malacca, Singapore and its prosperity stay at Manila, Turon Bay, the monkeys and the people, the marble rocks of Faifo, Cochin Chinese diplomacy, the Anambas, the Sultan of Madura, the Straits of Madura and Alas, Clotes and the Triad Islands, Tasmania, Botany Bay and New South Wales, Santiago and Valparaiso, return via Cape Horn, expedition of Dumont d'Urville in the Astrolabe, the Peak of Tenerife, Australia, stay at New Zealand, Tonga Taboo, skirmishes, New Britain and New Guinea. First news of the fate of La Perouse, Vanikoro and its inhabitants, stay at Guam, Amboina and Menado. Results of the expedition, Chapter 6, Bellinghausen, yet another Russian explorer, discovery of the islands of Traversay, Peter I and Alexander I. The whaler Weddell, the southern Orkneys, New Shetland, the people of Tierra del Fuego, John Biscoe and the districts of Enderby and Graham, Charles Wilkes and the Antarctic continent, Captain Balleny, Dumont d'Urville's expedition in the Astrolabe and the Zélé Coupvent d'Espoir and the Peak of Tenerife, the Straits of Magellan, a new post office shut in by ice, Louis Philippe's land across Oceania, Adélie and Clary lands, New Guinea and Torres Strait, return to France, James Clark Rosset, Victoria Roman II, the North Pole, Anjou and Rangel, the Polinia, John Ross's first expedition, Baffin's Bay closed, Edward Parry's discoveries on his first voyage, the survey of Hudson's Bay and the discovery of Fury and Hecla Straits, Parry's third voyage, fourth voyage on the ice in sledges in the open sea, Franklin's first trip, incredible sufferings of the explorers, second expedition, John Ross, 4 winters amongst the ice, Dease and Simpson's expedition, the great explorers of the 19th century. Chapter 7, Slackness of discovery during the struggles of the Republic and Empire, Seetzen's voyages in Syria and Palestine, Horan and the circumnavigation of the Dead Sea, Decapolis, journey in Arabia, Burckhardt in Syria, expeditions in Nubia upon the 2 branches of the Nile, pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, the English in India, Webb at the source of the Ganges, narrative of a journey in the Punjab, Christie and Pottinger in Sind. The same explorers cross Baluchistan into Persia, Elphinstone in Afghanistan, Persia according to Gardain, A. Dupré, Moria, MacDonald Kinnear, Price and Auseli, Guldenstedt and Klaproth in the Caucasus, Lewis and Clark in the Rocky Mountains, Raffles in Sumatra and Java. A sensible diminution in geographical discovery marks the close of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th centuries. We have already noticed the organization of the expedition sent in search of La Pérouse by the French Republic, and also Captain Borden's important cruise along the Australian coasts. These are the only instances in which the unrestrained passions and fratricidal struggles of the French nation allowed the government to exhibit interest in geography, a science which is especially favoured by the French. At a later period, Bonaparte consulted several savants and distinguished artists, and the materials for that grand undertaking which first gave an idea, incomplete though it was, of the ancient civilization of the land of the Pharaohs, were collected together. But when Bonaparte had completely given place to Napoleon, the egotistical monarch, sacrificing all else to his ruling passion for war, would no longer listen to explorations, voyages, or possible discoveries. They represented money and men stolen from him, and his expenditure of those materials was far too great to allow of such futile waste. This was clearly shown when he ceded the last remnants of French colonial rule in America to the United States for a few millions. Happily, other nations were not oppressed by the same iron hand. Absorbed although they might be in their struggle with France, they could still find volunteers to extend the range of geographical science, to establish archaeology upon scientific bases, and to prosecute linguistic and ethnographical enterprise. The learned geographer Moult Brun, in an article published by him in the Nouvelles Annales des Voyages in 1817, gives a minute account of the condition of French geographical knowledge at the beginning of the 19th century, and of the many desiderata of that science. He reviews the progress already made in navigation, astronomy, and languages. The India Company, far from concealing its discoveries, as jealousy had induced the Hudson Bay Company to do, founded academies, published memoirs, and encouraged travellers. War itself was utilized, for the French army gathered a store of precious material in Egypt. We shall shortly see how emulation spread among the various nations. From the commencement of the century, one country has taken the lead in great discoveries. German explorers have worked so earnestly and have proved themselves possessed of will so strong and instinct so sure, that they have left little for their successors to do beyond verifying and completing their discoveries. The first in order of time was Ulrich Jasper Seetzen, born in 1767 in East Friesland. He completed his education at Göttingen and published some essays upon statistics and the natural sciences, for which he had a natural inclination. These publications attracted the attention of the government, and he was appointed Aulic councillor in the province of Tver. Seetzen's ambition, like that of Burckhardt subsequently, was an expedition to Central Africa, but he wished previously to make an exploration of Palestine and Syria, to which countries' attention was shortly to be directed by the Palestine Association, founded in London in 1805. Seetzen did not wait for this period, but in 1802 set out for Constantinople, furnished with suitable introductions. Although many pilgrims and travellers had successively visited the Holy Land and Syria, the vaguest notions about these countries prevailed. Their physical geography was not determined, details were wanting, and certain regions, as for example the Lebanon and the Dead Sea, had never been explored. Comparative geography did not exist. It has taken the unwearied efforts of the English Association and the science of travellers in connection with it to erect that study into a science. Seetzen, whose studies had been various, found himself admirably prepared to explore a country which, often visited, was still in reality new. Having travelled through Anatolia, Seetzen reached Aleppo in May 1802. He remained there a year, devoting himself to the practical study of the Arabic tongue, making extracts from Eastern historians and geographers, verifying the astronomical position of Aleppo, prosecuting his investigations into natural history, collecting manuscripts and translating many of those popular songs and legends which are such valuable aids to the knowledge of a nation. Seetzen left Aleppo in 1805 for Damascus. His first expedition led him across the provinces of Hauran and Jawlan, situated to the S.E. of that town. No traveller had as yet visited these two provinces, which in the days of Roman dominion had played an important part in the history of the Jews, under the names of Auranitis and Gaulonitis. Seetzen was the first to give an idea of their geography. The enterprising traveller explored the Lebanon and Baalbek. He prosecuted his discoveries south of Damascus and entered Judea, exploring the eastern portion of Hermon, the Jordan, and the Dead Sea. This was the dwelling place of those races well known to us in Jewish history, the Ammonites, Moabites, and Gileadites. At the time of the Roman conquest, the western portion of this country was known as Perea, and was the centre of the celebrated Decapolis or confederacy of 10 cities. No modern traveller had visited these regions, a fact sufficient to induce Seetzen to begin his exploration with them. His friends at Damascus had tried to dissuade him from the journey by picturing the difficulties and danger of a route frequented by Bedouins, but nothing could stay him. Before visiting the Decapolis region and investigating the condition of its ruins, Seetzen traversed a small district named Ladsha, which bore a bad reputation at Damascus on account of the Bedouins who occupied it, but which was said to contain remarkable antiquities. Leaving Damascus on the 12th of December, 1805, with an Armenian guide who misled him from the first, Seetzen, having prudently provided himself with a passport from the Pasha, proceeded from village to village escorted by an armed attendant. In a narrative published in the earlier Annals des Voyages, says the traveller, "That portion of Ladsha which I have seen is, like Horon, entirely formed of basalt, often very porous, and in many districts forming vast stony deserts. The villages, which are mostly in ruins, are built on the sides of the rocks. The black colour of the basalt, the ruined houses, the churches and towers fallen into decay, with the total dearth of trees and verdure, combine to give a sombre aspect to this country, which strikes one almost with dread. In almost every village are either Grecian inscriptions, columns, or other remnants of antiquity. Amongst others I copied an inscription of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Here, as in Horon, the doors were of basalt. Seetzen had scarcely arrived at the village of Gerasa and enjoyed a brief rest, before he was surrounded by 60 of mounted men, who said they had come by order of the vice-governor of Horon to arrest him. Their master, Omar Aga, having learned that the traveller had been seen in the country the preceding year, and imagining his passports to be forgeries, had sent them to bring him before him. Resistance was useless. Without allowing himself to be disconcerted by an incident which he regarded as a simple contretemps, Seetzen proceeded in the direction of Horon, where after a day and a half's journey he met Omar Aga, travelling with the Mecca caravan. The travellers, having received a hearty welcome, departed on the morrow, but meeting upon his way with many troops of Arabs, upon whom his demeanour imposed respect, he came to the conclusion that it had been Omar Aga's intention to have him robbed. Returning to Damascus, Seetzen had great trouble in finding a guide who would accompany him in his expedition along the eastern shore of the Jordan and around the Dead Sea. At last, a certain Yusuf al-Milki, a member of the Greek Church, who for some 30 years had carried on traffic with the Arab tribes and travelled in the provinces which Seetzen desired to visit, agreed to bear him company. The two travellers left Damascus on the 19th of January, 1806. Seetzen's entire baggage consisted of a few clothes, some indispensable books, paper for drying plants, and an assortment of drugs, necessary to sustain his assumed character as a physician. He wore the dress of a sheikh of secondary rank. The districts of Rashaya and Hasbaya at the foot of Mount Hermon, whose summit at the time was hidden by snow, were the first explored by Seetzen, for the reason that they were the least known in Syria. He then visited Achha, a village inhabited by the Drusses, upon the opposite side of the mountain, Rasheia the residence of the emir, and Hasbeia where he paid a visit to the Greek bishop of Shur or Shada, to whom he carried letters of recommendation. The object which chiefly attracted his attention in this mountainous district was an asphalt mine, whose produce is there used to protect the vines from insects. Leaving Hasbeia, Seetzen proceeded to Banias, the ancient Caesarea Philippi, which is now a mere collection of huts. Even if traces of its fortifications were discoverable, not the smallest remains could be found of the splendid temple erected by Herod in honor of Augustus. Ancient authorities hold that the river of Banias is the source of the Jordan, but in reality that title belongs to the river Haspani, which forms the larger branch of the Jordan. Seetzen recognized it, as he also did the lake of Merom, or the ancient Samachonitis. Here he was deserted by his muleteers, whom nothing could induce to accompany him so far as the bridge of Jisr Benat Yaqub, and also by his guide Yusuf, whom he was forced to send by the open road to await his arrival at Tiberias, while he himself proceeded on foot towards the celebrated bridge, accompanied by a single Arab attendant. He, however, found no one at Jisr Benat Yaqub who was willing to accompany him along the eastern shore of the Jordan, until a native, believing him to be a doctor, begged him to go and see his sheikh, who was suffering from ophthalmia, and who lived upon the eastern bank of the lake of Tiberias. Seetzen gladly availed himself of this opportunity, and it was well he did so, for he was thus enabled to study the lake of Tiberias and also the Wadi Zemak at his leisure, not, however, without risk of being robbed and murdered by his guide. Finally he reached Tiberias, called by the Arabs Taberia, where he found Yusuf, who had been waiting for him for several days. The town of Tiberias, says Seetzen, is situated upon the lake of the same name. Upon the land side it is surrounded by a good wall of cut basalt rock, but nevertheless it scarcely deserves to be called a town. No trace of its earlier splendour remains, but the ruins of the more ancient city, which extended to the Thermae, a league to the eastward, are recognizable. The famous Jezar Pasha caused a bath to be erected above the principal spring. If these baths were in Europe, they would rival all those now existing. The valley in which the lake is situated is so sheltered and so warm that dates, lemon trees, oranges, and indigo flourish there, whilst on the high ground surrounding it, the products of more temperate climates might be grown. Southwest of the lake are the remains of the ancient city of Tarikia. There, between two mountain chains, lies the beautiful plain of El Ghor, poorly cultivated and overrun by Arab hordes. No incident of moment marked Seetzen's journey to Decapolis, during which he was obliged to dress as a mendicant, to escape the rapacity of the native tribes. Over my shirt, he relates, I wore an old cambers or dressing gown, and above that a woman's ragged chemise. My head was covered with rags and my feet with old sandals. I was protected from cold and wet by an old ragged abage, which I wore across my shoulders, and a stick cut from a tree served me as a staff. My guide, who was a Greek Christian, was dressed much in the same style, and together we scoured the country for some 10 days, often hindered in our journey by chilling rains, which wetted us to the skin. For my part, I travelled an entire day in the mud with bare feet, because I could not wear my sandals upon sodden ground. Dra, which he reached a little farther on, presented but a mass of desert ruins, and no trace of the monuments which rendered it famous in earlier days were visible. El Botthin, the next district, contains hundreds of caverns hewn in the rocks which were occupied by the ancient inhabitants. It was much the same at Seetzen's visit. That Mks was formerly a rich and important city is proved by its many ruined tombs and monuments. Seetzen identified it with Gadara, one of the minor towns of the Decapolis. Some leagues beyond are the ruins of Abil or Abila. Seetzen's guide Aossa refused to go there, being afraid of the Arabs. The traveller was therefore obliged to go alone. This town, he says, is entirely in ruins and abandoned. Not a single building remains, but its ancient splendour is sufficiently proved by ruins. Traces of the old fortifications remain, and also many pillars and arches of marble, basalt and granite. Beyond the walls I found a great number of pillars. 2 of them were of an extraordinary size. Hence I concluded that a large temple had formerly existed there. On leaving El Botthin, Seetzen entered the district of Edgelun and speedily discovered the important ruins of Disherash, which may be compared with those of Palmyra and Baalbek. It is difficult to conjecture, says Seetzen, how this town, which was formerly so celebrated, has hitherto escaped the attention of antiquarians. It is situated in an open plain, which is fertile and watered by a river. Several tombs with fine bas-reliefs arrested my attention before I entered it. Upon one of them I remarked a Greek inscription. The walls, which were of cut marble, are entirely crumbled away, but their length over 3/4 of a league is still discernible. No private house has been preserved, but I remarked several public buildings of fine architectural design. I found 2 magnificent amphitheatres constructed of solid marble, the columns, niches and sea. In good condition a few palaces and 3 temples, one of the latter having a peristyle of 12 large Corinthian pillars, of which 11 were still erect. In one of these temples I found a fallen column of the finest polished Egyptian granite. Beside these I found one of the city gates, formed of 3 arches, and ornamented with pilasters, in good preservation. The finest of the remains is a street adorned throughout its length with Corinthian columns on either side, and terminating in a semicircle, which was surrounded by 60 Ionic columns, all of the choicest marble. This street was crossed by another, and at the junction of the 2, large pedestals of wrought stone occupied each angle. Probably in former times these bore statues. Much of the pavement was constructed of hewn stone. Altogether I counted nearly 200 columns, still in a fair state of preservation. But the number of these is far exceeded by those which have fallen into decay, for I saw only half the extent of the town, and in all probability the other half beyond this was also rich in remarkable relics. From Seetzen's description, Disherash would appear to be identical with the ancient Gerasa, a town which up to that time had been erroneously placed on the maps. The traveller crossed Jerka, the Jabbok of Jewish history, which forms the northern boundary of the country of the Ammonites, and penetrated into the district of El Belka, formerly a flourishing country, but which he found uncultivated and barren, with but one small town, Scholt, formerly known as Amathus. Afterwards Seetzen visited Amman, a town which, under the name of Philadelphia, is renowned among the Decapolitan cities, and where many antiquities are to be found. Elil, an ancient city of the Amorites, Madaba, called Madba in the time of Moses, Mount Nebo, Dibon, Karak, the country of the Moabites, and the ruins of Robber. Rabbath, anciently the royal residence. After much fatigue, he reached the region situated at the southern extremity of the Dead Sea, named Gori Sophia. The heat was extreme, and great salt plains where no watercourses exist had to be crossed. Upon the 6th of April, Seetzen arrived in Bethlehem, and soon afterwards at Jerusalem, having suffered greatly from thirst, but having passed through most interesting countries, hitherto unvisited by any modern traveller. Jerusalem. He had also collected much valuable information respecting the nature of the waters of the Dead Sea, refuted many false notions, corrected mistakes upon the most carefully constructed maps, identified several sites of the ancient Perea, and established the existence of numberless ruins, which bore witness to the prosperity of all this region under the sway of the Roman Empire. Upon the 25th of June 1806, Seetzen left Jerusalem and returned to St. Jean d'Acre by sea. In an article in the Revue Germanique for 1858, M. Verne speaks of his expedition as a veritable journey of discovery. Seetzen, however, was unwilling to leave his discoveries incomplete. 10 months later, he again visited the Dead Sea and added largely to his observations. From thence he proceeded to Cairo, where he remained for 2 years, and bought a large portion of the Oriental manuscripts which now enrich the library of Gotha. He collected many facts about the interior of the country, choosing instinctively those only which could be amply substantiated. Seetzen, with his insatiable thirst for discovery, could not remain long in repose, far removed from idleness though it was. In April 1809, he finally left the capital of Egypt and directed his course towards Suez and the peninsula of Sinai, which he resolved to explore before proceeding to Arabia. At this time Arabia was a little-known country, frequented only by merchants trading in Mocha coffee beans. Before Niebuhr's time, no scientific expedition for the study of the geography of the country or the manners and customs of the inhabitants had been organized. This expedition owed its formation to Professor Michelis, who was anxious to obtain information which would throw light on certain passages in the Bible, and its expenses were defrayed by the generosity of King Frederick V of Denmark. It comprised von Hannen, the mathematician, Forskarl, the naturalist, a physician named Kramer, Braurenfeind, the painter, and Niebuhr, the engineer, a company of learned and scientific men who thoroughly fulfilled all expectations founded upon their reputations. In the course of 2 years, from 1762 to 1764, they visited Egypt, Mount Sinai, Jeddah, landed at Lohaya, and advancing into Arabia Felix, explored the country in accordance with the speciality of each man. But the enterprising travellers succumbed to illness and fatigue, and Niebuhr alone survived to utilize the observations made by himself and his companions. His work on the subject is an inexhaustible treasury, which may be drawn upon in our own day with advantage. Seetzen, therefore, had much to achieve to eclipse the fame of his predecessor. He omitted no means of doing so. After publicly professing the faith of Islam, he embarked at Suez for Mecca and hoped to enter that city disguised as a pilgrim. Tor and Jeddah were the places visited by him before he travelled to the holy city of Mecca. He was much impressed by the wealth of the faithful and the peculiar characteristics of that city, which lives for and by the Mahometan cultus. I was seized, says the traveller, with an emotion which I have never experienced elsewhere. It is alike unnecessary to dwell upon this portion of the voyage and upon that relating to the excursion to Medina. Burckhardt's narrative gives a precise and trustworthy account of those holy places, and besides, there remain of Seetzen's works only the extracts published in Les Annales des Voyages and in the correspondence of the Baron de Zach. The journal of Seetzen's travels was published in German and in a very incomplete manner only in 1858. The traveller returned from Medina to Mecca and devoted himself to a secret study of the town with its religious ceremonies, and to taking astronomical observations which determined the position of the capital of Islam. Seetzen returned to Jeddah on the 23rd March 1810. He then re-embarked with the Arab who had been his guide to Mecca for Hodeidah, which is one of the principal ports of Yemen, passing the mountainous district of Beith el-Faqih, where coffee is cultivated. After a month's delay at Doran on account of illness, Seetzen entered Sana'a, the capital of Yemen, which he calls the most beautiful city of the East, on the 2nd of June. Upon the 22nd of July he reached Aden, and in November he was at Mecca, whence the last letters received from him are dated. Upon re-entering Yemen, he, like Nebuah, was robbed of his collections and baggage, upon the pretext that he collected animals in order to compose a philtre, with the intention of poisoning the springs. Seetzen, however, would not quietly submit to be robbed. He started at once for Sana'a, intending to lay a complaint before the Imam. This was in December 1811. A few days later news of his sudden death arrived at Tees, and the tidings soon reached the ears of the Europeans who frequented the Arabian ports. It is little to the purpose now to inquire upon whom the responsibility of this death rests, whether upon the Imam or upon those who had plundered the traveller, but we may well regret that so thorough an explorer, already familiar with the habits and customs of the Arabs, was unable to continue his explorations, and that the greater portion of his diaries and observations have been entirely lost. Seetzen, says M. Vivien de Saint Martin, was the first traveller since Ludovico Bartholomew, 1503, who visited Mecca, and before his time no European had even seen the holy city of Medina, consecrated by the tomb of the Prophet. From these remarks we gather how invaluable the trustworthy narrative of this disinterested and well-informed traveller would have been. Just as an untimely death ended Seetzen's self-imposed mission, Burckhardt set out upon a similar enterprise, and like him commenced his long and minute exploration of Arabia by preliminary travel through Syria. It is seldom in the history of science, says M. Vivien de Saint Martin, that we see two men of such merit succeed each other in the same career, or rather continue it. For in reality, Burckhardt followed up the traces Seetzen had opened out, and seconded for a considerable time by favourable circumstances which enabled him to prosecute his explorations. He was enabled to add very considerably to the known discoveries of his predecessor. Although John Lewis Burckhardt was not English, for he was a native of Lausanne, he must none the less be classed among the travellers of Great Britain. It was owing to his relations with Sir Joseph Banks, the naturalist who had accompanied Cook, and Hamilton, the secretary of the African Association, who gave him ready and valuable support, that Burckhardt was enabled to accomplish what he did. Burckhardt was a deeply learned man. He had passed through the universities of Leipzig and Göttingen, where he attended Blumenbach's lectures, and afterwards through Cambridge, where he studied Arabic. He started for the East in 1809. To inure himself to the hardships of a traveller's life, he imposed long fasts upon himself, accustomed himself to endure thirst, and chose the pavements of London or dusty roads for a resting place. But how trifling were these experiences in comparison with those involved in an apostolate of science. Leaving London for Syria, where he hoped to perfect his knowledge of Arabic, Burckhardt intended to proceed to Cairo and to reach Fezzan by the route formerly opened up by Horneman. Once arrived in that country, circumstances must determine his future course. Burckhardt, having taken the name of Ibrahim ibn Abdallah, intended to pass as an Indian Mussulman, In order to carry out this disguise, he had recourse to many expedients. In an obituary notice of him in the Annales des Voyages, it is related that when unexpectedly called upon to speak the Indian language, he immediately had recourse to German. An Italian dragoman, suspecting him of being a gyra, pulled him by his beard, thereby offering him the greatest insult possible in his character of Mussulman. But Burckhardt had so thoroughly entered into the spirit of his role that he responded by a vigorous blow, which, sending the unfortunate dragoman spinning to a distance, turned the laugh against him and thoroughly convinced the bystanders of the sincerity of the traveller. Portrait of Burckhardt. Facsimile of early engraving. Burckhardt remained at Aleppo from September 1809 to February 1812, pursuing his studies of Syrian manners and customs, and of the language of the country with but one interruption, a 6 months' excursion to Damascus, Palmyra, and the Hauran, a country which had hitherto been visited by Seetzen only. It is related that during an excursion into Ghor, a district north of Aleppo, upon the shores of the Euphrates, the traveller was robbed of his baggage and stripped of his clothes by a band of robbers. When nothing remained to him but his trousers, the wife of a chief, who had not received her share of the spoil, wished to relieve him even of those indispensable garments. The Revue Germanique says, "We owe a great deal of information to these excursions, respecting a country of which we had only crude notions, gained from Seetzen's incomplete communications." Burckhardt's power of close observation detected a number of interesting facts, even in well-known districts which had escaped the notice of other travellers. These materials were published by Colonel Martin William Leake, himself a geographer, a man of learning, and a distinguished traveller. Burckhardt had seen Palmyra and Baalbek, the slopes of Lebanon and the valley of the Orontes, Lake Huleh, and the sources of the Jordan. He had discovered many ancient sites, and his observations had led especially to the discovery of the site of the far-famed Pamir, although both he and his publisher were mistaken in their application of the data obtained. His excursions in the Auranitis were equally rich, even though coming after Seetzen's, in those geographical and archaeological details which represent the actual condition of a country and throw a light upon the comparative geography of every age. Leaving Damascus in 1813, Burckhardt visited the Dead Sea, the valley of Aqaba, and the ancient port of Azkangata, districts which in our own day are traversed by parties of English, with their Murray, Cook, or Baedeker in their hands, but which then were only to be visited at the risk of life. In a lateral valley, the traveller came upon the ruins of Petra, the ancient capital of Arabia Petrea. At the end of the year Burckhardt was at Cairo. Judging it best not to join the caravan which was just starting for Fezzan, he felt a great inclination to visit Nubia, a country rich in attractions for the historian, geographer, and archaeologist. Nubia, the cradle of Egyptian civilization, had only been visited since the days of the Portuguese Alveias by Poncet and Lenoir Dural, both Frenchmen at the close of the 17th century, at the opening of the 18th by Bruce, whose narrative had so often been doubted, and by Norden, who had not penetrated beyond Dare. In 1813 Burckhardt explored Nubia proper, including Mahas and Kemija. This expedition cost him only 42 francs, a very paltry sum in comparison with the price involved in the smallest attempt at an African journey in our own day. But we must not forget that Burckhardt was content to live upon millet seed, and that his entire cortege consisted of 2 dromedaries. 2 Englishmen, Mr. Legg and Mr. Smelt, were travelling in the country at the same time, scattering gold and presents as they passed, and thus rendering the visits of their successors costly. Burckhardt crossed the cataracts of the Nile. A little farther on, says the narrative, near a place called Jebel Lamul, the Arab guides practice a curious extortion. This is their plan of proceeding. They halt, descend from their camels, and arrange a little heap of sand and pebbles in imitation of a Nubian tomb. This they call preparing the grave for the traveller, and follow up the demonstration by an imperious demand for money. Burckhardt, having watched his guide commence this operation, began quietly to imitate him, and then said, "Here is thy grave. As we are brothers, it is but fair that we should be buried together." The Arab could not help laughing. Both graves were simultaneously destroyed, and remounting the camels, the cavalcade proceeded, better friends than before. The Arab quoted a saying from the Koran, "No human being knows in what spot of the earth he will find his grave." "Here is thy grave." Burckhardt had hoped to get as far as Dingola, but was obliged to rest satisfied with collecting information about the country and the Mamelukes, who had taken refuge there after the massacre of their army by order of the Viceroy of Egypt. The attention of the traveller was frequently directed to the ruins of temples and ancient cities, than which none are more curious than those of Istanbul. The temple on the banks of the Nile is approached by an avenue flanked by 6 colossal figures, which measure 6.5 feet from the ground to the knees. They are representations of Isis and Osiris in various attitudes. The sides and capitals of the pillars are covered with paintings or hieroglyphic carvings, in which Burckhardt thought a very ancient style was to be traced. All these are hewn out of the rock, and the faces appear to have been painted yellow with black hair. 200 yards from this temple are the ruins of a still larger monument, consisting of 4 enormous figures, so deeply buried in the sand that it is impossible to say whether they are in a standing or sitting posture. These descriptions of antiquities, which in our own day are accurately known by drawings and photographs, have, however, little value for us, and are merely interesting as indicating the state of the ruins when Burckhardt visited them, and enabling us to judge how far the depredations of the Arabs have since changed them. Burckhardt's first excursion was limited to the borders of the Nile, a narrow space made up of little valleys, which debouched into the river. The traveller estimated the population of the country at 100,000, distributed over a surface of fertile land 450 miles in length by 1/4 mile in width. The men, says the narrative, are as a rule muscular, rather shorter than the Egyptians, having little beard or moustache, usually merely a pointed beard under the chin. They have a pleasant expression, are superior to the Egyptians in courage and intelligence, and naturally inquisitive. They are not thieves. They occasionally pick up a fortune by dint of hard work, but they have little enterprise. Women share the same physical advantages, are pretty as a rule, and well made. Their appearance is gentle and pleasing, and they are modest in behaviour. Denon has underrated the Nubians, but it must not be forgotten that their physique varies in different districts. Where there is much land to cultivate, they are well developed, but in districts where arable land is a mere strip, the people diminish in vigour and are sometimes walking skeletons. The whole country groaned under the yoke of the Kashefs, who were descendants of the commander of the Bosniaks, and paid only a small annual tribute to Egypt, which, however, was sufficient to serve as a pretext for oppressing the unfortunate Fellahin. Burckhardt cites a curious example of the insolence with which the Kashefs behaved. Hassan Kashef, he says, was in need of barley for his horses. Accompanied by his slaves, he walked into the fields, and there met the owner of a fine plot of barley. "How badly you cultivate your land," said he. "Here you plant barley in a field where you might have reaped an excellent crop of watermelons of double the value. See, here are some melon seeds offering a handful to the peasant proprietor. Sow your field with these, and you slaves tear up this bad barley and bring it to me." In March 1814, after a short rest, Burckhardt undertook a fresh exploration, not this time of the banks of the Nile, but of the Nubian desert. Justly conceiving poverty to be his surest safeguard, he dismissed his servant, sold his camel, and contenting himself with one ass, joined a caravan of poor traders. The caravan started from Dareo, a village inhabited partly by fellahs and partly by Ababdeh Arabs. The traveller had good reason to complain of the former, not because they recognized him as a European, but because they imagined him to be a Syrian Turk, come to share the commerce in slaves of which they had the monopoly. It would be useless to enumerate the names of the bridges, hills, and valleys in this desert. We will rather summarize the traveller's report of the physical aspect of the country. Bruce, who had explored it, paints it in too gloomy colours and exaggerates the difficulties of the route. If Burckhardt is to be credited, the country is less barren than that between Aleppo and Baghdad, or Damascus and Medina. The Nubian desert is not merely a plain of sand, where nothing interrupts the dreary monotony. It is interspersed with rocks, some not less than 300 feet in height, and shaded by thickets of acacias or date trees. The shelter of these trees is, however, unavailing against the vertical rays of the sun, which explains an Arabic proverb, "Rely upon the favour of the great and the shade of an acacia." At Ankhir or Wadi Berber, the caravan reached the Nile, after passing Shiga, one of the best mountain springs. One danger only is to be feared in crossing the desert, that of finding the wells at Nedjim dry, and unless the traveller should lose his way, which, however, with trustworthy guides, is little likely to happen, no serious obstacle arises. It would appear, therefore, that the sufferings experienced by Bruce must have been greatly exaggerated, although the narrative of the Scotch traveller is generally trustworthy. The natives of the province of Berber appear to be identical with the Barbarins of Bruce, the Barabas mentioned by Danville, and the Baroras spoken of by Poncet. They are a well-made race, and different in feature from the Negroes. They maintain their purity of descent by marrying only with the women of their own or of kindred tribes. Curious as is the picture Burckhardt draws of the character and manners of this tribe, it is not at all edifying. It would be difficult to convey an idea of the corruption and degradation of the Berbers. The little town of Wadi Berber, a commercial centre, the rendezvous for caravans and a depot for slaves, is a regular resort of banditti. Burckhardt, who had trusted to the protection of the merchants of Dareo, found that he had made a great mistake in so doing. They sought every means of plundering him, chased him out of their company, and forced him to seek refuge with the guides and donkey drivers, who cordially welcomed him. Upon the 10th of April a fine was levied upon the caravan by the Mek of Dama, which lies a little south of the tributary Mogren, called Meab by Bruce. This is a well-kept and cleanly fakir village, which contrasts agreeably with the ruins and filth of Berber. The fakirs give themselves up to the practices of sorcery, magic, and charlatanism. One of them, it is said, could even make a lamb bleat in the stomach of the man who had stolen and eaten it. These ignorant people have entire faith in such fables, and it must be reluctantly admitted that the fact contributes not a little to the peace of the town and the prosperity of the country. From Damer, Burckhardt proceeded to Shendi, where he passed a month, during which time no one suspected him to be an infidel. Shendi had grown in importance since Bruce's visit and now consisted of about 1,000 houses. Considerable trade was carried on, grass, slaves and cattle taking the place of specie. The principal marketable commodities were gum, ivory, gold and ostrich feathers. According to Burckhardt, the number of slaves sold yearly at Shendi amounts to 5,000. 2,500 of these are for Arabia, 400 for Egypt, 1,000 for Dongola and the districts of the Red Sea. The traveller employed his time during his stay at Sennaar in collecting information about that kingdom. Amongst other curious things, he was told that the king, having one day invited the ambassador of Mehemet Ali to a cavalry review which he considered rather formidable, the envoy in his turn begged the king to witness part of the Turkish artillery exercises. But at the outset of the performance, at the discharge of 2 small mounted guns, cavalry, infantry, spectators, courtiers and the king himself fled in terror. Burckhardt sold his wares and then, worn out by the persecutions of the Egyptian merchants who were his companions, he joined the caravan at Suakin, intending to traverse the unknown district between that town and Shendi. From Suakin he meant to set out for Mecca, hoping to find the Haji useful to him in the realization of his projects. The Haji, he says, form one powerful body and every member is protected because if one is attacked the whole number take up arms. The caravan which Burckhardt now joined consisted of 150 merchants and 300 slaves. 200 camels were employed to convey heavy bales of danma, a stuff manufactured in Sennaar, and cargoes of tobacco. The first object of interest to the travellers was the Atbara, a tributary of the Nile, whose banks with their verdant trees were grateful to the eye after the sandy desert. The course of the river was followed as far as the fertile district of Tarka. During the journey, the white skin of the pretended Sheikh Ibrahim, it will be remembered that this was the name assumed by Burckhardt, attracted much attention from the female population, who were little accustomed to the sight of Arabs. One day, relates the traveller, a girl of the country of whom I had been buying onions offered to give me an extra quantity if I would remove my turban and show her my head. I demanded 8 more onions which she immediately produced. As I removed my turban and exposed my white and close-shaven head to view, she sprang back in horror and dismay. I asked her jokingly if she would not like a husband with a similar head, to which she replied with much energy and many expressions of disgust that she would prefer the ugliest slave ever brought from Darfur. Just before Goz Radjeh was reached, Burckhardt's attention was attracted to a building, which he was told was either a church or temple, the same word having the 2 meanings. He at once proceeded in that direction, hoping to examine it, but his companions stopped him, saying, "It is surrounded by bands of robbers. You cannot go 100 steps without danger of attack." Burckhardt was unable to decide whether it was an Egyptian temple or a monument of the Empire of Aksum. At last the caravan entered the fertile district of Tak or El Gash, a wide watered plain, whose soil is wonderfully fertile, but which for 2 months in the year is uninhabited. Grain is plentiful and is sold in Jeddah for 20%, more than the best Egyptian millet. The inhabitants, who are called Hadendoa, are treacherous, dishonest and bloodthirsty, and their women are almost as degraded as those of Shendi and Berber. Upon leaving Tarka, the road to Suakin and the shores of the Red Sea lay over a chain of chalk hills. At Shentarab granite is found. The hills presented few difficulties, and the caravan reached Suakin in safety upon the 26th May. But Burckhardt's troubles were not yet at an end. The emir and Aga combined to plunder him and treated him as the lowest of slaves, until he produced the firman which he had received from Mehmet Ali and Ibrahim Pasha. This changed the face of affairs. Instead of being thrown into prison, the traveller was invited to the Agas, who offered him a present of a young slave. Vivian de Saint Martin writes of this expedition: "This journey of from 20 to 25 days between the Nile and the Red Sea was the first ever undertaken by a European. The observations collected as to the settled or nomad tribes of these districts are invaluable for Europe." Burckhardt's narrative is of increasing interest, and few can compare with it for instruction and interest. Upon the 7th of July, Burckhardt succeeded in embarking in a boat, and 11 days later he reached Jeddah, which serves as a harbour to Mecca. Jeddah is built upon the seashore and is surrounded by a wall which, insufficient as it would be against artillery, protects it perfectly from the attacks of the Wahhabis, who have been nicknamed the Puritans of Islamism. These people are a distinct sect, who claim to restore Mohammedanism to its primitive simplicity. The entrance to the town upon the side nearest the sea, says Burckhardt, is protected by a battery which overlooks the entire fort and is surmounted by one enormous piece of artillery capable of discharging a 500-pound shot, which is so renowned throughout the Arabian Gulf that its reputation alone is enough to protect Jeddah. The greatest drawback to this city is its want of fresh water, which is brought from small wells 2 miles distant. Without gardens, vegetables, or date trees, Jeddah, in spite of its population of 12 or 15,000, a number which is doubled in the pilgrimage season, presents a strange appearance. The population is the reverse of autochthonous. It is composed of natives of Hadramaut and Yemen, Indians from Surat and Bombay, and Malays who come as pilgrims and settle in the town. Burckhardt introduces many anecdotes of interest into his account of the manners, mode of living, price of commodities, and number of traders in the place. Merchant of Jeddah, facsimile of early engraving. Speaking of the singular customs of the natives of Jeddah, he says, "It is the almost universal custom for everybody to swallow a cup full of ghee or melted butter in the morning. After this they take coffee, which they regard as a strong tonic, and they are so accustomed to this habit from their earliest years that they feel greatly inconvenienced if they discontinue it. The higher classes are satisfied with drinking the cup of butter, but the lower classes add another half cup, which they draw up through the nostrils, imagining that they thus prevent bad air entering the body by those apertures." The traveller left Jeddah for Taif on the 24th of August. The road winds over mountains and across valleys of romantic beauty and luxuriant verdure. Burckhardt was taken for an English spy at Taif, and although he was well received by the Pasha, he had no liberty, and could not carry on his observations. Taif, it appears, is famous for the beauty of its gardens. Roses and grapes are sent from it into all the districts of Hejaz. This town had a considerable trade, and was very prosperous before it was plundered by the Wahhabis. Shores and boats of the Red Sea. The surveillance to which he was subjected hastened Burckhardt's departure, and upon the 7th of September he started for Mecca. Well versed in the study of the Koran, and acquainted with all the practices of Islamism, he was prepared to act the part of a pilgrim. His first care was to dress himself in accordance with the law prescribed for the faithful who enter Mecca, in the ihram, or pieces of cloth without seam, one covering the loins, the other thrown over the neck and shoulders. The pilgrim's first duty is to proceed to the temple, without waiting even to procure a lodging. This Burckhardt did not fail to do, observing at the same time the rites and ceremonies prescribed in such cases, of which he gives many interesting particulars. We cannot, however, dwell upon them here. Mecca, says Burckhardt, may be called a pretty town. As a rule, the streets are wider than in most Eastern cities. The houses are lofty and built of stone, and its numerous windows opening upon the street give it a more cheerful and European aspect than the cities of Egypt or Syria, whose dwellings generally have few windows on the outside. Every house has a terrace built of stone, and sloping in such a way as to allow water to run down the gutters into the street. Low walls with parapets conceal these terraces, for as everywhere else in the East, it is not thought right for a man to appear there. He would be accused of spying upon the women, who spend much of their time upon the terrace of the house, engaged in domestic work, drying corn, hanging out linen and sea. The only public place in the city is the large court of the Grand Mosque. Trees are rare, not a garden enlivens the view, and the scene depends for animation upon the well-stocked shops which abound during the pilgrimage. With the exception of 4 or 5 large houses belonging to the administration, 2 colleges, which have since been converted into warehouses for corn, and the mosque with the few buildings and colleges connected with it, Mecca can boast of no public buildings, and cannot compete in this respect with other cities in the East of the same size. The streets are unpaved, and as drains are unknown, water collects in puddles, and the accumulation of mud is inconceivable. For a water supply the natives trust to heaven, catching the rain in cisterns, for that obtained from the wells is so foul that it is impossible to drink it. In the centre of the town, where the valley widens a little, the mosque known as Bithawla or El Haram is situated. This edifice owes its fame to the Kaaba which is enclosed in it, for other Eastern towns can boast of mosques equally large and more beautiful. El Haram is situated in an oblong space, surrounded on the eastern side by a quadruple colonnade and by a triple one on the other. The columns are connected by pointed arches. Upon each 4 stand little domes constructed of mortar and whitened outside. Some of these columns are of white marble, granite, or porphyry, but the greater part are of the common stone found among the mountains of Mecca. The Kaaba has been so often ruined and restored that no trace of a remote antiquity remains. It was in existence before this mosque was built. The traveller says, the Kaaba is placed upon an inclined base some 2 feet high, and its roof being flat, it presents the appearance at a little distance of a perfect cube. The only door by which it can be entered, and which is opened 2 or 3 times a year, is on the north side, about 7 feet above the ground, for which reason one cannot enter except by means of a wooden staircase. The famous black stone is enshrined at the northeastern corner of the Kaaba, near the door, and forms one of the angles of the building 4 or 5 feet above the floor of the court. It is difficult to ascertain the exact nature of this stone, as its surface has been completely worn and reduced to its present condition by the kisses and worshipping touches bestowed upon it by countless millions of pilgrims. The Kaaba is entirely covered with black silk, which envelopes its sides, leaving the roof exposed. This veil or curtain is called the keswah and is renewed yearly during the pilgrimage. It is brought from Cairo, where it is manufactured at the expense of the viceroy. Up to the time of Burckhardt, no such detailed account of Mecca and her sanctuary had been given to the world. For this reason we shall insert extracts from the original narrative, extracts which might indeed be multiplied, for they include circumstantial accounts of the sacred well, called Zemzem, water from which is considered as an infallible remedy for every complaint. The traveller speaks also of the Gate of Salvation, of the Maqam Ibrahim, a monument containing the stone upon which Abraham sat when he was engaged in building the Kaaba, and where the marks of his knees may still be seen, and of all the buildings enclosed within the temple precincts. Judging from Burckhardt's minute and complete description, these spots still retain their former physiognomy. The same number of pilgrims chant the same songs, the men only are no longer the same. His accounts of the feast of the pilgrimage and the holy enthusiasm of the faithful are followed by a picture which brings before us in the most sombre colours the effects of this great gathering of men, attracted from every part of the world. The termination of the pilgrimage, he says, lends a very different aspect to the mosque. Illness and death, consequent upon the great fatigues undergone during the voyage, are accelerated by the scanty covering afforded by the ihram, the unhealthy dwellings of Mecca, the bad food, and frequent absolute dearth of provisions. The temple is filled with corpses brought thither to receive the prayers of the Imam, or with sick persons who insist upon being carried, as their last hours approach, to the colonnade, hoping to be saved by the sight of the Kaaba, or in any case to have the consolation of expiring within the sacred precincts. One sees poor pilgrims, sinking under illness and hunger, dragging their weary bodies along the colonnade, and when they no longer have the strength to stretch out a hand to the passer-by, they place a little jar beside the mat upon which they are laid, to receive what charity may bestow upon them. As they feel the last moment approach, they cover themselves with their ragged clothes, and very often a day passes before it is ascertained that they are dead. We will conclude our extracts from Burckhardt's account of Mecca with his opinion of the inhabitants. Although the natives of Mecca possess grand qualities, although they are pleasant, hospitable, cheerful, and proud, they openly transgress the Koran by drinking, gambling, and smoking. Deceit and perjury are no longer looked upon as crimes by them. They do not ignore the scandal such vices bring upon them, but while each individually exclaims against the corruption of manners, none reform themselves. Upon the 15th of January, 1815, Burckhardt left Mecca with a caravan of pilgrims on their way to visit the tomb of the Prophet. The journey to Medina, like that between Mecca and Jeddah, was accomplished at night, and afforded little opportunity for observation. In the winter night travelling is less comfortable than travelling by day. A valley called Wadi Fatmi, but generally known as El Wadi, was crossed. It abounded in shrubs and date trees, and was well cultivated in the eastern portion. A little beyond it lies the valley of Es Safra, the market of the neighbouring tribes and celebrated for its plantations of dates. The traveller relates that the groves of date trees extend for nearly 4 miles, and belong to the natives of Es Safra as well as to the Bedouins of the neighbourhood, who employ labourers to water the ground, and come themselves to reap the harvest. The date trees pass from one person to another in the course of trade. They are sold separately. A father often receives 3 date trees as the price of the daughter he gives in marriage. They are all planted in deep sand brought from the middle of the valley, and piled up over their roots. They ought to be renewed every year, and they are generally swept away by the torrents. Each little plot is surrounded by a wall of mud or stone, and the cultivators live in hamlets or isolated cabins among the trees. The principal stream flows through a grove near the market. Beside it rises a little mosque, shaded by large chestnuts. I had seen none before in the Hejaz. Burckhardt was 13 days in reaching Medina. But this rather long journey was not lost time to him. He collected much information about the Arabs and the Wahhabis. At Medina, as at Mecca, the pilgrim's first duty is to visit the tomb and mosque of Mahomet, but the ceremonies attending the visit are much easier and shorter, and the traveller performed them in a quarter of an hour. Burckhardt's stay at Mecca had already been prejudicial to him. At Medina he was attacked by intermittent fever, which increased in violence, and was accompanied by violent sickness. This soon so reduced him that he could no longer rise from his carpet without the assistance of his slave, a poor fellow who by nature and habit was more fit to tend camels than to take care of his worn-out and enfeebled master. Burckhardt being detained at Medina for more than 3 months by a fever, due to bad climate, the detestable quality of the water, and the prevalence of infectious illnesses, was forced to relinquish his project of crossing the desert to Aqaba in order to reach Yanibo as quickly as possible, and from thence embark for Egypt. Next to Aleppo, he says, Medina is the best-built town I have seen in the East. It is entirely of stone, the houses being generally 3 stories high with flat tops. As they are not whitewashed and the stone is brown in colour, the streets, which are very narrow, have usually a sombre appearance. They are often only 2 or 3 paces wide. At the present time Medina looks desolate enough. The houses are falling into ruins. Their owners, who formerly derived a considerable profit from the inroad of pilgrims, find their revenues diminishing, as the Wahhabis forbid visitors to the tomb of the Prophet, alleging that he was but a mere mortal. The possession which places Medina on a par with Mecca is the Grand Mosque, containing the tomb of Mahomet. This is smaller than that at Mecca, but is built upon the same plan, in a large square courtyard, surrounded on all sides by covered galleries, and having a small building in the centre. The famous tomb, surrounded by an iron railing painted green, is near the eastern corner. It is of good workmanship, in imitation of filigree, and interlaced with inscriptions in copper. 4 doors, of which 3 lead into this enclosure, are kept constantly shut. Permission to enter is freely accorded to persons of rank, and others can purchase permission of the principal eunuchs for about 15 piastres. In the interior are hangings which surround the tomb, and are only a few feet from it. According to the historian of Medina, these hangings cover a square edifice, built of black stones and supported upon 2 columns, in the interior of which are the sepulchres of Mahomet and his 2 eldest disciples, Abu Bekr and Omar. He also states that these sepulchres are deep holes, and that the coffin which contains the ashes of Mahomet is covered with silver, and surmounted by a marble slab with the inscription, "In the name of God, give him thy pity." The fables which were spread throughout Europe as to the tomb of the Prophet being suspended in mid-air are unknown in the Hejaz. The mosque was robbed of a great part of its treasures by the Wahhabis, but there is some ground for believing that they had been forestalled by the successive guardians of the tomb. Many other interesting details of Medina, and its inhabitants, surroundings, and the haunts of pilgrims, are to be found in Burckhardt's narrative, but we have given sufficient extracts to induce the reader who desires further information respecting the manners and customs of the Arabs, which have not changed, to refer to the book itself. Upon the 21st of April 1815, Burckhardt joined a caravan which conducted him to Yembo, where the plague was raging. The traveller at once fell ill and became so weak that it was impossible for him to resort to a country place. To embark was equally impossible. All the vessels which were ready to start were crowded with soldiers. He was compelled to remain 18 days in the unhealthy little town. before he could obtain a passage in a small vessel which took him to Corsair, and thence to Egypt. Upon his return to Cairo, Burckhardt heard of his father's death. The traveller's constitution had been sorely tried by illness, and he was unable to attempt the ascent of Mount Sinai until 1816. The study of natural history, the publication of his diary and his correspondence, occupied him until 1817, at which time he expected to go with a caravan to Fezzan. Unfortunately, he succumbed to a sudden attack of fever, his last words being, "Write and tell my mother that my last thought was of her." Burckhardt was an accomplished traveller, well informed, exact to minuteness, patient, courageous, and endowed with an upright and energetic character. His writings are of great value. The narrative of his voyage in Arabia, of which he unfortunately could not explore the interior, is so complete and precise that owing to it that country was then better known than many in Europe. In writing to his father from Cairo on the 13th of March, 1817, he says, "I have never said a word about what I have seen and met with that my conscience did not entirely justify. I did not expose myself to so much danger in order to write a romance. The explorers who have succeeded him in the same countries unanimously testify to his exactness and agree in praising his fidelity, knowledge, and sagacity. Few travellers," says the Revue Germanique, "have enjoyed in a like degree the faculty of observation. That is a rare gift of nature, like all eminent qualities. He possessed a sort of intuition which discerned the truth, apart from his own observations, and thus information given by him from hearsay has a value that seldom attaches to statements of that nature. His mind, early ripened by reflection and study, he was but in his 33rd year at the time of his death, invariably went straight to the point. His narrative, always sober, is filled, one may say, rather with things than words, yet his narratives possess infinite charm. One admires the man in them as much as the savant and observer. While the biblical countries occupied the attention of Seetzen and Burckhardt, India, the birthplace of most of the European languages, was about to command the attention of students of language, literature, and religion, as well as of geography. For the present our concern is with those problems of physical geography which the conquests and studies of the India Company were about to solve by degrees. In a preceding volume, we have related how the Portuguese rule was established in India. The union of Portugal with Spain in 1599 led to the fall of the Portuguese colonies, which came into the possession of the English and Dutch. England soon afterwards granted a monopoly of the commerce of India to a company which was destined to play an important part in history. At this time Akbar, the great Mughal emperor, the seventh descendant of Timur Lenk, had established a vast empire in Hindustan and Bengal upon the ruins of the Rajput kingdoms. Owing to the personal qualities of Akbar, which had gained for him the surname of the benefactor of man, that empire was at the height of its glory. The same brilliant course was pursued by Shah Jehan, but Akbar's grandson, Aurangzeb, inspired by an insatiable ambition, assassinated his brothers, imprisoned his father, and seized the reins of government. While the Mughal Empire was in the enjoyment of profound peace, a clever adventurer laid the foundations of the Maratha Empire. The religious intolerance of Aurangzeb and his crafty policy led to the insurrection of the Rajputs and a struggle which, by draining the resources of the empire, shook his power. The death of the great usurper was followed by the decadence of the empire. Up to this period, the India Company had been unable to add to the narrow strip of territory which they possessed at the ports, but it was now to benefit by the conflict between the Nabobs and Rajahs of Hindustan. It was not, however, until after the taking of Madras in 1746 by La Bourdonnais and the struggle against Dupleix, that the influence and dominion of the English Company was materially increased. The crafty policy of Clive and Hastings, the English governors who successively employed force, stratagem and bribery to attain their ends, laid the foundation of British greatness in India, and at the close of the last century, the Company were possessors of an immense extent of country, with no less than 60 millions of inhabitants. Their territory included Bengal, Bihar, the provinces of Benias, Madras and the Sircars. Tipu Saib alone, the Sultan of Mysore, struggled against the English encroachments, but he was unable to hold out against the coalition formed against him by the skill of Colonel Wellesley. When rid of their formidable enemies, the Company overcame such opposition as remained by pensions, and under the pretext of protection, imposed upon the Rajahs an English garrison which was maintained at their expense. One would imagine from all this that the English rule was detested, but that is not the case. The Company, recognizing the rights of individuals, did not attempt to change the religion, laws or customs of their subjects. Neither is it surprising that travellers, even when they ventured into districts which, properly speaking, did not belong to Great Britain, incurred but little danger. In fact, so soon as the East India Company was free from political embarrassments, it encouraged explorers throughout its vast domains. At the same time, travellers were dispatched to the neighbouring territories to collect observations, and we propose rapidly to review those expeditions. Gravé par E. Morieu. One of the first and most curious was that of Webb to the sources of the Ganges, a river concerning which uncertain and contradictory opinions prevailed. The government of Bengal, recognizing the great importance of the Ganges in the interests of commerce, organized an expedition of which Messrs. Webb, Roper, and Hearsay formed part. They were to be accompanied by sepoys, native servants, and interpreters. The expedition reached Hurdwara, a small village on the left of the river, upon the 1st of April, 1808. The situation of this village, at the entrance of the fertile plains of Hindustan, had caused it to be much frequented by pilgrims, and it was at this spot that purifications in the waters of the holy river took place during the hot season. As every pilgrimage implies the sale of relics, Hurdwara was the centre of an important market, where horses, camels, antimony, asafoetida, dried fruits, shawls, arrows, muslins, cotton and woolen goods from the Punjab, Kabulistan and Kashmir were to be had. Slaves, too, were to be bought there from 3 to 30 years of age, at prices varying from 10 to 150 rupees. This fair, where such different races, languages and costumes were to be met with, presented a curious spectacle. Upon the 12th of April, the English expedition set out for Gangotri, following a road planted with white mulberries and figs, as far as Gurandar. A little farther on watermills of simple construction were at work, upon the banks of streams shaded with willows and raspberry trees. The soil was fertile, but the tyranny of the government prevented the natives from making the best of it. The route soon became mountainous, but peach, apricot, nut and other European trees abounded, and at length the expedition found themselves in the midst of a chain of mountains which appeared to belong to the Himalaya range. The Bagharati, which is known further on as the Ganges, was met with at the end of a pass. To the left the river is bounded by high, almost barren mountains, to the right stretches a fertile valley. At the village of Teachayavli the poppy is largely cultivated for the preparation of opium. Here, owing probably to the bad quality of the water, all the peasants suffer from wens. At Jasvara the travellers had to cross a bridge of rope, called a jorilla. This was a strange and perilous structure. On either side of the river, says Webb, 2 strong poles are driven in, at a distance of 2 feet from each other, and across them is placed another piece of wood. To this is attached a dozen or more thick ropes which are held down upon the ground by large heaps of wood. They are divided into 2 packets about a foot apart. Below hangs a ladder of rope knotted to one of these, which answers instead of a parapet. The flooring of the bridge is composed of small branches of trees, placed at intervals of 2.5 or 3 feet from each other. As these are generally slender, they seem as if they were on the point of breaking every moment, which naturally induces the traveller to depend upon the support of the ropes which form the parapet, and to keep them constantly under their arms. The first step taken upon so shaky a structure is sufficient to cause giddiness, for the action of walking makes it swing to either side, and the noise of the torrent over which it is suspended is not reassuring. Moreover, the bridge is so narrow that if 2 persons meet upon it, one must draw completely to the side to make room for the other. Bridge of rope. The expedition afterwards passed through the town of Baharat, where but few of the houses have been rebuilt since the earthquake of 1803. This locality has always enjoyed a certain importance from the fact that a market is held there, and also on account of the difficulty of obtaining provisions in the towns higher up, as well as from its central position. The routes to Jaimurhi, Kedar, Nath and Srinagar all meet there. Beyond Bathari the road became so bad that the travellers were obliged to abandon their baggage. There was a mere path track by the edge of precipices, amid debris of stones and rocks, and the attempt to proceed was soon relinquished. Devaprayaga is situated at the junction of the Bagharati and the Alaknanda. The first, coming from the north, hurries along with noise and impetuosity. The second, broader, deeper, and more tranquil, rises no less than 46 feet above its ordinary level in the rainy season. The junction of these 2 rivers forms the Ganges, and is a sacred spot from which the Brahmins draw considerable profit, as they have arranged pools there, where for a certain price pilgrims can perform their ablutions without danger of being carried away by the current. The Alaknanda was crossed by means of a running bridge, or dindla, which is thus described. This bridge consists of 3 or 4 large ropes fixed upon either bank, and upon these a small seat some 18 inches square is slung by means of hoops at either end. Upon this seat the traveller takes his place, and is drawn from one side of the river to the other by a rope pulled by the man upon the opposite bank. The expedition reached Srinagar upon the 13th of May. The curiosity of the inhabitants had been so much excited that the magistrates sent a message to the English begging them to march through the town. Srinagar, which had been visited by Colonel Hardwicke in 1796, had been almost completely destroyed by the earthquake of 1803, and had in the same year been conquered by the Gorkhalis. Here Webb was joined by the emissaries whom he had sent to Gangotri by the route which he himself had been unable to follow, and who had visited the source of the Ganges. A large rock, he says, on either side of which water flows, and which is very shallow, roughly resembles the body and mouth of a cow. A cavity at one end of its surface gave rise to its name of Gaya Umoki, the mouth of the cow, who by its fancied resemblance is popularly supposed to vomit the water of the sacred river. A little farther on, advance is impossible. A mountain as steep as a wall rises in front. The Ganges appeared to issue from the snow which lay at its feet. The valley terminated here. No one has ever gone any farther. The expedition returned by a different route. It met with the tributaries of the Ganges and of the Kelly Ganga or Mandakini, rivers rising in the mountains of Kurdar. Immense flocks of goats and sheep laden with grain were met with, numbers of defiles crossed, and after passing the towns of Badrinath and Manna, the expedition finally reached the cascade of Barsan, in the midst of heavy snow and intense cold. This, says Webb's narrative, is the goal of the devotions of the pilgrims. Some of them come here to be sprinkled by the sacred spray of the cascade. At this spot, the course of the Alaknanda may be traced as far as the southwestern extremity of the valley, but its source is hidden under heaps of snow, which have probably been accumulating for centuries. Webb furnishes some details respecting the women of Manna. They wore necklaces, earrings, and gold and silver ornaments, which were scarcely in keeping with their coarse attire. Some of the children wore necklaces and bracelets of silver to the value of 600 rupees. In winter, this town, which does a great trade with Thibet, is completely buried in snow, and the natives take refuge in neighbouring towns. The expedition visited the temple at Badrinath, which is far famed for its sanctity. Neither its internal nor external structure or appearance give any idea of the immense sums which are expended upon it. It is one of the oldest and most venerated sanctuaries of India. Ablutions are performed there in reservoirs fed with very warm sulphureous water. There are, says the narrative, a great number of hot springs, each having their special name and virtue, and from all of them doubtless the Brahmins derive profit. For this reason, the poor pilgrim, as he gets through the requisite ablutions, finds his purse diminish with the number of his sins, and the many tolls exacted from him upon the road to paradise might induce him to consider the narrow way by no means the least expensive one. This temple possesses 700 villages, which have either been ceded to it by government, given as security for loans, or bought by private individuals and given as offerings. The expedition reached Jossamer on the 1st of June. There the Brahmin who acted as guide received orders from the government of Nepal to conduct the travellers back immediately to the territories of the company. The government had discovered, a little late it must be admitted, that the English explorations had a political as well as a geographical significance. A month afterwards, Webb and his companions entered Delhi, having definitely settled the course of the Ganges and ascertained the sources of the Bagharati and Alaknanda, in fact, having attained the object which the company had had in view. In 1808, the English government decided upon sending a new mission to the Punjab, then under the dominion of Ranjit Singh. The anonymous narrative of this expedition published in the Annales des Voyages offers some particulars of interest, from which we will extract a few. Upon the 6th of April, 1808, an English officer in charge of the expedition reached Herdonai, which he represents as the rendezvous of 1 million individuals at the time of the yearly fair. At Boria, which is situated between the Jumna and the Sutlej, the traveller was an object of much curiosity to the women, who begged permission to come and see him. Their looks and gestures, says the narrative, sufficiently expressed their surprise. They approached me laughing heartily. The colour of my face amused them extremely. They addressed many questions to me, asking me whether I never wore a hat, whether I exposed my face to the sun, whether I remained continually shut up or only walked out under shelter, and whether I slept upon the table placed in my tent, although my bed occupied one side of it. The curtains were, however, closed. They then examined it in detail, together with the lining of my tent and everything belonging to it. These women were all good-looking, with mild and regular features. Their complexion was olive, and contrasted agreeably with their white and even teeth, which are a distinguishing feature of all the inhabitants of the Punjab. Mustafabad, Maulana and Umballa were visited in succession by the British officer. The country through which he passed was inhabited by Sikhs, a race remarkable for benevolence, hospitality and truthfulness. The author of the narrative is of opinion that they are the finest race of men in India. Puchala, Maikanara, Feganara, Audamita, which Lord Lake entered in 1805 in his pursuit of a Maratha chief, and finally Amritsar were stages easily passed. Amritsar is better built than the generality of towns in Hindustan. It is the largest depot of shawls and saffron as well as other articles of Deccan merchandise. The traveller says, "Upon the 14th, having put white shoes on my feet, I paid a visit to the Amritsar or reservoir of the elixir of immortality from whence the city derives its name. It is a reservoir of about 135 feet square, built of brick, and in the centre is a pretty temple dedicated to Guru Govind Singh. A footpath leads to it. It is decorated both within and without, and the Rajah often adds to its stores by gifts of ornaments. In this sacred receptacle, the Book of the Laws, written by Guron in the Guru Maukite's character, is placed. This temple is called Hermendal, or the dwelling of God. Some 600 priests are attached to its service, and comfortable dwellings are provided for them out of the voluntary contributions of the devotees who visit the temple. Although the priests are regarded with infinite respect, they are not absolutely free from vice. When they have money, they spend it as freely as they have gained it. The number of pretty women who daily repair to the temple is very great. They far excel the women of the inferior classes in Hindustan in the elegance of their manners, their fine proportions, and handsome features. Lahore was next visited by the officer. It is interesting to know what remained of that fine city at the commencement of the present century. The narrative says, "Its very high walls are ornamented externally with all the profusion of Eastern taste, but they are falling into ruins, as are also the mosques and houses inside the town. Time has laid its destructive hand upon this city, as upon Delhi and Agra. The ruins of Lahore are already as extensive as those of that ancient capital." 3 days after his arrival, the traveller was received with great politeness by Ranjit Singh, who conversed with him, principally upon military topics. The Rajah was then 27 years of age. His countenance would have been pleasant had not the smallpox deprived him of one eye. His manners were simple, affable, and yet kingly. After paying visits to the tomb of Shah Jahan, to the Shalamar and other monuments at Lahore, the officer returned to Delhi and the possessions of the company. To his visit was due that better knowledge of the country, which could not fail to tempt the ambition of the English government. The following year, 1809, an embassy consisting of Messrs. Nicholas Hankey Smith, Henry Ellis, Robert Taylor and Henry Pottinger was sent to the emirs of Sind. The escort was commanded by Captain Charles Christie. The mission was transported to Karachi by boat. The governor of that fort refused to allow the embassy to disembark without instructions from the emirs. An interchange of correspondence ensued. as a result of which the envoy, Smith, drew attention to certain improprieties relating to the title and respective rank of the Governor-General and the emirs. The governor excused himself upon the ground of his ignorance of the Persian language, and said that not wishing a cause of misunderstanding to exist, he was quite ready to kill or put out the eyes, as the envoy pleased, of the person who had written the letter. This declaration appeared sufficient to the English, who deprecated the execution of the guilty person. In their letters the emirs affected a tone of contemptuous superiority. At the same time they brought a body of 8,000 men within reach, and put every possible difficulty in the way of the English efforts to procure information. After tedious negotiations, in the course of which British pride was humbled more than once, the embassy received permission to start for Hyderabad, above Karachi, which is the principal export harbour of Sind. A vast plain without trees or vegetation extends along the coast. 5 days are necessary to cross this, and reach Tata, the ancient capital of Sind, then ruined and deserted. Formerly it was brought into communication by means of canals, with the Sind, an immense river, which is at its mouth in reality an arm of the sea. Pottinger collected the most precise, complete, and useful details respecting the Sind, which were then known. It had been arranged beforehand that the embassy should find a plausible excuse for separating and reaching Hyderabad by 2 different routes, in order to obtain geographical information on the country. The city was soon reached, and the same difficult negotiations about the reception of the embassy, who refused to submit to the humiliating exactions of the emirs, had to be gone through. Pottinger thus describes the arrival at Hyderabad. The precipice upon which the eastern facade of the fortress of Hyderabad is situated, the roofs of the houses and even the fortifications, were thronged by a multitude of both sexes, who testified friendly feeling towards us by acclamation and applause. Upon reaching the palace where they were to dismount, the English were met by Uli Mahomd Khan and other eminent officers, who walked before us towards a covered platform, at the extremity of which the emirs were seated. This platform being covered with the richest Persian carpet, we took off our shoes. From the moment the envoy took the first step towards the princes, they all 3 rose and remained standing until he reached the place pointed out to him, an embroidered cloth, which distinguished him from the rest of the embassy. The princes addressed to each of us polite questions respecting our health. As it was a purely ceremonial reception, everything went off well, with compliments and polite expressions. The emirs wore a great number of precious stones, in addition to those which ornamented the hilts and scabbards of their swords and daggers, and emeralds and rubies of extraordinary size shone at their girdles. They were seated according to age, the eldest in the centre, the second to his right, the youngest on the left. A carpet of light felt covered the entire circle, and over this was a mattress of silk about an inch thick, exactly large enough to accommodate the 3 princes. They were seated according to age. The narrative concludes with a description of Hyderabad, a fortress which would have scarcely been able to offer any resistance to a European enemy, and with various reflections upon the nature of the embassy, which had amongst other aims the closing of the entrance of Sind against the French. The treaty concluded, the English returned to Bombay. By this expedition, the East India Company gained a better knowledge of one of the neighbouring kingdoms, and collected precious documents relating to the resources and productions of a country traversed by an immense river, the Indus of the ancients, which rises in the Himalayas, and might readily serve to transport the products of an immense territory. The end gained was perhaps rather political than geographical, but science profited once more by political needs. Hitherto the little knowledge that had been gained of the regions lying between Kabulistan, India and Persia had been as incomplete as it was defective. The company, thoroughly satisfied with the manner in which Captain Christie and Lieutenant Pottinger had accomplished their embassy, resolved to confide to them a delicate and difficult mission. They were to rejoin General Malcolm, ambassador to Persia, by crossing Baluchistan, and in so doing to collect more accurate and precise details of that vast extent of country than had hitherto been acquired. It was useless to think of crossing Baluchistan, with its fanatic population, in European dress. Christie and Pottinger, therefore, had recourse to a Hindu merchant who provided horses on behalf of the governments of Madras and Bombay, and accredited them as his agents to Kelat, the capital of Baluchistan. Upon the 2nd of January 1810, the two officers embarked at Bombay for Samani, the sole seaport of the province of Losser, which they reached after a stay at Porbandar on the coast of Gujarat. The entire country traversed by the travellers before they arrived at Bela was a morass, interspersed with jungle. The Jam, or governor of that town, was an intelligent man. He put numerous questions to the English, by which he showed a desire to learn, and then confided the task of conducting the travellers to Kelat to the chief of the tribe of Bezenjos, who are Baluches, Baluchistan warriors. Facsimile of early engraving. The climate had changed since they left Bombay, and in the mountains Pottinger and Christie experienced cold sufficiently keen to freeze the water in the leather bottles. Kelat, says Pottinger, the capital of the whole of Baluchistan, whence it derives its name, Kelat, or the city, is situated upon a height to the west of a well-cultivated plain or valley, 8 miles long and 3 wide. The greater portion of this is laid out in gardens. The town forms a square. It is surrounded on 3 sides by a mud wall about 20 feet high, flanked at distances of 250 feet by bastions which, like the walls, are pierced with a large number of barbicans for musketry. I had no opportunity of visiting the interior of the palace, but it consists merely of a confused mass of mud buildings with flat roofs like terraces. The whole is defended by low walls, furnished with parapets and pierced with barbicans. There are about 2,500 houses in the town, and nearly half as many in the suburbs. They are built of half-baked bricks and wood, the whole smeared over with mud. The streets, as a rule, are larger than those in towns inhabited by Asiatics. They usually have a raised footway on either side for pedestrians, in the centre an open stream, which is rendered very unpleasant by the filth and rubbish thrown into it, and by the stagnant rainwater which collects, for there is no regulation insisting upon it being cleaned. Another obstacle to the cleanliness and comfort of the town exists in the projection of the upper stories of the houses, which makes the under-buildings damp and dark. The bazaar of Kelat is very large, and well stocked with every kind of merchandise. Every day it is supplied with provisions, vegetables, and all kinds of food which are cheap. According to Pottinger's account, the population is divided into 2 distinct classes, the Baluches and the Brahuis, and each of these is subdivided into a number of tribes. The first is related to the modern Persian, both in appearance and speech. The Brahui, on the contrary, retains a great number of Hindu words. Intermarriage between the two has given rise to a third. The Baluches, coming from the mountains of Mekram, are Tunnites, that is to say, They consider the first 4 imams as the legitimate successors of Mahomet. They are a pastoral people and have the faults and virtues of their class. If they are hospitable, they are also indolent and pass their time in gambling and smoking. As a rule, they content themselves with 1 or 2 wives and are less jealous of their being seen by strangers than are other Mussulmen. They have a large number of slaves of both sexes whom they treat humanely. They are excellent marksmen and passionately fond of hunting. Brave under all circumstances, they take pleasure in razzias, which they call tishapaus. As a rule, these expeditions are undertaken by the Enherouis, the wildest and most thievish of the Baluches. The Brahuis carry their wandering habits still farther. Few men are more active and strong. They endure the glacial cold of the mountains equally with the burning heat of the plains. They are of small stature, but as brave, as skillful in shooting, as faithful to their promises as the Baluches, and have not so pronounced a taste for plunder. Pottinger says, I have seen no Asiatic people whom they resemble, for a large number have brown hair and beards. After a short stay at Kelat, the 2 travellers who still passed as horse dealers resolved to continue their journey, but instead of following the high road to Kandahar, they crossed a dreary and barren country, ill-populated, watered by the Kaisa, a river which dries up during the summer, and they reached a little town called Noshki or Nauchki on the frontier of Afghanistan. At this place, the Baluches, who appeared friendly, represented to them the great difficulty of reaching Khorasan and its capital, Herat, by way of Sejistan. They advised the travellers to try to reach Kerman by way of Kedj and Benpa, or by Surd, a village on the western frontier of Baluchistan, and from thence to enter Nurmanshire. At the same moment, the idea of following 2 distinct routes presented itself to both Christie and Pottinger. This course was contrary to their instructions, but, said Pottinger, we found a ready excuse in the unquestionable advantage which would result from our procuring more extensive geographical and statistical knowledge of the country we were sent to explore than we could hope to do by travelling together. Christie set out first, by way of Dushak. We shall follow his fortunes hereafter. A few days later, while still at Nauch, Pottinger received letters from his correspondent at Kelat, telling him that the emirs of Sind were searching for them, as they had been recognized, and that his best plan for safety was to set out immediately. Upon the 25th of March, Pottinger started for Serawan, a very small town near the Afghan frontier. Upon his way thither Pottinger met with some singular altars or tombs, the construction of which was attributed to the Gebers or fire worshippers, who are known in our day as Parsis. Serawan is 6 miles from the Serawani mountains, in a sterile and bare district. This town owes its existence to the constant supply of water it derives from the Bili, an inestimable advantage in a country constantly exposed to drought, scarcity and famine. Pottinger afterwards visited the Kharan, celebrated for the strength and activity of its camels, and crossed the desert which forms the southern extremity of Afghanistan. The sand of this desert is so fine that its particles are almost impalpable, and the action of the wind causes it to accumulate into heaps 10 or 20 feet high, divided by deep valleys. Even in calm weather a great number of particles float in the air, giving rise to a mirage of a peculiar kind, and getting into the traveller's eyes, mouth and nostrils, cause an excessive irritation with an insatiable thirst. In all this territory, Pottinger personated a Pirzadeh, or holy man, for the natives are of a very thievish disposition, and in the character of a merchant he might have been involved in unpleasant adventures. After leaving the village of Gaul in the district of Dazauc, the traveller passed through the ruined towns of Osmanabad, Hefter and Pora, where Pottinger was forced to admit that he was a Feringhi, to the great scandal of the guide, who during the 2 months they had been together had never doubted him, and to whom he had given many proofs of sanctity. At last, worn out by fatigue and at the end of his resources, Pottinger reached Benper, a locality which had been visited in 1808 by Mr. Grant, a captain in the Bengal Sepoy Infantry. Encouraged by the excellent account given by that officer, Pottinger presented himself to the Sirdar. But instead of affording him the necessary help for the prosecution of his journey, that functionary, discontented with the small present Pottinger offered him, found means to extort from him a pair of pistols, which would have been of great use to him. Basman is the last inhabited town of Baluchistan. At this spot there is a hot sulphureous spring, which the Baluchis consider a certain cure for cutaneous diseases. The frontiers of Persia are far from scientific, hence a large tract of country remains not neutral, but a subject of dispute, and is the scene of sanguinary contests. The little town of Regan in Nurmanshire is very pretty. It is a fort, or rather a fortified village, surrounded by high walls in good repair and furnished with bastions. Further on, in Persia proper, lies Ben, a town which was formerly of importance as the ruins which surround it sufficiently prove. Here Pottinger was cordially received by the governor. On approaching, says Pottinger, he turned to one of his suite and asked where the Feringhi was. I was pointed out to him. Making me a sign to follow him, his fixed look at me, which took me in from head to foot, proclaimed his astonishment at my costume, which in truth was strange enough to serve as an excuse for the impoliteness of his staring. I was wearing the long shirt of a Baluchi, and a pair of trousers which had once been white, but which in the 6 weeks I had worn them had become brown, and were all but in rags. In addition to this I had on a blue turban, a piece of rope served me as a girdle, and I carried in my hand a thick stick, which had assisted me greatly in my walking and protected me from dogs, in spite of the dilapidated appearance of the tatterdemalion who thus presented himself before him. The governor received Pottinger with as much cordiality as was to be expected from a Mussulman, and provided him with a guide to Kerman. The traveller reached that town upon the 3rd of May, feeling that he had accomplished the most difficult portion of his journey, and was almost in safety. Kerman is the capital of ancient Karamania. Under the Afghan rule it was a flourishing town, and manufactured shawls which rivalled those of Kashmir. Here Pottinger witnessed one of those spectacles which, common enough to countries where human life is of little value, always fill Europeans with horror and disgust. The governor of this town was both son-in-law and nephew of the Shah, and also the son of the Shah's wife. Upon the 15th of May, says Pottinger, the prince himself judged certain persons who were accused of killing one of their servants. It is difficult to estimate the state of restlessness and alarm which prevailed in the village during the entire day. The gates of the town were shut, that no one might pass out. The government officials did not transact any business. People were cited as witnesses without previous notice. I saw 2 or 3 taken to the palace in a state of agitation which could scarcely have been greater had they been going to the scaffold. About 3 in the afternoon the prince passed sentence upon those who had been convicted. Some had their eyes put out, some the tongue split. Some had the ears, nose and lips cut off. Others were deprived of their hands, fingers or toes. I learned that whilst these horrible punishments were inflicted, the prince remained seated at the window where I had seen him, and gave his orders without the least sign of compassion or of horror at the scene which took place before him. Leaving Kerman, Pottinger reached Cheray-Bibig, which is equally distant from Yezd, Shiraz and Kerman, and thence proceeded to Ispahan, where he had the pleasure of finding his companion Christie. At Meragha he met General Malcolm. It was now 7 months since they had left Bombay. Christie had traversed 2250 miles, and Pottinger 2412. Meanwhile, Christie had accomplished his perilous journey much better than he had anticipated. Leaving Nouch upon the 22nd of March, he crossed the Vachouti Mountains and some uncultivated country to the banks of the Helmend, a river which flows into Lake Hamoun. Christie, in his report to the company, says, "The Helmend, after passing near Kandahar, flows southwest and west, and enters Sedjistan some 4 days' march from Dushak. Making a detour around the mountains, it finally forms a lake. At Peldalek, which we visited, it is about 1200 feet in width and very deep. The water is very good. The country is cultivated by irrigation for half a mile on either side. Then the desert begins and rises in perpendicular cliffs. The banks of the river abound in tamarind trees and provide pasturage for cattle. Sedjistan, which is watered by this river, comprises only 500 square miles. The portions of this district which are inhabited are those upon the river Helmend, whose bed deepens every year. At Elimdar Christie sent for a Hindu, to whom he had an introduction. This man advised him to dismiss his Balochi attendants and to personate a pilgrim. A few days later he penetrated to Dushak, now known as Jalalabad. He says, "The ruins of the ancient city cover quite as large a space of ground as Ispahan. It was built, like all the towns of Sedjistan, of half-burned bricks, the houses being 2 stories high with vaulted roofs. The modern town of Jalalabad is clean, pretty and growing. It contains nearly 2,000 houses and a fair bazaar. The road from Dushak to Herat was easy. Christie's sole difficulty was in carrying out his personation of a pilgrim. Herat lies in a valley, surrounded by high mountains and watered by a river, to which it is due that gardens and orchards abound. The town covers an area of about 4 square miles. It is surrounded by a wall flanked with towers and a moat full of water. Large bazaars containing numerous shops and the Mechide Jauna or Mosque of Friday are its chief ornaments. No town has less waste land or a denser population. Christie estimates it at 100,000. Herat is the most commercial of all Asiatic towns, under the dominion of native princes. It is the depot for all the traffic between Kabul, Kandahar, Hindustan, Kashmir and Persia, and itself produces choice merchandise, silks, saffron, horses and a saffitida. This plant, says Christie, grows to a height of 2 or 3 feet. The stalk is 2 inches thick. It finishes off in an umbel which at maturity is yellow and not unlike a cauliflower. It is much relished by Hindus and Baloches. They prepare it for eating by cooking the stalks in ashes and boiling the head like other vegetables, but it always retains its pungent smell and taste. Herat, like so many other eastern towns, possesses beautiful public gardens, but they are only cultivated for the sake of the produce, which is sold in the bazaar. After a stay of a month at Herat, disguised as a horse dealer, Christie, announcing that he would return after a pilgrimage to Meshid, which he contemplated, left the town. He directed his course to Yezd, across a country ravaged by the Osbeks who had destroyed the tanks intended to receive the rain water. Yezd is a large and populous town on the skirts of a desert of sand. It is called Dar al-Lehabit, or the seat of adoration. It is celebrated for the security to be enjoyed there, which contributes largely to the development of its trade with Hindustan, Khorasan, Persia and Baghdad. Christie describes the bazaar as large and well stocked. The town contains 20,000 houses, apart from those belonging to the Ghebers, who are estimated at 4,000. They are an active and laborious people, although cruelly oppressed. From Yezd to Ispahan, where he alighted at the palace of the Emir Oud-Dayaleh, Christie had travelled a distance of 170 miles upon a good road. At Yezd, as we have seen, he met his companion Pottinger. The two friends could but exchange mutual congratulations at the accomplishment of their mission, and their escape from the dangers of a fanatical country. Pottinger's narrative, as may perhaps be gathered from the sketch we have given, was very curious. More exact than most of his predecessors, he had collected and offered to the public a mass of most interesting historical facts, anecdotes, and geographical descriptions. Kabulistan had been, from the middle of the 18th century, the scene of a succession of ruinous civil wars. Competitors, with more or less right to the throne, had carried fire and sword everywhere, and converted that rich and fertile province into a desert, where the remains of ruined cities alone bore witness to former prosperity. About the year 1808, the throne of Kabul was occupied by Suja-ul-Mulk. England, uneasy at the projects formed by Napoleon with a view of attacking her possessions in India, and at the offers of alliance made by him through General Gardain to the Shah of Persia, resolved to send an embassy to the court of Kabul, hoping to gain the king over to the interests of the East India Company. Mount Stuart Elphinstone was selected as envoy, and has left an interesting account of his mission. He collected much novel information concerning this region and the tribes by which it is peopled. His book acquires a new interest in our own day, and we turn with pleasure to pages devoted to the Khyberis and other mountain tribes, amid the events which are now taking place. Leaving Delhi in October 1808, Elphinstone reached Kanun, where the desert commences, and then the Shekhawate, a district inhabited by Rajputs. At the end of October, the embassy arrived at Singuana, a pretty town, the Rajah of which was an inveterate opium smoker. He is described as a small man, with large eyes, much inflamed by the use of opium. His beard, which was curled up to his ears on each side, gave him a ferocious appearance. Jaunjaunka, whose gardens give freshness in the midst of these desert regions, is not now a dependency of the Rajah of Bikaner, whose revenues do not exceed 1,250,000 francs. How is it possible for that prince to collect such revenues from a desert and uncultivated territory, overrun by myriads of rats, flocks of gazelles, and herds of wild asses? The path across the sandhills was so narrow that 2 camels abreast could scarcely pass it. At the least deviation from the path, those animals would sink in the sand as if it had been snow, so that the smallest difficulty with the head of the column delayed the entire caravan. Those in front could not advance if those in the rear were delayed, and lest they should lose sight of the guides, trumpets and drums were employed as signals to prevent separation. One could almost fancy it the march of an army. The warlike sounds, the brilliant uniforms and arms, were scarcely calculated to convey the idea of a peaceful embassy. The envoy speaks of the want of water, and the bad quality of that which was procurable was unbearable to the soldiers and servants. Although they quenched their thirst with the abundant watermelons, they could not do so without ill results to their health. Most of the natives of India who accompanied the embassy suffered from low fever and dysentery. 40 persons died during the first week's stay at Bikaner. La Fontaine's description of the floating sticks might be aptly applied to Bikaner. From afar off it is something, near at hand it is naught. The external appearance of the town is pleasant, but it is a mere disorderly collection of cabins enclosed by mud walls. At that time the country was invaded by 5 armies, and the belligerents sent a succession of envoys to the English ambassador, hoping to obtain, if not substantial assistance, at least moral support. Elphinstone was received by the Rajah of Bikaner. This court, he says, was different from all I had seen elsewhere in India. The men were whiter than the Hindus, resembled Jews in feature, and wore magnificent turbans. The Rajah and his relatives wore caps of various colours, adorned with precious stones. The Rajah leant upon a steel buckler, the centre of which was raised, and the border encrusted with diamonds and rubies. Shortly after our entrance, the Rajah proposed that we should retire from the heat and importunity of the crowd. We took our seats on the ground, according to Indian custom, and the Rajah delivered a discourse in which he said he was the vassal of the sovereign of Delhi, and that as Delhi was in the possession of the British, he honoured the sovereignty of my government in my person. He caused the keys of the fort to be brought to him and handed them to me, but having received no instructions regarding such an event, I refused them. After much persuasion the Rajah consented to keep his keys. Shortly afterwards a troop of Bayadiers came in, and dancing and singing continued until we took our leave. A troop of Bayadiers came in. Upon leaving Bikaner the travellers entered a desert, in the middle of which stand the cities of Monigha and Bahawalpur, where a compact crowd awaited the embassy. The Hyphases, upon which Alexander's fleet sailed, scarcely answered to the idea such a reminiscence inspires. Upon the morrow Bahawil Khan, governor of one of the eastern provinces of Kabul, arrived, bringing magnificent presents for the English ambassador, whom he conducted by the river Hyphases as far as Moulton, a town famous for its silk manufactures. The governor of the town had been terror-struck at hearing of the approach of the English, and there had been a discussion as to the attitude it was to assume, and whether the latter intended to take the town by stratagem or to demand its surrender. When these fears were allayed, a cordial welcome followed. Elphinstone's description, if somewhat exaggerated, is not the less curious. After describing how the governor saluted Mr. Strachey, the secretary to the embassy, after the Persian custom, he adds, "They took their way together towards the tent, and the disorder increased. Some were wrestling, others on horseback mixed with the pedestrians. Mr. Strachey's horse was nearly thrown to the ground, and the secretary regained his equilibrium with difficulty. The Khan and his suite mistook the road in approaching the tent, and threw themselves upon the cavalry with such impetuosity that the latter had scarcely time to face about and let them pass. The disordered troops fell back upon the tent, the servants of the Khan fled, the barriers were torn up and trampled under foot, even the ropes of the tent broke, and the cloth covering very nearly fell on our heads. The tents were crowded immediately, and all was in darkness. The governor and 6 of his suite seated themselves, the others stood at arms. The visit was of short duration. The governor took refuge in repeating his rosary with great fervour, and in saying to me in agitated tones, "You are welcome, you are welcome." Then, on the pretext that the crowd inconvenienced me, he retired. The account is amusing, but are all its details accurate? That, however, is of little moment. On the 31st December the embassy passed the Indus, and entered a country cultivated with a care and method unlike anything to be seen in Hindustan. The natives of this country had never heard of the English and took them for Moguls, Afghans, or Hindus. The strangest reports were current among these lovers of the marvellous. It was necessary to remain a month at Dera to await the arrival of a Mainandar, a functionary whose duty it was to introduce ambassadors. 2 persons attached to the embassy availed themselves of that opportunity to ascend the peak of Tukhat Soliman, or the crown of Solomon, upon which, according to the legend, the Ark of Noah rested after the deluge. The departure from Dera took place upon the 7th of February, and after travelling through delightful countries, the embassy arrived at Peshawar. The king had come to meet them, for Peshawar was not the usual residence of the court. The narrative says, "Upon the day of our arrival our dinner was furnished from the royal kitchen. The dishes were excellent. Afterwards we had the meat prepared in our own way, but the king continued to provide us with breakfast, dinner and supper, more than sufficient for 2,000 persons, 200 horses and a large number of elephants. Our suite was large, and much of this was needed. Still I had great trouble at the end of a month in persuading His Majesty to allow some retrenchment of this useless profusion. As might have been expected, the negotiations preceding presentation at court were long and difficult. Finally, however, all was arranged, and the reception was as cordial as diplomatic customs permitted. The king was loaded with diamonds and precious stones. He wore a magnificent crown, and the Koh-i-Noor sparkled upon one of his bracelets. This is the largest diamond in existence. A drawing of it may be seen in Tavernier's Travels. One won the Koh-i-Noor is now in the possession of the Queen of England. Elphinstone, after describing the ceremonies, says, "I must admit that if certain things, especially the extraordinary richness of the royal costume, excited my astonishment, there was also much that fell below my expectations. Taking it as a whole, one saw less indication of the prosperity of a powerful state than symptoms of the decay of a monarchy which had formerly been flourishing." The ambassador goes on to speak of the rapacity with which the king's suite quarrelled about the presents offered by the English, and gives other details which struck him unpleasantly. Elphinstone was more agreeably impressed with the king at his second interview. He says, "It is difficult to believe that an Eastern monarch can possess such a good manner, and so perfectly preserve his dignity while trying to please. The plain of Peshawar, which is surrounded on all but the eastern side by high mountains, is watered by 3 branches of the Kabul River, which meet here, and by many smaller rivers. Hence it is singularly fertile. Plums, peaches, pears, quinces, pomegranates, dates grow in profusion. The population, so sparsely sprinkled throughout the arid countries which the ambassador had come through, were collected here, and loot. Macartney counted no less than 32 villages. At Peshawar there are 100,000 inhabitants, living in brick houses 3 stories high. Various mosques not in any way remarkable for architecture, a fine caravanserai, and the fortified castle in which the king received the embassy are the only buildings of importance. The varieties of races with different costumes present a constantly changing picture, a human kaleidoscope which appears made especially for the astonishment of a stranger. Persians, Afghans, Khyberis, Hazares, Dawaranis and C, with horses, dromedaries and Bactrian camels, afford the naturalist much both to observe and to describe respecting bipeds and quadrupeds. But the charm of this town, as of every other throughout India, is to be found in its gardens, with their abundant and fragrant flowers, especially roses, Afghan costumes, facsimile of early engraving, The king's situation at this time was far from pleasant. His brother, whom he had dethroned after a popular insurrection, had now taken arms and just seized Kabul. A longer stay was impossible for the embassy. They had to return to India by way of Attock and the valley of Husain Abdal, which is celebrated for its beauty. Their Elphinstone was to await the result of the struggle between the brothers, which would decide the fate of the throne of Kabul, but he had received letters of recall. Moreover, fate was against Suja, who, after being completely worsted, had been forced to seek safety in flight. The embassy proceeded on its way and crossed the country of the Sikhs, a rude mountain race, half-naked and semi-barbarous. The Sikhs, who a few years later were to make themselves terribly famous, says Elphinstone, are tall, thin men and very strong. Their garments consist of trousers which reach only halfway down the thigh. They wear cloaks of skins which hang negligently from the shoulder. Their turbans are not large, but are very high and flattened in front. No scissors ever touch either hair or beard. Their arms are bows and arrows or muskets. Men of rank have very handsome bows and never pay a visit without being armed with them. Almost the whole Punjab belongs to Ranjit Singh, who in 1805 was only one among many chiefs in the country. At the time of our expedition, he had acquired the sovereignty of the whole country occupied by the Sikhs and had taken the title of king. No incident of any moment marked the return of the embassy to Delhi. In addition to the narrative of events which had taken place before their eyes, its members brought back invaluable documents concerning the geography of Afghanistan and Kabulistan, the climate, animals, and vegetable and mineral productions of that vast country. Elphinstone devotes several chapters of his narrative to the origin, history, government, legislation, condition of the women, language, and commerce of these countries, facts that were largely appropriated by the best informed newspapers when the recent English expedition to Afghanistan was undertaken. His work ends with an exhaustive treatise upon the tribes who form the population of Afghanistan and a summary of invaluable information respecting the neighbouring countries. Elphinstone's narrative is curious, interesting, and valuable for many reasons, and may be consulted in our own day with advantage. Persian costumes, facsimile of early engraving, the zeal of the East India Company was indefatigable. One expedition had no sooner returned than another was started, with different instructions. It was highly important to be thoroughly au fait of the ever-changing Asiatic policy, and to prevent coalition between the various native tribes against the conquerors of the soil. In 1812, a new idea and a more peaceful one gave rise to the journey of Moorcroft and Captain Hearsay to Lake Manassarawar in the province of the Undase, which is a portion of Little Thibet. This time the object was to bring back a flock of Kashmir goats, whose long silk hair is used in the manufacture of the world-famed shawls. In addition, it was proposed to disprove the assertion of the Hindus that the source of the Ganges is beyond the Himalayas, in Lake Manassarawar, a difficult and perilous task. It was first of all necessary to penetrate into Nepal, whilst the government of that country made such an attempt very difficult, and thence to enter a region from which the natives of Nepal are excluded, and with still greater reason the English. The explorers disguised themselves as Hindu pilgrims. Their suite consisted of 25 persons, one of whom pledged himself to walk in strides of 4 feet. This was certainly a rough method of ascertaining the distance traversed. Messrs. Moorcroft and Hearsay passed through Bareilly and followed Webb's route as far as Josimath, which place they left on the 26th of May, 1812. They soon had to cross the last chain of the Himalayas with increasing difficulties owing to the rarity of the villages, which caused a scarcity of provisions and service, and the bad roads at so great a height above the level of the sea. Nevertheless they saw Darba, where there is an important lamasery, Gortop Mesar, and 1/4 of a mile from Tirthapuri curious hot springs. The original narrative, which appeared in the Annals des Voyages, speaks of this water as flowing from 2 openings 6 inches in diameter in a calcareous plain some 3 miles in extent, and which is raised in almost every direction from 10 to 12 feet above the surrounding country. It is formed of the earthy deposits left by the water in cooling. The water rises 4 inches above the level of the plain. It is clear, and so warm that one cannot keep a hand in it longer than a few minutes. It is surrounded by a thick cloud of smoke. The water, flowing over a horizontal surface, hollows out basins of various shapes, which as they receive the earthy deposits contract again. When they are filled up, the flow of the water again hollows out a new reservoir, which in its turn becomes full. Flowing thus from one to the other, it finally reaches the plain below. The deposit left by the water is as white as the purest stucco close to the opening. A little further it becomes pale yellow, and further still saffron-coloured. At the other spring it is first rose-coloured, and then dark red. These different colours are to be found in the calcareous plain, and are no doubt the work of centuries. Tirthapuri, the residence of a lama, is of great antiquity, and is a favourite rendezvous for the faithful, as a wall more than 400 feet long and 4 wide, formed of stones upon which prayers are inscribed, sufficiently testifies. Upon the 1st of August the travellers left this place, hoping to reach Lake Manasarawar, and leaving on the right Lake Rawanrad, which is supposed to be the source of the largest branch of the Sutlej. Lake Manasarawar lies at the foot of immense sloping prairies, to the south of the gigantic mountains. This is the most venerated of all the sacred places of the Hindus, which is no doubt owing to its distance from Hindustan, the dangers and fatigues of the journey, and the necessity of pilgrims providing themselves with money and provisions. Hindu geographers regard this lake as the source of the Ganges, the Sutlej and the Kali rivers. Moorcroft had no doubt as to the error of this assertion as regards the Ganges. Desiring to ascertain the truth as to the other rivers, he explored the steep banks of the lake, and found a number of streams which flowed into it, but none flowing out of it. It is possible that before the earthquake which destroyed Srinagar, the lake had an outlet, but Moorcroft found no trace of it. The lake is situated between the Himalayas and the Kailas chain, and is of irregular oblong shape, 5 leagues long by 4 wide. The end of the expedition was attained. Moorcroft and Hearsay returned towards India, passed by Kangri and saw Rawanrad, but Moorcroft was too weak and could not continue the tour. He regained Tirthapuri and Darba, and suffered a great deal in crossing the ghat which separates Hindustan from Thibet. The narrative describes the wind which comes from the snow-covered mountains of Bhutan as cold and piercing, and the ascent of the mountain as long and painful, its descent slippery and steep, making precautions necessary. "We suffered greatly," says the writer. "Our goats escaped by the negligence of their drivers, and climbed up to the edge of a precipice some 100 feet in height. A mountaineer disturbing them from their perilous position, they began the descent, running down a very steep incline. The hinder ones kicked up the stones, which, falling with violence, threatened to strike the foremost. It was curious to note how cleverly they managed to run and avoid the falling stones. Very soon the Gorkhalies, who had hitherto been content to place obstacles in the way of the travellers, approached them with intent to stop them. For some time the firmness displayed by the English kept them at bay, but at last, gaining courage from their numbers, they began an attack. 20 men, says Moorcroft, threw themselves upon me. One seized me by my neck and, pressing his knees against me, tried to strangle me by tightening my cravat. Another passed a cord round my legs and pulled me from behind. I was on the point of fainting. My gun, upon which I was leaning, escaped my hold. I fell. They dragged me up by my feet until I was nearly garrotted. When at last I rose, nothing could exceed the expression of fierce delight on the faces of my conquerors. Fearing that I should attempt to escape, 2 soldiers held me by a rope and gave me a blow from time to time, no doubt to remind me of my position. Mr. Hearsay had not supposed that he should be attacked so soon. He was rinsing out his mouth when the hubbub began, and did not hear my cries for help. Our men could not find the few arms we possessed. Some escaped, I know not how, the others were seized, amongst them Mr. Hearsay. He was not bound as I was, they contented themselves with holding his arms. 2 soldiers held me. The chief of this band of savages informed the 2 Englishmen that they had been recognized, and were arrested for having travelled in the country in the disguise of Hindu pilgrims. A fakir, whom Moorcroft had engaged as a goat herd, succeeded in escaping and took 2 letters to the English authorities. Aid was sent, and on the 1st of November the prisoners were released. Not only were excuses offered for their treatment, but what had been taken from them was returned, and the Rajah of Nepal gave them permission to leave his dominions. All's well that ends well. To complete our sketch, we must give an account of Mr. Fraser's expedition to the Himalayas and Hodgson's exploration to the source of the Ganges in 1817. Captain Webb, as we have seen, had traced the course of that river past the valley of Dehaun to Kadjani near Re-Ittle. Leaving this spot upon the 28th of May, 1817, Captain Hodgson reached the source of the Ganges in 3 days and proceeded to Gangotri. He found that the river issues from a low arch in the midst of an enormous mass of frozen snow, more than 300 feet high. The stream was already of considerable size, being no less than 27 feet wide and 18 inches deep. In all probability the Ganges first emerged into the light at this spot. Captain Hodgson wished to solve various questions. For example, what was the length of the river under the frozen snow? Is it the product of the melting of these snows, or did it spring from the ground? But wishing to explore further upwards than his guides advised, the traveller sank into the snow up to his neck, and had to retrace his steps with great difficulty. The spot from which the Ganges issues is situated 12,914 feet above the level of the sea, in the Himalayas. Hodgson also explored the source of the Jumna. At Gemotri, the mass of snow from which the river makes its escape is no less than 180 feet wide and more than 40 feet deep, between 2 perpendicular walls of granite. This source is situated on the southeast slope of the Himalayas. The extension of the British power in India was necessarily attended by considerable danger. The various native states, many of which could boast of a glorious past, had only yielded in obedience to the well-known political principle, divide and govern, ascribed to Machiavelli. But the day might come when they would merge their rivalries and enmities to make common cause against the invader. This was anything but a cheering prospect for the company, whose policy it was to maintain the system that had hitherto worked so well. Certain neighbouring states, still powerful enough to regard the growth of the British power with jealousy, might serve as harbours of refuge to the discontented, and become the centres of dangerous intrigues of all these neighbouring states, that which demanded the strictest surveillance was Persia, not only on account of its contiguity to Russia, but because Napoleon was known to have designs in connection with it, which nothing but his European wars prevented him from putting into execution. In February 1807, General Gardain, who had gained his promotion in the wars of the Republic, and had distinguished himself at Austerlitz, Jena and Eylau, was appointed minister plenipotentiary to Persia, with instructions to ally himself with Shah Feth Ali against England and Russia. The selection was fortunate, for the grandfather of General Gardain had held a similar post at the court of the Shah. Gardain crossed Hungary and reached Constantinople and Asia Minor, but when he entered Persia, Abbas Mirza had succeeded his father Feth Ali. The new Shah received the French ambassador with respect, loaded him with presents, and granted certain privileges to Catholics and French merchants. These were, however, the only results of the mission, which was thwarted by the English General Malcolm, whose influence was then paramount, and Gardain, disheartened by finding all his efforts frustrated, and recognizing that success was hopeless, returned to France the following year. His brother Ange de Gardain, who had acted as his secretary, published a brief narrative of the journey, containing several curious details respecting the antiquities of Persia, which have been, however, largely supplemented by works brought out by Englishmen. The French consul, Adrien Dupré, attached to Gardain's mission, also published a work under the title of Voyage en Perse, Fate dans les années 1807 à 1809, en traversant l'Anatolie, la Mésopotamie, depuis Constantinople jusqu'à l'extrémité du golfe Persique et de Lara Irwin, suivi de détails sur les mœurs, les usages et le commerce des persons, sur la cour de Téhéran et d'une notice des tribus de la Perse. The book bears out the assertions of its title, and is a valuable contribution to the geography and ethnography of Persia. The English, who made a much longer stay in the country than the French, were better able to collect the abundant materials at hand, and to make a judicious selection from them. Two works were long held to be the chief authorities on the subject. One of these was by James Moria, who availed himself of the leisure he enjoyed as secretary to the embassy to acquaint himself with every detail of Persian manners, and on his return to England published several Oriental romances, which obtained a signal success, owing to the variety and novelty of the scenes described, and the fidelity to nature of every feature, however minute. The second of the two volumes alluded to above was the large quarto work by John MacDonald Kinnear on the geography of Persia. This book, which made its mark and left far behind it everything previously published on the subject, not only gives, as its title implies, very valuable information on the boundaries of the country, its mountains, rivers and climate, but also contains interesting and trustworthy details respecting its government, constitution, army, commerce, animal, vegetable and mineral productions, population and revenue. After giving an exhaustive and brilliant picture of the material and moral resources of the Persian Empire, Kinnear goes on to describe its different provinces, quoting from the mass of valuable documents accumulated by himself, thus making his work the most complete and impartial yet issued. Kinnear passed the years 1808 to 1814 in travelling about Asia Minor, Armenia and Kurdistan, and the different posts held by him during that period were such as to give him exceptional opportunities for making observations and comparing their results. In his several capacities as captain in the service of the company, political agent to the Nawab of the Carnatic or private traveller, his critical acumen was never at fault, and his wide knowledge of Oriental character and Oriental manners enabled him to recognize the true significance of many an event and many a revolution which would have escaped the notice of less experienced observers. At the same time, William Price, also a captain in the East India Company's service, who had been attached as interpreter and secretary to Sir William Gore Owsley's embassy to Persia in 1810, devoted himself to the study of the cuneiform character. Many had previously attempted to decipher it, with results as various as they were ridiculous, and like those of his predecessors and contemporaries, Price's opinions were mere guesswork. But he succeeded in interesting a certain class of students in this obscure branch of research, and may be said to have perpetuated the theories of Niebuhr and other Orientalists. To Price we owe an account of the journey of the English embassy to the Persian court, after which he published 2 essays on the antiquities of Persepolis and Babylon. Mr. Owsley, who had accompanied his brother Sir William as secretary, availed himself of his sojourn at the court of Teheran to study Persian. His works do not, however, bear upon geography or political economy, but treat only of inscriptions, coins, manuscripts, and literature, in a word, of everything connected with the intellectual and material history of the country. To him we owe an edition of Firdusi, and many other volumes, which came out at just the right time to supplement the knowledge already acquired of the country of the Shah. Another semi-Asiatic, semi-European country was also now becoming known. This was the mountainous district of the Caucasus. As early as the second half of the 18th century, John Anthony Guldenstedt, a Russian doctor, had visited Astrakhan and Kislia on the Terek, at the most remote boundary of the Russian possessions, entered Georgia, where the Tsar Heraclius received him with great respect, and penetrated to Tiflis and the country of the Truchmenes, finally arriving at Emerisha. The next year, 1773, he visited the Great Kabardia, the Oriental Cumania, examined the ruins of Madjari, visited Tcherkask and Asov, discovered the mouth of the Don, and was about to extend his researches to the Crimea when he was recalled to St. Petersburg. Guldenstedt's travels have not been translated into French. Their author's career was cut short by death before he had completed their revision for the press, and they were edited at St. Petersburg by Henry Julius von Klaproth, a young Prussian, who afterwards explored the same countries. Klaproth, who was born at Berlin on the 11th October, 1783, gave proof at a very early age of a special aptitude for the study of Oriental languages. At 15 years old, he taught himself Chinese, and he had scarcely finished his studies at the universities of Halle and Dresden when he began the publication of his Asiatic magazine. Invited to Russia by Count Potocki, he was at once named Professor of Oriental Languages at the Academy of St. Petersburg. Klaproth did not belong to the worthy race of bookworms who shut themselves up in their own studies. He took a wider view of the nature of true knowledge, feeling that the surest way to attain a thorough acquaintance with the languages of Asia and of Oriental manners and customs was to study them on the spot. He therefore asked permission to accompany the ambassador Golukhin, who was going to China overland, and the necessary credentials obtained, he started alone for Siberia, making acquaintance with the Samoyeds, the Tongauses, Bashkirs, Yakonts, Kyrgyzes, and other of the Finnic and Tartar hordes which frequent these vast steppes, finally arriving at Yakutsk, where he was soon joined by Golokin. After a halt at Kayakta, the embassy crossed the Chinese frontier on the 1st January, 1806. The Viceroy of Mongolia, however, insisted upon the observance by the ambassador of certain ceremonies which were considered by the latter degrading to his dignity. And neither being disposed to yield, Golokin set out with his suite to return to St. Petersburg. Klaproth, not caring to retrace his steps, preferred to visit hordes still unknown to him, and he therefore crossed the southern districts of Siberia and collected during a journey extending over 20 months a large number of Chinese, Manchurian, Thibetan and Mongolian books, which were of service to him in his great work, Asia Polyglotta. On his return to St. Petersburg, he was invested with all the honours of the Academy, and a little later, at the suggestion of Count Potocki, he was appointed to the command of an historical, archaeological and geographical expedition to the Caucasus. Klaproth now passed a whole year in journeys, often full of peril amongst thievish tribes through rugged districts, and penetrated to the country traversed by Guldenstedt at the end of the previous century. Klaproth's description of Tiflis is curious as compared with that of contemporary authors. Tiflis, he says, so called on account of its mineral springs, is divided into 3 parts. Tiflis properly so called, or the ancient town, Kala or the citadel, and the suburb of Isny. This town is built on the Kur, and the greater part of its outer walls is now in ruins. Its streets are so narrow that arbors, as the lofty carriages so characteristic of Oriental places are called, could only pass with difficulty down the widest, whilst in the others a horseman would barely find room to ride. The houses, badly built of flints and bricks cemented with mud, never last longer than about 15 years. In Klaproth's time, Tiflis boasted of 2 markets, but everything was extremely dear. Shawls and silk scarves manufactured in the neighbouring Asiatic countries bringing higher prices than in St. Petersburg. Tiflis must not be dismissed without a few words concerning its hot springs. Klaproth tells us that the famous hot baths were formerly magnificent, but they are falling into ruins, although some few remain, the floors of which are cased in marble. The waters contain very little sulphur and are most salutary in their effects. The natives, especially the women, use them to excess, the latter remaining in them several days, and even taking their meals in the bath. The chief food of the people of Tiflis, at least in the mountainous districts, is the bowery, a kind of hard bread with a very disagreeable taste, prepared in a way repugnant to our Sybarite notions. When the dough is sufficiently kneaded, a bright, clear fire of dry wood is made, in earthen vessels 4 feet high by 2 wide, which are sunk in the ground. When the fire is burning fiercely, the Georgians shake into it the vermin by which their shirts and red silk breeches are infested. Not until this ceremony has been performed do they throw the dough, which is divided into pieces of the size of 2 clenched fists, into the pots. The dough once in, the vessels are covered with lids, over which rags are placed, to make sure of all the heat being kept in and the bread being thoroughly baked. It is, however, always badly done, and very difficult of digestion. Having thus assisted at the preparation of the food of the poor mountaineer, let us join Klaproth at the table of a prince. A long striped cloth, about 1.5 yards wide and very dirty, was spread for his party. On this was placed for each guest an oval-shaped wheaten cake, 3 spans long by 2 wide and scarcely as thick as a finger. A number of little brass bowls, filled with mutton and boiled rice, roast fowls and cheese cut in slices, were then brought in. As it was a fast day, Smoked salmon with uncooked green vegetables was served to the prince and his subjects. Spoons, forks, and knives are unknown in Georgia. Soup is eaten from the bowl, meat is taken in the hands and torn with the fingers into pieces the size of a mouthful. To throw a tidbit to another guest is a mark of great friendship. The repast over, grapes and dried fruits are eaten. During the meal a good red native wine, called Traktia by the Tartars and Ghuino by the Georgians, is very freely circulated. It is drunk from flat silver bowls greatly resembling saucers. Klaproth's account of the different incidents of his journey is no less interesting and vivid than this description of the manners of the people. Take, for instance, what he says of his trip to the sources of the Terek, the site of which had been pretty accurately indicated by Golden Steed, although he had not visited them. I left the village of Utsvarskan on the 17th March on a bright but cold morning. 15 Ossetes accompanied me. After half an hour's march, we began to climb the steep and rugged ascent leading to the junction of the Utsvarsdon with the Terek. This was succeeded by a still worse road, running for a league alongside of the river, which is scarcely 10 paces wide here, although it was then swollen by the melting of the snow. This part of the river banks is inhabited. We continued to ascend, and reached the foot of the Koki, also called Ister Koki, finally arriving at a spot where an accumulation of large stones in the bed of the river rendered it possible to cross over to the village of Tsirate Khan, where we breakfasted. Here the small streams forming the Terek meet. I was so glad to have reached the end of my journey that I poured a glass of Hungarian wine into the river and made a second libation to the genius of the mountain in which the Terek rises. The Ossetes, who thought I was performing a religious ceremony, observed me gravely. On the smooth sides of an enormous block of schist I engraved in red the date of my journey, together with my name and those of my companions, after which I climbed up to the village of Resi. 15 Ossetes accompanied me. After this account of his journey, from which we might multiply extracts, Klaproth sums up all the information he has collected on the tribes of the Caucasus, dwelling specially on the marked resemblances which exist between the different Georgian dialects and those of the Finns and Lapps. This was a new and useful suggestion. Speaking of the Lesgians, who occupy the eastern Caucasus, known as Dagestan or Lesgistan, Klaproth says their name is a misnomer, just as Scythian or Tartar was used to indicate the natives of northern Asia, adding that they do not form one nation, as is proved by the number of dialects in use, which, however, would seem to have been derived from a common source, though time has greatly modified them. This is a contradiction in terms, implying either that the Lesgians, speaking one language, form one nation, or that forming one nation the Lesgians speak various dialects derived from the same source. According to Klaproth, Lesgian words have a considerable affinity with the other languages of the Caucasus, and with those of Western Asia, especially the dialects of the Samoyeds and Siberian Finns. West and northwest of the Lesgians dwell the Metsjeghis, or Tchetchentsies, who are probably the most ancient inhabitants of the Caucasus. This is not, however, the opinion of Pallas, who looks upon them as a separate tribe of the Alain family. The Tchetchentsy language greatly resembles the Samoyed and other Siberian dialects, as well as those of the Slavs. The Tcherkesses, or Circassians, are the Sikhs of the Greeks. They formerly inhabited the eastern Caucasus and the Crimea. Their language differs much from other Caucasian idioms, although the Tcherkesses proceed, with the Wogauls and the Ossetes, We have just seen that the Leskian and Tchetchensi dialects resemble the Siberian, from one common stock, which at some remote date separated into several branches, of which the Huns probably formed one. The Tchetcherkess dialect is one of the most difficult to pronounce, some of the consonants being produced in a manner so loud and guttural that no European has yet been able to acquire it. In the Caucasus also dwell the Abazes, who have never left the shores of the Black Sea, where they have been settled from time immemorial, and the Ossets or Az, who belong to the Indo-Germanic stock. They call their country Iranistan and themselves the Irons. Klaproth takes them to be Sarmatic Medes, not only on account of their name, which resembles Iran, but because of the structure of their language, which proves more satisfactorily than historical documents, and in a most conclusive manner, that they spring from the same stock as the Medes and Persians. This opinion, however, appears to us mere conjecture, as in the time of Klaproth the interpretation of cuneiform inscriptions had not been accomplished, and too little was known of the language of the Medes for any one to judge of its resemblance to the Ossete idiom. However, continues Klaproth, after meeting again the Sarmatic Medes of the ancients in this people, it is still more surprising also to recognize the Alanes, who occupied the districts north of the Caucasus. He adds, "It follows from all we have said that the Ossets who call themselves Irons are the Medes, who assumed the name of Irans and whom Herodotus styles the Arioi. They are moreover the Sarmatic Medes of the ancients, and belong to the Median colony founded in the Caucasus by the Scythians. They are the Az or Alanes of the Middle Ages. And lastly, they are the Ayases of Russian chronicles, from whom some of the Caucasus range took their name of the Iasic Mountains. This is not the place to discuss identifications belonging to the realm of criticism. We will content ourselves with adding to these remarks of Klaproth on the Ossete language, that its pronunciation resembles that of the Low German and Slavonic dialects. The Georgians differ essentially from the neighbouring nations, alike in their language and in their physical and moral qualities. They are divided into 4 principal tribes: the Carthalinians, Mingrelians and Shvans or Swanians, inhabiting the southern range of the Caucasus, and the Lazes, a wild robber tribe. As we have seen, the facts collected by Klaproth are very curious, and throw an unexpected light on the migration of ancient races. The penetration and sagacity of the traveller were marvellous, and his memory was extraordinary. The scholar of Berlin rendered signal services to the science of philology. It is to be regretted that his qualities as a man, his principles and his temper, were not on a level with his knowledge and acumen as a professor. We must now leave the old world for the new, and give an account of the explorations of the young Republic of the United States. So soon as the federal government was free from the anxieties of war, and its position was alike established and recognized, public attention was directed to the fur country, which had in turn attracted the English, the Spanish and the French. Nootka Sound and the neighbouring coasts, discovered by the great Cook and the talented Quadra, Vancouver and Marchand, were American. Moreover, the Monroe Doctrine, destined later to excite so much discussion, already existed in embryo in the minds of the statesmen of the day. In accordance with an Act of Congress, Captain Meriwether Lewis and Lieutenant William Clark were commissioned to trace the Missouri from its junction with the Mississippi to its source, and to cross the Rocky Mountains by the easiest and shortest route, thus opening up communication between the Gulf of Mexico and the Pacific Ocean. The officers were also to trade with any Indian tribes they might meet. The expedition was composed of regular troops and volunteers, numbering altogether, including the leaders, 43 men. 1 boat and 2 canoes completed the equipment. On the 14th May 1804, the Americans left Wood River, which flows into the Mississippi, and embarked on the Missouri. From what Cass had said in his journal, the explorers expected to have to contend with natural dangers of a very formidable description, and also to fight their way amongst natives of gigantic stature, whose hostility to the white man was invincible. During the first days of this long canoe voyage, only to be compared to those of Orellana and Condamine on the Amazon, the Americans were fortunate enough to meet with some Sioux Indians, an old Frenchman, a Canadian coureur des bois or trapper, who spoke the languages of most of the Missouri tribes, and consented to accompany the expedition as interpreter. They passed the mouths of the Osage, Kansas, Platte or Nebraska and White River, all tributaries of the Missouri successively, and met various parties of Osage and Sioux or Maher Indians, who all appeared to be in a state of utter degradation. One tribe of Sioux had suffered so much from smallpox that the male survivors, in a fit of rage and misery, had killed the women and children spared by the terrible malady, and fled from the infected neighborhood. A little farther north dwelt the Recaris or Rex, at first supposed to be the cleanest, most polite, and most industrious of the tribes the expedition met with, but a few thefts soon modified that favorable judgment. It is curious that these people do not depend entirely on hunting, but cultivate corn, peas, and tobacco. This is not, however, the case with the Mandans, who are a more robust race. A custom obtains among them, also characteristic of Polynesia. They do not bury their dead, but expose them on a scaffold. Clark's narrative gives us a few details relating to this strange tribe. The Mandans look upon the Supreme Being only as an embodiment of the power of healing. As a result, they worship 2 gods, whom they call the Great Medicine or the Physician, and the Great Spirit. It would seem that life is so precious to them that they are impelled to worship all that can prolong it. Their origin is strange. They originally lived in a large subterranean village hollowed out under the ground on the borders of a lake. A vine, however, struck its roots so deeply in the earth as to reach their habitations, and some of them ascended to the surface by the aid of this impromptu ladder. The descriptions given by them on their return of the vast hunting grounds, rich in game and fruit, which they had seen, led the rest of the tribe to resolve to reach so favoured a land. Half of them had gained the surface, when the vine, bending beneath the weight of a fat woman, gave way, and rendered the ascent of the rest impossible. After death the Mandans expect to return to their subterranean home, but only those who die with a clear conscience can reach it. The guilty will be flung into a lake. The explorers took up their quarters for the winter amongst the Mandans on the 1st of November. They built huts, as comfortable as possible with the materials at their command, and in spite of the extreme cold, gave themselves up to the pleasures of hunting, which soon became a positive necessity of their existence. When the ice should break up on the Missouri, the explorers hoped to continue their voyage. But on their sending the boat down to St. Louis, laden with the skins and furs already obtained, only 30 men were found willing to carry the expedition through to the end. The travellers soon passed the mouth of the Yellowstone River, with a current nearly as strong as that of the Missouri, flowing through districts abounding in game. Cruel was their perplexity when they arrived at a fork where the Missouri divided into 2 rivers of nearly equal volume, for which was the main stream. Captain Lewis with a party of scouts ascended the southern branch and soon came in sight of the Rocky Mountains, completely covered with snow. Guided to the spot by a terrific uproar, he beheld the Missouri fling itself in one broad sheet of water over a rocky precipice, beyond which it formed a broken series of rapids, extending for several miles. He beheld the Missouri. The detachment now followed this branch, which led them into the heart of the mountains, and for 3 or 4 miles dashed along between 2 perpendicular walls of rock, finally dividing itself into 3 parts, to which were given the names of Jefferson, Madison, and Gallatin, after celebrated American statesmen. The last heights were soon crossed, and then the expedition descended the slopes overlooking the Pacific. The Americans had brought with them a Shoshone woman who had been protected as a girl by the Indians of the East, and not only did she serve the explorers faithfully as an interpreter, but also, through her recognition of a brother in the chief of a tribe disposed to be hostile, she from that moment secured cordial treatment for the white men. Unfortunately, the country was poor, the people living entirely on wild berries, bark, and the little game they were able to obtain. The Americans, little accustomed to this frugal fare, had to eke it out by eating their horses which had grown very thin, and buying all the dogs the natives would consent to sell. Hence they obtained the nickname of dog-eaters. As the temperature became milder, so did the character of the natives whilst food grew more abundant, and as they came down the Oregon, also known as the Columbia, the salmon formed a seasonable addition to the bill of fare. When the Columbia, which is dangerous for navigation, approaches the sea, it forms a vast estuary, where the waves from the offing meet the current of the river. The Americans more than once incurred considerable risk of being swallowed up with their frail canoe before they reached the shores of the ocean. Glad to have accomplished the aim of their expedition, the explorers wintered at the mouth of the river, and when the fine weather set in they made their way back to St. Louis, arriving there in May 1806 after an absence of 2 years, 4 months and 10 days. They had in that time, according to their own estimate, traversed less than 1378 leagues. The impulse was now given, and reconnoitring expeditions in the interior of the new continent rapidly succeeded each other, assuming a little later a scientific character which gives them a position of their own in the history of discovery. A few years later, one of the greatest colonizers of whom England can boast, Sir Stamford Raffles, organizer of the expedition which took possession of the Dutch colonies, was appointed military governor of Java. During an administration extending over 5 years, Raffles brought about numerous reforms and abolished slavery. Absorbing as was this work, however, it did not prevent him from publishing 2 huge quarto volumes, which are as interesting as they are curious. They contain, in addition to the history of Java, a vast number of details about the natives of the interior, until then little known, together with much circumstantial information respecting the geology and natural history of the country. It is no wonder, therefore, that in honour of the man who did so much to make Java known, the name of Rafflesia should have been given to an immense flower native to it, and of which some specimens measure over 3 feet in diameter and weigh some 10 pounds, warrior of Java, facsimile of early engraving. Raffles was also the first to penetrate to the interior of Sumatra, of which the coast only was previously known. He visited the districts occupied by the Passaumers, sturdy tillers of the soil, the northern provinces, with Memangkabu, the celebrated Malayan capital, and crossed the southern half of the island, from Bencoolen to Palembang. Sir Stamford Raffles' fame, however, rests principally upon his having drawn the attention of the Indian government to the exceptionally favourable position of Singapore, which was converted by him into an open port and grew rapidly into a prosperous settlement. Chapter 8. Peddy and Campbell in the Soudan, Ritchie and Lyon in Fezzan, Denham, Oudney and Clapperton in Fezzan, and in the Tibu country Lake Teachad and its tributaries. Kuka and the chief villages of Bornu, Mandara, a razzia or raid in the Felata country, defeat of the Arabs and death of Bukarloom. Logan, death of Tool, en route for Kano, death of Oudney. Kano, Sakatu, Sultan Bello, returned to Europe. The power of Napoleon, and with it the supremacy of France, was scarcely overthrown. The titanic contests to gratify the ambition of one man at the expense of the intellectual progress of humanity were scarcely at an end before an honourable rivalry awoke once more, and new scientific and commercial expeditions were set on foot. A new era had commenced. Foremost in the ranks of the governments which organised and encouraged exploring expeditions, we find as usual that of England. It was in Central Africa, the vast riches of which had been hinted at in the accounts given of their travels by Horneman and Burckhardt, that the attention of the English was now concentrated. As early as 1816, Major Peddy, starting from Senegal, reached Kakondi, on the river Nunez, succumbing, however, to the fatigue of the journey and unhealthiness of the climate soon after his arrival in that town. Major Campbell succeeded him in the command of the expedition and crossed the lofty mountains of Futagalian, losing in a few days several men and part of the baggage animals. Arrived at the headquarters of the Olmami, as most of the kings of this part of Africa are called, the expedition was detained for a long time, and only obtained permission to depart on payment of a large sum. Most disastrous was the return journey, for the explorers had not only to recross the streams they had before forded with such difficulty, but they were subjected to so many insults, annoyances, and exactions, that to put an end to them, Campbell was obliged to burn his merchandise, break his guns, and sink his powder. Against so much fatigue and mortification, added to the complete failure of his expedition, Major Campbell failed to bear up, and he died, with several of his officers, in the very place where Major Peddy had closed his career. The few survivors of the party reached Sierra Leone after an arduous march. A little later, Ritchie and Captain George Francis Lyon, availing themselves of the prestige which the siege of Algiers had brought to the British flag, and of the cordial relations which the English consul at Tripoli had succeeded in establishing with the principal Moorish authorities, determined to follow Horneman's route and penetrate to the very heart of Africa. On the 25th March 1819, the travellers left Tripoli with Mahomed el Maukni, Bey of Fezzan, who is called Sultan by his subjects. Protected by this escort, Ritchie and Lyon reached Merzuk without molestation, but there the former died on the 2nd November, worn out by the fatigue and privations of the journey across the desert. Lyon, who was ill for some time from the same causes, recovered soon enough to foil the designs of the Sultan, who, counting on his death, had already begun to take possession of his property, and also of Ritchie's. The captain could not penetrate beyond the southern boundaries of Fezzan, but he had time to collect a good deal of valuable information about the chief towns of that province and the language of its inhabitants. To him we likewise owe the first authentic details of the religion, customs, language, and extraordinary costumes of the Tuareg Arabs, a wild tribe inhabiting the Great Sahara Desert. Captain Lyon's narrative also contains a good deal of interesting information collected by himself on Bornu, Wadi, and the Soudan, although he was unable to visit those places in person. The results obtained did not by any means satisfy the English government, which was most eager to open up the riches of the interior to its merchants. Consequently, the authorities received favourably the proposals made by Dr. Walter Audney, a Scotchman whose enthusiasm had been aroused by the travels of Mungo Park. This Dr. Audney was a friend of Hugh Clapperton, a lieutenant in the Navy, 3 years his senior, who had distinguished himself in Canada and elsewhere, but had been thrown out of employment and reduced to half pay by the peace of 1815. Hearing of Audney's scheme, Clapperton at once determined to join him in it, and Audney begged the minister to allow him the aid of that enterprising officer, whose special knowledge would be of great assistance. Lord Bathurst made no objection, and the two friends, after receiving minute instructions, embarked for Tripoli, where they ascertained that Major Denham was to take the command of their expedition. Denham was born in London on the 31st December, 1783, and began life as an articled pupil to a country lawyer. As an attorney's clerk, he found his duties so irksome and so little suited to his daring spirit that his longing for adventure soon led him to enlist in a regiment bound for Spain. Until 1815 he remained with the army, but after the peace he employed his leisure in visiting France and Italy. Denham, eager to obtain distinction, had chosen the career which would best enable him to achieve it, even at the risk of his life, and he now resolved to become an explorer. With him to think was to act. He had asked the minister to commission him to go to Timbuktu by the route Laing afterwards took when he heard of the expedition under Clapperton and Audney, and he now begged to be allowed to join them. Without any delay Denham obtained the necessary equipment, and accompanied by a carpenter named William Hillman, he embarked for Malta, joining his future travelling companions at Tripoli on the 21st November, 1821. The English at this time enjoyed very great prestige, not only in the states of Barbary, on account of the bombardment of Algiers, but also because the British consul at Tripoli had by his clever diplomacy established friendly relations with the government to which he was accredited. This prestige extended beyond the narrow range of the northern states. The nationality of certain travellers, the protection accorded by England to the port, the British victories in India had all been vaguely rumoured even in the heart of Africa, and the name of Englishman was familiar without any particular meaning being attached to it. According to the English consul, the route from Tripoli to Bornu was as safe as that from London to Edinburgh. This was, therefore, the moment to seize opportunities which might not occur again. The three travellers, after a cordial reception from the Bey, who placed all his resources at their disposal, lost no time in leaving Tripoli, and with an escort provided by the Moorish governor, they reached Merzuk, the capital of Fezzan, on the 8th April, 1822, without difficulty, having indeed been received with great enthusiasm in some of the places through which they passed. At Sokna, Denham tells us, the governor came out to meet them, accompanied by the principal inhabitants and hundreds of the country people, who crowded round their horses, kissing their hands with every appearance of cordiality and delight, and shouting Inglesi, Inglesi, as the visitors entered the town. This welcome was the more gratifying from the fact that the travellers were the first Europeans to penetrate into Africa without wearing a disguise. Denham adds that he feels sure their reception would have been far less cordial had they stooped to play the part of impostors by attempting to pass for Mohammedans. At Merzuk, they were harassed by annoyances similar to those which had paralyzed Horniman. In their case, however, circumstances and character were alike different, and without allowing themselves to be blinded by the compliments paid them by the Sultan, the English, who were thoroughly in earnest, demanded the necessary escort for the journey to Bornu. It was impossible, they were told, to start before the following spring, on account of the difficulty of collecting a kafilah or caravan, and the troops necessary for its escort across the desert. A rich merchant, however, Bu Bakr Bukarloom by name, a great friend of the Pacha, gave the explorers a hint that if he received certain presents he would smooth away all difficulties. He even offered to escort them himself to Bornu, for which province he was bound if he could obtain the necessary permission from the Pacha of Tripoli. Denham, believing Bukarloom to be acting honestly, went off to Tripoli to obtain the governor's sanction, but on his arrival there he obtained only evasive answers, and finally threatened to embark for England, where he said he would report the obstacles thrown in his way by the Pacha in the carrying out of the objects of the exploring expedition. These menaces produced no effect, and Denham actually set sail, and was about to land at Marseille when he received a satisfactory message from the Bey, begging him to return, and authorizing Bukarloom to accompany him and his companions. On the 30th October Denham rejoined Oudney and Clapperton at Merzuk, finding them considerably weakened by fever and the effects of the climate. Denham, convinced that change of air would restore them to health, persuaded them to start and begin the journey by easy stages. He himself set out on the 20th of November with a caravan of merchants from Messerata, Tripoli, Sokna and Merzuk, escorted by 210 Arab warriors chosen from the most intelligent and docile of the tribes, and commanded by Bukarloom. The expedition took the route followed by Lyon and soon reached Tejeri, which is the most southerly town of Fezzan, and the last before the traveller enters the desert of Bilma. Denham made a sketch of the castle of Tejeri from the southern bank of a salt lake near the town. Tejeri is entered by a low, narrow, vaulted passage leading to a gate in a second rampart. The wall is pierced with apertures which render the entrance by the narrow passage very difficult. Above the second gate there is also an aperture through which darts and firebrands may be hurled upon the besiegers, a mode of warfare once largely indulged in by the Arabs. Inside the town there are wells of fairly good water. Denham is of opinion that Tejeri, restored, well garrisoned and provisioned, could sustain a long siege. Its situation is delightful. It is surrounded by date trees and the water in the neighbourhood is excellent. A chain of low hills stretches away to the east. Snipes, ducks and wild geese frequent the salt lakes near the town. Leaving Tejeri, the travellers entered a sandy desert, across which it would not have been easy to find the way, had it not been marked out by the skeletons of men and animals strewn along it, especially about the wells. One of the skeletons we saw today, says Denham, still looked quite fresh. The beard was on the chin, the features could be recognized. "It is my slave," exclaimed one of the merchants of the kafilah. "I left him near here 4 months ago." "Make haste and take him to the market," cried a facetious slave merchant, lest someone else should claim him. A kafilah of slaves, facsimile of early engraving. Here and there in the desert are oases containing towns of greater or less importance at which the caravans halt. Kishi is one of the most frequented of these places, and there the money for the right of crossing the desert is paid. the Sultan of Kishi, the ruler of a good many of these petty principalities, and who takes the title of Commander of the Faithful, was remarkable for a complete disregard of cleanliness, a peculiarity in which, according to Denham, his court fully equalled him. This Sultan paid Bukarloom a visit in his tent, accompanied by half a dozen Tibus, some of whom were positively hideous. Their teeth were of a dark yellow colour, the result of chewing tobacco, of which they are so fond that they use it as snuff as well as to chew. Their noses looked like little round bits of flesh stuck on to their faces with nostrils so wide that they could push their fingers right up them. Denham's watch, compass, and musical snuff-box astonished them not a little. He defines these people as brutes with human faces. A little further on the travellers reached the town of Kirby, situated in a wadi near a low range of hills of which the highest are not more than 400 feet above the sea level, and between two salt lakes, produced by the excavations made for building. From the centre of these lakes rise islets consisting of masses of muriate and carbonate of soda. The salt produced by these wadis, or depressions of the soil, form an important article of commerce with Bornu and the whole of the Soudan. It would be impossible to imagine a more wretched place than Kirby. Its houses are empty, containing not so much as a mat. How could it be otherwise with a place liable to incessant raids from the Tuareg? The caravan now crossed the Tibu country, inhabited by a peaceful, hospitable people to whom, as keepers of the wells and reservoirs of the desert, the leaders of caravans pay passage money. The Tibus are a strong, active race, and when mounted on their nimble steeds they display marvellous skill in throwing the lance, which the most vigorous of their warriors can hurl to a distance of 145 yards. Bilma is their chief city and the residence of their sultan. On the arrival of the travellers at Bilma, the sultan, escorted by a number of men and women, came out to meet the strangers. The women were much better looking than those in the smaller towns. Some of them had indeed very pleasant faces, their white, regular teeth contrasting admirably with their shining black skins, and the 3 triangular flaps of hair streaming with oil. Coral ornaments in their noses and large amber necklaces round their throats gave them what Denham calls a seductive appearance. Some of them carried fans made of grass or hair with which to keep off the flies. Others were provided with branches of trees. All, in fact, carried something in their hands, which they waved above their heads. Their costume consisted of a loose piece of Soudan cloth, fastened on the left shoulder, and leaving the right uncovered, with a smaller piece wound about the head and falling on the shoulders or flung back. In spite of this paucity of clothing, there was not the least immodesty in their bearing. A mile from Bilma, and beyond a limpid spring, which appears to have been placed there by nature to afford a supply of water to travellers, lies a desert, which it takes no less than 10 days to cross. This was probably once a huge salt lake. On the 4th February 1823, the caravan reached Lari, a town on the northern boundary of Bornu in lat. 14 degrees 40 N. The inhabitants, astonished at the size of the kafila, fled in terror at its approach. Beyond, however, says Denham, was an object full of interest to us, and the sight of it produced a sensation so gratifying and inspiring that it would be difficult for language to convey an idea of its force or pleasure. The great lake Teachad, glowing with the golden rays of the sun in its strength, appeared to be within a mile of the spot on which we stood. On leaving Lari, the appearance of the country changed completely. The sandy desert was succeeded by a clay soil, clothed with grass and dotted with acacias and other trees of various species, amongst which grazed herds of antelopes, whilst guinea fowls and the turtle doves of Barbary flew hither and thither above them. Towns took the place of villages, with huts of the shape of bells thatched with durra straw. The travellers continued their journey southwards, rounding Lake Teachad, which they had first touched at its most northerly point. The districts bordering on this sheet of water were of a black, firm but muddy soil. The waters rise to a considerable height in winter and sink in proportion in the summer. The lake is of fresh water, rich in fish and frequented by hippopotami and aquatic birds. Near its centre, on the southeast, are the islands inhabited by the Bidomers, a race who live by pillaging the people of the mainland. The explorers had sent a messenger to Sheikh el-Karnami to ask permission to enter his capital, and an envoy speedily arrived to invite Bukarloom and his companions to Kuka. On their way thither, the travellers passed through Burwa, a fortified town which had thus far resisted the inroads of the Tuareg, and crossed the Yiu, a large river, in some parts more than 500 feet in width, which, rising in the Soudan, flows into Lake Teachad. On the southern shores of this river rises a little town of the same name, about half the size of Burwa. The caravan soon reached the gates of Kuka, where, after a journey extending over 2 months and a half, they were received by a body of cavalry 4,000 strong, under perfect discipline. Amongst these troops was a corps of blacks forming the bodyguard of the Sheikh, whose equipments resembled those of ancient chivalry. Member of the bodyguard of the Sheikh of Bornu, facsimile of early engraving. They wore, Denham tells us, suits of chain armour covering the neck and shoulders. These were fastened above the head and fell in 2 portions, one in front and one behind, so as to protect the flanks of the horse and the thighs of the rider. A sort of casque or iron coif, kept in its place by red, white or yellow turbans, tied under the chin, completed the costume. The horses' heads were also guarded by iron plates. Their saddles were small and light, and their steel stirrups held only the point of the feet, which were clad in leather shoes, ornamented with crocodile skin. The horsemen managed their steeds admirably, as advancing at full gallop brandishing their spears, they wheeled right and left of their guests, shouting Barca, Barca, blessing, blessing. Surrounded by this brilliant and fantastic escort, the English and Arabs entered the town, where a similar military display had been prepared in their honour. They were presently admitted to the presence of Sheikh el-Karnami, who appeared to be about 45 years old, and whose face was prepossessing, with a happy, intelligent and benevolent expression. The English presented the letters of the Pacha, and when the Sheikh had read them, he asked Denham what had brought him and his companions to Bornu. "We came merely to see the country," replied Denham, "to study the character of its people, its scenery and its productions." "You are welcome," was the reply. "It will be a pleasure to me to show you everything. I have ordered huts to be built for you in the town. You may go and see them, accompanied by one of my people, and when you are recovered from the fatigue of your long journey, I shall be happy to see you." Reception of the mission. Facsimile of early engraving. The travellers soon afterwards obtained permission to make collections of such animals and plants as appeared to them curious, and to make notes of all their observations. They were thus enabled to collect a good deal of information about the towns near Kuka. Kuka, then the capital of Bornu, boasted of a market for the sale of slaves, sheep, oxen, cheese, rice, earth nuts, beans, indigo, and other productions of the country. There 100,000 people might sometimes be seen haggling about the price of fish, poultry, meat, the last sold both raw and cooked, or that of brass, copper, amber, and coral. Linen was so cheap in these parts that some of the men wore shirts and trousers made of it. Beggars have a peculiar mode of exciting compassion. They station themselves at the entrance to the market, and holding up the rags of an old pair of trousers, they whine out to the passers-by, "See, I have no pantaloons." The novelty of this mode of proceeding and the request for a garment, which seemed to them even more necessary than food, made our travellers laugh heartily until they became accustomed to it. Hitherto the English had had nothing to do with anyone but the sheikh who, content with wielding all real power, left the nominal sovereignty to the sultan, an eccentric monarch who never showed himself except through the bars of a wicker cage near the gate of his garden, as if he were some rare wild beast. Curious indeed were some of the customs of this court, not the least so the fancy for obesity. No one was considered elegant unless he had attained to a bulk generally looked upon as very inconvenient. Some exquisites had stomachs so distended and prominent that they seemed literally to hang over the pommel of the saddle. And in addition to this, fashion prescribed a turban of such length and weight that its wearer had to carry his head on one side. These uncouth peculiarities rivaled those of the Turks of a masked ball, and the travellers had often hard work to preserve their gravity. To compensate, however, for the grotesque solemnity of the various receptions, a new field for observation was open, and much valuable information might now be acquired. Denham wished to proceed to the south at once, but the sheikh was unwilling to risk the lives of the travellers entrusted to him by the Bey of Tripoli. On their entry into Bornu, the responsibility of Boukhaloum for their safety was transferred to him. So earnest, however, were the entreaties of Denham, that El-Khanemi at last sanctioned his accompanying Boukhaloum in a jihrazi, or plundering expedition against the Kafirs or infidels. The sheikh's army and the Arab troops passed in succession Yedi, a large walled city 20 miles from Angaumu Badagry, and several other towns, built on an alluvial soil which has a dark clay-like appearance. They entered Mandara at the frontier town of Dilo, beyond which the Sultan of the province with 500 horsemen met his guests. Denham describes Mahomd Beker as a man of short stature, about 50 years old, wearing a beard painted of a most delicate azure blue. The presentations over, the Sultan at once turned to Denham and asked who he was, whence he came, what he wanted, and lastly if he were a Mohammedan. On Boukhaloum's hesitating to reply, the Sultan turned away his head with the words, "So the Pacha numbers infidels amongst his friends." This incident had a very bad effect, and Denham was not again admitted to the presence of the Sultan. Lancer of the army of the Sultan of Beghami. Facsimile of early engraving. The enemies of the Pacha of Bornu and the Sultan of Mandara were called Felaters. Their vast settlements extended far beyond Timbuktu. They are a handsome set of men, with skins of a dark bronze colour, which shows them to be of a race quite distinct from the Negroes. They are professors of Mohammedanism and mix but little with the blacks. We shall presently have to speak more particularly of the Felaters, Fulahs or Fans, as they are called throughout the Soudan. South of the town of Mora rises a chain of mountains, of which the loftiest peaks are not more than 2,500 feet high, but which, according to the natives, extend for more than 2 months' journey. The most salient point noticed by Denham in his description of the country is a vast and apparently interminable chain of mountains, shutting in the view on every side. This, though in his opinion inferior to the Alps, Apennines, Jura and Sierra Morna in rugged magnificence and gigantic grandeur, are yet equal to them in picturesque effect. The lofty peaks of Valhmi, Sava, Jogaday, Munday and C, with clustering villages on their stony sides, rise on the east and west, while Hawser, exceeding any of them in height and beauty, rises on the south with its ravines and precipices. Durkala, one of the chief Felata towns, was reduced to ashes by the invaders, who lost no time in pressing on to Musfeia, a position which, naturally very strong, was further defended by palisades manned by a numerous body of archers. The English traveller had to take part in the assault. The first onslaught of the Arabs appeared to carry all before it. The noise of the firearms, with the reputation for bravery and cruelty enjoyed by Bukarloom and his men, threw the Felatas into momentary confusion, and if the men of Mandara and Bornu had followed up their advantage and stormed the hill, the town would probably have fallen. The besieged, however, noticing the hesitation of their assailants, in their turn assumed the defensive, and rallying their archers discharged a shower of poisoned arrows, to which many an Arab fell a victim, and before which the forces of Bornu and Mandara gave way. Barca, the Bornu general, had 3 horses killed under him. Bukarloom and his steed were both wounded, and Denham was in a similar plight, with the skin of his face grazed by 1 arrow and 2 others lodged in his burnous. The retreat soon became a rout. Denham's horse fell under him, and the major had hardly regained his feet when he was surrounded by Felatas. 2 fled on the presentation of the Englishman's pistols, a third received the charge in his shoulder. Denham thought he was safe, when his horse fell a second time, flinging his master violently against a tree. This time when the major rose he found himself with neither horse nor weapons, and the next moment he was surrounded by enemies, who stripped him and wounded him in both hands and the right side, leaving him half dead at last to fight over his clothes, which seemed to them of great value. Availing himself of this lucky quarrel, Denham slipped under a horse standing by, and disappeared in the thicket. Naked, bleeding, wild with pain, he reached the edge of a ravine with a mountain stream flowing through it. His strength was all but gone, and he was clutching at a bough of a tree overhanging the water with a view to dropping himself into it, as the banks were very steep, and the branches were actually bending beneath his weight, when from beneath his hand a gigantic lifer, the most venomous kind of serpent in the country, rose from its coil in the very act of striking. Horror-struck, Denham let slip the branch and tumbled headlong into the water, but fortunately the shock revived him. He struck out almost unconsciously, swam to the opposite bank, and climbing it found himself safe from his pursuers. Fortunately the fugitive soon saw a group of horsemen amongst the trees, and in spite of the noise of the pursuit, he managed to shout loud enough to make them hear him. They turned out to be Barca Ghana and Bukarloom with some Arabs. Mounted on a sorry steed with no other clothing than an old blanket swarming with vermin, Denham travelled 37 miles. The pain of his wounds was greatly aggravated by the heat, the thermometer being at 32 degrees. The only results of the expedition, which was to have brought in such quantities of booty and numerous slaves, were the deaths of Bukarloom and 36 of his Arabs, the wounding of nearly all the rest, and the loss or destruction of all the horses. The 80 miles between Mora and Kuka were traversed in 6 days. Denham was kindly received in the latter town by the Sultan, who sent him a native garment to replace his lost wardrobe. The major had hardly recovered from his wounds and fatigue before he took part in a new expedition, sent to Munga, a province on the west of Bornu by the Sheikh, whose authority had never been fully recognized there, and whose claim for tribute had been refused by the inhabitants. Grave par e Moriu. Denham and Oudney left Kuka on the 22nd May, and crossed the Yiu, then nearly dried up, but an important stream in the rainy season, and visited Burney, with the ruins of the capital of the same name, which was capable of containing 200,000 inhabitants. The travellers also passed through the ruins of Gambaru with its magnificent buildings, the favourite residence of the former sultan, destroyed by the Felatas, Kapshari, Baseka, Bately, and many other towns or villages, whose numerous populations submitted without a struggle to the Sultan of Bornu. The rainy season was disastrous to the members of the expedition. Clapperton fell dangerously ill of fever, and Oudney, whose chest was delicate even before he left England, grew weaker every day. Denham alone kept up. On the 14th of December, when the rainy season was drawing to a close, Clapperton and Oudney started for Carno. We shall presently relate the particulars of this interesting part of their expedition. 7 days later, an ensign named Toole arrived at Kouka after a journey from Tripoli, which had occupied only 3 months and 14 days. In February 1824, Denham and Toole made a trip into Lugun, on the south of Lake Teachad. All the districts near the lake and its tributary, the Shari, are marshy and flooded during the rainy season. The unhealthiness of the climate was fatal to young Toole, who died at Angala on the 26th of February at the early age of 22. Persevering, enterprising, bright and obliging, with plenty of pluck and prudence, Toole was a model explorer. Lugun was then very little known. Its capital, Kernock, contained no less than 15,000 inhabitants. The people of Lugun, especially the women, who are very industrious and manufacture the finest linens and fabrics of the closest texture, are handsomer and more intelligent than those of Bornu. The necessary interview with the Sultan ended, after an exchange of complimentary speeches and handsome presents, in this strange proposal from His Majesty to the travellers: "If you have come to buy female slaves, you need not be at the trouble to go further, as I will sell them to you as cheap as possible." Denham had great trouble in convincing the merchant prince that such traffic was not the aim of his journey, but that the love of science alone had brought him to Lugun. On the 2nd of March, Denham returned to Kouka, and on the 20th of May he was witness to the arrival of Lieutenant Tyrwhitt, who had come to take up his residence as consul at the court of Bornu, bearing costly presents for the Sultan. Portrait of Clapperton, facsimile of early engraving, after a final excursion in the direction of Manu, the capital of Canaan, and a visit to the Dogana, who formerly occupied all the districts about Lake Fitri. The Major joined Clapperton in his return journey to Tripoli, starting on the 16th of April, and arriving there in safety at the close of a long and arduous journey, whose geographical results, important in any case, had been greatly enhanced by the labours of Clapperton. To the adventures and discoveries of the latter we must now turn. Clapperton and Oudney started for Carno, a large Felata town on the west of Lake Teachad, on the 14th of December, 1823, followed the Yiu as far as Damasak, and visited the ruins of Burney, and those of Birah on the shores of a lake formed by the overflowing of the Yiu, Dogamu and Bikidafi, all towns of Hausa. The people of this province, who were very numerous before the invasion of the Felatas, are armed with bows and arrows, and trade in tobacco, nuts, guro, antimony, tanned hares' skins and cotton stuffs in the piece and made into clothes. The caravan soon left the banks of the Yiu or Gambaru, and entered a wooded country, which was evidently under water in the rainy season. The travellers then entered the province of Katagum, where the governor received them with great cordiality, assuring them that their arrival was quite an event to him, as it would be to the Sultan of the Felatas, who, like himself, had never before seen an Englishman. He also assured them that they would find all they required in his district, just as at Kuka. The only thing which seemed to surprise him much was the fact that his visitors wanted neither slaves, horses, nor silver, and that the sole proof of his friendship they required was permission to collect flowers and plants and to travel in his country. According to Clapperton's observations, Katagum is situated in lat. 12 degrees 1711 N and about 12 degrees E. long. Before the Felatas were conquered, it was on the borders of the province of Bornu. It can send into the field 4,000 cavalry and 2,000 foot soldiers, armed with bows and arrows, swords and lances. Wheat and oxen with slaves are its chief articles of commerce. The citadel is the strongest the English had seen, except that of Tripoli. Entered by gates which are shut at night, it is defended by 2 parallel walls and 3 dry moats, one inside, one out, and the third between the 2 walls, which are 20 feet high and 10 feet wide at the base. A ruined mosque is the only other object of interest in the town, which consists of mud houses and contains some 700 or 800 inhabitants. There the English for the first time saw cowries used as money. Hitherto native cloth had been the sole medium of exchange. South of Katagum is the Yakoba country, called Mauchi by the Mohammedans. According to accounts received by Clapperton, the people of Yakoba, which is shut in by limestone mountains, are cannibals. The Mohammedans, however, who have an intense horror of the Kafirs, give no other proof of this accusation than the statement that they have seen human heads and limbs hanging against the walls of the houses. In Yakoba rises the Yew, a river which dries up completely in the summer, but, according to the people who live on its banks, rises and falls regularly every week throughout the rainy season. On the 11th of January, the journey was resumed, but a halt had to be made at Murmur at noon of the same day, as Oudney showed signs of such extreme weakness and exhaustion that Clapperton feared he could not last through another day. He had been gradually failing ever since they left the mountains of Obarry in Fezzen, where he had inflammation of the throat from sitting in a draught when overheated. On the 12th of January, Oudney took a cup of coffee at daybreak, and at his request Clapperton changed camels with him. He then helped him to dress, and leaning on his servant, the doctor left the tent. He was about to attempt to mount his camel when Clapperton saw death in his face. He supported him back to the tent, where to his intense grief he expired at once, without a groan or any sign of suffering. Clapperton lost no time in asking the governor's permission to bury his comrade, and this being obtained, he dug a grave for him himself under an old mimosa tree near one of the gates of the town. After the body had been washed according to the custom of the country, it was wrapped in some of the turban shawls which were to have served as presents on the further journey. The servants carried it to its last resting place, and Clapperton read the English burial service at the grave. When the ceremony was over, he surrounded the modest resting place with a wall of earth to keep off beasts of prey, and had 2 sheep killed, which he divided amongst the poor. Thus closed the career of the young naturalist and ship's doctor, Oudney. His terrible malady, whose germs he had brought with him from England, had prevented him from rendering so much service to the expedition as the government had expected from him, although he never spared himself, declaring that he felt better on the march than when resting. Knowing that his weakened constitution would not admit of any sustained exertion on his part, he would never damp the ardour of his companions. After this sad event, Clapperton resumed his journey to Carno, halting successively at Digu, situated in a well-cultivated district, rich in flocks. Kataungora beyond the province of Katagum, Zandjaya once, judging from its extent and the ruined walls still standing, an important place near the end of the Dushai chain of hills. Gurkua with a finer market-place than that of Tripoli, and Souchwa surrounded by an imposing earthwork. Kano, the Chana of Edrisi and other Arab geographers, and the great emporium of the Kingdom of Hausa, was reached on the 20th January. Clapperton tells us that he had hardly entered the gates before his expectations were disappointed. After the brilliant description of the Arabs, he had expected to see a town of vast extent. The houses were 1/4 of a mile from the walls, and stood here and there in little groups, separated by large pools of stagnant water. I might have dispensed with the care I had bestowed on my dress. He had donned his naval uniform, for the inhabitants, absorbed in their own affairs, let me pass without remark and never so much as looked at me. Kano, the capital of the province of that name and one of the chief towns of the Soudan, is situated in N. lat. 12 degrees 019 and E. long. 9 degrees 20. It contains between 30 and 40,000 inhabitants, of whom the greater number are slaves. The market, bounded on the east and west by vast reedy swamps, is the haunt of numerous flocks of ducks, storks and vultures, which act as scavengers to the town. In this market, stocked with all the provisions in use in Africa, beef, mutton, goats and sometimes even camel's flesh are sold. Writing paper of French manufacture, scissors and knives, antimony, tin, red silk, copper bracelets, glass beads, coral, amber, steel rings, silver ornaments, turban shawls, cotton cloths, calico, Moorish habiliments and many other articles are exposed for sale in large quantities in the market-place of Kano. Their Clapperton bought for 3 piastres, an English cotton umbrella from Gadames. He also visited the slave market, where the unfortunate human chattels are as carefully examined as volunteers for the Navy are by our own inspectors. The town is very unhealthy, the swamps cutting it in two, and the holes produced by the removal of the earth for building produce permanent malaria. It is the fashion at Kano to stain the teeth and limbs with the juice of a plant called gurgi, and with tobacco which produces a bright red colour. Guro nuts are chewed and sometimes even swallowed when mixed with trona, a habit not peculiar to Hausa, for it extends to Bornu where it is strictly forbidden to women. The people of Hausa smoke a native tobacco. On the 23rd of February, Clapperton started for Sakatu. He crossed a picturesque, well-cultivated country whose wooded hills gave it the appearance of an English park. Herds of beautiful white or dung-coloured oxen gave animation to the scenery. The most important places passed en route by Clapperton were Gadania, a densely populated town, the inhabitants of which had been sold as slaves by the Felatas, Dunkami, Zermia, the capital of Gambra, Kagaria, Kuari and the wells of Kamaun, where he met an escort sent by the Sultan. Sakatu was the most thickly populated city that the explorer had seen in Africa. Its well-built houses form regular streets. Instead of clustering in groups as in the other towns of Hausa, it is surrounded by a wall between 20 and 30 feet high, pierced by 12 gates which are closed every evening at sunset, and it boasts of 2 mosques, with a market and a large square opposite to the Sultan's residence. The inhabitants, most of whom are Felatas, own many slaves, and the latter, those at least who are not in domestic service, work at some trade for their master's profit. They are weavers, masons, blacksmiths, shoemakers, or husbandmen, to do honour to his host, and also to give him an exalted notion of the power and wealth of England. Clapperton assumed a dazzling costume when he paid his first visit to Sultan Bello. He covered his uniform with gold lace, donned white trousers and silk stockings, and completed this holiday attire by a Turkish turban and slippers. Bello received him, seated on a cushion in a thatched hut like an English cottage. The Sultan, a handsome man about 45 years old, wore a blue cotton tobe and a white cotton turban, one end of which fell over his nose and mouth in Turkish fashion. Bello accepted the traveller's presents with childish glee. The watch, telescope and thermometer, which he naively called a heat watch, especially delighted him, but he wondered more at his visitor than at any of his gifts. He was unwearied in his questions as to the manners, customs and trade of England, and after receiving several replies, he expressed a wish to open commercial relations with that power. He would like an English consul and a doctor to reside in a port he called Raka, and finally he requested that certain articles of English manufacture should be sent to Funda, a very thriving seaport of his. After a good many talks on the different religions of Europe, Bello gave back to Clapperton the books, journals and clothes which had been taken from Denham at the time of the unfortunate excursion in which Boucarloom lost his life. On the 3rd May, Clapperton took leave of the Sultan. This time there was a good deal of delay before he was admitted to an audience. Bello was alone, and gave the traveller a letter for the King of England, with many expressions of friendship towards the country of his visitor, reiterating his wish to open commercial relations with it, and begging him to let him have a letter to say when the English expedition promised by Clapperton would arrive on the coast of Africa. Clapperton returned by the route by which he had come, arriving on the 8th of July at Keuka, where he rejoined Denham. He had brought with him an Arab manuscript containing a geographical and historical picture of the kingdom of Takra, governed by Mahomed Bello of Hausa, author of the manuscript. He himself had not only collected much valuable information on the geology and botany of Bornu and Hausa, but also drawn up a vocabulary of the languages of Beghami, Mandara, Bornu, Hausa and Timbuktu. The results of the expedition were therefore considerable. The Felatas had been heard of for the first time, and their identity with the Fans had been ascertained by Clapperton in his second journey. It had been proved that these Felatas had created a vast empire in the north and west of Africa, and also that beyond a doubt they did not belong to the Negro race. The study of their language, and its resemblance to certain idioms not of African origin, will some day throw a light on the migration of races. Lastly, Lake Tchad had been discovered, and though not entirely examined, the greater part of its shores had been explored. It had been ascertained to have 2 tributaries, the Yu, part of whose course had been traced, whilst its source had been pointed out by the natives, and the Shari, the mouth and lower portion of which had been carefully examined by Denham. With regard to the Niger, the information collected by Clapperton from the natives was still very contradictory, but the balance of evidence was in favour of its flowing into the Gulf of Benin. However, Clapperton intended, after a short rest in England, to return to Africa, and landing on the western coast, make his way up the Kuara or Jaliba as the natives call the Niger, to set at rest once for all the dispute as to whether that river was or was not identical with the Nile, to connect his new discoveries with those of Denham, and lastly to cross Africa, taking a diagonal course from Tripoli to the Gulf of Benin. Roman II, Clapperton's second journey, arrival at Badagry, Yariba and its capital Katanga, Bausa, attempts to get at the truth about Mungo Park's fate, Nife Yeyayuri and Zegzeg, arrival at Kano, disappointments: death of Clapperton, return of Lander to the coast, Tucky on the Congo, Bowditch in Ashanti, Mollion at the sources of the Senegal and Gambia, Major Gray, Caylier at Timbuktu, laying at the sources of the Niger, Richard and John Lander at the mouth of the Niger, Cailiord and Letorzec in Egypt, Nubia, and the oasis of Siwa. So soon as Clapperton arrived in England, he submitted to Lord Bathurst his scheme for going to Kuka via the Bight of Benin, in other words by the shortest way, a route not attempted by his predecessors, and ascending the Niger from its mouth to Timbuktu. In this expedition 3 others were associated with Clapperton, who took the command. These 3 were a surgeon named Dixon, Pierce, a ship's captain and doctor, Morrison also in the merchant service, the last named well up in every branch of natural history. On the 26th November 1825 the expedition arrived in the Bight of Benin. For some reason unexplained, Dixon had asked permission to make his way to Sockerto alone, and he landed for that purpose at Whydah. A Portuguese named Songa and Columbus, Denham's servant, accompanied him as far as Dahomey. 17 days after he left that town, Dixon reached Char, and a little later Yaouri, beyond which place he was never traced. One Dixon quarrelled with a native chief and was murdered by his followers. See Clapperton's Last Journey in Africa. The other explorers sailed up the Bight of Benin and were warned by an English merchant named Houghton not to attempt the ascent of the Quorra, as the king of the districts watered by it had conceived an intense hatred of the English on account of their interference with the slave trade, the most remunerative branch of his commerce. It would be much better, urged Houghton, to go to Badagry, no great distance from Sackerto, the chief of which, well disposed as he was to travellers, would doubtless give them an escort as far as the frontiers of Yariba. Houghton had lived in the country many years and was well acquainted with the language and habits of its people. Clapperton, therefore, thought it desirable to attach him to the expedition as far as Katanga, the capital of Yariba. The expedition disembarked at Badagry on the 29th November 1825, ascended an arm of the Lagos, and then, for a distance of 2 miles, the Gazy Creek, which traverses part of Dahomey. Descending the left bank, the explorers began their march into the interior of the country, through districts consisting partly of swamps and partly of yam plantations. Everything indicated fertility. The Negroes were very averse to work, and it would be impossible to relate the numerous palavers and negotiations which had to be gone through, and the exactions which were submitted to before porters could be obtained. The explorers succeeded, in spite of these difficulties, in reaching Jenne, 60 miles from the coast. Here Clapperton tells us he saw several looms at work, as many as 8 or 9 in one house, a regular manufactory in fact. The people of Jenne also make earthenware, but they prefer that which they get from Europe, often putting the foreign produce to uses for which it was never intended. At Jenne the travellers were all attacked with fever, the result of the great heat and the unhealthiness of the climate. Pierce and Morrison both died on the 27th December, the former soon after he left Jenne with Clapperton, the latter at that town to which he had returned to rest, at Asondo, a town of no less than 10,000 inhabitants, Dafu, containing some 5,000, and other places visited by Clapperton on his way through the country. He found that an extraordinary rumour had preceded him, to the effect that he had come to restore peace to the districts distracted by war, and to do good to the lands he explored. At Teachau the caravan met a messenger with a numerous escort, sent by the king of Yariba to meet the explorers, and shortly afterwards Katunga was entered. This town is built round the base of a rugged granite mountain. It is about 3 miles in extent, and is both framed in and planted with bushy trees presenting a most picturesque appearance. The caravan met a messenger. Clapperton remained at Katunga from the 24th January to the 7th March, 1826. He was entertained there with great hospitality by the Sultan, who, however, refused to give him permission to go to Hausa and Bornu by way of Nefei or Topper, urging as reasons that Nefei was distracted by civil war, and one of the pretenders to the throne had called in the aid of the Felatas. It would be more prudent to go through Yayayuri. Whether these excuses were true or not, Clapperton had to submit. The explorer availed himself of his detention at Katunga to make several interesting observations. This town contains no less than 7 markets, in which are exposed for sale yams, cereals, bananas, figs, the seeds of gourds, hares, poultry, sheep, lambs, linen cloth, and various implements of husbandry. The houses of the king and those of his wives are situated in 2 large parks. The doors and the pillars of the verandas are adorned with fairly well-executed carvings, representing such scenes as a boa killing an antelope, or a pig, or a group of warriors and drummers. According to Clapperton, the people of Yariba have fewer of the characteristics of the Negro race than any natives of Africa with whom he was brought in contact. Their lips are not so thick and their noses are of a more aquiline shape. The men are well made and carry themselves with an ease which cannot fail to be remarked. The women are less refined looking than the men, the result probably of exposure to the sun and the fatigue they endure, compelled as they are to do all the work of the fields. Soon after leaving Katunga, Clapperton crossed the Mausa, a tributary of the Quorra, and entered Kayama, one of the halting places of the caravans trading between Hausa and Borgu, and Ganja, on the frontiers of Ashanti. Kayama contains no less than 13,000 inhabitants, who are considered the greatest thieves in Africa. To say a man is from Borgu is to brand him as a blackguard at once. Outside Kayama, the traveller met the Hausa caravan. Some thousands of men and women, oxen, asses and horses, marching in single file, formed an interminable line presenting a singular and grotesque appearance. A motley assemblage truly, naked girls alternating with men bending beneath their loads, or with Ganja merchants in the most outlandish and ridiculous costumes, mounted on bony steeds which stumbled at every step. Clapperton now made for Bausa on the Niger, where Mungo Park was drowned. Before reaching it he had to cross the Oli, a tributary of the Quorra, and to pass through Wow Wow, a district of Borgu, the capital of which, also called Wow Wow, contained some 18,000 inhabitants. It was one of the cleanest and best-built towns the traveller had entered since he left Badagry. The streets are wide and well kept, and the houses are round, with conical thatched roofs. Drunkenness is a prevalent vice in Wow Wow. Governor, priests, laymen, men and women indulge to excess in palm wine, in rum brought from the coast, and in boozer. The latter beverage is a mixture made of durra, honey, cayenne pepper, and the root of a coarse grass eaten by cattle, with the addition of a certain quantity of water. Clapperton tells us that the people of Wow Wow are famous for their cleanliness. They are cheerful, benevolent, and hospitable. No other people whom he had met with had been so ready to give him information about their country, and, more extraordinary still, did not meet with a single beggar. The natives say they are not aborigines of Borgu, but that they are descendants of the natives of Hausa and Nefei. They speak a Yariba dialect, but the Wow women are pretty, which those of Yareba are not. The men are muscular and well-made, but have a dissipated look. Their religion is a lax kind of Mohammedanism, tinctured with paganism. Since leaving the coast, Clapperton had met tribes of unconverted fellators speaking the same language, and resembling in feature and complexion others who had adopted Mohammedanism. A significant fact which points to their belonging to one race. Bausa, which the traveller reached at last, is not a regular town, but consists of groups of scattered houses on an island of the Quorra, situated in lat. 10 degrees 14 N, and long, 6 degrees 11 E. The province of which it is the capital is the most densely populated of Borgu. The inhabitants are all pagans, even the Sultan, although his name is Mahomed. They live upon monkeys, dogs, cats, rats, beef and mutton. Breakfast was served to the Sultan whilst he was giving audience to Clapperton, whom he invited to join him. The meal consisted of a large water rat grilled without skinning, a dish of fine boiled rice, some dried fish stewed in palm oil, fried alligators' eggs, washed down with fresh water from the Quorra. Clapperton took some stewed fish and rice, but was much laughed at because he would eat neither the rat nor the alligator's eggs. The Sultan received him very courteously and told him that the Sultan of Yayayuri had had boats ready to take him to that town for the last 7 days. Clapperton replied that as the war had prevented all exit from Bornu and Yayayuri, he should prefer going by way of Cowlfo and Nefay. "You are right," answered the Sultan. "You did well to come and see me, and you can take whichever route you prefer." At a later audience, Clapperton made inquiries about the Englishmen who had perished in the Quorra 20 years before. This subject evidently made the Sultan feel very ill at ease, and he evaded the questions put to him by saying he was too young at the time to remember what happened. Clapperton explained that he only wanted to recover their books and papers and to visit the scene of their death, and the Sultan in reply denied having anything belonging to them, adding a warning against his guests going to the place where they died, for it was a very bad place. "But I understood," urged Clapperton, "that part of the boat they were in could still be seen." "No, it was a false report," replied the Sultan. "The boat had long since been carried down by the stream. It was somewhere amongst the rocks, he didn't know where." To a fresh demand for Park's papers and journals, the Sultan replied that he had none of them. They were in the hands of some learned men, but as Clapperton seemed to set such store by them, he would have them looked for. Thanking him for this promise, Clapperton begged permission to question the old men of the place, some of whom must have witnessed the catastrophe. No answer whatever was returned to this appeal, by which the Sultan was evidently much embarrassed. It was useless to press him further. This was a check to Clapperton's further inquiries. On every side he was met with embarrassed silence or such replies as, "The affair happened so long ago I can't remember it," or "I was not witness to it." The place where the boat had been stopped and its crew drowned was pointed out to him, but even that was done cautiously. A few days later, Clapperton found out that the former Imorn, who was a fellator, had had Mungo Park's books and papers in his possession. Unfortunately, however, this Imorn had long since left Bausa. Finally, when at Cowlfo, the explorer ascertained beyond a doubt that Mungo Park had been murdered. Before leaving Borgu, Clapperton recorded his conviction of the baselessness of the bad reputation of the inhabitants, who had been branded everywhere as thieves and robbers. He had completely explored their country, travelled and hunted amongst them alone, and never had the slightest reason to complain. The traveller now endeavoured to reach Kano by way of Zwari and Zegzeg, first crossing the Quorra. He soon arrived at Fabra, on the Mayaro, the residence of the Queen Mother of Nefé, and then went to visit the king, in camp at a short distance from the town. This king, Clapperton tells us, was the most insolent rogue imaginable, asking for everything he saw and quite unabashed by any refusal. His ambition and his calling in of the fellators, who would throw him over as soon as he had answered their purpose, had been the ruin of his country. Thanks indeed to him, nearly the whole of the industrial population of Nefé had been killed, sold into slavery, or had fled the country. Clapperton was detained by illness much longer than he had intended to remain at Caulfo, a commercial town on the northern banks of the Mayaro, containing from 12 to 15,000 inhabitants. Exposed for the last 20 years to the raids of the fellators, Caulfo had been burnt twice in 6 years. Clapperton was witness when there of the Feast of the New Moon. On that festival every one exchanged visits. The women wear their woolly hair plaited and stained with indigo. Their eyebrows are dyed the same colour. Their eyelids are painted with kohl, their lips are stained yellow, their teeth red, and their hands and feet are coloured with henna. On the day of the Feast of the Moon they don their gayest garments, with their glass beads, bracelets, copper, silver, steel, or brass. They also turn the occasion to account by drinking as much boozer as the men, joining in all their songs and dances. After passing through Katunga, Clapperton entered the province of Gwari, the people of which, though conquered with the rest of Hausa by the fellators, had rebelled against them on the death of Bello I, and since then maintained their independence in spite of all the efforts of their invaders. Gwari, capital of the province of the same name, is situated in lat. 10 degrees 54 N, and long, 8 degrees 1 E. At Fatica Clapperton entered Zegzeg, subject to the fellators, after which he visited Zaria, a singular-looking town laid out with plantations of millet, woods of bushy trees, vegetable gardens and sea, alternating with marshes, lawns and houses. The population was very numerous, exceeding even that of Kano, being estimated indeed at some 40 or 50,000, nearly all fellators. On the 19th September, after a long and weary journey, Clapperton at last entered Kano. He at once discovered that he would have been more welcome if he had come from the east, for the war with Bornu had broken off all communication with Fezzan and Tripoli. Leaving his luggage under the care of his servant Lander, Clapperton almost immediately started in quest of Sultan Bello, who they said was near Sakatu. This was an extremely arduous journey, and on it Clapperton lost his camels and horses and was compelled to put up with a miserable ox, to carry part of his baggage, he and his servants dividing the rest amongst them. Bello received Clapperton kindly and sent him camels and provisions, but as he was then engaged in subjugating the rebellious province of Gauba, he could not at once give the explorer the personal audience so important to the many interests entrusted by the English government to Clapperton. Bello advanced to the attack of Kaunia, the capital of Gauba, at the head of an army of 60,000 soldiers, 9/10 of whom were on foot and wore padded armour. The struggle was contemptible in the extreme, and this abortive attempt closed the war. Clapperton, whose health was completely broken up, managed to make his way from Sakatu to Magaria, where he saw the Sultan. After he had received the presents brought for him, Bello became less friendly. He presently pretended to have received a letter from Sheikh el-Khanumi warning him against the traveller, whom his correspondent characterized as a spy, and urging him to defy the English, who meant, after finding out all about the country, to settle in it, raise up sedition and profit by the disturbances they should create to take possession of Hausa, as they had done of India. The most patent of all the motives of Bello in creating difficulties for Clapperton was his wish to appropriate the presents intended for the Sultan of Bornu. A pretext being necessary, he spread a rumour that the traveller was taking cannons and ammunition to Kuka. It was out of all reason Bello should allow a stranger to cross his dominions with a view to enabling his implacable enemy to make war upon him. Finally, Bello made an effort to induce Clapperton to read to him the letter of Lord Bathurst to the Sultan of Bornu. Clapperton told him he could take it if he liked, but that he would not give it to him, adding that everything was of course possible to him as he had force on his side, but that he would bring dishonour upon himself by using it. To open the letter myself, said Clapperton, is more than my head is worth. He had come, he urged, bringing Bello a letter and presents from the King of England, relying upon the confidence inspired by the Sultan's letter of the previous year, and he hoped his host would not forfeit that confidence by tampering with another person's letter. On this the Sultan made a gesture of dismissal, and Clapperton retired. This was not, however, the last attempt of a similar kind, and things grew much worse later. A few days afterwards another messenger was sent to demand the presents reserved for Elkanami, and on Clapperton's refusing to give them up, they were taken from him. I told the Gaddardo, says Clapperton, that they were acting like robbers towards me in defiance of all good faith, that no people in the world would act the same, and they had far better have cut my head off than done such an act. But I suppose they would do that also when they had taken everything from me. An attempt was now made to obtain his arms and ammunition, but this he resisted sturdily. His terrified servants ran away, but soon returned to share the dangers of their master, for whom they entertained the warmest affection. At this critical moment the entries in Clapperton's journal ceased. He had now been 6 months in Sakatu, without being able to undertake any explorations or to bring to a satisfactory conclusion the mission which had brought him from the coast. Sick at heart, weary and ill, he could take no rest, and his illness suddenly increased upon him to an alarming degree. His servant, Richard Lander, who had now joined him, tried in vain to be all things at once. On the 12th March, 1827, Clapperton was seized with dysentery. Nothing could check the progress of the malady, and he sank rapidly. It being the time of the feast of the Ramadan, Lander could get no help, not even servants. Fever soon set in, and after 20 days of great suffering, Clapperton, feeling his end approaching, gave his last instructions to Lander, and died in that faithful servant's arms on the 11th of April. I put a large clean mat, says Lander, over the corpse, and sent a messenger to Sultan Bello to acquaint him with the mournful event and ask his permission to bury the body after the manner of my own country, and also to know in what particular place his remains were to be interred. The messenger soon returned with the Sultan's consent to the former part of my request, and about 12 o'clock at noon of the same day a person came into my hut, accompanied by 4 slaves, sent by Bello to dig the grave. I was desired to follow them with the corpse. Accordingly I saddled my camel, and putting the body on its back, and throwing a Union Jack over it, I bade them proceed. Travelling at a slow pace, we halted at Ljungävi, a small village built on a rising ground about 5 miles to the southeast of Sakatu. The body was then taken from the camel's back and placed in a shed, whilst the slaves were digging the grave, which being quickly done, it was conveyed close to it. I then opened a prayer book, and amid showers of tears, read the funeral service over the remains of my valued master. Not a single person listened to this peculiarly distressing ceremony, the slaves being at some distance, quarrelling and making a most indecent noise the whole time it lasted. This being done, the Union Jack was then taken off, and the body was slowly lowered into the earth, and I wept bitterly as I gazed for the last time upon all that remained of my generous and intrepid master, travelling at a slow pace. Overcome by heat, fatigue, and grief, poor Lander himself now broke down, and for more than 10 days was unable to leave his hut. Bello sent several times to inquire after the unfortunate servant's health, but he was not deceived by these demonstrations of interest, for he knew they were only dictated by a wish to get possession of the traveller's baggage, which was supposed to be full of gold and silver. The Sultan's astonishment may therefore be imagined when it came out that Lander had not even money enough to defray the expenses of his journey to the coast. He never found out that the servant had taken the precaution of hiding his own gold watch and those of Pierce and Clapperton about his person. Lander saw that he must at any cost get back to the coast as quickly as possible. By dint of the judicious distribution of a few presents, he won over some of the Sultan's advisers, who represented to their master that should Lander die he would be accused of having murdered him as well as Clapperton. Although Clapperton had advised Lander to join an Arab caravan for Fezzan, the latter, fearing that his papers and journals might be taken from him, resolved to go back to the coast. On the 3rd May Lander at last left Sakatu en route for Kano. During the first part of this journey he nearly died of thirst, but he suffered less in the second half, as the king of Jacoba, who had joined him, was very kind to him and begged him to visit his country. This king told him that the Niams were his neighbours, that they had once joined him against the Sultan of Bornu, and that after the battle they had roasted and eaten the corpses of the slain. This, I believe, is the first mention, since the publication of Horneman's travels, of this cannibal race, who were to become the subjects of so many absurd fables. Lander entered Kano on the 25th May, and after a short stay there started for Funda, on the Niger, whose course he proposed following to Benin. This route had much to recommend it, being not only safe but new, so that Lander was enabled to supplement the discoveries of his master. Kanfu, Carifo, Gauji, and Garters were visited in turns by Lander, who says that the people of these towns belong to the Hausa race and pay tribute to the Felatas. He also saw Damoy, Dramalik, and Caledonia, passed a wide river flowing towards the Quorra, and visited Kottop, a huge slave and cattle market, Cauji and Dunrora, with a long chain of lofty mountains running in an easterly direction beyond. At Dunrora, just as Lander was superintending the loading of his beasts of burden, 4 horsemen, their steeds covered with foam, dashed up to the chief, and with his aid forced Lander to retrace his steps to visit the king of Zegzeg, who, they said, was very anxious to see him. This was by no means agreeable to Lander, who wanted to get to the Niger, from which he was not very far distant, and down it to the sea. He was, however, obliged to yield to force. His guides did not follow exactly the same route as he had taken on his way to Dunrora, and thus he had an opportunity of seeing the village of Egibai, governed by one of the chief of the warriors of the sovereign of Zegzeg. He paid his respects as required, excusing the small value of the presents he had to give on the ground of his merchandise having been stolen, and soon obtained permission to leave the place. Yeayuri, Wamba, Kaulfo, Bausa, and Wauwau were the halting places on Lander's return journey to Badagry, where he arrived on the 22nd November, 1827. 2 months later he embarked for England. Although the commercial project, which had been the chief aim of Clapperton's journey, had fallen through owing to the jealousy of the Arabs, who opposed it in their fear that the opening of a new route might ruin their trade, a good deal of scientific information had rewarded the efforts of the English explorer. In his History of Maritime and Inland Discovery, Disborough Cooley thus sums up the results obtained by the travellers whose work we have just described. The additions to our geographical knowledge of the interior of Africa which we owe to Captain Clapperton far exceed in extent and importance those made by any preceding traveller. The limit of Captain Lyon's journey southward across the desert was in lat. 24 degrees, while Major Denham in his expedition to Mandara reached lat. 9 degrees 15, thus adding 14 3/4 degrees or 900 miles to the extent explored by Europeans. Horneman, it is true, had previously crossed the desert and had proceeded as far southwards as Nefay in lat. 10 degrees 30, but no account was ever received of his journey. Park in his first expedition reached Silla in long, 1 degrees 34 west, a distance of 1100 miles from the mouth of the Gambia. Denham and Clapperton, on the other hand, from the east side of Lake Tchad in long, 17 degrees to Sakatu in long, 5 degrees 30, explored a distance of 700 miles from east to west in the heart of Africa, a line of only 400 miles remaining unknown between Silla and Sakatu. The second journey of Captain Clapperton added tenfold value to these discoveries, for he had the good fortune to detect the shortest and most easy road to the populous countries of the interior, and he could boast of being the first who had completed an itinerary across the continent of Africa from Tripoli to Benin. We need add but little to so skilful and sensible a summary of the work done. The information given by Arab geographers, especially by Leo Africanus, had been verified and much had been learnt about a large portion of the Soudan. Although the course of the Niger had not yet been actually traced, that was reserved for the expeditions of which we are now to write, it had been pretty fairly guessed at. It had been finally ascertained that the Kwara or Jaliba or Niger, or whatever else the great river of northwest Africa might be called, and the Nile were totally different rivers with totally different sources. In a word, a great step had been gained. In 1816, it was still an open question whether the Congo was not identical with the Niger. To ascertain the truth on this point, an expedition was sent out under Captain Tuckey, an English naval officer who had given proof of intelligence and courage. James Kingston Tuckey was made prisoner in 1805 and was not exchanged until 1814. When he heard that an expedition was to be organized for the exploration of the Zaire, he begged to be allowed to join it and was appointed to the command. 2 able officers and some scientific men were associated with him. Tuckey left England on the 19th March, 1816, with 2 vessels, the Congo and the Dorothea, a transport vessel under his orders. On the 20th June he cast anchor off Malm Bay, on the shores of the Congo in lat. 4 degrees 39 s. The king of that country was much annoyed when he found that the English had not come to buy slaves, and spread all manner of injurious reports against the Europeans who had come to ruin his trade. On the 18th July, Tuckey entered the vast estuary formed by the mouths of the Zaire, on board the Congo, but when the height of the river banks rendered it impossible to sail farther, he embarked with some of his people in his boats. On the 10th August he decided, on account of the rapidity of the current and the huge rocks bordering the stream, to make his way partly by land and partly by water. 10 days later, the boats were brought to a final stand by an impassable fall. The explorers therefore landed and continued their journey on foot, but the difficulties increased every day, the Europeans falling ill and the Negroes refusing to carry the baggage. At last, when he was some 280 miles from the sea, Tuckey was compelled to retrace his steps. The rainy season had set in, the number of sick increased, and the commander, miserable at the lamentable result of the trip, himself succumbed to fever, and only got back to his vessel to die on the 4th October, 1816. View on the banks of the Congo, facsimile of early engraving. An exact survey of the mouth of the Congo and the rectification of the coastline, in which there had previously been a considerable error, were the only results of this unlucky expedition. In 1807, not far from the scene of Clapperton's landing a few years later, a brave but fierce people appeared on the Gold Coast. The Ashantees, coming none knew exactly whence, flung themselves upon the Fantees, and after horrible massacres in 1811 and 1816, established themselves in the whole of the country between the Kong Mountains and the sea. Ashantee warrior, facsimile of early engraving. As a necessary result, this led to a disturbance in the relations between the Fantees and the English, who owned some factories and counting houses on the coast. In 1816, the Ashantee king ravaged the Fantee territories in which the English had settled, reducing the latter to famine. The governor of Cape Coast Castle therefore sent a petition home for aid against the fierce and savage conqueror. The bearer of the governor's dispatches was Thomas Edward Bowditch, a young man who, actuated by a passion for travelling, had left the parental roof, thrown up his business, and having married against the wishes of his family, had finally accepted a humble post at Cape Coast Castle, where his uncle was second in command. The English minister at once acceded to the governor's request, and sent Bowditch back in command of an expedition, but the authorities at Cape Coast considered him too young for the post, and superseded him by a man whose long experience and thorough knowledge of the country and its people seemed to fit him for the important task to be accomplished. The result showed that this was an error. Bowditch was attached to the mission as scientific observer, his chief duty being to take the latitude and longitude of the different places visited. Frederick James and Bowditch left the English settlement on the 22nd August, 1817, and arrived at Kumasi, the Ashantee capital, without meeting with any other obstacle than the insubordination of the bearers. The negotiations with a view to the conclusion of a treaty of commerce and the opening of a road between Kumasi and the coast were brought to something of a successful issue by Bowditch, but James proved himself altogether wanting in either the power of making or enforcing suggestions. The wisdom of Bowditch's conduct was fully recognized, and James was recalled. It would seem that geographical science had little to expect from a diplomatic mission to a country already visited by Bosman, Lawyer, Des Marchais and many others, and on which Meredith and Dalzell had written. But Bowditch turned to account his stay of 5 months at Kumasi, which is but 10 days' march from the Atlantic, to study the country, manners, customs, and institutions of one of the most interesting races of Africa. We will now briefly describe the pompous entry of the English mission into Kumasi. The whole population turned out on the occasion, and all the troops, whose numbers Bowditch estimated at 30,000 at least, were under arms. Before they were admitted to the presence of the king, the English witnessed a scene well calculated to impress upon them the cruelty and barbarity of the Ashantees. A man with his hands tied behind him, his cheeks pierced with wire, one ear cut off, the other hanging by a bit of skin, his shoulders bleeding from cuts and slashes, and a knife run through the skin above each shoulder blade, was dragged by a cord fastened to his nose through the town to the music of bamboos. He was on his way to be sacrificed in honor of the white men. Our observations en passant, says Bowditch, had taught us to conceive a spectacle far exceeding our original expectations, but they had not prepared us for the extent and display of the scene which here burst upon us. An area of nearly a mile in circumference was crowded with magnificence and novelty. The king, his tributaries and captains were resplendent in the distance, surrounded by attendants of every description, fronted by a mass of warriors which seemed to make our approach impervious. The sun was reflected, with a glare scarcely more supportable than the heat, from the massive gold ornaments which glistened in every direction. More than 100 bands burst at once on our arrival into the peculiar airs of their several chiefs. The horns flourished their defiances, with the beating of innumerable drums and metal instruments, and then yielded for a while to the soft, harmonious breathings of their long flutes, with which a pleasing instrument, like a bagpipe without the drone, was happily blended. At least 100 large umbrellas or canopies which could shelter 30 persons were sprung up and down by the bearers with brilliant effect, being made of scarlet, yellow, and the most showy cloths and silks, and crowned on the top with crescents, pelicans, elephants, barrels and arms, and swords of gold. The king's messengers with gold breastplates made way for us, and we commenced our round, preceded by the canes and the English flag. We stopped to take the hand of every caboceer, which, as their household suites occupied several spaces in advance, delayed us long enough to distinguish some of the ornaments in the general blaze of splendour and ostentation. The caboceers, as did their superior captains and attendants, wore Ashanti cloths of extravagant price, from the costly foreign silks which had been unravelled to weave them, in all the varieties of colour as well as pattern. They were of an incredible size and weight, and thrown over the shoulder exactly like the Roman toga. A small silk fillet generally encircled their temples, and massy gold necklaces, intricately wrought, suspended Moorish charms, enclosed in small square cases of gold, silver, and curious embroidery. Some wore necklaces reaching to the navel, entirely of agri beads. A band of gold and beads encircled the knee, from which several strings of the same depended. Small circles of gold, like guineas, rings, and casts of animals, were strung round their ankles. Their sandals were of green, red, and delicate white leather. Manillas and rude lumps of rock gold hung from their left wrists, which were so heavily laden as to be supported on the head of one of their handsomest boys. Gold and silver pipes and canes dazzled the eye in every direction. Wolves' and rams' heads as large as life, cast in gold, were suspended from their gold-handled swords, which were held around them in great numbers. The blades were shaped like round bills and rusted in blood. The sheaths were of leopard skin, or the shell of a fish like shagreen. The large drums, supported on the head of one man and beaten by 2 others, were braced around with the thigh bones of their enemies and ornamented with their skulls. The kettle drums, resting on the ground, were scraped with wet fingers and covered with leopard skin. The wrists of the drummers were hung with bells and curiously shaped pieces of iron, which jingled loudly as they were beating. The smaller drums were suspended from the neck by scarves of red cloth. The horns, the teeth of young elephants, were ornamented at the mouthpiece with gold, and the jawbones of human victims, the war-caps of eagles' feathers nodded in the rear, and large fans of the wing feathers of the ostrich played around the dignitaries. Immediately behind their chairs, which were of a black wood almost covered by inlays of ivory and gold embossment, stood their handsomest youths with corselets of leopard's skin covered with gold cockle shells and stuck full of small knives, sheathed in gold and silver and the handles of blue agate. Cartouch boxes of elephants' hide hung below, ornamented in the same manner. A large gold-handled sword was fixed behind the left shoulder, and silk scarves and horses' tails, generally white, streamed from the arms and waist cloth. Their long Danish muskets had broad rims of gold at small distances, and the stocks were ornamented with shells. Finely grown girls stood behind the chairs of some, with silver basins, their stools of the most laborious carved work, and generally with 2 large bells attached to them, were conspicuously placed on the heads of favourites, and crowds of small boys were seated around, flourishing elephants' tails curiously mounted. The warriors sat on the ground close to these, and so thickly as not to admit of our passing without treading on their feet, to which they were perfectly indifferent. Their caps were of the skin of the pangolin and leopard, the tails hanging down behind. Their cartouch belts, composed of small gourds which hold the charges, and covered with leopard's or pig's skin, were embossed with red shells, and small brass bells thickly hung to them. On their hips and shoulders was a cluster of knives. Iron chains and collars dignified the most daring, who were prouder of them than of gold. Their muskets had rests affixed of leopard's skin, and the locks a covering of the same. The sides of their faces were curiously painted in long white streaks, and their arms also striped, having the appearance of armour. We were suddenly surprised by the sight of Moors, who afforded the first general diversity of dress. There were 17 superiors, arrayed in large cloaks of white satin, richly trimmed with spangled embroidery. Their shirts and trousers were of silk, and a very large turban of white muslin was studded with a border of different coloured stones. Their attendants wore red caps and turbans, and long white shirts which hung over their trousers. Those of the inferiors were of dark blue cloth. They slowly raised their eyes from the ground as we passed, and with a most malignant scowl. The prolonged flourishes of the horns, a deafening tumult of drums, and the fuller concert at the intervals, announced that we were approaching the king. We were already passing the principal officers of his household, the chamberlain, the gold horn blower, the captain of the messengers, the captain for royal executions, the captain of the market, the keeper of the royal burying ground, and the master of the bands, sat surrounded by a retinue and splendour which bespoke the dignity and importance of their offices. The cook had a number of small services, covered with leopard's skin, held behind him, and a large quantity of massy silver plate was displayed before him, punch bowls, waiters, coffee pots, tankards, and a very large vessel with heavy handles and clawed feet, which seemed to have been made to hold incense. I observed a Portuguese inscription on one piece, and they seemed generally of that manufacture. The executioner, a man of immense size, wore a massy gold hatchet on his breast, and the execution stool was held before him, clotted in blood, and partly covered with a caul of fat. The king's 4 linguists were encircled by a splendour inferior to none, and their peculiar insignia, gold canes, were elevated in all directions, tied in bundles like fasces. The keeper of the treasury added to his own magnificence by the ostentatious display of his service. The blow-pan, boxes, scales and weights were of solid gold. A delay of some minutes whilst we severally approached to receive the king's hand afforded us a thorough view of him. His deportment first excited my attention. native dignity in princes we are pleased to call barbarous was a curious spectacle. His manners were majestic, yet courteous, and he did not allow his surprise to beguile him for a moment of the composure of the monarch. He appeared to be about 38 years of age, inclined to corpulence, and of a benevolent countenance. This account is followed by a description, extending over several pages, of the costume of the king, the filing past of the chiefs and troops, the dispersing of the crowd, and the ceremonies of reception, which lasted far on into the night. Reading Bowditch's extraordinary narrative, we are tempted to ask if it be not the outcome of the traveller's imagination, for we can scarcely credit what he says of the wonderful luxury of this barbarous court, the sacrifice of thousands of persons at certain seasons of the year, the curious customs of this warlike and cruel people, this mixture of barbarism and civilization hitherto unknown in Africa. We could not acquit Bowditch of great exaggeration, had not later travellers as well as contemporary explorers confirmed his statements. We can therefore only express our astonishment that such a government, founded on terror alone, could have endured so long. It is a pleasure to us Frenchmen when we can quote the name of a fellow countryman amongst the many travellers who have risked their lives in the cause of geographical science. Without abating our critical acumen, we feel our pulse quicken when we read of the dangers and struggles of such travellers as Mollien, Caillier, de Cailliord and Letorzec. Gaspard Mollien was nephew to Napoleon's Minister of the Treasury. He was on board the Medusa, but was fortunate enough to escape when that vessel was shipwrecked, and to reach the coast of the Sahara in a boat, whence he made his way to Senegal. The dangers from which Mollien had just escaped would have destroyed the love of adventure and exploration in a less ardent spirit. They had no such effect upon him. He left St. Louis as soon as ever he obtained the assent of the governor, Fleuriau, to his proposal to explore the sources of the great rivers of Senegambia, and especially those of the Djeliba. Mollien started from Jeddah on the 29th January, 1818, and taking an easterly course between the 15th and 16th parallels of north latitude, crossed the kingdom of Domel, and entered the districts peopled by the Yaloufs. Unable to go by way of Woolly, he decided in favour of the Fouta Toro route, and in spite of the jealousy of the natives and their love of pillage, he reached Bondu without accident. It took him 3 days to traverse the desert between Bondu and the districts beyond the Gambia, after which he penetrated into Niokolo, a mountainous country inhabited by the all but wild Pules and Jalans. Leaving Bandea, Mollien entered Fouta Jalan and reached the sources of the Gambia and the Rio Grande, which are in close proximity. A few days later he came to those of the Failme, and in spite of the repugnance and fear of his guide, he made his way into Timbo, the capital of Fouta. The absence of the king and most of the inhabitants probably spared him from a long captivity abbreviated only by torture. Fouta is a fortified town. The king owns houses, with mud walls between 3 and 4 feet thick and 15 high. At a short distance from Timbo, Mollien discovered the sources of the Senegal, at least what were pointed out to him as such by the blacks, but it was impossible for him to take astronomical observations. The explorer did not, however, look upon his work as done. He had ever before him the still more important discovery of the sources of the Niger, but the feeble state of his health, the setting in of the rainy season, the swelling of the rivers, the fears of his guides, who refused to accompany him into Coranco and Sulimano, though he offered them guns, amber beads, and even his horse, compelled him to give up the idea of crossing the Kong Mountains, and to return to St. Louis. Mollien had, however, opened several new lines in a part of Senegambia not before visited by any European. It is to be regretted, says M. de la Renaudière, that worn out with fatigue, scarcely able to drag himself along, in a state of positive destitution, Mollien was unable to cross the lofty mountains separating the basin of the Senegal from that of the Djeliba, and that he was compelled to rely upon native information respecting the most important objects of his expedition. It is on the faith of the assertions of the natives that he claims to have visited the sources of the Rio Grande, Failmé, Gambia, and Senegal. If he had been able to follow the course of those rivers to their fountainhead, his discoveries would have acquired certainty, which is unfortunately now wanting to them. However, when we compare the accounts of other travellers with what he says of the position of the source of the Barfing or Senegal, which cannot be that of any other great stream, we are convinced of the reality of this discovery at least. It also seems certain that the two last springs are higher up than was supposed, and that the Djeliba rises in a yet loftier locality. The country rises gradually to the south and southeast in parallel terraces. These mountain chains increase in height towards the east, attaining their greatest elevation between lat. 8 degrees and 10 degrees N. Such were the results of Mollien's interesting journey in the French colony of Senegal. The same country was the starting point of another explorer, René Caillié. Caillié, who was born in 1800 in the department of the Seine-et-Oise, had only an elementary education, but reading Robinson Crusoe had fired his youthful imagination with a zeal for adventure, and he never rested until, in spite of his scanty resources, he had obtained maps and books of travel. In 1816, when only 16 years old, he embarked for Senegal in the transport ship La Loire. At this time, the English government was organizing an inland exploring expedition under the command of Major Gray to avoid the terrible Olmami of Timbo, who had been so fatal to Peddy. The English made for the mouth of the Gambia by sea. Woolly and the Gaboon were crossed, and the explorers penetrated into Bondu, which Mollien was to visit a few years later, a district inhabited by a people as fanatic and fierce as those of Fouta Djallon. The extortions of the Olmami were such that under pretext of there being an old debt left unpaid by the English government, Major Gray was mulcted of nearly all his baggage and had to send an officer to the Senegal for a fresh supply. Caillié, knowing nothing of this disastrous beginning and aware that Gray was glad to receive new recruits, left St. Louis with 2 Negroes and reached Gorée. But there some people who took an interest in him persuaded him not to take service with Gray and got him an appointment at Guadeloupe. He remained, however, but 6 months in that island and then returned to Bordeaux, whence he started for the Senegal once more. Partariu, one of Gray's officers, was just going back to his chief with the merchandise he had procured, and Caillié asked and obtained leave to accompany him without either pay or a fixed engagement. René Caillié. Facsimile of early engraving. The caravan consisted of 70 persons, black and white, and 32 richly laden camels. It left Gandiol in Kaya on the 5th February 1819, and before entering Jalouf a desert was crossed, where great suffering was endured from thirst. The leader, in order to carry more merchandise, had neglected to take a sufficient supply of water. At Boulaibaba, a village inhabited by Fula shepherds, the travellers were enabled to recruit and to fill their leathern bottles for a journey across a second desert. Avoiding Fouta Toro, whose inhabitants are fanatics and thieves, Partariu entered Bondu. He would gladly have evaded visiting Bulibene, the capital and residence of the Olmami, but was compelled to do so, owing to the refusal of the people to supply grain or water to the caravan, and also in obedience to the strict orders of Major Grey, who thought the Olmami would let the travellers pass after paying tribute. The terrible Olmami began by extorting a great number of presents, and then refused to allow the English to visit Bakel on the Senegal. They might, he said, go through his states, those of Carter to Cligo, or they might take the Fouta Toro route. Both these alternatives were equally impossible, as in either case the caravan would have to travel among fanatic tribes. The explorers believed the Olmami's object was to have them robbed and murdered without incurring the personal responsibility. They resolved to force their way. Preparations were scarcely begun for a start when the caravan was surrounded by a multitude of soldiers who, taking possession of the wells, rendered it impossible for the travellers to carry out their intentions. At the same time the war drum was beaten on every side. To fight was impossible. A palaver had to be held. In a word, the English had to own their powerlessness. The Olmami dictated the conditions of peace, mulcted the whites of a few more presents, and ordered them to withdraw by way of Fouta Toro. Yet more, and this was a flagrant insult to British pride, the English found themselves escorted by a guard, which prevented their taking any other route. When night fell, they revenged themselves by setting fire to all their merchandise in the very sight of the Fulahs, who had intended to get possession of them. The crossing of Fouta Toro among hostile natives was terribly arduous. The slightest pretext was seized for a dispute, and again violence seemed inevitable. Food and water were only to be obtained at exorbitant prices. At last, one night, Partariu, to disarm the suspicion of the natives, gave out that he could not carry all his baggage at once, and having first filled his coffers and bags with stones, he decamped with all his followers for the Senegal, leaving his tents pitched and his fires alight. His path was strewn with bales, arms, and animals. Thanks to this subterfuge and the rapidity of their march, the English reached Bakel in safety, where the French welcomed the remnant of the expedition with enthusiasm. He decamped with all his followers. Caylier, attacked by a fever which nearly proved fatal, returned to St. Louis, but not recovering his health there, he was obliged to go back to France. Not until 1824 was he able to return to Senegal, which was then governed by Baron Roger, a friend to progress who was anxious pari passu to extend our geographical knowledge with our commercial relations. Roger supplied Caylier with means to go and live amongst the Brackners, there to study Arabic and the Mussulman religion. Life amongst the suspicious and fanatic Moorish shepherds was by no means easy. The traveller, who had great difficulty in keeping his daily journal, was obliged to resort to all manner of subterfuges to obtain permission to explore the neighbourhood of his house. He gives us some curious details of the life of the Brackners, of their diet, which consists almost entirely of milk, of their habitations, which are nothing more than tents unfitted for the vicissitudes of the climate, of their gae-harays or itinerant minstrels, their mode of producing the excessive embonpoint which they consider the height of female beauty, the aspect of the country, the fertility and productions of the soil and sea. The most remarkable of all the facts collected by Caylier are those relating to the 5 distinct classes into which the Moorish Brackners are divided. These are the Hassains or warriors whose idleness, slovenliness, and pride exceed belief, the marabouts or priests, the Zainegs tributary to the Hassains, the Laratines, and the slaves. The Zainigs are a miserable class, despised by all the others, but especially by the Hassains, to whom they pay a tribute, which is of variable amount, and is never considered enough. They do all the work, both industrial and agricultural, and rear all the cattle. In spite of my efforts, says Caillier, I could find out nothing about the origin of this people, or ascertain how they came to be reduced to pay tribute to other Moors. When I asked them any questions about this, they said it was God's will. Can they be a remnant of a conquered tribe? And if so, how is it that no tradition on the subject is retained amongst them? I do not think they can be, for the Moors, proud as they are of their origin, never forget the names of those who have brought credit to their families. And were such the case, the Zainigs, who form the majority of the population and are skilful warriors, would rise under the leadership of one of their chiefs and fling off the yoke of servitude. Laratine is the name given to the offspring of a Moor and a Negro slave. Although they are slaves, the Laratines are never sold, but while living in separate camps are treated very much like the Zainigs. Those who are the sons of Hassains are warriors, whilst the children of marabouts are brought up to the profession of their father. The actual slaves are all Negroes, ill-treated, badly fed, and flogged on the slightest pretext. There is no suffering which they are not called upon to endure. In May 1825, Caillier returned to St. Louis. Baron Roger was absent, and his representative was by no means friendly. The explorer had to content himself with the pay of a common soldier until the return of his protector, to whom he sent the notes he had made when amongst the Brackners, but all his offers of service were rejected. He was promised a certain sum on his return from Timbuktu, but how was he even to start without private resources? The intrepid Caillier was not, however, to be discouraged. As he obtained neither encouragement nor help from the colonial government, he went to Sierra Leone, where the governor, who did not wish to deprive Major Laing of the credit of being the first to arrive at Timbuktu, rejected his proposals. In the management of an indigo factory, Caillier soon saved money to the extent of 2,000 francs, a sum which appeared to him sufficient to carry him to the end of the world. He lost no time in purchasing the necessary merchandise, and joined some Mandingos and Seracolits, or wandering African merchants. He told them under the seal of secrecy that he had been born in Egypt of Arab parents, taken to France at an early age, and sent to Senegal to look after the business of his master, who, satisfied with his services, had given him his freedom. He added that his chief desire was to get back to Egypt and resume the Mohammedan religion. On the 22nd March 1827, Caillier left Freetown for Kakondi, a village on the Rio Nunez, where he employed his leisure in collecting information respecting the Landamas and the Nalus, both subject to the Fulas of Fouta Jalan, but not Mohammedans, and as a necessary result, both much given to spirituous liquors. They dwell in the districts watered by the Rio Nunez, side by side with the Bagos, an idolatrous race who dwell at its mouth. The Bagos are light-hearted, industrious, and skilful tillers of the soil. They make large profits out of the sale of their rice and salt. They have no king, no religion but a barbarous idolatry, and are governed by the oldest man in their village, an arrangement which answers very well. On the 19th April 1827, Caillier, with but one bearer and a guide, at last started for Timbuktu. He speaks favourably of the Fulas and the people of Fouta Jalan, whose rich and fertile country he crossed. The Barfing, the chief affluent of the Senegal, was not more than 100 paces across and 1.5 feet deep where he passed it. But the force of the current, and the huge granite rocks encumbering its bed render it very difficult and dangerous to cross the river. After a halt of 19 days in the village of Cambaya, the home of the guide who had accompanied him thus far, Kaylier entered Kankan, crossing a district intersected by rivers and large streams, which were then beginning to inundate the whole land. On the 30th May the explorer crossed the Tankiso, a large river with a rocky bed belonging to the system of the Niger, and reached the latter on the 11th June at Kuranassa, Kaylier crossing the Tankiso. Even here, says Kaylier, so near to its source, the Niger is 900 feet wide, with a current of 2.5 miles. Before we enter Kankan with the French explorer, it will be well to sum up what he says of the Foulers of Fouta. They are mostly tall, well-made men, with chestnut-brown complexions, curly hair, lofty foreheads, aquiline noses, features in fact very like those of Europeans. They are bigoted Mohammedans and hate Christians. Unlike the Mandingos, they do not travel but love their home. They are good agriculturists and clever traders, warlike and patriotic, and they leave none but their old men and women in their villages when they go to war. The town of Kankan stands in a plain surrounded by lofty mountains. The bombax, baobab and butter tree, also called say, the shea of Mungo Park, are plentiful. Kaylier was delayed in Kankan for 28 days before he could get on to Sambatikala, and during that time he was shamefully robbed by his host, and could not obtain from the chief of the village restitution of the goods which had been stolen. Kankan, says the traveller, is a small town near the left bank of the Milo, a pretty river which comes from the south, and waters the Kissi district where it takes its rise, flowing thence in a northwesterly direction to empty itself into the Niger, 2 or 3 days' journey from Kankan. Surrounded by a thick quickset hedge, this town, which does not contain more than 6,000 inhabitants, is situated in an extensive and very fertile plain of grey sand. On every side are pretty little villages, called warons, where the slaves live. These habitations give interest to the scene, and are surrounded by very fine plantations. Yams, rice, onions, pistachio nuts and are exported in large quantities. Between Kankan and Wassalo the road led through well-cultivated, and at this time of year nearly submerged districts. The inhabitants struck Kaylier as being of a mild, cheerful and inquiring disposition. They gave him a cordial welcome. Several tributaries of the Niger, including the Sarano, were passed before a halt was made at Sigala, the residence of Baranusa, the chief of Wassalo. He was of slovenly habits like his subjects, and used tobacco both as snuff and for smoking. He was said to be very rich in gold and slaves. His subjects paid him a tribute in cattle. He had a great many wives, each of whom owned a hut of her own, their houses forming a little village with well-cultivated environs. Here Kaylier for the first time saw the Ramnus lotus mentioned by Park. On leaving Wassalo, Kaylier entered Fulu, whose inhabitants, like those of the former district, are idolaters of slovenly habits. They speak the Mandingo tongue. At Sambatikala the traveller paid a visit to the Olmami. We entered, he says, a place which served him as a bedroom for himself and a stable for his horse. The prince's bed was at the further end. It consisted of a little platform raised 6 inches from the ground, on which was stretched an ox hide, with a dirty mosquito curtain to keep off the insects. There was no other furniture in this royal abode. 2 saddles hung from stakes driven into the wall, a large straw hat, a drum only used in wartime, a few lances, a bow, a quiver and some arrows were the only ornaments. A lamp made of a piece of flat iron set on a stand of the same metal stood on the ground. This lamp was fed by a kind of vegetable matter, not thick enough to be made into candles. The Olmami soon informed Kalie of an opportunity for him to go to Taime, whence a caravan was about to start for Jenne. The traveller then entered the province of Bambara and quickly arrived at the pretty little village of Taime, inhabited by Mohammedan Mandingos, and bounded on the east by a chain of mountains about 350 fathoms high. When he entered this village at the end of July, Kalie little dreamt of the long stay he would be compelled to make in it. He had hurt his foot, and the wound became very much inflamed by walking in wet grass. He therefore decided to let the caravan for Jenne go on without him, and remain at Taime until his foot should be completely healed. It would have been too great a risk for him in his state to travel through Bambara, where the idolatrous inhabitants of the country would be pretty sure to rob him. The Bambaras, he says, have few slaves, go almost naked, and are always armed with bows and arrows. They are governed by a number of petty independent chiefs who are often at war with one another. They are in fact rude and wild creatures as compared with the tribes who have embraced Mohammedanism. Kalie was detained at Taime by the still unhealed wound in his foot until the 10th November. At that date he proposed starting for Jenne, but to quote his own words, "I was now seized with violent pains in the jaws, warning me that I was attacked with scurvy, a terrible malady, all the horrors of which I was to realize. My palate was completely skinned, part of the bone came away, my teeth seemed ready to fall out of the gums. My sufferings were terrible. I feared that my brain might be affected by the agony of pain in my head. I was more than a fortnight without an instant's sleep. To make matters worse, the wound broke out afresh, and he would have been cured neither of it nor of the scurvy had it not been for the energetic treatment of an old negress, who was accustomed to doctor the scorbutic affections, so common in that country. On the 9th January 1828, Kalie left Taime and reached Kimba, a little village where the caravan for Jenne was assembled. Near to this village rises the chain erroneously called Kong, which is the general name for mountain amongst the Mandingos. The names of the villages entered by the travellers and the incidents of the journey through Bambara are of no special interest. The inhabitants are accounted great thieves by the Mandingos, but are probably not more dishonest than their critics. The Bambara women all wear a thin slip of wood embedded in the lower lip, a strange fashion exactly similar to that noticed by Cook amongst the natives of the northwestern coast of America. The Bambaras speak Mandingo, though they have a dialect of their own called Kissa, about which the traveller could obtain no trustworthy written information. Jenne was formerly called the Golden Land. The precious metal is not, however, found there, but a good deal is imported by the Bure merchants and the Mandingos of Kong. Jenne, 2.5 miles in circumference, is surrounded by a mud wall 10 feet high. The houses, built of bricks baked in the sun, are as large as those of European peasants. They have all terraces but no outer windows. Numbers of foreigners frequent Jenne. The inhabitants, as many as 8 or 10,000, are very industrious and intelligent. They hire out their slaves and also employ them in various handicrafts. The Moors, however, monopolize the more important commerce. Not a day passes that they do not dispatch huge boats laden with rice, millet, cotton, honey, vegetable butter, and other native products. In spite of this great commercial movement, the prosperity of Jenne was threatened. Sigo Ahmadu, chief of the country, impelled by bigoted zeal, made fierce war upon the Bambaras of Sigo, whom he wished to rally round the standard of the Prophet. This struggle did a great deal of harm to the trade of Jenne, for it interrupted intercourse with Yamina, Sansanding, Bamako and Bure, which were the chief marts for its produce. The women of Jenne would not be true to their sex if they did not show some marks of coquetry. Those who aim at fashion pass a ring or a glass ornament through the nostrils, whilst their poorer sisters content themselves with a bit of pink silk. During Célie's long stay at Jenne, he was loaded with kindness and attentions by the Moors, to whom he had told the fabulous tale about his birth in Egypt and abduction by the army of occupation. On the 23rd March, the traveller embarked on the Niger for Timbuktu, on which the sheriff, won over by the gift of an umbrella, had obtained a passage for him. He carried with him letters of introduction to the chief persons in Timbuktu. Célie now passed in succession the pretty villages of Kira, Taigsha, Sankagibila, Dibe and Isaka, near to which the river is joined by an important branch, which makes a great bend beyond Sigo, catching sight also of Wanda Kora, Wanga, Korakoila and Kana, finally reaching on the 2nd of April the mouth of the important Lake Debo. Land, says Célie, is visible on every side of this lake except on the west, where it widens out like a vast inland sea. Following its northern coast in a west-northwest direction for a distance of 15 miles, you leave on the left a tongue of level ground, which runs several miles to the south, seeming to bar the passage of the lake and form a kind of strait. Beyond this barrier the lake stretches away out of sight in the west. The barrier I have just described cuts Lake Debo into two parts, the upper and lower. That navigable to boats contains 3 islands and is very wide. It stretches away a short distance on the east and is supplemented by an immense number of huge marshes. One after the other, Célie now passed the fishing village of Gabibai, Tangoon in the Diriman country, a district stretching far away on the east, Kodosa, an important commercial town, Barkonga, Leleb, Garfalo, Barakondi, Tersi, Talbikoila, Salakoila, Kora, Koratu, where the Tuarics exact a toll from passing boats, and finally reached Cabra, built on a height out of reach of the overflowing of the Niger, and serving as the port of Timbuktu. On the 20th, Célie disembarked and started for that city, which he entered at sundown. I at last, cries our hero, saw the capital of the Soudan, which had so long been the goal of my desires. As I entered that mysterious town, an object of curiosity to the civilized nations of Europe, I was filled with indescribable exultation. I never experienced anything like it, and my delight knew no bounds. But I had to moderate my transports, and it was to God alone I confided them. With what earnestness I thanked him for the success which had crowned my enterprise, and the signal protection he had accorded me in so many apparently insurmountable difficulties and perils. My first emotions having subsided, I found that the scene before me by no means came up to my expectations. I had conceived a very different idea of the grandeur and wealth of this town. At first sight, it appeared nothing more than a mass of badly built houses, whilst on every side stretched vast plains of arid, yellowish, shifting sands. The sky was of a dull red colour on the horizon. All nature seemed melancholy. Profound silence prevailed, not so much as the song of a bird was heard. And yet there was something indescribably imposing in the sight of a large town rising up in the midst of the sandy desert, and the beholder cannot but admire the indomitable energy of its founders. I fancy the river formerly passed nearer the town of Timbuktu. It is now 8 miles north of it and 5 of Cabra. View of part of Timbuktu. Facsimile of early engraving. Timbuktu, which is neither so large nor so well populated as Kailié expected, is altogether wanting in animation. There are no large caravans constantly arriving in it as at Djenné, nor are there so many strangers there as in the latter town, whilst the market, held at 3 o'clock in the morning on account of the heat, appears deserted. Timbuktu is inhabited by Kissa Negroes, who seem of mild dispositions and are employed in trade. There is no government and, strictly speaking, no central authority. Each town and village has its own chief. The mode of life is patriarchal. A great many Moorish merchants are settled in the town and rapidly make fortunes there. They receive consignments of merchandise from Adrar, Tafilit, Gat, Ghadames, Algiers, Tunis and Tripoli. To Timbuktu is brought all the salt of the mines of Taudini, packed on camels. It is imported in slabs, bound together by ropes, made from grass in the neighbourhood of Tandeye. Timbuktu is built in the form of a triangle and measures about 3 miles in circumference. The houses are large but not lofty and are built of round bricks. The streets are wide and clean. There are 7 mosques, each surmounted by a square tower, from which the muezzin calls the faithful to prayer. Counting the floating population, the capital of the Soudan does not contain more than from 10 to 12,000 inhabitants. Timbuktu, situated in the midst of a vast plain of shifting white sand, trades in salt only, the soil being quite unsuitable to any sort of cultivation. The town is always full of people who come to exact what they call presents, but what might with more justice be styled forced contributions. It is a public calamity when a Tuareg chief arrives. He remains in the town a couple of months, living with his numerous followers at the expense of the inhabitants until he has wrung costly presents from them. Terror has extended the domination of these wandering tribes over all the neighbouring peoples, whom they rob and pillage without mercy. The Tuareg costume is the same as that of the Arabs, with the exception of the head-dress. Day and night they wear a cotton band which covers the eyes and comes down over the nose, so that they are obliged to raise the head in order to see. The same band goes once or twice round the head and hides the mouth, coming down below the chin, so that the tip of the nose is all that is visible. The Tuaregs are perfect riders, and mounted on first-rate horses or on fleet camels. Each man is armed with a spear, a shield, and a dagger. They are the pirates of the desert, and innumerable are the caravans they have robbed or blackmailed. 4 days after Kailié's arrival at Timbuktu, he heard that a caravan was about to start for Talifit, and as he knew that another would not go for 3 months, fearing detection, he resolved to join this one. It consisted of a large number of merchants and 600 camels. Starting on the 4th of May, 1828, he arrived after terrible sufferings from the heat and a sandstorm in which he was caught at El Arawan, a town of no private resources but important as the emporium for the Taudini salt, exported at sanding on the banks of the Niger, and also as the halting place of caravans from Tafilit, Mogador, Gat, Drat and Tripoli, the merchants here exchanging European wares for ivory, gold, slaves, wax, honey, and Soudan stuffs. On the 19th May the caravan left El Arawan for Morocco by way of the Sahara. To the travellers' usual sufferings from heat, thirst and privations of all kinds was now added the pain of a wound incurred in a fall from his camel. He was also taunted by the Moors, and even by their slaves, who ridiculed his habits and his awkwardness, and even sometimes threw stones at him when his back was turned towards them. Often, says Kailié, one of the Moors would say to me in a contemptuous tone, "You see that slave? Well, I prefer him to you, so you may guess in what esteem I hold you." This insult would be accompanied with roars of laughter. Under these miserable circumstances Kaylier passed the wells of Trarses, in whose vicinity salt is found, also those of Amal Gamil, Amal Taf, El Ekref, surrounded by date trees, wood, willows and rushes, and reached Marabouti and El Harib, districts whose inhabitants are disgustingly dirty in their habits. El Harib lies between two chains of low hills, dividing it from Morocco, to which it is tributary. Its inhabitants, divided into several nomad tribes, employ themselves chiefly in the breeding of camels. They would be rich and contented, but for the ceaseless exactions of the Berber Arabs. On the 12th July the caravan left El Harib, and 11 days later entered the province of Talifit, famous for its majestic date trees. At Gowland, Kaylier was welcomed with some kindness by the Moors, though he was not admitted to their houses, lest the women, who are visible only to the men of their own families, should be seen by the irreverent eyes of a stranger. Kaylier visited the market, which is held 3 times a week near a little village called Boheim, 3 miles from Gowland, and was surprised at the variety of articles exposed for sale in it: vegetables, native fruits, fodder for cattle, poultry, sheep and sea, all in large quantities. Water in leather bottles was carried about for sale to all who cared to drink in the exhausting heat, by men who announced their approach by ringing a small handbell. Moorish and Spanish coins alone passed current. The province of Tafilit contains several large villages and small towns. Gowland, El Ekseba, Sosso, Boheim and Resant, which our traveller visited, contained some 1,200 inhabitants each, all merchants and owners of property. The soil is very productive. Corn, vegetables, dates, European fruits and tobacco are cultivated in large quantities. Among the sources of wealth in Tafilit we may name very fine sheep, whose beautifully white wool makes very pretty coverlets, oxen, first-rate horses, donkeys and mules. As at El Dra, a good many Jews live in the villages together with Mohammedans. They lead a miserable life, go about half naked, and are constantly struck and insulted. Whether brokers, shoemakers, blacksmiths, porters, or whatever their ostensible occupation, they all lend money to the Moors. On the 2nd August the caravan resumed its march, and after passing Faile, Tanayara, Marka, Dayara, Rahaba, El Ayarak, Tamarok, Ain Zeland, El Gim, Gigo and Sapporo, Kaylier arrived at Fez, where he made a short stay, and then pressed on to Rabat, the ancient Saleh. Exhausted by his long march, with nothing to eat but a few dates, obliged to depend on the charity of the Mussulmans, who as often as not declined to give him anything, and finding at Fez no representative of France but an old Jew named Ismail, who acted as consular agent, and who, being afraid of compromising himself, would not let Kaylier embark on a Portuguese brig bound for Gibraltar, the traveller eagerly availed himself of a fortunate chance for going to Tangiers. There he was kindly received by the vice-consul, M. de Laporte, who wrote at once to the commandant of the French station at Cadiz and sent him off bound for that port, disguised as a sailor in a corvette. The landing at Toulon of the young Frenchman fresh from Timbuktu was a very unexpected event in the scientific world. With nothing to aid him but his own invincible courage and patience, he had brought to a satisfactory conclusion an exploit for which the French and English geographical societies had offered large rewards. Alone, without any resources to speak of, without the aid of government or of any scientific society, by sheer force of will, he had succeeded in throwing a flood of new light on an immense tract of Africa. Kaylier was not indeed the first European who had visited Timbuktu. In the preceding year, Major Laing had penetrated into that mysterious city, but he had paid for his expedition with his life, and we shall presently relate the touching details of his fatal trip. Caylier had returned to Europe, and brought back with him the curious journal from which our narrative is taken. It is true his profession of the Mohammedan faith had prevented him from taking astronomical observations, and from making sketches and notes freely, but only at the price of his seeming apostasy could he have passed through the region where the very name of a Christian is held in abhorrence. How many strange observations, how many fresh and exact details did Caylier add to our knowledge of northwest Africa! It had cost Clapperton 2 journeys to traverse Africa from Tripoli to Benin. Caylier had crossed from Senegal to Morocco in 1, but at what a price! How much fatigue, how much suffering, how many privations had the Frenchman endured! Timbuktu was known at last, as well as the new caravan route across the Sahara by way of the oases of Tafilit and El Harib. Was Caylier compensated for his physical and mental sufferings by the aid which the Geographical Society sent to him at once, by the prize of 10,000 francs adjudged to him, by the cross of the Legion of Honour and the fame and glory attached to his name? We suppose he was. He says more than once in his narrative that nothing but his wish to add by his discoveries to the glory of France, his native country, could have sustained him under the trying circumstances and insults to which he was constantly subjected. All honour then to the patient traveller, the sincere patriot, the great discoverer. We have still to speak of the expedition which cost Alexander Gordon Laing his life, but before giving our necessarily brief account, for his journals were all lost, we must say a few words about his early life and an interesting excursion made by him to Timony, Kouran and Sulimana. When he discovered the sources of the Niger, Laing was born in Edinburgh in 1794, entered the English army at the age of 16, and soon distinguished himself. In 1820 he had gained the rank of lieutenant, and was serving as aide-de-camp to Sir Charles Macarthy, then Governor-General of Western Africa. At this time war was raging between Amara, the Mandingo Olmami, and Sanasi, one of his principal chiefs. Trade had never been very flourishing in Sierra Leone, and this state of things dealt it its death blow. Macarthy, anxious to put matters on a better footing, determined to interfere and bring about a reconciliation between the rival chiefs. He decided on sending an embassy to Cambia, on the borders of the Scarcies, and from thence to Malakuri and the Mandingo camp. The enterprising character, intelligence and courage of Laing led to his being chosen by the governor as his envoy, and on the 7th January, 1822, he received instructions to report on the manufactures and topography of the provinces mentioned, and to ascertain the feeling of the inhabitants on the abolition of slavery. A first interview with Uredi, leader of the Sulimana troops accompanying the Olmami, proved that the Negroes of the districts under notice had only the vaguest ideas on European civilization, and that they had had but little intercourse with the whites. Every article of our dress, says Laing, was a subject of admiration. Observing me pull off my gloves, Uredi stared, covered his widely opened mouth with his hands, and at length exclaimed, Allah Akbar. He has pulled the skin off his hands. By degrees, and as he became more familiar, he alternately rubbed down Dr. Mackey's hair and mine, then indulging himself in a loud laugh, he would exclaim, "They are not men, they are not men." He repeatedly asked my interpreter if we had bones. These preliminary excursions, during which Laing ascertained that many Sulimanas owned a good deal of gold and ivory, led to his asking the governor's sanction to explore the districts to the east of the colony, with a view to increasing the trade of Sierra Leone by admitting their productions. McCarthy liked Laing's proposal and submitted it to the council. It was decided that Laing should be authorized to penetrate into Sulemana by the most convenient route for future communications. Laing left Sierra Leone on the 16th April, 1824, and rode up the Roquel River to Rocken, the chief town of Timony. His interview with the King of Rocken was extremely amusing. To do him honour, Laing had a salvo of 10 charges fired as he came into the court in which the reception was to be held. At the noise the king stopped, drew back, darted a furious look at his visitor, and ran away. It was with great difficulty that the cowardly monarch was induced to return. At last he came back, and seating himself with great dignity in his chair of state, he questioned the major. He wished to know, says Laing, why he had been fired at, and was with some difficulty persuaded that it had been done out of honour to him. Why did you point your guns to the ground? That you might see our intention was to show you respect. But the pebbles flew in my face. Why did you not point in the air? Because we feared to burn the thatch on your houses. Well then, give me some rum. Needless to add that the interview became more cordial after the major had complied with this request. The portrait of the Timony monarch deserves a place in our volume for more than one reason. It is a case of ab uno disse omnes. Bar Simra, to quote Laing again, the principal chief or king of this part of the Timony country, is about 90 years of age, with a mottled, shriveled-up skin, resembling in colour that of an alligator more than that of a human being, with dim, greenish eyes far sunk in his head, and a bleached, twisted beard hanging down about 2 feet from his chin. Like the king of the opposite district, he wore a necklace of coral and leopard's teeth, but his mantle was brown and dirty as his skin. His swollen legs, like those of an elephant, were to be observed from under his trousers of baft, which might have been originally white, but from the wear of several years had assumed a greenish appearance. Like his predecessors in Africa, Laing had to go through many discussions about the right of passage through the country and bearers' wages, but thanks to his firmness he managed to escape the extortions of the Negro kings. The chief halting places on the route taken by the major were Toma, where a white man had never before been seen, Balandico, Rochnik, which he ascertained to be situated in N, lat. 8 degrees 30 and W long, 12 degrees 11, Mabimg, beyond a very broad stream flowing north of the Roquel, and Mar Yosso, the chief frontier town of Timony. In Timony, Laing made acquaintance with a singular institution, a kind of Freemasonry known as Pura, the existence of which on the borders of the Rio Nunez had been already ascertained by Caillier. Their power, that of the Pura, says Laing, supersedes even that of the headmen of the districts, and their deeds of secrecy and darkness are as little called in question or inquired into as those of the Inquisition were in Europe in former years. I have endeavoured in vain to trace the origin or cause of formation of this extraordinary association, and have reason to suppose that it is now unknown to the generality of the Timonese, and may possibly be even so to the Pura themselves, in a country where no traditionary records are extant, either in writing or in song. So far as Laing could ascertain, Timony is divided into 3 districts. The chief of each arrogates to himself the title of king. The soil is fairly productive, and rice, yams, guavas, earth nuts, and bananas might be grown in plenty, but for the lazy, vicious, and avaricious character of the inhabitants who vie with each other in roguery. I think, says Laing, that a few hoes, flails, rakes, shovels, and would be very acceptable to them when their respective uses were practically explained, and that they would prove more beneficial both to their interest and ours than the guns, cocked hats, and mountebank coats with which they are at present supplied. In spite of our traveller's philanthropic wish, things have not changed since his time. The Negroes are just as fond of intoxicating drinks, and their petty kings still go about wearing on grand occasions hats the shape of an accordion, and blue coats with copper buttons, with no shirts underneath. The maternal sentiment did not seem to Laing to be very fully developed amongst the people of Timony, for he was twice roundly abused by women for refusing to buy their children of them. A few days later there was a great tumult raised against Laing, the white man who had inflicted a fatal blow on the prosperity of the country by checking its trade. The first town entered in Kuranko was Maboom, and it is interesting to note en passant what Laing says of the activity of the inhabitants. I entered the town about sunset, and received a first impression highly favourable to its inhabitants, who were returning from their respective labours of the day, every individual bearing about him proofs of his industrious occupation. Some had been engaged in preparing the fields for the crops, which the approaching rains were to mature. Others were penning up cattle, whose sleek sides and good condition denoted the richness of their pasturages. The last clink of the blacksmith's hammer was sounding. The weaver was measuring the quantity of cloth he had woven during the day, and the gorange, or worker in leather, was tying up his neatly stained pouches, shoes, knife scabbards, and sea. The work of his handicraft in a large kotaku or bag, while the crier at the mosque, with the melancholy call of Allah Akbar, uttered at measured intervals, summoned the Devots Moslems to their evening devotions. Had a Maril hat or a Henry Regnault transferred to canvas a scene like this, when the dazzling light of the sun is beginning to die away in green and rose tints, might he not aptly name his painting the Retour des Champs, a title so often given to landscapes in our misty climate? This scene, adds Laing, both by its nature and the sentiment which it inspired, formed an agreeable contrast with the noise, confusion, and the dissipation which pervaded a Timony town at the same hour. But one must not trust too much to appearances, and I regret to add that the subsequent conduct of the Kuranko natives did not confirm the good opinion which I had formed of them. The traveller now passed through Kufula, where he was very kindly received, crossed a pleasant undulating district shut in by the Kuranko hills, and halted at Simra, where the chief ordered his Giriot to celebrate in song the arrival of his guest, a welcome neutralized by the fact that the house assigned to Laing let in the rain through its leaky roof, and would not let out the smoke, so that, to use his own words, he was more like a chimney sweeper than the white guest of the king of Simra. Laing afterwards visited the source of the Tongolel, a tributary of the Rokel, and then left Koranko to enter Sulimana. Koranko, into which our traveller did not penetrate beyond the frontier, is of vast extent and divided into a great number of small states. The inhabitants resemble the Mandingos in language and costume, but they are neither so well-looking nor so intelligent. They do not profess Mohammedanism and have implicit confidence in their Grigris. They are fairly industrious, they know how to sew and weave. Their chief object of commerce is rosewood or cam, which they send to the coast. The products of the country are much the same as those of Timony. Comia en Lat, 9 degrees 22, is the first town in Sulimana. Laing then visited Semba, a wealthy and populous city, where he was received by a band of musicians, who welcomed him with a deafening if not harmonious flourish of trumpets, and he finally reached Falaba, the capital of the country. The king received Laying with special marks of esteem. He had assembled a large body of troops whom he passed in review, making them execute various manoeuvres accompanied by the blowing of trumpets, beating of tambourines, and the playing of violins and other native instruments. This fantasia almost deafened the visitor. Then came a number of Giriots who sang of the greatness of the king, the happy arrival of the major, with the fortunate results which were to ensue from his visit for the prosperity of the country and the development of commerce. Laying profited by the king's friendliness to ask his permission to visit the sources of the Niger, but was answered by all manner of objections on the score of the danger of the expedition. At last, however, His Majesty yielded to the persuasions of his visitor, telling him that, as his heart panted after the water, he might go to it. The major had not, however, left Falaba 2 hours before the permission was rescinded, and he had to give up an enterprise which had justly appeared to him of great importance. A few days later he obtained leave to visit the source of the Rokel or Sale Congo, a river of which nothing was known before his time beyond Rocken. From the summit of a lofty rock Laying saw Mount Loma, the highest of the chain of which it forms part. The point, says the traveller, from which the Niger issues, was now shown to me, and appeared to be at the same level on which I stood, viz. 1,600 feet above the level of the Atlantic, the source of the Rokel, which I had already measured, being 1,470 feet. The view from this hill amply compensated for my lacerated feet, having ascertained correctly the situation of Conco-Dugor, and that of the hill upon which I was at this time, the first by observation and the second by account, and having taken the bearings of Loma from both, I cannot err much in laying down its position in 9 degrees 25 N and 9 degrees 45 W. Laying saw Mount Loma. Laying had now spent 3 months in Sulimana and had made many excursions. It is a very picturesque country, in which alternate hills, valleys, and fertile plains, bordered by woods and adorned with thickets of luxuriant trees. The soil is fertile and requires very little cultivation. The harvests are abundant and rice grows well. Oxen, sheep, goats, and a small species of poultry, with a few horses, are the chief domestic animals of the people of Sulimana. The wild beasts, of which there are a good many, are elephants, buffaloes, a kind of antelope, monkeys, and leopards. Falaba, which takes its name from the Falaba River, on which it is situated, is about 1.5 miles long by 1 broad. The houses are closer together than in most African towns, and it contains some 6,000 inhabitants. Its position as a fortified town is well chosen. Built on an eminence in the centre of a plain which is under water in the rainy season, it is surrounded by a very strong wooden palisade, proof against every engine of war except artillery. Strange to say, in Sulimana the occupations of men and women seem to be reversed. The latter work in the fields except at seed time and harvest, build the houses, act as masons, barbers, and surgeons, whilst the men attend to the dairy, milk the cows, sew, and wash the linen. On the 17th September, Laying started on his return journey to Sierra Leone bearing presents from the king, and escorted for several miles by a vast crowd. He finally reached the English colony in safety. Laying's trip through Timony, Coranco, and Sulimana was not without importance. It opened up districts hitherto unknown to Europeans, and introduced us to the manners, occupations, and trade of the people, as well as to the products of the country. At the same time the course was traced, and the source discovered of the roquel, whilst for the first time definite information was obtained as to the sources of the Niger, for although our traveller had not actually visited them, he had gone near enough to determine their position approximately. The results obtained by laying on this journey only fired his ambition for further discoveries. He therefore determined to make his way to Timbuktu. On the 17th June 1825 he embarked at Malta for Tripoli, where he joined a caravan with which Hatita, the Tuareg chief who had made such friends with Lyon, was also travelling as far as Gat. After 2 months' halt at Ghadames, Laying again started in October and reached in Salah, which he places a good deal further west than his predecessors had done. Here he remained from November 1825 to January 1826, and then made his way to the Wadi Ghat, intending to go from thence at once to Timbuktu, making a tour of Lake Jenne or Debi, visiting the Meli country and tracing the Niger to its mouth. He would then have retraced his steps as far as Sakatu, visited Lake Tichad and attempted to reach the hill. Outside Gat the caravan with which Laying was travelling was attacked, some say by Tuaregs, others by Berber Arabs, a tribe living near the Niger. Laying, says Kaylier, who got his information at Timbuktu, was recognized as a Christian and horribly ill-treated. He was beaten with a stick until he was left for dead. I suppose that the other Christian whom they told me was beaten to death was one of the Major's servants. The Moors of Laying's caravan picked him up, and succeeded by dint of great care in recalling him to life. So soon as he regained consciousness, he was placed on his camel, to which he had to be tied. He was too weak to be able to sit up. The robbers had left him nothing. The greater part of his baggage had been rifled. Laying arrived at Timbuktu on the 18th August, 1826, and recovered from his wounds. His convalescence was slow, but he was fortunately spared the extortions of the natives, owing to the letters of introduction he had brought with him from Tripoli and to the sedulous care of his host, a native of that city. According to Kaylier, who quotes this remarkable fact from an old native, Laying retained his European costume and gave out that he had been sent by his master, the King of England, to visit Timbuktu and describe the wonders it contained. It appears, adds the French traveller, that Laying drew the plan of the city in public, for the same Moor told me in his naive and expressive language that he had written the town and everything in it. After a careful examination of Timbuktu, Laying, who had good reason to fear the Tuaregs, paid a visit by night to Cabra and looked down on the waters of the Niger. Instead of returning to Europe by way of the Great Desert, he was very anxious to go past Jenne and Sigo to the French settlements in Senegal, but at the first hint of his purpose to the foolers who crowded to stare at him, he was told that a Nazarene could not possibly be allowed to set foot in their country, and that if he dared attempt it they would make him repent it. Laying was, therefore, driven to go by way of El Arawan, where he hoped to join a caravan of Moorish merchants taking salt to Sansanding. But 5 days after he left Timbuktu, his caravan was joined by a fanatic sheikh named Hamdud Habib, chief of the Zawat tribe, and Laying was at once arrested under pretence of his having entered their country without authorization. The major, being urged to profess Mohammedanism, refused, preferring death to apostasy. A discussion then took place between the sheikh and his hired assassins as to how the victim should be put to death, and finally Laying was strangled by 2 slaves. His body was left unburied in the desert. This was all Kaylier was able to find out when he visited Timbuktu, but 1 year after Major Laying's death. We have supplemented his accounts by a few details gathered from the reports of the Royal Geographical Society, for the traveller's journal and the notes he took are alike lost to us. We have already told how Laing managed to fix pretty accurately the position of the sources of the Niger. We have also described the efforts made by Mungo Park and Clapperton to trace the middle portion of the course of that river. We have now to narrate the journeys made in order to examine its mouth and the lower part of its course. The earliest and most successful was that of Richard Lander, formerly Clapperton's servant. Richard Lander and his brother John proposed to the English government that they should be sent to explore the Niger to its mouth. Their offer was accepted, and they embarked on a government vessel for Badagry, where they arrived on the 19th March 1830. The king of the country, Aduli, of whom Richard Lander retained a friendly remembrance, was in low spirits. His town had just been burnt, his generals and his best soldiers had perished in a battle with the people of Lagos, and he himself had had a narrow escape when his house and all his treasures were destroyed by fire. He determined to retrieve his losses, and to do so at the expense of the travellers, who could not get permission to penetrate into the interior of the country until they had been robbed of their most valuable merchandise, and compelled to sign drafts in payment for a gunboat with 100 men, for 2 puncheons of rum, 20 barrels of powder, and a large quantity of merchandise, which they knew perfectly well would never be delivered by this monarch, who was as greedy of gain as he was drunken. As a matter of course, the natives followed the example of their chief, vied with him in selfishness, greed, and meanness, regarded the English as fair spoil, and fleeced them on every opportunity. At last, on the 31st March, Richard and John Lander succeeded in getting away from Badagry, and preceded by an escort sent in advance by the king, arrived at Katanga on the 13th May, having halted by the way at Wow Wow, a good-sized town, Bidji, where Pierce and Morrison had been taken ill, Jenne, Chow, Egger, all towns visited by Clapperton, Ngua, where Pierce died, Asinara, the first walled city they saw, Bohu, formerly capital of Yariba, Jaguta, Liaguada and Itcho, where there is a famous market, lower course of the Niger, after Lander. At Katanga, according to custom, the travellers halted under a tree before they were received by the king, but being tired of waiting, they presently went to the residence of Ebo, the chief eunuch, and the most influential man about the person of the sovereign. A diabolical noise of cymbals, trumpets, and drums, all played together, announced the approach of the white men, and Mansola, the king, gave them a most hearty welcome, ordering Ebo to behead everyone who should molest them. The Landers, fearful of being detained by Mansola until the rainy season, acted on Ebo's advice, and said nothing about the Niger, but merely spoke of the death of their fellow countryman at Bausa 20 years before, adding that the King of England had sent them to the Sultan of Yayayuri to recover his papers. Although Mansola did not treat the brothers Lander quite as graciously as he had treated Clapperton, he allowed them to go 8 days after their arrival. Of the many details given in the original account of the Landers' journey, of Katanga and the province of Yariba, we will only quote the following. Katanga has by no means answered the expectations we had been led to form of it, either as regards its prosperity or the number of its inhabitants. The vast plain on which it stands, although exceedingly fine, yields in verdure and fertility, and simple beauty of appearance, to the delightful country surrounding the less celebrated city of Bohu. Its market is tolerably well supplied with provisions, which are, however, exceedingly dear. insomuch that, with the exception of disgusting insects, reptiles, and vermin, the lower classes of the people are almost unacquainted with the taste of animal food. Mansola's carelessness and the imbecile cowardice of his subjects had enabled the Felators to establish themselves in Yariba, to entrench themselves in its fortified towns, and to obtain the recognition of their independence, until they became sufficiently strong to assume an absolute sovereignty over the whole country. From Katunga, the landers travelled to Borgu by way of Atupa, Bumbum, a town much frequented by the merchants of Hausa, Borgu, and other provinces trading with Gonya, Kishi, on the frontiers of Yariba, and Mausa, on the river of the same name, beyond which they were met by an escort sent to join them by the Sultan of Borgu. Sultan Yaro received them with many expressions of pleasure and kindness, showing special delight at seeing Richard Lander again. Although he was a convert to Mohammedanism, Yaro evidently put more faith in the superstitions of his forefathers than in his new creed. Fetiches and gris were hung over his door, and in one of his huts there was a square stool, supported on two sides by 4 little wooden effigies of men. The character, manners, and costumes of the people of Borgu differ essentially from those of the natives of Yariba. Perhaps no two people in the universe residing so near each other, says the narrative, differ more widely. Than the natives of Yariba and Borgu, the former are perpetually engaged in trading with each other from town to town. The latter never quit their towns except in case of war or when engaged in predatory excursions. The former are pusillanimous and cowardly, the latter are bold and courageous, full of spirit and energy, and never seem happier than when engaged in martial exercises. The former are generally mild, unassuming, humble, and honest, but cold and passionless. The latter are proud and haughty, too vain to be civil and too shrewd to be honest, yet they appear to understand somewhat of the nature of love and the social affections, are warm in their attachments and keen in their resentments. On the 17th June our travellers at last came in sight of the city of Bausa. Great was their surprise at finding that town on the mainland, and not, as Clapperton had said, on an island in the Niger. They entered Bausa by the western gate, and were almost immediately introduced to the presence of the king and of the Midiki or queen, who told them that they had both that very morning shed tears over the fate of Clapperton. The Niger or Quorra, which flows below the city, was the first object of interest visited by the brothers. This morning, writes the traveller, we visited the far-famed Niger or Quorra, which flows by the city about a mile from our residence, and were greatly disappointed at the appearance of this celebrated river. Bleak, rugged rocks rose abruptly from the centre of the stream, causing strong ripples and eddies on its surface. It is said that, a few miles above Bausa, the river is divided into 3 branches by 2 small, fertile islands, and that it flows from hence in one continued stream to Funda. The Niger here, in its widest part, is not more than a stone's throw across at present. The rock on which we sat overlooks the spot where Mr. Park and his associates met their unhappy fate. Richard Lander made his preliminary inquiries respecting the books and papers belonging to Mungo Park's expedition with great caution, but presently, reassured by the Sultan's kindness, he determined to question him as to the fate of the explorer. Yarrow was, however, too young at the time of the catastrophe to be able to remember what had occurred. It had taken place 2 reigns back, but he promised to have a search instituted for relics of the illustrious traveller. In the afternoon, says Richard Lander, the king came to see us, followed by a man with a book under his arm, which was said to have been picked up in the Niger after the loss of our countrymen. It was enveloped in a large cotton cloth, and our hearts beat high with expectation as the man was slowly unfolding it, for by its size we guessed it to be Mr. Park's journal. But our disappointment and chagrin were great when, on opening the book, we discovered it to be an old nautical publication of the last century. There was then no further hope of recovering Park's journal. On the 23rd June the landers left Bausa, filled with gratitude to the king, who had given them valuable presents and warned them to accept no food, lest it should be poisoned from any but the governors of the places they should pass through. They travelled alongside of the Niger as far as Kagoji, where they embarked in a wretched native canoe, whilst their horses were sent on by land to Yairi. We had proceeded only a few hundred yards, says Richard Lander, when the river gradually widened to 2 miles and continued as far as the eye could reach. It looked very much like an artificial canal, the steep banks confining the water like low walls, with vegetation beyond. In most places the water was extremely shallow, but in others it was deep enough to float a frigate. During the first 2 hours of the day the scenery was as interesting and picturesque as can be imagined. The banks were literally covered with hamlets and villages. Fine trees, bending under the weight of their dark and impenetrable foliage, everywhere relieved the eye from the glare of the sun's rays, and contrasted with the lively verdure of the little hills and plains, produced the most pleasing effect. All of a sudden came a total change of scene. To the banks of dark earth, clay or sand succeeded black, rugged rocks, and that wide mirror which reflected the skies was divided into 1,000 little channels by great sand banks. A little further on the stream was barred by a wall of black rocks with a single narrow opening, through which its waters rushed furiously down. At this place there is a portage above which the Niger flows on, restored to its former breadth, repose and grandeur. After 3 days' navigation, the landers reached a village, where they found horses and men waiting for them, and whence they quickly made their way through a continuously hilly country to the town of Yairi, where they were welcomed by the Sultan, a stout, dirty, slovenly man who received them in a kind of farmyard cleanly kept. The Sultan, who was disappointed that Clapperton had not visited him, and that Richard Lander had omitted to pay his respects on his return journey, was very exacting to his present guests. He would give them none of the provisions they wanted, and did all he could to detain them as long as possible. We may add that food was very dear at Yairi, and that Richard Lander had no merchandise for barter except a quantity of White-Capel sharps, warranted not to cut in the eye, for the very good reason, he tells us, that most of them had no eyes at all, so that they were all but worthless. They were able, however, to turn to account some empty tins which had contained soups. The labels, although dirty and tarnished, were much admired by the natives, one of whom strutted proudly about for some days wearing an empty tin on his head, bearing 4 labels of concentrated essence of meat. The Sultan would not permit the Englishmen to enter Nefei or Bornu, and told them there was nothing for them but to go back to Bausa. Richard Lander at once wrote to the king of that town, asking permission to buy a canoe in which to go to Funda, as the road by land was infested by plundering fellators. At last, on the 26th July, a messenger arrived from the king of Bausa to inquire into the strange conduct of the Sultan of Yairi, and the cause of his detention of the white men. After an imprisonment of 5 weeks, the landers were at last allowed to leave Yairi, which was now almost entirely inundated. The explorers now ascended the Niger to the confluence of the Cubby, and then went down it again to Bausa, where the king, who was glad to see them again, received them with the utmost cordiality. They were, however, detained longer than they liked by the necessity of paying a visit to the king of Wow Wow, as well as by the difficulty of getting a boat. Moreover, there was some delay in the return of the messengers who had been sent by the king of Bausa to the different chiefs on the banks of the river, and lastly, Biken Roi, the dark water, had to be consulted in order to ensure the safety of the travellers in their journey to the sea. On taking leave of the king, the brothers were at a loss to express their gratitude for his kindness and hospitality, his zeal in their cause, and the protection he was ever ready to extend during their stay of nearly 2 months in his capital. The natives showed great regret at losing their visitors, and knelt in the path of the brothers, praying with uplifted hands to their gods on their behalf. Now began the descent of the Niger. A halt had to be made at the island of Melele, whose chief begged the white men to accept a very fine kid. We may be sure they were too polite to refuse it. The landers next passed the large town of Kongi, the Songa of Clapperton, and then Ingwazaliji, the rendezvous of merchants travelling between Noof and the districts northeast of Borgu. Below Ingwazaliji they halted at Patashi, a large fertile island of great beauty, planted with palm groves and magnificent trees. As this place was not far from Wow Wow, Richard Lander sent a message to the king of that town, who, however, declined to deliver the canoe which had been purchased of him. The messenger failing in his purpose, the brothers were compelled themselves to visit the king, but as they expected, they got only evasive answers. They had now no choice if they wished to continue their journey, but to make off with the canoes which had been lent them at Patashi. On the 4th October, after further delays, they resumed their course, and being carried down by the current, were soon out of sight of Lever or Leaba and its wretched inhabitants. The first town the brothers came to was Badjibo, a large and spacious city, which for dirt, noise, and confusion could not be surpassed. Next came Lichi, inhabited by Noof people, and the island of Madge, where the Niger divides into 3 parts. Just beyond, the travellers suddenly found themselves opposite a remarkable rock, 280 feet high, called Mount Kessa, which rises perpendicularly from the centre of the stream. This rock is greatly venerated by the natives, who believe it to be the favourite home of a beneficent genius. Mount Kessa, facsimile of early engraving. At Beli, a little above Rabba, the brothers received a visit from the king of the dark waters, chief of the island of Zagoshi, who appeared in a canoe of great length and unusual cleanliness, decked with scarlet cloth and gold lace. On the same day they reached the town of Zagoshi, opposite Rabba, and the second fell at a town beyond Sakatu. Malamdendo, chief of Zagoshi, was a cousin of Bello. He was a blind and very feeble old man in very bad health, who knew he had but a few years longer to reign, and his one thought was how best to secure the throne to his son. Although he had received very costly presents, Malamdendo was anything but satisfied, and declared that if the travellers did not make him other and more valuable gifts, he would require their guns, pistols, and powder before he allowed them to leave Zagoshi. Richard Lander did not know what to do when the gift of the toubeh or robe of Mungo Park, which had been restored by the king of Bausa, threw Malamdendo into such ecstasies of joy that he declared himself the protector of the Europeans, promised to do all he could to help them to reach the sea, made them a present of several richly coloured plated mats, 2 bags of rice, and a bunch of bananas. These stores came just in time, for the whole stock of cloth, looking-glasses, razors, and pipes was exhausted, and the English had nothing left but a few needles and some silver bracelets as presents for the chiefs on the banks of the Niger. Rabba, says Lander, seen from Zagoshi, appears to be a large, compact, clean and well-built town, though it is unwalled and is not otherwise fenced. It is irregularly built on the slope of a gently rising hill, at the foot of which runs the Niger, and in point of rank, population and wealth, it is the second city in the Felata dominions, Sakatu alone being considered as its superior. It is inhabited by a mixed population of Felatas, Nifians and emigrants and slaves from various countries, and is governed by a ruler who exercises sovereign authority over Rabba and its dependencies, and is styled Sultan or King. Rabba is famous for milk, oil and honey. The market, when our messengers were there, appeared to be well supplied with bullocks, horses, mules, asses, sheep, goats, and abundance of poultry. Rice and various sorts of corn, cotton cloth, indigo, saddles and bridles made of red and yellow leather, besides shoes, boots and sandals, were offered for sale in great plenty. Although we observed about 200 slaves for sale, none had been disposed of when we left the market in the evening. Rabba is not very famous for the number or variety of its artificers, and yet in the manufacture of mats and sandals it is unrivalled. However, in all other handicrafts, Rabba yields to Zagoshi. The industry and love of labour displayed by the people of the latter town were an agreeable surprise in this lazy country. Its inhabitants, who are hospitable and obliging, are protected by the situation of their island against the Felatas. They are independent too, and recognize no authority but that of the King of the Dark Waters, whom they obey because it is to their interest to do so. On the 16th October, the landers at last started in a wretched canoe, for which the king had made them pay a high price, with paddles they had stolen, because no one would sell them any. This was the first time they had been able to embark on the Niger without help from the natives. They went down the river, whose width varies greatly, avoiding large towns as much as possible, for they had no means of satisfying the extortions of the chiefs. No incident of note occurred before Ega was reached, if we except a terrible storm which overtook the travellers when, unable to land in the marshes bordering the river, they had allowed their boat to drift with the current, and during which they were all but upset by the hippopotami playing about on the surface of the water. All this time the Niger flowed in an east direction, now 8, now only 2 miles in width. The current was so rapid that the boat went at the rate of 4 or 5 miles an hour. They were all but upset. On the 19th October the landers passed the mouth of the Caledonia, which Richard had crossed near Cutup on his first expedition, and a little later they came in sight of Ega. The landing place was soon reached by way of a bay encumbered with an immense number of large and heavy canoes full of merchandise, with the prows daubed with blood and covered with feathers, as charms against thieves. The chief, to whom the travellers were at once conducted, was an old man with a long white beard, whose appearance would have been venerable and patriarchal had he not laughed and played in quite a childish manner. The natives assembled in hundreds to see the strange-looking visitors, and the latter had to place 3 men as sentinels outside their door to keep the curious at a distance. Square stool belonging to the King of Bornu. Facsimile of early engraving. Lander says that Benin and Portuguese cloths are sold at Ega by many of its inhabitants, so that it would appear that some kind of communication is kept up between the seacoast and this place. The people are very speculative and enterprising, and numbers of them employ all their time solely in trading up and down the Niger. They live entirely in their canoes, over which they have a shed that answers completely every purpose for which it is intended, so that, in their constant peregrinations, they have no need of any other dwelling or shelter than that which their canoes afford them. Their belief, says Lander, that we possessed the power of doing anything we wished was at first amusing enough, but their importunities went so far that they became annoying. They applied to us for charms to avert wars and other national calamities, to make them rich, to prevent the crocodiles from carrying off the people, and for the chief of the fishermen to catch a canoe-load of fish every day, each request being accompanied with some sort of present, such as country beer, gora nuts, cocoa nuts, lemons, yams, rice, and sea, in quantity proportionate to the value of their request. The curiosity of the people to see us is so intense that we dare not stir out of doors, and therefore we are compelled to keep our door open all day long for the benefit of the air, and the only exercise which we can take is by walking round and round our hut like wild beasts in a cage. The people stand gazing at us with visible emotions of amazement and terror. We are regarded, in fact, in just the same light as the fiercest tigers in Europe. If we venture to approach too near the doorway, they rush backwards in a state of the greatest alarm and trepidation. But when we are at the opposite side of the hut, they draw as near as their fears will permit them, in silence and caution. Eger is a town of vast extent, and its population must be immense. Like all the towns on the banks of the Niger, it is inundated every year. We can but conclude that the natives have their own reasons for building their houses in situations which, in our eyes, are alike so inconvenient and unhealthy. Perhaps it may be because the soil of the surrounding districts consists of a black greasy mould of extraordinary fertility, supplying all the necessaries of life at the cost of very little trouble. Although the king of Eger looked more than 100 years old, he was very gay and light-hearted. The chief people of the town met in his hut and spent whole days in conversation. This company of greybeards, for they are all old, laugh so heartily at the sprightliness of their own wit that it is an invariable practice, when anyone passes by, to stop and listen outside, and they add to their noisy merriment so much goodwill that we hear nothing from the hut in which the aged group are revelling during the day but loud peals of laughter and shouts of applause. One day the old chief wished to show off his accomplishments of singing and dancing, expecting to astonish his visitors. He frisked, says Lander, beneath the burden of 50, and shaking his hoary locks, capered over the ground to the manifest delight of the bystanders, whose plaudits, though confined as they always are to laughter, yet tickled the old man's fancy to that degree that he was unable to keep up his dance any longer without the aid of a crutch. With its assistance he hobbled on a little while, but his strength failed him. He was constrained for the time to give over, and he set himself down at our side on the threshold of the hut. He would not acknowledge his weakness to us for the world, but endeavoured to pant silently and suppress loud breathings that we might not hear him. How ridiculous, yet how natural is this vanity! He made other unavailing attempts to dance, and also made an attempt to sing, but nature would not second his efforts, and his weak piping voice was scarcely audible. The singers, dancers, and musicians continued their noisy mirth, till we were weary of looking at and listening to them, and as bedtime was drawing near, we desired them to depart, to the infinite regret of the frivolous but merry old chief. Malamdendo, however, tried to dissuade the English from continuing the descent of the river. Eger, he said, was the last Noof town. The power of the Felatters extended no further, and between it and the sea dwelt none but savage and barbarous races, always at war with each other. These rumours and the stories told by the natives to the landers' people of the danger they would run of being murdered or sold as slaves so terrified the latter that they refused to embark, declaring their intention of going back to Cape Coast Castle by the way that they came. Thanks to the firmness of the brothers, this mutiny was quelled, and on the 22nd October the explorers left Eger, firing a parting salute of 3 musket shots. A few miles further down, a seagull flew over their heads, a sure sign that they were approaching the sea, and with it appeared all but certain the end of their wearisome journey. Several small and wretched villages, half under water, and a large town at the foot of a mountain, which looked ready to overwhelm it, the name of which the travellers could not learn, were passed in succession. They met a great number of canoes built like those on the Bonny and Calabar rivers. The crews stared in astonishment at the white men whom they dared not address. The low marshy banks of the Niger were now gradually exchanged for loftier, richer, and more fertile districts. Kakunda, where the people of Eger had recommended Lander to halt, is on the western bank of the river. From a distance its appearance is singularly picturesque. The natives were at first alarmed at the appearance of the travellers. An old Malam acting as Mohammedan priest and schoolmaster took them under his protection, and, thanks to him, the brothers received a warm welcome in the capital of the independent kingdom of Newfay. The information collected in this town, or rather in this group of 4 villages, coincided with that obtained at Eger. Richard Lander therefore resolved to make the rest of the voyage by night, and to load his 4 remaining guns and 2 pistols with balls and shot. To the great astonishment of the natives, who could not understand such contempt of danger, the explorers left Kakunda with 3 loud cheers, committing their cause to the hands of God. They passed several important towns, which they avoided. The river now wound a great deal, flowing from the south to southeast, and then to the southwest between lofty hills. On the 25th October, the English found themselves opposite the mouth of a large river. It was the Teachada or Benue. At its junction with the Niger is an important town called Kutum Curafi. After a narrow escape from being swallowed up in a whirlpool and crushed against the rocks, Lander, having found a suitable spot showing signs of habitation, determined to land. That this place had been visited a little time previously was proved by 2 burnt-out fires with some broken calabashes, fragments of earthenware vessels, cocoa-nut shells, staves of powder barrels and which the travellers picked up with some emotion, for they proved that the natives had had dealings with Europeans. Some women ran away out of a village which 3 of Lander's men entered with a view to get the materials for a fire. The exhausted explorers were resting on mats when they were suddenly surrounded by a crowd of half-naked men, armed with guns, bows and arrows, cutlasses, iron barbs and spears. The coolness and presence of mind of the brothers alone averted a struggle, the issue of which could not be dubious. As we approached, says Lander, we made all the signs and motions we could with our arms to deter the chief and his people from firing on us. His quiver was dangling at his side, his bow was bent, and an arrow which was pointed at our breasts already trembled on the string when we were within a few yards of his person. This was a highly critical moment. The next might be our last. But the hand of Providence averted the blow, for just as the chief was about to pull the fatal cord, a man that was nearest him rushed forward and stayed his arm. At that instant we stood before him and immediately held forth our hands. All of them trembled like aspen leaves. The chief looked up full in our faces, kneeling on the ground. Light seemed to flash from his dark, rolling eyes. His body was convulsed all over, as though he were enduring the utmost torture, and with a timorous yet undefinable expression of countenance, in which all the passions of our nature were strangely blended, he drooped his head, eagerly grasped our proffered hands, and burst into tears. This was a sign of friendship. Harmony followed, and war and bloodshed were thought of no more. It was happy for us that our white faces and calm behaviour produced the effect it did on these people. In another minute our bodies would have been as full of arrows as a porcupine's is full of quills. "I thought you were children of heaven fallen from the skies," said the chief, in explanation of this sudden change. This scene took place in the famous market town of Bokwa, of which the travellers had so often heard, whither the people come up from the coast to exchange the merchandise of the whites for slaves brought in large numbers from Funda, on the opposite bank. The information obtained at Bokwa was most satisfactory. The sea was only 10 days' journey off. There was no danger in going down the river, the chief said, though the people on the banks were a bad lot. Following the advice of this chief, the travellers passed the fine town of Atta without stopping, and halted at Abagarka, where the river divides into several branches, and whose chief showed insatiable greed. Refusing to halt at several villages, whose inhabitants begged for a sight of the white strangers, they were finally obliged to land at the village of Damugo, where a little man wearing a waistcoat which had once formed part of a uniform hailed them in English, crying out, "Halloa ho, you English, come here." He was an emissary from the king of Boni come to buy slaves for the master. The chief of Damugo, who had never before seen white men, received the explorers very kindly, held public rejoicings in their honour, and detained them with constant fêtes until the 4th November. Although the fetich consulted by him presaged that they would meet with 1,000 dangers before reaching the sea, this monarch supplied them with an extra canoe, some rowers and a guide. Grave par e Moriu, the sinister predictions of the fetich were soon fulfilled. John and Richard Lander were embarked in different boats. As they passed a large town called Curry, they were stopped by war canoes, each containing 40 men wearing European clothes, minus the trousers. Each canoe carried what at first sight appeared to be the Union Jack flying from a long bamboo cane fixed in the stern. A 4 or 6 pounder was lashed to each prow, and every black sailor was provided with a musket. The 2 brothers were taken to Curry, where a palaver was held upon their fate. Fortunately, the Malams or Mohammedan priests interfered in their favour, and some of their property was restored to them, but the best part had gone to the bottom of the river with John Lander's canoe. "To my great satisfaction," says Lander, "I immediately recognised the box containing our books and one of my brother's journals. The medicine chest was by its side, but both were filled with water. A large carpet bag containing all our wearing apparel was lying cut open, and deprived of its contents, with the exception of a shirt, a pair of trousers, and a waistcoat. Many valuable articles which it had contained were gone. The whole of my journal, with the exception of a notebook with remarks from Rabba to this place, was lost. 4 guns, one of which had been the property of the late Mr. Park, 4 cutlasses and 2 pistols were gone. 9 elephants' tusks, the finest I had seen in the country, which had been given us by the kings of Wow Wow and Bausa. A quantity of ostrich feathers, some handsome leopard skins, a great variety of seeds, all our buttons, cowries, and needles, which were necessary for us to purchase provisions with, all were missing and said to have been sunk in the river. This was like going down in port. After crossing Africa from Badagry to Bausa, escaping all the dangers of navigating the Niger, getting free from the hands of so many rapacious chiefs, to be shipwrecked 6 days' journey from the sea, to be made slaves of or condemned to death just on the eve of making known to Europe the results of so many sufferings endured, so many dangers escaped, so many obstacles happily surmounted. To have traced the course of the Niger from Bausa, to be on the point of determining the exact position of its mouth, and then to find themselves stopped by wretched pirates was really too much, and bitter indeed were the reflections of the brothers during the interminable palaver upon their fate, although their stolen property was partially restored to them, and the Negro who had begun the attack upon them was condemned to be beheaded. The brothers were none the less regarded as prisoners, and they were marched off to Obi, king of the country, who would decide what was to be done with them. It was evident that the robbers were not natives of the country, but had only entered it with a view to pillage. They probably counted on trading in 2 or 3 such market towns as Curry, if they did not meet with any boats, but such as were too strong to be plundered. For the rest, all the tribes of this part of the Niger seemed to be at daggers drawn with each other, and the trade in provisions was carried on under arms. After 2 days' row the canoes came in sight of Ibo, at a spot where the stream divides into 3 rivers of great width, with marshy level banks covered with palm trees. An hour later one of the boatmen, a native of Ibo, cried, "There is my country." Here fresh difficulties awaited the travellers. Obi, king of Ibo, a young man with a refined and intelligent countenance, received the white men with cordiality. His dress, which reminded his visitors of that of the king of Yariba, was adorned with such a quantity of coral that he might have been called the Coral King. Obi seemed to be affected by the account the English gave of the struggle in which they had lost all their merchandise, but the aid he gave them was by no means proportioned to the warmth of the sentiments which he expressed. Indeed, he let them all but die of hunger. The Ibo people, says the narrative, like most Africans, are extremely indolent, and cultivate yams, Indian corn, and plantains only. They have abundance of goats and fowls, but few sheep are to be seen and no bullocks. The city, which has no other name than the Ibo country, is situated on an open plain. It is immensely large, contains a vast population, and is the capital of a kingdom of the same name. It has for a series of years been the principal slave mart for native traders from the coast, between the Bonny and Old Calabar rivers, and for the production of its palm oil it has obtained equal celebrity. Hundreds of men from the rivers mentioned above come up for the purpose of trade, and numbers of them are at present residing in canoes in front of the town. Most of the oil purchased by Englishmen at the Bonny and adjacent rivers is brought from thence, as are nearly all the slaves which are annually exported from those places by the French, Spaniards and Portuguese. It has been told us by many that the Ibo people are confirmed anthropophagi, and this opinion is more prevalent among the tribes bordering on that kingdom than with the natives of more remote districts. From what the travellers could learn, it was pretty certain that Obi would not let them go without exacting a considerable ransom. He may doubtless have been driven to this by the importunity of his favourites, but it was more likely the result of the greed of the people of Bonny and Brass, who quarrelled as to which tribe should carry off the English to their country. A son of the chief of Bonny, King Pepper, a native named Gun, brother of King Boy, and their father King Forday, who with King Jacket governed the whole of the Brass country, were the most eager in their demands, and produced as proofs of their honourable intentions the testimonials given to them by the European captains with whom they had business relations. One of these documents, signed James Dow, captain of the brig Susan of Liverpool, and dated from the most important river of the Brass Country, September 1830, ran thus: Captain Dow states that he never met with a set of greater scoundrels than the natives generally, and the pilots in particular. It goes on in a similar strain, heaping curses upon the natives, and charging them with having endeavoured to wreck Dow's vessel at the mouth of the river, with a view to dividing his property amongst them. King Jacket was designated as an arrant rogue and a desperate thief. Boy was the only one of common honesty or trustworthiness. After an endless palaver, Obi declared that according to the laws and customs of the country he had a right to look upon the landers and their people as his property, but that, not wishing to abuse his privileges, he would set them free in exchange for the value of 20 slaves in English merchandise. This decision, which Richard Lander tried in vain to shake, plunged the brothers into the depths of despair, a state of mind soon succeeded by an apathy and indifference so complete that they could not have made the faintest effort to recover their liberty. Add to these mental sufferings the physical weakness to which they were reduced by want of food, and we shall have some idea of their state of prostration. Without resources of any kind, robbed of their needles, cowries, and merchandise, they were reduced to the sad necessity of begging their bread. But we might as well have addressed our petitions to the stones or trees, says Lander. We might have spared ourselves the mortification of a refusal. We never experienced a more stinging sense of our own humbleness and imbecility than on such occasions, and never had we greater need of patience and lowliness of spirit. In most African towns and villages we have been regarded as demigods, and treated in consequence with universal kindness, civility, and veneration. But here, alas, what a contrast! We are classed with the most degraded and despicable of mankind, and are become slaves in a land of ignorance and barbarism, whose savage natives have treated us with brutality and contempt. It was Boy who finally achieved the rescue of the Landers, for he consented to pay to Obi the ransom he demanded for them and their people. Boy himself was very moderate, asking for nothing in return for his trouble and the risk he ran in taking the white men to Brass, but 15 bars or 15 slaves and a barrel of rum. Although this demand was exorbitant, Lander did not hesitate to write an order on Richard Lake, captain of an English vessel at anchor in Brass River, for 36 bars. The king's canoe on which the brothers embarked on the 12th November carried 60 persons, 40 of whom were rowers. It was hollowed out of a single tree trunk, measured more than 50 feet long, carried a 4-pounder, in the prow an arsenal of cutlasses and grape shot, and was laden with merchandise of every kind. The vast tracts of cultivated land on either side of the river showed that the population was far more numerous than would have been supposed. The scenery was flat, open, and varied, and the soil, a rich black mould, produced luxuriant trees and green shrubs of every shade. At 7 p.m. on the 11th November the canoe left the chief branch of the Niger and entered the Brass River. An hour later Richard Lander recognized with inexpressible delight tidal waves. It was hollowed out of a single tree trunk. A little farther on Boy's canoe came up with those of Gunn and Forday. The latter was a venerable-looking old man, in spite of his wretched semi-European semi-native clothing, and a very strong predilection for rum, of which he consumed a great quantity, although his manners and conversation betrayed no signs of excessive drinking. That was a strange escort which accompanied the two Englishmen as far as the town of Brass. The canoes, says Lander, were following each other up the river in tolerable order, each of them displaying 3 flags. In the first was King Boy, standing erect and conspicuous, his headdress of feathers waving with the movements of his body, which had been chalked in various fantastic figures, rendered more distinct by its natural colour. His hands were resting on the barbs of 2 immense spears, which at intervals he darted violently into the bottom of the canoe, as if he were in the act of killing some formidable wild animal under his feet. In the bows of all the other canoes fetish priests were dancing, and performing various extraordinary antics, their persons, as well as those of the people with them, being chalked over in the same manner as that of King Boy. And to crown the whole, Mr. Gunn, the little military gentleman, was most actively employed, his canoe now darting before and now dropping behind the rest, adding not a little to the imposing effect of the whole scene by the repeated discharges of his cannon. Brass consists of 2 towns, one belonging to Forday, the other to King Jacket. The priests performed some curious ceremonies before disembarking, evidently having reference to the whites. Was the result of the consultation of the fetish of the town favourable or not to the visitors? The way the natives treated them would answer that question. Before he set foot on land, Richard Lander, to his great delight, recognised a white man on the banks. He was the captain of a Spanish schooner at anchor in the river. The narrative goes on to say, "Of all the wretched, filthy, and contemptible places in this world of ours none can present to the eye of a stranger so miserable an appearance, or can offer such disgusting and loathsome sights, as this abominable Brass town. Dogs, goats, and other animals run about the dirty streets half-starved, whose hungry looks can only be exceeded by the famishing appearance of the men, women, and children, which bespeaks the penury and wretchedness to which they are reduced, whilst the persons of many of them are covered with odious boils, and their huts are falling to the ground from neglect and decay." Another place, called Pilot Town by the Europeans, on account of the number of pilots living in it, is situated at the mouth of the river Nun, 70 miles from Brass. King Forday demanded 4 bars before the Landers left the town, saying it was customary for every white man who came to Brass by the river to make that payment. It was impossible to evade compliance, and Lander drew another bill on Captain Lake. At this price, Richard Lander obtained permission to go down in Boy's royal canoe to the English brig stationed at the mouth of the river. His brother and his servants were not to be set free until the return of the king. On his arrival on the brig, Lander's astonishment and shame was extreme when he found that Lake refused to give him any help whatever. The instructions given to the brothers from the ministry were read to prove that he was not an impostor, but the captain answered, "If you think that you have a fool to deal with, you are mistaken. I'll not give a flint for your bill. I would not give a for it." Overwhelmed with grief at such unexpected behaviour from a fellow countryman, Richard Lander returned to Boy's canoe, not knowing to whom to apply, and asked his escort to take him to Bonny, where there were a number of English vessels. The king refused to do this, and the explorer was obliged to try once more to move the captain, begging him to give him at least 10 muskets, which might possibly satisfy Forday. "I have told you already," answered Lake, "that I will not let you have even a flint, so bother me no more. But I have a brother and 8 people at Brass Town," rejoined Lander, "and if you do not intend to pay King Boy, at least persuade him to bring them here, or else he will poison or starve my brother before I can get any assistance from a man-of-war and sell all my people." "If you can get them on board," replied the captain, "I will take them away. But as I have told you before, you do not get a flint from me." At last Lander persuaded Boy to go back and fetch his brother and his people. The king at first declined to do so without receiving some payment on account, and it was only with difficulty that he was induced to forego this demand. When Lake found out that Lander's servants were able-bodied men, who could replace the sailors he had lost by death or who were down with fever, he relented a little. This yielding mood did not, however, last long, for he declared that if John and his people did not come in 3 days he would start without them. In vain did Richard prove to him beyond a doubt that if he did so the white men would be sold as slaves. The captain would not listen to him, only answering, "I can't help it, I shall wait no longer." Such inhumanity as this is fortunately very rare, and a wretch who could thus insult those not merely his equals, but so much his superiors, ought to be pilloried. At last, on the 24th November, after weathering a strong breeze which made the passage of the bar very rough and all but impossible, John Lander arrived on board. He had had to bear a good many reproaches from Boy, for whom, it must be confessed, there was some excuse. For had he not at his own cost rescued the brothers and their people from slavery, brought them down in his own canoe, and fed them, although very badly, all on the strength of their promise to pay him with as much beef and rum as he could consume? Whereas he was, after all, roughly received by Lake, told that his advances would never be refunded, and treated as a thief. Certainly he had cause to complain, and anyone else would have made his prisoners pay dearly for the disappointment of so many hopes, and the loss of so much money. For all this, however, Boy brought John Lander safely to the brig. Captain Lake received the traveller pretty cordially, but declared his intention of making the king go back without so much as an obolus. Poor Boy was full of the most gloomy forebodings. His haughty manner was exchanged for an air of deprecating humility. An abundant meal was placed before him, but he scarcely touched it. Richard Lander, disgusted with the stinginess and bad faith of Lake, and unable to keep his promises, ransacked all his possessions, and finding at last 5 silver bracelets and a sabre of native manufacture, which he had brought from Yariba, he offered these to Boy, who accepted them. Finally, the king screwed up courage enough to make his demand to the captain, who, in a voice of thunder which it was difficult to believe could have come from such a feeble body, declined to accede to it, enforcing his refusal with a shower of oaths and threats, such as made Boy, who saw, moreover, that the vessel was ready to sail, beat a hasty retreat, and hurry off to his canoe. Thus ended the vicissitudes of the brothers Lander's journey. They were in some danger in crossing the bar, but that was their last. They reached Fernando Po, and then the Calabar River, where they embarked on the Carnarvon for Rio Janeiro, at which port Admiral Baker, then commanding the station, got them a passage on board a transport ship. On the 9th June they disembarked at Portsmouth. Their first care, after sending an account of their journey to Lord Goderich, then Colonial Secretary, was to inform that official of the conduct of Captain Lake, conduct which was of a nature to compromise the credit of the English government. Orders were at once given by the minister for the payment of the sums agreed upon, which were perfectly just and reasonable. Thus was completely and finally solved the geographical problem which had for so many centuries occupied the attention of the civilized world, and been the subject of so many different conjectures. The Niger, or as the natives call it, the Jaliba or Quorra, is not connected with the Nile, and does not lose itself in the desert sands or in the waters of Lake Tchad. It flows in a number of different branches into the ocean on the coast of the Gulf of Guinea at the point known as Cape Formosa. The entire glory of this discovery, foreseen though it was by scientific men, belongs to the brothers Lander. The vast extent of country traversed by the Niger between Yaouré and the sea was completely unknown before their journey. So soon as the discoveries made by Lander became known in England, several merchants formed themselves into a company for developing the resources of the new districts. In July 1832 they equipped 2 steamers, the Quorra and Alberca, which, under the command of Messrs. Laird, Oldfield and Richard Lander, appended the Niger as far as Bokwa. The results of this commercial expedition were deplorable. Not only was there absolutely no trade to be carried on with the natives, but the crews of the vessels were decimated by fever. Finally, Richard Lander, who had so often gone up and down the river, was mortally wounded by the natives on the 27th January, 1834, and died on the morning of 5th February at Fernando Po. To complete our account of the exploration of Africa during the period under review, we have still to speak of the various surveys of the valley of the Nile, the most important of which were those by Cailliaud, Russeger and Ruppel. Frederick Cailliaud was born at Nantes in 1787 and arrived in Egypt in 1815, having previously visited Holland, Italy, Sicily, part of Greece and European or Asiatic Turkey, where he traded in precious stones. His knowledge of geology and mineralogy won for him a cordial reception from Mehemet Ali, who immediately on his arrival commissioned him to explore the course of the Nile and the desert. This first trip resulted in the discovery of emerald mines at Labara, mentioned by Arab authors, which had been abandoned for centuries. In the excavations in the mountain Cailliaud found the lamps, crowbars, ropes and tools used in working these mines by men in the employ of Ptolemy. Near the quarries the traveller discovered the ruins of a little town, which was probably inhabited by the ancient miners. To prove the reality of his valuable discovery, he took back 10 pounds weight of emeralds to Mehemet Ali. Another result of this journey was the discovery by the French explorer of the old road from Coptos to Berenice for the trade of India. From September 1819 to the end of 1832, Cailliaud, accompanied by a former midshipman named Letorzec, was occupied in exploring all the known oases east of Egypt and in tracing the Nile to 10 degrees N. Lat. On his first journey he reached Wadi Halfa, and for his second trip he made that place his starting point. A fortunate accident did much to aid his researches. This was the appointment of Ismail Pacha, son of Mehemet Ali, to the command of an expedition to Nubia. To this expedition Cailliaud attached himself. Leaving Dareo in November 1820, Cailliaud arrived on the 5th January in the ensuing year at Dongola and reached Mount Barker in the Chagai country, where are a vast number of ruins of temples, pyramids and other monuments. The fact of this district bearing the name of Meror had given rise to an opinion that in it was situated the ancient capital of Ethiopia. Cailliaud was enabled to show this to be erroneous. View of a Meror temple, facsimile of early engraving, the French explorer, accompanying Ismail Pacha in the character of a mineralogist beyond Berber on a quest for gold mines, arrived at Shendi. He then went with Letorzec to determine the position of the junction of the Atbara with the Nile, and at a Sawa not far from 17 degrees N. Lat. He discovered the ruins of an extensive ancient town. It was Merore, pressing on in a southerly direction between the 15th and 16th degrees of N. Lat. Cailliaud next identified the mouth of the Bahr el Abiad or White Nile, visited the ruins of Saba, the mouth of the Rahad, the ancient Estasaba, Sennar, the river Galogo, the Fazul country and the Taumat, a tributary of the Nile, finally reaching the Singh country between the two branches of the river. Cailliaud was the first explorer to penetrate from the north so near to the equator. Brown had turned back at 16 degrees 10, Bruce at 11 degrees. To Cailliaud and Letorzec we owe many observations on latitude and longitude, some valuable remarks on the variation of the magnetic needle, and details of the climate, temperature and nature of the soil, together with a most interesting collection of animals and botanical specimens. Lastly, the travellers made plans of all the monuments beyond the Second Cataract. The Second Cataract of the Nile. The two Frenchmen had preluded their discoveries by an excursion to the oasis of Siwa. At the end of 1819 they left Fayum with a few companions and entered the Libyan desert. In 15 days, and after a brush with the Arabs, they reached Siwa, having on their way taken measurements of every part of the temple of Jupiter Ammon, and determined, as Brown had done, its exact geographical position. A little later a military expedition was sent to this same oasis, in which Drovty collected new and very valuable documents, supplementing those obtained by Cailliaud and Letorzec. They afterwards visited successively the oasis of Falafel, never before explored by a European, that of Dakel, and Karg, the chief place of the Theban oasis. The documents collected on this journey were sent to France, to the care of M. Jomard, who founded on them his work called Voyage à l'Oasis de Siwa. Temple of Jupiter Ammon. A few years later Edward Ruppel devoted 7 or 8 years to the exploration of Nubia, Sennar, Kordofan, and Abyssinia in 1824. He ascended the White Nile for more than 60 leagues above its mouth. Lastly, in 1836 to 1838, Joseph Russegger, superintendent of the Austrian mines, visited the lower portion of the course of the Bahr el Abiad. This official journey was followed by the important and successful surveys afterwards made by order of Mehemet Ali in the same regions. Chapter 9. The decipherment of cuneiform inscriptions and the study of Assyrian remains up to 1840, ancient Iran and the Avesta, the survey of India and the study of Hindustani, the exploration and measurement of the Himalaya mountains, the Arabian Peninsula, Syria and Palestine, Central Asia and Alexander von Humboldt, Pike at the sources of the Mississippi, Arkansas, and Red River, Major Long's 2 expeditions, General Cass, Schoolcraft at the sources of the Mississippi, the exploration of New Mexico, archaeological expeditions in Central America, scientific expeditions in Brazil, Spix and Martin, Prince Maximilian of Wide Neuwied, Daubigny and American Man. Although the discoveries which we are now to relate are not strictly speaking geographical, they nevertheless throw such a new light on several early civilizations, and have done so much to extend the domain of history and ideas, that we are compelled to dedicate a few words to them. The reading of cuneiform inscriptions and the decipherment of hieroglyphics are events so important in their results. They reveal to us so vast a number of facts hitherto unknown, or distorted in the more or less marvellous narratives of the ancient historians Diodorus, Ctesias and Herodotus, that it is impossible to pass over scientific discoveries of such value in silence. Thanks to them, we form an intimate acquaintance with a whole world, with an extremely advanced civilization, with manners, habits and customs differing essentially from our own. How strange it seems to hold in our hands the accounts of the steward of some great lord or governor of a province, or to read such romances as those of Setna and the two brothers, or stories such as that of the predestined prince. Those buildings of vast proportions, those superb temples, magnificent hypogea and sculptured obelisks, were once nothing more to us than sumptuous monuments, but now that the inscriptions upon them have been read, they relate to us the life of the kings who built them, and the circumstances of their erection. How many names of races not mentioned by Greek historians, how many towns now lost, how many of the smallest details of the religion, art, and daily life, as well as of the political and military events of the past, are revealed to us by the hieroglyphic and cuneiform inscriptions. Not only do we now see into the daily life of these ancient peoples, of whom we had formerly but a very superficial knowledge, but we get an idea even of their literature. The day is perhaps not far distant when we shall know as much of the life of the Egyptians in the 18th century, before Christ, as that of our forefathers in the 17th and 18th centuries of our own era. Carsten Niebuhr was the first to make and bring to Europe an exact and complete copy of inscriptions at Persepolis in an unknown character. Many attempts had been made to explain them, but all had been vain, until in 1802 Grootveld, the learned Hanoverian philologist, succeeded, by an inspiration of genius, in solving the mystery in which they were enveloped. Truly these cuneiform characters were strange and difficult to decipher. Imagine a collection of nails variously arranged and forming groups horizontally placed. What did these groups signify? Did they represent sounds and articulations, or, like the letters of our alphabet, complete words? Had they the ideographic value of Chinese written characters? What was the language hidden in them? These were the problems to be solved. It appeared probable that the inscriptions brought from Persepolis were written in the language of the ancient Persians, but Rask, Bopp, and Lassen had not yet studied the Iranian idioms and proved their affinity with Sanskrit. It would be beyond our province to give an account of the ingenious deductions, the skillful guesses, and the patient groping through which Grootveld finally achieved the recognition of an alphabetic system of writing, and succeeded in separating from certain groups of words what he believed to be the names of Darius and Xerxes, thus attaining a knowledge of several letters, by means of which he made out other words. It is enough for us to say that the key was found by him, and to others was left the task of completing and perfecting his work. More than 30 years passed by, however, before any notable progress was made in these studies. It was our learned fellow countryman Eugene Burnouf who gave them a decided impulse. Turning to account his knowledge of Sanskrit and Zend, he found that the language of the inscriptions of Persepolis was but a Zend dialect used in Bactriana, which was still spoken in the 6th century B.C., and in which the books of Zoroaster were written. Burnouf's pamphlet bears date 1836. At the same period Lassen, a German scholar of Bonn, came to the same conclusion on the same grounds. The inscriptions already discovered were soon all deciphered, and with the exception of a few signs on the meaning of which scholars were not quite agreed, the entire alphabet became known. But the foundations alone were laid. The building was still far from finished. The Persepolitan inscriptions appeared to be repeated in 3 parallel columns. Might not this be a triple version of the same inscription in the 3 chief languages of the Achaemenian Empire, namely, the Persian, Median, and Assyrian or Babylonian? This guess proved correct, and owing to the decipherment of one of the inscriptions, a test was obtained, and the same plan was followed as that of Champollion with regard to the Rosetta Stone, on which was the trilingual inscription in Greek, demotic or enchorial, and hieroglyphic characters. In the second and third inscriptions were recognized Syro-Chaldee, which, like Hebrew, Himyaric, and Arabic, belonged to the Semitic group, and a third idiom, to which the name of Medic was given, resembling the dialects of the Turks and Tartars. But it would be presumptuous of us to enlarge upon these researches. That was to be the task of the Danish scholar Westergaard, of the Frenchmen de Saulcy and Oppert, and of the Englishmen Morris and Rawlinson, not to mention others less celebrated. We shall have to return to this subject later. The knowledge of Sanskrit and the investigation of Brahmanic literature had inaugurated a scientific movement which has gone on ever since with increasing energy. Long before Nineveh and Babylon were known as nations, a vast country called Iran by Orientalists, which included Persia, Afghanistan, and Baluchistan, was the scene of an advanced civilization, with which is connected the name of Zoroaster, who was at once a conqueror, a lawgiver, and the founder of a religion. The disciples of Zoroaster, persecuted at the time of the Mohammedan conquest and driven from their ancient home, where their mode of worship was still preserved, took refuge under the name of Parsis in the northwest of India. At the end of the last century, the Frenchman Aquetil Duperron brought to Europe an exact copy of the religious books of the Parsis, written in the language of Zoroaster. He translated them, and for 60 years all the savants had found in them the source of all their religious and philological notions of Iran. These books are known under the name of the Zend Avesta, a word which comprises the name of the language, Zend, and the title of the book, Avesta. As the knowledge of Sanskrit increased, however, that branch of science required to be studied afresh by the light of the new method. In 1826, the Danish philologist Rask, and later Eugene Burnouf, with his profound knowledge of Sanskrit, and by the help of a translation in that language recently discovered in India, turned once more to the study of the Zend. In 1834, Burnouf published a masterly treatise on the Yachna, which marked an epoch. From the resemblance between the archaic Sanskrit and the Zend came the recognition of the common origin of the two languages, and the relationship, or rather the identity, of the races who speak them. Originally the names of the deities, the traditions, the generic appellation, that of Aryan of the two peoples are the same, to say nothing of the similarity of their customs, but it is needless to dwell on the importance of this discovery, which has thrown an entirely new light on the infancy of the human race, of which for so many centuries nothing was known. From the close of the 18th century, that is to say from the time when the English first obtained a secure footing in India, the physical study of the country was vigorously carried on, outstripping of course for a time that of the ethnology and kindred subjects, which require for their prosecution a more settled country and less exciting times. It must be owned, however, that knowledge of the races of the country to be controlled is as essential to the government as it is to commercial enterprise. And in 1801, Lord Wellesley, as governor for the company, recognizing the importance of securing a good map of the English territories, commissioned Brigadier William Lambton to connect, by means of a trigonometrical survey, the eastern and western banks of the Indus with the Observatory of Madras. Lambton was not content with the mere accomplishment of this task. He laid down with precision one arc of the meridian from Cape Comorin to the village of Takorkira, 15 miles southeast of Elichpur. The amplitude of this arc exceeded 12 degrees. With the aid of competent officers, amongst whom we must mention Colonel Everest, the government of India would have hailed the completion of the task of its engineers long before 1840 if the successive annexation of new territories had not constantly added to the extent of ground to be covered. At about the same time with this progress in our knowledge of the geography of India, an impulse was given to the study of the literature of India. In 1776, an extract from the most important native codes, then for the first time translated under the title of the Code of the Gentoos I, was published in London. 9 years later, the Asiatic Society was founded in Calcutta by Sir William Jones, the first who thoroughly mastered the Sanskrit language. In Asiatic Researches, published by this society, were collected the results of all scientific investigations relating to India. In 1789, Jones published his translation of the drama of Sakuntala, that charming specimen of Hindu literature, so full of feeling and refinement. Sanskrit grammars and dictionaries were now multiplied, and a regular rivalry was set on foot in British India, which would undoubtedly soon have spread to Europe, had not the continental blockade prevented the introduction of works published abroad. At this time an Englishman named Hamilton, a prisoner of war in Paris, studied the Oriental MSS in the library of the French capital, and taught Frederick Schlegel the rudiments of Sanskrit, which it was no longer necessary to go to India to learn. One Gentoo was the name given by Old English writers to the natives of Hindustan, and is now obsolete, having been superseded by that of Hindu. Lassen was Schlegel's pupil, and together they studied the literature and antiquities of India, examining, translating and publishing the original texts. Whilst at the same time, Franz Bopp devoted himself to the study of the language, making his grammars accessible to all, and coming to the conclusion which was then startling, although it is now generally accepted, of the common origin of the Indo-European languages. It was proved that the Vedas, that collection of sacred writings held in too universal veneration to be tampered with, were written in a very ancient and very pure idiom which had not been revived, and whose close resemblance with the Zend put back the date of the composition of the books beyond the time of the separation of the Aryan family into two branches. The Mahabharata and the Ramayana, dating from the Brahminical or the period succeeding that of the Vedas, were next studied, together with the Puranas. Owing to a profounder knowledge of the language and a more intimate acquaintance with the mythology of the Hindus, scholars were able to fix approximately the date of the composition of these poems, to ascertain the numberless interpolations, and to extract everything of actual historical or geographical value from those marvellous allegories. The result of these patient and minute investigations was a conviction that the Celtic, Greek, Latin, Germanic, Slave and Persian languages had one common parent, and that parent none other than Sanskrit. If then their language was the same, it followed as a matter of course that the people had been also identical. The differences now existing between these various idioms are accounted for by the successive breakings up of the primitive people. Approximate dates enable us to realize the greater or less affinity of those languages with the Sanskrit, and the nature of the words which they have borrowed from it, words corresponding by their nature to the different degrees of advance in civilization. Moreover, a very clear and definite notion was obtained of the kind of life led by the founders of the Indo-European race, and the changes brought about in it by the progress of civilization. The Vedas give us a picture of the Aryan race before it migrated to India and occupied the Punjab and Kabulistan. By the aid of these poems, we can look on at struggles against the primitive races of Hindustan, whose resistance was all the more desperate in that the conqueror of their caste divisions left them only the lowest and most degraded. Thanks to the Vedas, we can realize every detail of the pastoral and patriarchal life of the Aryans, a life so domestic and unruffled that we mentally ask ourselves whether the eager strife of the modern peoples is not a poor exchange for the peaceful existence which their few wants secured to their forefathers. We cannot dwell longer on this subject, but the little that we have said will be enough to show the reader the importance to history, ethnography, and philology of the study of Sanskrit. For further details, we refer him to the special works of Orientalists and to the excellent historical manuals of Robieu, Lenormant, and Maspero. All the scientific results of whatever kind obtained up to 1820 are also skillfully and impartially summed up in Walter Hamilton's large work, A Geographical, Statistical, and Historical Description of Hindustan and the neighbouring countries. This is a book which, by recording the various stages of scientific progress, marks with accuracy the point reached at any given epoch. After this brief review of the labours of scholars in reference to the intellectual and social life of the Hindus, we must turn to those studies whose aim was a knowledge of the physical character of the country. One of the most surprising results obtained by the travels of Webb and Moorcroft was the extraordinary height attributed by them to the Himalaya mountains. According to them, their elevation exceeded that of the loftiest summits of the Andes. Colonel Colebrook had estimated the average height of the chain at 22,000 feet, and even this would appear to be less than the reality. Webb measured Yamunavatri, one of the most remarkable peaks of the chain, and estimated its height above the level of the plateau from which it rises as 20,000 feet, whilst the plateau in its turn is 5,000 feet above the plain. Not satisfied, however, with what he looked upon as too perfunctory an estimate, he measured with all possible mathematical accuracy the Dhaulagiri or White Mountain, and ascertained its height to be no less than 27,500 feet. The most remarkable feature of the Himalaya chain is the succession of these mountains, the ranges of heights rising one above the other. This gives a far more vivid impression of their loftiness than would one isolated peak rising from a plain and with its head lost among the clouds. The calculations of Webb and Colebrook were soon verified by the mathematical observations of Colonel Crawford, who measured 8 of the highest peaks of the Himalayas. According to him, the loftiest of all was Chumulari, situated near the frontiers of Bhutan and Tibet, which attains to a height of 30,000 feet above the sea level. Results such as these, confirmed by the agreement of so many observers, who could not surely all be wrong, took the scientific world by surprise. The chief objection urged was the fact that the snow line must in these districts be something like 30,000 feet above the sea level. It appeared, therefore, impossible to believe the assertion of all the explorers that the Himalayas were covered with forests of gigantic pines. Finally, however, actual personal observation upset theory. In a second journey, Webb climbed the Niti Ghaut, the loftiest peak in the world, the height of which he fixed at 16,814 feet, and not only did he find no snow, but even the rocks rising 300 feet above it were quite free from snow in summer. Moreover, the steep sides, where breathing was difficult, were clothed with magnificent forests of tapering pines and firs, and wide-spreading cypress and cedar trees. The high limits of perpetual snow on the Himalaya mountains, says Disborough coolly, are justly ascribed by Mr. Webb to the great elevation of the table-land or terrace from which these mountain peaks spring. As the heat of our atmosphere is derived chiefly from the radiation of the earth's surface, it follows that the temperature of any elevated point must be modified in a very important degree by the proximity and extent of the surrounding plains. These observations seem satisfactorily to refute the objections made by certain savants respecting the great height of the Himalaya mountains, which may be, therefore, safely pronounced to be the loftiest mountain chain on the surface of the globe. We must now refer briefly to an expedition in the latitudes already visited by Webb and Moorcroft. The traveller Fraser, with neither the necessary instruments nor knowledge for measuring the lofty peaks he ascended, was endowed with a great power of observation, and his account of his journey is full of interest and here and there very amusing. He visited the source of the Jumna, and at a height of more than 25,000 feet, he found numerous villages picturesquely perched on slopes carpeted with snow. He then made his way to Gangoutry, in spite of the opposition of his guides, who represented the road thither as extremely dangerous, declaring that it was swept by a pestilential wind which would deprive any traveller who ventured to expose himself to it of his senses. The explorer, however, was more than rewarded for all his dangers and fatigues by the enjoyment he derived from the grandeur and magnificence of the views he obtained. Villages picturesquely perched. There is that, says Disborough coolly in reference to Fraser's journey, in the appearance of the Himalaya range, which every person who has seen them will allow to be peculiarly their own. No other mountains that I have ever seen bear any resemblance to their character. Their summits shoot in the most fantastic and spiring peaks to a height that astonishes, and when viewed from an elevated situation, almost induce the belief of an ocular deception. We must now leave the peninsula of the Ganges for that of Arabia, where we have to record the result of several interesting journeys. That of Captain Sadler of the Indian Army claims the first rank. Sent by the Governor of Bombay in 1819 on an embassy to Ibrahim Pacha, who was then at war with the Wahhabis, that officer crossed the entire peninsula from Port El Katif on the Persian Gulf to Yambo on the Red Sea. Unfortunately, the interesting account of this crossing of Arabia, never before accomplished by a European, has not been separately published, but is buried in a book which it is almost impossible to obtain, the Transactions of the Literary Society of Bombay. At about the same time, 1821 to 1826, the English government commissioned Captains Moresby and Haynes of the Naval Service to make hydrographical surveys with a view to obtaining a complete chart of the coasts of Arabia. These surveys were to be the foundation of the first trustworthy map of the Arabian Peninsula. We have now only to mention the two expeditions of the French naturalists, Aucur Eloy in the country of Oman, and Émile Botter in Yemen, and to refer to the labours in reference to the idioms and antiquities of Arabia of the French consul at Jeddah, Fulgence Fresnel. He was the first, in his letters on the history of the Arabs before Islamism, published in 1836, to explain the Himyarite or Homeric language, and to recognize that it resembles rather the early Hebrew and Syriac dialects than the Arabic of the present day. At the beginning of this volume, we spoke of the explorations and archaeological and historical researches of Seetzen and Burckhardt in Syria and Palestine. We have still to say a few words on an expedition, the results of which were entirely geographical. We refer to the journey of the Bavarian naturalist Heinrich Schubert. Schubert was a devout Catholic and an enthusiastic student, and the melancholy scenery of the Holy Land with its wonderful legends, and the lovely banks of the mysterious Nile with its historic memories, had for him an extraordinary fascination. In his account of his journey, we find the deep impressions of the believer combined with the scientific observations of the naturalist. In 1837, Schubert, having crossed Lower Egypt and the peninsula of Sinai, entered the Holy Land. The learned Bavarian pilgrim was accompanied by two friends, Dr. Erdel and Martin Bernatz, a painter. The travellers landed at El Aqaba on the Red Sea and went with a small Arab caravan to El Khalil, the ancient Hebron. The route they followed had never before been trodden by a European. It led through a wide, flat valley terminating at the Dead Sea, a valley through which the waters of the Dead Sea were supposed at one time to have flowed towards the Red Sea. This hypothesis was shared by Burckhardt and many others who had only seen the district from a distance, and who attributed the cessation of the drainage to an upheaval of the soil. The heights, as taken by the travellers, showed this hypothesis to be altogether erroneous. In fact, from the lower end of the Persian Gulf, the country presents a continuous ascent for 2 or 3 days' march to the point called by the Arabs the Saddle. From thence it begins to sink and slopes down towards the Dead Sea. The Saddle is about 2,100 feet above the sea level. At least that was the estimate given a year later by Count Berthoud, a Frenchman, who visited those localities at that time. On their way down to the bituminous lake, Schubert and his companions took some other barometrical observations and were very much surprised to find their instrument marking 91 feet below the Red Sea, the levels gradually decreasing in height as they advanced. At first they thought there must be some mistake, but finally the evidence was too strong for them, and it became proved beyond a doubt that the Dead Sea could never have emptied its waters into the Red Sea, for the very excellent reason that the level of the former is very much lower than that of the latter. The depression of the Dead Sea is very much more noticeable when Jericho is approached from Jerusalem. In that case the way lies through a long valley with a very rapid slope, all the more remarkable as the hilly plains of Judea, Peri, and El Haran are very lofty, the latter rising to a height of nearly 3,000 feet above the sea level. The appearance of the country and the testimony of the instruments were in such contradiction to the prevalent belief that Messrs. Erdel and Schubert were very unwilling to accept the results obtained, which they attributed to their barometer being out of order and to a sudden disturbance of the atmosphere. But on their way back to Jerusalem, the barometer returned to the mean height it had registered before they started for Jericho. There was nothing for it then but to admit, whether they liked it or not, that the Dead Sea was at least 600 feet below the level of the Mediterranean, an estimate, as later researches showed, which fell 1/2 short of the truth. This, it will be admitted, was a fortunate rectification, which would have considerable influence, by calling the attention of savants to a phenomenon which was soon to be verified by other explorers. At the same time, the survey of the basin of the Dead Sea was completed and rectified. In 1838, 2 American missionaries, Edward Robinson and Illy Smith, gave quite a new impulse to biblical geography. They were the forerunners of that phalanx of naturalists, historians, archaeologists, and engineers, who, under the patronage or in conjunction with the English Exploration Society, were soon to explore the land of the patriarchs from end to end, making maps of it, and achieving discoveries which threw a new light on the history of the ancient peoples who, by turns, were possessors of this corner of the Mediterranean basin. But it was not only the Holy Land, so interesting on account of the many associations it has for every Christian, which was the scene of the researches of scholars and explorers. Asia Minor was also soon to yield up her treasures to the curiosity of the learned world. That country was visited by travellers in every direction. Parrot visited Armenia. Dubois de Montperu traversed the Caucasus in 1839. In 1825 and 1826, Eichwald explored the shores of the Caspian Sea. And lastly, Alexander von Humboldt, at the expense of the generous Nicholas, Emperor of Russia, supplemented his intrepid work as a discoverer in the New World by an exploration of Western Asia and the Ural Mountains, accompanied by the mineralogist Gustave Rose, the naturalist Ehrenberg, well known for his travels in Upper Egypt and Nubia, and Baron von Helmersen, an officer of engineers. Humboldt travelled through Siberia, visited the gold and platinum mines of the Ural Mountains, and explored the Caspian steppes and the Altai chain to the frontiers of China. These learned men divided the work, Humboldt taking astronomical, magnetic, and physical observations and examining the flora and fauna of the country, while Rose kept the journal of the expedition, which he published in German between 1837 and 1842. Although the explorers travelled very rapidly, at the rate of no less than 11,500 miles in 9 months, the scientific results of their journey were considerable. In a first publication which appeared in Paris in 1838, Humboldt treated only the climatology and geology of Asia, but this fragmentary account was succeeded in 1843 by his great work called Central Asia. In this, says La Roquette, he has laid down and systematized the principal scientific results of his expedition in Asia, and has recorded some ingenious speculation as to the shape of the continents and the configuration of the mountains of Tartary, giving special attention to the vast depression which stretches from the north of Europe to the centre of Asia beyond the Caspian Sea and the Ural River. We must now leave Asia and pass in review the various expeditions in the New World, which have been sent out in succession since the beginning of the present century. In 1807, when Lewis and Clark were crossing North America from the United States to the Pacific Ocean, the government commissioned a young officer, Lieutenant Zabulon Montgomery Pike, to examine the sources of the Mississippi. He was at the same time to endeavor to open friendly relations with any Indians he might meet. Map of the Missouri. Pike was well received by the chief of the powerful Sioux nation, and presented with the pipe of peace, a talisman which secured to him the protection of the allied tribes. He ascended the Mississippi, passing the mouths of the Chippewa and St. Peter, important tributaries of that great river. But beyond the confluence of the St. Peter with the Mississippi as far as the Falls of St. Anthony, the course of the main river is impeded by an uninterrupted series of falls and rapids. A little below the 45th parallel of north latitude, Pike and his companions had to leave their canoes and continue their journey in sledges. To the severity of a bitter winter were soon added the tortures of hunger. Nothing, however, checked the intrepid explorers, who continued to follow the Mississippi, now dwindled down to a stream only 300 roods wide, and arrived in February at Leech Lake, where they were received with enthusiasm at the camp of some trappers and fur hunters from Montreal. Circassians, facsimile of early engraving. After visiting Red Cedar Lake, Pike returned to St. Louis. His arduous and perilous journey had extended over no less than 9 months, and although he had not attained its main object, it was not without scientific results. The skill, presence of mind, and courage of Pike were recognized, and the government soon afterwards conferred on him the rank of major and appointed him to the command of a fresh expedition. This time he was to explore the vast tract of country between the Mississippi and the Rocky Mountains, and to discover the sources of the Arkansas and Red River. With 23 companions, Pike ascended the Arkansas, a fine river navigable to the mountains in which it rises, that is to say for a distance of 2,000 miles, except in the summer, when its bed is encumbered with sand banks. On this long voyage, winter, from which Pike had suffered so much on his previous trip, set in with redoubled vigour. Game was so scarce that for 4 days the explorers were without food. The feet of several men were frostbitten, and this misfortune added to the fatigue of the others. The major, after reaching the source of the Arkansas, pursued a southerly direction and soon came to a fine stream which he took for the Red River. This was the Rio del Norte, which rises in Colorado, then a Spanish province, and flows into the Gulf of Mexico. From what has been already said of the difficulties which Humboldt encountered before he obtained permission to enter the Spanish possessions in America, we may judge with what jealous suspicion the arrival of strangers in Colorado was regarded. Pike was surrounded by a detachment of Spanish soldiers, made prisoner with all his men, and taken to Santa Fe. Their ragged garments, emaciated forms, and generally miserable appearance did not speak much in their favour, and the Spaniards at first took the Americans for savages. However, when the mistake was recognized, they were escorted across the inland provinces to Louisiana, arriving at Natchitoches on the 1st July, 1807. The unfortunate end of this expedition cooled the zeal of the government, but not that of private persons, merchants and hunters, whose numbers were continually on the increase. Many even completely crossed the American continent from Canada to the Pacific. Amongst these travellers we must mention Daniel William Harmon, a member of the Northwest Company who visited Lakes Huron and Superior, Rainy Lake, the Lake of the Woods, Manitoba, Winnipeg, Athabasca, and the Great Bear Lake, all between lat. 47 degrees and 58 degrees, and reached the shores of the Pacific. The Fur Company established at Astoria, at the mouth of the Columbia, also did much towards the exploration of the Rocky Mountains. 4 associates of that company, leaving Astoria in June 1812, ascended the Columbia, crossed the Rocky Mountains, and following an east-southeast direction, reached one of the sources of the Platte, descended it to its junction with the Missouri, crossed a district never before explored, and arrived at St. Louis on the 30th May, 1813. In 1811, another expedition composed of 60 men started from St. Louis and ascended the Missouri as far as the settlements of the Ricara Indians, whence they made their way to Astoria, arriving there at the beginning of 1812, after the loss of several men and great suffering from fatigue and want of food. These journeys resulted not only in the increase of our knowledge of the topography of the districts traversed, but they also brought about quite unexpected discoveries. In the Ohio Valley between Illinois and Mexico, for instance, were found ruins, fortifications, and entrenchments, with ditches and a kind of bastion, many of them covering 5 or 6 acres of ground. What people can have constructed works such as these, which denote a civilization greatly in advance of that of the Indians, is a difficult problem of which no solution has yet been found. Philologists and historians were already regretting the dying out of the Indian tribes, who, until then, had been only superficially observed, and lamenting their extinction before their languages had been studied. A knowledge of these languages and their comparison with those of the Old World might have thrown some unexpected light upon the origin of the wandering tribes. Too, the author has evidently not seen Bancroft's Native Races of the Pacific, an exhaustive work in 5 volumes, published at New York and San Francisco a few years ago, and which embodies the researches of a number of gentlemen who collected their information on the spot, and whose contributions to our knowledge of the past and present life of the Indians should certainly not be ignored. Simultaneously with the discovery of the ruins, the flora and geology of the country began to be studied, and in the latter science great surprises were in store for future explorers. It was so important for the American government to proceed rapidly to reconnoiter the vast territories between the United States and the Pacific that another expedition was speedily sent out. In 1819, the military authorities commissioned Major Long to explore the districts between the Mississippi and the Rocky Mountains, to trace the course of the Missouri and of its principal tributaries, to fix the latitude and longitude of the chief places, to study the ways of the Indian tribes, in fact to describe everything interesting either in the aspect of the country or in its animal, vegetable, and mineral productions. Leaving Pittsburgh on the 5th March, 1819, on board the steamship Western Engineer, the expedition arrived in May of the following year at the junction of the Ohio with the Mississippi, and ascended the latter river as far as St. Louis. On the 29th June, the mouth of the Missouri was reached. During the month of July, Mr. Say, who was charged with the zoological observations, made his way by land to Fort Osage, where he was joined by the steamer. Major Long turned his stay at Fort Osage to account by sending a party to examine the districts between the Kansas and the Platte, but this party was attacked, robbed, and compelled to turn back after losing all their horses. After obtaining at Cow Island a reinforcement of 15 soldiers, the expedition reached Fort Lisa, near Council Bluff, on the 19th September. There it was decided to winter. The Americans suffered greatly from scurvy, and having no medicines to check the terrible disorder, they lost 100 men, nearly a third of the whole party. Major Long, who had meanwhile reached Washington in a canoe, brought back orders for the discontinuation of the voyage up the Missouri, and for a journey overland to the sources of the Platte, whence the Mississippi was to be reached by way of the Arkansas and Red River. On the 6th June, the explorers left Engineers Fort, as they called their winter quarters, and ascended the Platte Valley for more than 100 miles, its grassy plains, frequented by vast herds of bisons and deer, supplying them with plenty of provisions. Those boundless prairies whose monotony is unbroken by a single hillock were succeeded by a sandy desert gradually sloping up, for a distance of nearly 400 miles to the Rocky Mountains. This desert, broken by precipitous ravines, canyons, and gorges, at the bottom of which gurgles some insignificant stream, its banks clothed with stunted and meagre vegetation, produces nothing but cacti with sharp and formidable prickles. On the 6th July, the expedition reached the foot of the Rocky Mountains. Dr. James scaled one of the peaks, to which he gave his own name, and which rises to a height of 11,500 feet above the sea level. From the summit of the peak, says the botanist, the view towards the north, west, and southwest is diversified with innumerable mountains all white with snow, and on some of the more distant it appears to extend down to their bases. Immediately under our feet on the west lay the narrow valley of the Arkansas, which we could trace running towards the northwest, probably more than 60 miles. On the north side of the peak was an immense mass of snow and ice. To the east lay the Great Plain, rising as it receded, until in the distant horizon it appeared to mingle with the sky. Here the expedition was divided into two parties, one under the command of Major Long, to make its way to the sources of the Red River, the other under Captain Bell, to go down the Arkansas as far as Port Smith. The two detachments separated on the 24th July. The former, misled by the statements of the Cascade Indians and the inaccuracy of the maps, took the Canadian for the Red River and did not discover their mistake until they reached its junction with the Arkansas. The Cascades were the most miserable of savages, but intrepid horsemen, excelling in lassoing the wild mustangs which are descendants of the horses imported into Mexico by the Spanish conquerors. The second detachment was deserted by 4 soldiers, who carried off the journals of Say and Lieutenant Swift with a number of other valuable effects. Both parties also suffered from want of provisions in the sandy deserts, whose streams yield nothing but brackish and muddy water. The expedition brought to Washington 60 skins of wild animals, several thousands of insects, including 500 new species, 400 or 500 specimens of hitherto unknown plants, numerous views of the scenery, and the materials for a map of the districts traversed. Excelling in lassoing the wild mustangs, the command of another expedition was given in 1828 to Major Long, whose services were thoroughly appreciated. Leaving Philadelphia in April, he embarked on the Ohio and crossed the state of the same name and those of Indiana and Illinois. Having reached the Mississippi, he ascended that river to the mouth of the St. Peter, formerly visited by Carver and later by Baron Lahontan. Long followed the St. Peter to its source, passing Crooked Lake and reaching Lake Winnipeg, whence he explored the river of the same name, obtained a sight of the Lake of the Woods and Rainy Lake, and arrived at the plateau which separates the Hudson's Bay Valley from that of the St. Lawrence. Lastly, he went to Lake Superior by way of Cold Water Lake and Dog River. Although all these districts had been constantly traversed by Canadian pathfinders, trappers, and hunters for many years previously, it was the first time an official expedition had visited them with a view to the laying down of a map. The explorers were struck with the beauty of the neighborhood watered by the Winnipeg. That river, whose course is frequently broken by picturesque rapids and waterfalls, flows between 2 perpendicular granite walls crowned with verdure. The beauty of the scenery, succeeding as it did to the monotony of the plains and savannas they had previously traversed, filled the explorers with admiration. The exploration of the Mississippi, which had been neglected since Pike's expedition, was resumed in 1820 by General Cass, Governor of Michigan. Leaving Detroit at the end of May with 20 men trained to the work of pathfinders, he reached the upper Mississippi, after visiting Lakes Huron, Superior, and Sandy. His exhausted escort halted to rest whilst he continued the examination of the river in a canoe. For 150 miles, the course of the Mississippi is rapid and uninterrupted, But beyond that distance begins a series of rapids extending over 12 miles to the Pekgama Falls. Above this cataract, the stream, now far less rapid, winds through vast savannas to Leech Lake. Having reached Lake Winnipeg, Cass arrived on the 21st July at a new lake, to which he gave his own name, but he did not care to push on further with his small party of men and inadequate supply of provisions and ammunition. The source of the Mississippi had been approached, but not reached. The general opinion was that the river took its rise in a small sheet of water known as Deer Lake, 60 miles from Cass Lake. Not until 1832, however, when General Cass was Secretary of State for War, was this important problem solved. The command of an expedition was then given to a traveller named Schoolcraft, who had in the previous year explored the Chippewa country, northwest of Lake Superior. His party consisted of 6 soldiers, an officer qualified to conduct hydrographic surveys, a surgeon, a geologist, an interpreter, and a missionary. Schoolcraft left St. Marie on the 7th June 1832, visited the tribes living about Lake Superior, and was soon on the St. Louis River. He was then 150 miles from the Mississippi, and was told that it would take him no less than 10 days to reach the great river, on account of the rapids and shallows. On the 3rd July, the expedition reached the factory of a trader named Aitken, on the banks of the river, and there celebrated on the following day the anniversary of the independence of the United States. 2 days later, Schoolcraft found himself opposite the Pekgama Falls and encamped at Oak Point. Here the river winds a great deal amongst savannas, but guides led the party by paths which greatly shortened the distance. Lake Winnipeg was then crossed, and on the 10th July, Schoolcraft arrived at Lake Cass, the furthest point reached by his predecessors. A party of Chippewa Indians led the explorers to their settlement on an island in the river. The friendliness of the natives led Cass to leave part of his escort with them, and accompanied by Lieutenant Allen, the surgeon Horton, a missionary, and several Indians, he started in a canoe. Lakes Tassodiac and Crooked were visited in turn. A little beyond the latter, the Mississippi divides into 2 branches or forks. The guide took Schoolcraft up the eastern, and after crossing Lakes Marquette, La Salle, and Cobequana, he came to the mouth of the Newa, the chief tributary of this branch of the Mississippi. Finally, after passing the little lake called Uzawa, the expedition reached Lake Itasca, whence issues the Itascan or western branch of the Mississippi. Lake Itasca, or Deer Lake as the French call it, is only 7 or 8 miles in extent, and is surrounded by hills clothed with dark pine woods. According to Schoolcraft, it is some 1,500 feet above the sea level, but we must not attach too much importance to this estimate, as the leader of the expedition had no instruments. On their way back to Lake Cass, the party followed the western branch, identifying its chief tributaries. Schoolcraft then studied the ways of the Indians frequenting these districts and made treaties with them. To sum up, the aim of the government was achieved, and the Mississippi had been explored from its mouth to its source. The expedition had collected a vast number of interesting details on the manners, customs, history, and language of the people, as well as numerous new or little-known species of flora and fauna. The people of the United States were not content with these official expeditions, and numbers of trappers threw themselves into the new districts. Most of them being, however, absolutely illiterate, they could not turn their discoveries to scientific account. But this was not the case with James Patty, who has published an account of his romantic adventures and perilous trips in the district between New Mexico and New California. On his way down the river Gila to its mouth, Patty visited races then all but unknown, including the Yotans, Ayators, Papawans, Moquis, Umias, Mohawas and Nabajos, with whom but very little intercourse had yet been held. On the banks of the Rio Ayatario he discovered ruins of ancient monuments, stone walls, moats and potteries, and in the neighbouring mountains he found copper, lead and silver mines. We owe a curious travelling journal also to Dr. Willard, who, during a stay of 3 years in Mexico, explored the Rio del Norte from its source to its mouth. Lastly, in 1831, Captain Wyeth and his brother explored Oregon and the neighbouring districts of the Rocky Mountains. After Humboldt's journey in Mexico, one explorer succeeded another in Central America. In 1787, Bernasconi discovered the now famous ruins of Palenque. In 1822, Antonio del Rio gave a detailed description of them, illustrated with drawings by Frederick Waldeck, the future explorer of Palenque, that city of the dead. Between 1805 and 1807, 3 journeys were successively taken in the province of Chiapa and to Palenque by Captain William Dupaix and the draftsman Castaneda, and the result of their researches appeared in 1830 in the form of a magnificent work, with illustrations by Augustine Aglio, executed at the expense of Lord Kingsborough. Lastly, Waldeck spent the years 1832 and 1833 at Palenque, searching the ruins, making plans, sections and elevations of the monuments, trying to decipher the hitherto unexplained hieroglyphics with which they are covered, and collecting a vast amount of quite new information alike on the natural history of the country and the manners and customs of the inhabitants. We must also name Don Juan Galindo, a Spanish colonel who explored Palenque, Yucatán, Copan, and other cities buried in the heart of tropical forests. View of the Pyramid of Xochicalco. Facsimile of early engraving. After the long stay made by Humboldt in equinoctial America, the impulse his explorations would doubtless otherwise have given to geographical science was strangely checked by the struggle of the Spanish colonies with the mother country. As soon, however, as the native governments attained to at least a semblance of stability, intrepid explorers rushed to examine this world, so new in the truest sense, for the jealousy of the Spanish had hitherto kept it closed to the investigations of scientific men. Many naturalists and engineers now travelled or settled in South America. Soon indeed, that is in 1817 to 1820, the Austrian and Bavarian governments sent out a scientific expedition, to the command of which they appointed Doctors Spix and Martins, who collected a great deal of information on the botany, ethnography, and geography of these hitherto little-known districts, Martins publishing, at the expense of the Austrian and Bavarian governments, a most important work on the flora of the country, which may be looked upon as a model of its kind. At the same time, the editors of special publications, such as Maltbrun's Annales des Voyages and the Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, cordially accepted and published all the communications addressed to them, including many on Brazil and the province of Minas Gerais. About this period, too, a Prussian major general, the Prince of Wide Neuwied, who had been at leisure since the peace of 1815, devoted himself to the study of natural science, geography, and history, undertaking, moreover, in company with the naturalists Freycis and Sello, an exploring expedition in the interior of Brazil, having special reference to its flora and fauna. A few years later, i.e. in 1836, the French naturalist Alcide d'Aubigny, who had won celebrity at a very early age, was appointed by the governing body of the museum to the command of an expedition to South America, the special object of which was the study of the natural history of the country. For 8 consecutive years, D'Aubigny wandered about Brazil, Uruguay, the Argentine Republic, Patagonia, Chile, Bolivia, and Peru. Such a journey, says Dumas in his funeral oration on D'Aubigny, in countries so different in their productions, climate, the character of their soil, and the manners and customs of their inhabitants, was necessarily full of ever-fresh perils. D'Aubigny, endowed with a strong constitution and untiring energy, overcame obstacles which would have daunted most travellers. On his arrival in the cold regions of Patagonia, amongst savage races constantly at war with each other, he found himself compelled to take part and to fight in the ranks of a tribe which had received him hospitably. Fortunately, for the intrepid student, his side was victorious, and he was left free to proceed on his journey. It took 13 years of the hardest work to put together the results of D'Aubigny's extensive researches. His book, which embraces nearly every branch of science, leaves far behind it all that had ever before been published on South America. History, archaeology, zoology, and botany all hold honoured positions in it. But the most important part of this encyclopedic work is that relating to American man. In it the author embodies all the documents he himself collected, and analyses and criticizes those which came to him at second hand, on physiological types, and on the manners, languages, and religions of South America. A work of such value ought to immortalize the name of the French scholar, and reflect the greatest honor on the nation which gave him birth. End of the first part. Part Roman 2, Chapter 10. The Russian fur trade, Krusenstern appointed to the command of an expedition, Naukaheva, Nagasaki, reconnaissance of the coast of Japan, Yezo, the Ainos, Saghalian, return to Europe, Otto von Kotzebue, stay at Easter Island, Penrhyn, the Radak archipelago, return to Russia, changes at Otaheite and the Sandwich Islands, Beechey's voyage, Easter Island, Pitcairn and the mutineers of the Bounty, the Paumotu Islands, Otaheite and the Sandwich Islands, Bonin Islands, Lutsk, the Quebradas of Valparaiso, Holy Week in Chile, New Archangel, the Kaloches, Aunalaska, the Caroline Archipelago, the canoes of the Caroline Islanders, Guam, a desert island, beauty and happy situation of the Bonin Islands, the Teachauktchis, their manners and their conjurers, returned to Russia. At the beginning of the 19th century, the Russians for the first time took part in voyages round the world. Until that time their explorations had been almost entirely confined to Asia, and their only mariners of note were Bering, Tikhyrikov, Spangberg, Laxman, Krenitsyn, and Sarychev. The last named took an important part in the voyage of the Englishman Billings, a voyage, by the way, which was far from achieving all that might have been fairly expected from the 10 years it occupied, and the vast sums it cost. Adam John von Krusenstern was the first Russian to whom is due the honour of having made a voyage round the world under government auspices and with a scientific purpose. Born in 1770, Krusenstern entered the English Navy in 1793 after 6 years' training in the Stern School, which then numbered amongst its leaders the most skilful sailors of the world. He returned to his native land with a profound knowledge of his profession, and with his ideas of the part Russia might play in Eastern Asia very considerably widened. During a stay of 2 years at Canton, in 1798 and 1799, Cruzenstern had been witness of the extraordinary results achieved by some English fur traders who brought their merchandise from the northwest coasts of Russian America. This trade had not come into existence until after Cook's third voyage, and the English had already realized immense sums, at the cost of the Russians, who had hitherto sent their furs to the Chinese markets overland. In 1785, however, a Russian named Chelikov founded a fur trading colony on Kodiak Island, at about an equal distance from Kamchatka and the Aleutian Islands, which rapidly became a flourishing community. The Russian government now recognized the resources of districts it had hitherto considered barren, and reinforcements, provisions, and stores were sent to Kamchatka via Siberia. Cruzenstern quickly realized how inadequate to the new state of things was help such as this, the ignorance of the pilots and the errors in the maps leading to the loss of several vessels every year, not to speak of the injury to trade involved in a 2 years' voyage for the transport of furs, first to Okhotsk and thence to Kayakta. As the best plans are always the simplest, they are sure to be the last to be thought of, and Cruzenstern was the first to point out the imperative necessity of going direct by sea from the Aleutian Islands to Canton, the most frequented market. On his return to Russia, Cruzenstern tried to win over to his views Count Kushilev, the Minister of Marine, but the answer he received destroyed all hope. Not until the accession of Alexander I, when Admiral Mordinov became head of the Naval Department, did he receive any encouragement. Acting on Count Romanov's advice, the Russian Emperor soon commissioned Cruzenstern to carry out the plan he had himself proposed, and on the 7th August 1802 he was appointed to the command of 2 vessels for the exploration of the northwest coast of America. Although the leader of the expedition was named, the officers and seamen were still to be selected, and the vessels to be manned were not to be had in either the Russian Empire or at Hamburg. In London alone were Lisianskoy, afterwards second in command to Cruzenstern, and the builder Kasaumov, able to obtain 2 vessels at all suitable to the service in which they were to be employed. These 2 vessels received the names of the Nadezhda and the Neva. In the meantime, the Russian government decided to avail itself of this opportunity to send M. de Bisanov to Japan as ambassador, with a numerous suite and magnificent presents for the sovereign of the country. On the 4th August 1803, the 2 vessels, completely equipped and carrying 134 persons, left the roadstead of Kronstadt. Flying visits were paid to Copenhagen and Falmouth, with a view to replacing some of the salt provisions bought at Hamburg, and to caulk the Nadezhda, the seams of which had started in a violent storm encountered in the North Sea. After a short stay at the Canary Islands, Cruzenstern hunted in vain, as La Pérouse had done before him, for the island of Ascension, as to the existence of which opinion had been divided for some 300 years. He then rounded Cape Frio, the position of which he was unable exactly to determine, although he was most anxious to do so. The accounts of earlier travellers and the maps hitherto laid down varying from 23 degrees 6 to 22 degrees 34. A reconnaissance of the coast of Brazil was succeeded by a sail through the passage between the islands of Gal and Alvarado, unjustly characterized as dangerous by La Pérouse, and on the 21st December 1803 St. Catherine was reached. The necessity for replacing the main and mizzen masts of the Neva detained Cruzenstern for 5 weeks on this island, where he was most cordially received by the Portuguese authorities. On the 4th February the 2 vessels were able to resume their voyage, prepared to face all the dangers of the South Sea, and to double Cape Horn, that bugbear of all navigators. As far as Staten Island the weather was uniformly fine, but beyond it the explorers had to contend with extremely violent gales, storms of hail and snow, dense fogs, huge waves, and a swell in which the vessels laboured heavily. On the 24th March, the ships lost sight of each other in a dense fog, a little above the western entrance to the Straits of Magellan. They did not meet again until both reached Naukahiva, Krusenstern having given up all idea of touching at Easter Island, now made for the Marquesas or Mendoza archipelago, and determined the position of Fatangu and Udhugu Islands, called Washington by the American Captain Ingraham, who discovered them in 1791, a few weeks before Captain Marchand, who named them Revolution Islands. Krusenstern also saw Hiva Hoa, the Dominica of Mendana, and at Naukahiva met an Englishman named Roberts and a Frenchman named Cabrit, whose knowledge of the language was of great service to him. The incidents of the stay in the Marquesas archipelago are of little interest. They were much the same as those related in Cook's voyages. The total, but at the same time utterly unconscious immodesty of the women, the extensive agricultural knowledge of the natives, and their greed of iron instruments, are commented upon in both narratives. Nothing is noticed in the later which is not to be found in the earlier narrative, if we accept some remarks on the existence of numerous societies of which the king or his relations, priests or celebrated warriors, are the chiefs, and the aim of which is the providing of the people with food in times of scarcity. In our opinion, these societies resemble the clans of Scotland or the Indian tribes of America. Krusenstern, however, does not agree with us, as the following quotation will show. The members of these clubs are distinguished by different tattooed marks upon their bodies. Those of the King's Club, consisting of 26 members, have a square one on their breasts about 6 inches long and 4 wide, and to this company Roberts belonged. The companions of the Frenchman, Joseph Cabrit, were marked with a tattooed eye and C. Roberts assured me that he never would have entered this association had he not been driven to it by extreme hunger. There was an apparent want of consistency in this dislike, as the members of these companies are not only relieved from all care as to their subsistence, but even by his own account, the admittance into them is a distinction that many seek to obtain. I am therefore inclined to believe that it must be attended with the loss of some part of liberty. A reconnaissance of the neighbourhood of Anna Maria led to the discovery of Port Tchitchegov, which, though the entrance is difficult, is so shut in by land that its waters are unruffled by the most violent storm. At the time of Krusenstern's visit to Naukahiva, cannibalism was still largely practised, but the traveller had no tangible proof of the prevalence of the custom. In fact, Krusenstern was very affably received by the king of the cannibals, who appeared to exercise but little authority over his people, a race addicted to the most revolting vices, and our hero owns that but for the intelligent and disinterested testimony of the 2 Europeans mentioned above, he should have carried away a very favourable opinion of the natives. In their intercourse with us, he says, they always showed the best possible disposition, and in bartering an extraordinary degree of honesty, always delivering their cocoa-nuts before they received the piece of iron that was to be paid for them. At all times they appeared ready to assist in cutting wood and filling water, and the help they afforded us in the performance of these laborious tasks was by no means trifling. Theft, the crime so common to all the islanders of this ocean, we very seldom met with among them. They always appeared cheerful and happy, and the greatest good humour was depicted in their countenances. The 2 Europeans whom we found here, and who had both resided with them several years, agreed in their assertions that the natives of Nukahiva were a cruel, intractable people, and without even the exceptions of the female sex, very much addicted to cannibalism, that the appearance of content and good humour, with which they had so much deceived us, was not their true character, and that nothing but the fear of punishment and the hopes of reward deterred them from giving a loose to their savage passions. These Europeans described as eye-witnesses the barbarous scenes that are acted, particularly in times of war, the desperate rage with which they fall upon their victims, immediately tear off their head, and sip their blood out of the skull, one with the most disgusting readiness, completing in this manner their horrible repast. For a long time I would not give credit to these accounts, considering them as exaggerated, but they rest upon the authority of 2 different persons, who had not only been witnesses for several years to these atrocities, but had also borne a share in them, of 2 persons who lived in a state of mortal enmity, and took particular pains by their mutual recriminations to obtain with us credit for themselves, but yet on this point never contradicted each other. The very fact of Robert's doing his enemy the justice to allow that he never devoured his prey, but always exchanged it for hogs, gives the circumstance a great degree of probability, and these reports concur with several appearances we remarked during our stay here, skulls being brought to us every day for sale. Their weapons are invariably adorned with human hair, and human bones are used as ornaments in almost all their household furniture. They also often gave us to understand by pantomimic gestures that human flesh was regarded by them as a delicacy. All the skulls which we purchased of them, says Cruzenstern, had a hole perforated through one end of them for this purpose. There are grounds for looking upon this account as exaggerated. The truth, probably, lies between the dogmatic assertions of Cook and Forster and those of the 2 Europeans of Cruzenstern's time, one of whom at least was not much to be relied upon, as he was a deserter, and we must remember that we ourselves did not attain to the high state of civilization we now enjoy without climbing up from the bottom of the ladder. In the Stone Age our manners were probably not superior to those of the natives of Oceania. We must not therefore blame these representatives of humanity for not having risen higher. They have never been a nation. Scattered as their homes are on the wide ocean, and divided as they are into small tribes, without agricultural or mineral resources, without connections, and with a climate which makes them strangers to want, they could but remain stationary or cultivate none but the most rudimentary arts and industries. Yet in spite of all this, how often have their instruments, their canoes and their nets, excited the admiration of travellers. On the 18th May 1804, the Nadi Ayeda and the Never left Naukahiva for the Sandwich Islands, where Cruzenstern had decided to stop and lay in a store of fresh provisions, which he had been unable to do at his last anchorage, where 7 pigs were all he could get. This plan fell through, however. The natives of Ohihi or Hawaii brought but a very few provisions to the vessels lying off their southwest coast, and even these they would only exchange for cloth which Cruzenstern could not give them. He therefore set sail for Kamtschatka and Japan, leaving the Never off the island of Karakakua, where Captain Lisianskoy relied upon being able to revictual. New Zealanders. Facsimile of early engraving. On the 11th July, the Nadiaida arrived off Petropalovsky, the capital of Kamchatka, where the crew obtained the rest and fresh provisions they had so well earned. On the 30th August, the Russians put to sea again. Overtaken by thick fogs and violent storms, Krusenstern now hunted in vain for some islands marked on a map found on a Spanish galleon captured by Anson, and the existence of which had been alternately accepted and rejected by different cartographers, though they appear in La Billardiere's map of his voyage. The navigator now passed between the large island of Kirshiu and Tengasima, by way of Van Diemen's Strait, till then very inaccurately defined, rectified the position of the Liukiu archipelago, which the English had placed north of the strait, and the French too far south, and sailed down, surveyed and named the coast of the province of Satsuma. This part of Satsuma, says Krusenstern, is particularly beautiful, and as we sailed along at a very trifling distance from the land, we had a distinct and perfect view of the various picturesque situations that rapidly succeed each other. The whole country consists of high pointed hills, at one time appearing in the form of pyramids, at others of a globular or conical form, and seeming as it were under the protection of some neighbouring mountain, such as Peak Homer, or another lying north by west of it, and even a third farther inland. Liberal as nature has been in the adornment of these parts, the industry of the Japanese seems not a little to have contributed to their beauty, for nothing indeed can equal the extraordinary degree of cultivation everywhere apparent. That all the valleys upon this coast should be most carefully cultivated would not so much have surprised us, as in the countries of Europe where agriculture is not despised, it is seldom that any piece of land is left neglected. But we here saw not only the mountains even to their summits, but the very tops of the rocks which skirted the edge of the coast, adorned with the most beautiful fields and plantations, forming a striking as well as singular contrast by the opposition of their dark grey and blue colour to that of the most lively verdure. Another object that excited our astonishment was an alley of high trees, stretching over hill and dale along the coast, as far as the eye could reach, with arbours at certain distances probably for the weary traveller, for whom these alleys must have been constructed, to rest himself in, an attention which cannot well be exceeded. These alleys are not uncommon in Japan, for we saw a similar one in the vicinity of Nagasaki, and another in the island of Mixima. Coast of Japan. The Nadiaida had hardly anchored at the entrance to Nagasaki harbour before Krusenstern saw several daimios climb on board, who had come to forbid him to advance further. Now, although the Russians were aware of the policy of isolation practised by the Japanese government, they had hoped that their reception would have been less forbidding, as they had on board an ambassador from the powerful neighbouring state of Russia. They had relied on enjoying comparative liberty, of which they would have availed themselves to collect information on a country hitherto so little known, and about which the only people admitted to it had taken a vow of silence. They were, however, disappointed in their expectations. Instead of enjoying the same latitude as the Dutch, they were throughout their stay harassed by a perpetual surveillance, as unceasing as it was annoying. In a word, they were little better than prisoners. Although the ambassador did obtain permission to land with his escort under arms, a favour never before accorded to anyone, the sailors were not allowed to get out of their boat, or when they did land, the restricted place where they were permitted to walk was surrounded by a lofty palisading and guarded by 2 companies of soldiers. It was forbidden to write to Europe by way of Batavia. It was forbidden to talk to the Dutch captains. The ambassador was forbidden to leave his house. The word forbidden may be said to sum up the anything but cordial reception given to their visitors by the Japanese. Krusenstern turned his long stay here to account by completely overhauling and repairing his vessel. He had nearly finished this operation when the approach was announced of an envoy from the emperor, of dignity so exalted that, in the words of the interpreter, he dared to look at the feet of his imperial majesty. This personage began by refusing the Tsar's presents, under pretense that if they were accepted the emperor would have to send back others with an embassy, which would be contrary to the customs of the country. And he then went on to speak of the law against the entry of any vessels into the ports of Japan, and absolutely forbade the Russians to buy anything, adding, however, at the same time, that the materials already supplied for the refitting and revictualling the vessel would be paid for out of the treasury of the Emperor of Japan. He further inquired whether the repairs of the Nadi Aeda would soon be finished. To explore the northwest and southwest coasts of Japan, says Krusenstern, to ascertain the situation of the Straits of Sanga, the width of which in the best charts, Arrowsmith's South Sea Pilot for instance, and the atlas subjoined to La Pérouse's voyage, is laid down as more than 100 miles, while the Japanese merely estimated it to be a Dutch mile. To examine the west coast of Yezo, to find out the island of Karafuto, which in some new charts, compiled after a Japanese one, is placed between Yezo and Sakhalin, and the existence of which appeared to me very probable. To explore this new strait and take an accurate plan of the island of Sakhalin, from Cape Crillon to the northwest coast, from whence, if a good harbour were to be found there, I could send out my long boat to examine the supposed passage which divides Tartary from Sakhalin, and finally, to attempt a return through a new passage between the Kuriles, north of the Canal de la Boussole. All this came into my plan, and I have had the good fortune to execute part of it. Krusenstern understood what was meant as soon as his visitor began to speak, and hurried on the preparations for his own departure. Truly, he had not much reason to congratulate himself on having waited from October to April for such an answer as this. So little were the chief results hoped for by his government achieved, that no Russian vessel could ever again enter a Japanese port. A short-sighted, jealous policy, resulting in the putting back for half a century the progress of Japan. On the 17th April, the Nadi Aeda weighed anchor and began a hydrographic survey, which had the best results. La Pérouse had been the only navigator to traverse before Krusenstern the seas between Japan and the continent. The Russian explorer was therefore anxious to connect his work with that of his predecessor, and to fill up the gaps the latter had been compelled for want of time to leave in his charts of these parts. Krusenstern was destined almost entirely to carry out this detailed plan. Only the survey of the western coast of Japan and of the Strait of Sanga, with that of the channel closing the Farakai Strait, could not be accomplished by the Russian navigator, who had, sorely against his will, to leave the completion of this important task to his successors. Krusenstern now entered the Korea Channel and determined the longitude of Tsushima, obtaining a difference of 36 minutes from the position assigned to that island by La Pérouse. This difference was subsequently confirmed by Dagelet, who can be fully relied upon. The Russian explorer noticed, as La Pérouse had done before him, that the deviation of the magnetic needle is but little noticeable in these latitudes. The position of Sanga Strait between Yezo and Niphon being very uncertain, Krusenstern resolved to determine it. The mouth, situated between Cape Sanga N, lat. 41 degrees 1630 and W long 219 degrees 46, and Cape Nadi Aeda N, lat. 41 degrees 2510 W long 219 degrees 5030, is only 9 miles wide, whereas La Pérouse, who had relied not upon personal observation but upon the map of the Dutchman Vries, speaks of it as 10 miles across. Krusenstern's was therefore an important rectification. Krusenstern did not actually enter this strait. He was anxious to verify the existence of a certain island, Carafonto, Tichoka or Chicha by name, set down as between Yezo and Saghalien in a map which appeared at St. Petersburg in 1802, and was based on one brought to Russia by the Japanese Kode. He then surveyed a small portion of the coast of Yezo, naming the chief irregularities, and cast anchor near the southernmost promontory of the island, at the entrance to the Straits of La Pérouse. Here he learnt from the Japanese that Saghalien and Carafonto were one and the same island. On the 10th May, 1805, Krusenstern landed at Yezo, and was surprised to find the season but little advanced. The trees were not yet in leaf, the snow still lay thick here and there, and the explorer had supposed that it was only at Archangel that the temperature would be so severe at this time of year. This phenomenon was to be explained later, when more was known as to the direction taken by the polar current, which, issuing from Bering Strait, washes the shores of Kamchatka, the Kurile Islands and Yezo. During his short stay here and at Saghalien, Krusenstern was able to make some observations on the Ainos, a race which probably occupied the whole of Yezo before the advent of the Japanese, from whom, at least from those who have been influenced by intercourse with China, they differ entirely. Typical Ainos, facsimile of early engraving, their figure, says Krusenstern, dress, appearance, and their language, prove that they are the same people as those of Saghalien, and the captain of the Castricum, when he missed the Straits of La Pérouse, might imagine as well in Aniwa as in Alkes that he was but in one island. The Ainos are rather below the middle stature, being at the most 5 feet 2 or 4 inches high, of a dark, nearly black complexion, with a thick bushy beard, black rough hair, hanging straight down, and excepting in the beard they have the appearance of the Kamtschadales, only that their countenance is much more regular. The women are sufficiently ugly. Their colour, which is equally dark, their coal-black hair combed over their faces, blue-painted lips and tattooed hands, added to no remarkable cleanliness in their clothing, do not give them any great pretensions to loveliness. However, I must do them the justice to say that they are modest in the highest degree, and in this point form the completest contrast with the women of Nukahiva and of Otaheite. The characteristic quality of an Aino is goodness of heart, which is expressed in the strongest manner in his countenance, and so far as we were enabled to observe their actions, they fully answered this expression. The dress of the Ainos consists chiefly of the skins of tame dogs and seals, but I have seen some in a very different attire, which resembled the parkies of the Kamtschadales, and is, properly speaking, a white shirt worn over their other clothes. In Aniwa Bay they were all clad in furs, their boots were made of seal skins, and in these likewise the women were invariably clothed. After passing through the Straits of La Pérouse, Krusenstern cast anchor in Aniwa Bay, off the island of Saghalien. Here fish was then so plentiful that 2 Japanese firms alone employed 400 Ainos to catch and dry it. It is never taken in nets, but buckets are used at ebb tide. After having surveyed Patience Gulf, which had only been partially examined by the Dutchman Vries, and at the bottom of which flows a stream now named the Neva, Krusenstern broke off his examination of Saghalien to determine the position of the Kurile Islands, never yet accurately laid down. And on the 5th June, 1805, he returned to Petropalovsky, where he put on shore the ambassador and his suite. In July, after crossing Nadieada Strait between Matona and Ratchona, two of the Kurile Islands, Krusenstern surveyed the eastern coast of Saghalien, in the neighbourhood of Cape Patience, which presented a very picturesque appearance, with the hills clothed with grass and stunted trees, and the shores with bushes. The scenery of the interior, however, was somewhat monotonous, with its unbroken line of lofty mountains. The navigator skirted along the whole of this deserted and harbourless coast to Capes Maria and Elizabeth, between which is a deep bay, with a little village of 37 houses nestling at the end, the only one the Russians had seen since they left Providence Bay. It was not inhabited by Ainos, but by Tartars, of which very decided proof was obtained a few days later. Krusenstern next entered the channel separating Saghalien from Tartary, but he was hardly 6 miles from the middle of the passage when his soundings gave 6 fathoms only. It was useless to hope to penetrate further. Orders were given to bout ship, whilst a boat was sent to trace the coastline on either side, and to explore the middle of the strait until the soundings should give 3 fathoms only. A very strong current had to be contended with, rendering this row very difficult, and this current was rightly supposed to be due to the river Amur, the mouth of which was not far distant. The advice given to Krusenstern by the governor of Kamchatka not to approach the coast of Chinese Tartary, lest the jealous suspicions of the celestial government should be aroused, prevented the explorer from further prosecuting the work of surveying. And once more passing the Kurile group, the Nadieada returned to Petropalovsky. The commander availed himself of his stay in this port to make some necessary repairs in his vessel, and to confirm the statements of Captain Clerke, who had succeeded Cook in the command of his last expedition, and those of Delisle de la Croix, the French astronomer, who had been Behring's companion in 1741. During this last sojourn at Petropalovsky, Krusenstern received an autograph letter from the Emperor of Russia, enclosing the Order of St. Anne as a proof of His Majesty's satisfaction with the work done. On the 4th October 1805, the Nadieada set sail for Europe, exploring en route the latitudes in which, according to the maps of the day, were situated the islands of Rica de Plata, Guadalupas, Malabrigos, St. Sebastian de Lobos and San Juan. Krusenstern next identified the Farallon Islands of Anson's map, now known as St. Alexander, St. Augustine and Volcanoes, and situated south of the Boninsima group. Then crossing the Formosa Channel, he arrived at Macau on the 21st November. He was a good deal surprised not to find the Neva there, as he had given instructions for it to bring a cargo of furs, the price of which he proposed expending on Chinese merchandise. He decided to wait for the arrival of the Neva. Macau seemed to him to be falling rapidly into decay. Many fine buildings, he says, are ranged in large squares surrounded by courtyards and gardens, but most of them uninhabited, the number of Portuguese residents there having greatly decreased. The chief private houses belong to the members of the Dutch and English factories. 12 or 15,000 is said to be the number of the inhabitants of Macau, most of whom, however, are Chinese, who have so completely taken possession of the town that it is rare to meet any European in the streets, with the exception of priests and nuns. One of the inhabitants said to me, "We have more priests here than soldiers." A piece of raillery that was literally true, the number of soldiers amounting only to 150, not one of whom is a European, the whole being mulattoes of Macau and Goa. Even the officers are not all Europeans. With so small a garrison, it is difficult to defend 4 large fortresses, and the natural insolence of the Chinese finds a sufficient motive in the weakness of the military to heap insult upon insult. Just as the Nadi Aida was about to weigh anchor, the Never at last appeared. It was now the 3rd November, and Cruzenstern went up the coast in the newly arrived vessel as far as Whampoa, where he sold to advantage his cargo of furs, after many prolonged discussions which his firm but conciliating attitude, together with the intervention of English merchants, brought to a successful issue. On the 9th February, the 2 vessels once more together weighed anchor and resumed their voyage by way of the Sunda Isles. Beyond Christmas Island they were again separated in cloudy weather and did not meet until the end of the trip. On the 4th May, the Nadi Aida cast anchor in St. Helena Bay, 60 days' voyage from the Sunda Isles and 79 from Macau. "I know of no better place," says Cruzenstern, "to get supplies after a long voyage than St. Helena. The road is perfectly safe, and at all times more convenient than Table Bay or Simon's Bay. At the Cape, the entrance, with the precaution of first getting near the land, is perfectly easy, and on quitting the island nothing more is necessary than to weigh anchor and stand out to sea. Every kind of provision may be obtained here, particularly the best kinds of garden stuffs, and in 2 or 3 days a ship may be provided with everything." On the 21st April, Cruzenstern passed between the Shetland and Orkney Islands in order to avoid the English Channel, where he might have met some French pirates, and after a good voyage he arrived at Kronstadt on the 7th August, 1806. Without taking first rank like the expedition of Cook or that of La Pérouse, Cruzenstern's trip was not without interest. We owe no great discovery to the Russian explorer, but he verified and rectified the work of his predecessors. This was in fact what most of the navigators of the 19th century had to do, the progress of science enabling them to complete what had been begun by others. Cruzenstern had taken with him in his voyage round the world the son of the well-known dramatic author Kotzebue. The young Otto Kotzebue, who was then a cadet, soon gained his promotion, and he was a naval lieutenant when, in 1815, the command was given to him of the Rurik, a new brig with 2 guns, and a crew of no more than 27 men, equipped at the expense of Count Romantzoff. His task was to explore the less-known parts of Oceania and to cut a passage for his vessel across the frozen ocean. Kotzebue left the port of Kronstadt on the 15th July, 1815, put in first at Copenhagen and Plymouth, and after a very trying trip doubled Cape Horn and entered the Pacific Ocean on the 22nd January, 1816. After a halt at Talcahuano on the coast of Chile, he resumed his voyage, sighted the desert island of Salas of Gomez on the 26th March, and steered towards Easter Island, where he hoped to meet with the same friendly reception as Cook and Pérouse had done before him. The Russians had, however, hardly disembarked before they were surrounded by a crowd eager to offer them fruit and roots, by whom they were so shamelessly robbed that they were compelled to use their arms in self-defence, and to re-embark as quickly as possible to avoid the shower of stones flung at them by the natives. The only observation they had time to make during this short visit was the overthrow of the numerous huge stone statues described, measured and drawn by Cook and La Pérouse. On the 16th April, the Russian captain arrived at the dog island of Schouten, which he called Doubtful Island, to mark the difference in his estimate of its position and that attributed to it by earlier navigators. Kotzebue gives it S. lat. 44 degrees 50 and W. long. 138 degrees 47. During the ensuing days were discovered the desert island of Romanzoff, so named in honor of the promoter of the expedition, Spiridoff Island, with a lagoon in the center, the island Awara of the Pomotou group, the V Legion chain of islets, and the no less extended group of the Krusenstern Islands. On the 28th April, the Rurik was near the supposed site of Borman's Islands, but not a sign of them could be seen, and it appeared probable that the group had in fact been one of those already visited. As soon as he was safely out of the dangerous Pomotou archipelago, Kotzebue steered towards the group of islands sighted in 1788 by Sever, who, without touching at them, gave them the name of Penrhyn. The Russian explorer determined the position of the central group of islets as S. lat. 9 degrees 135 and W. long. 157 degrees 44-32, characterizing them as very low like those of the Pomotou group, but inhabited for all that. At the sight of the vessel a considerable fleet of canoes put off from the shore, and the natives, palm branches in their hands, advanced with the rhythmic sound of the paddles, serving as a kind of solemn and melancholy accompaniment to numerous singers. To guard against surprise, Kotzebue made all the canoes draw up on one side of the vessel, and bartering was done with a rope as the means of communication. The natives had nothing to trade with but bits of iron and fish hooks made of mother of pearl. They were well made and martial-looking, but wore no clothes beyond a kind of apron. At first only noisy and very lively, the natives soon became threatening. They thieved openly and answered remonstrances with undisguised taunts. Brandishing their spears above their heads, they seemed to be urging each other on to an attack. When Kotzebue felt that the moment had come to put an end to these hostile demonstrations, he had one gun fired. In the twinkling of an eye the canoes were empty, their terrified crews unpremeditatingly flinging themselves into the water with one accord. Presently the heads of the divers reappeared, and a little calmed down by the warning received, the natives returned to their canoes and their bartering. Nails and pieces of iron were much sought after by these people, whom Kotzebue likens to the natives of Naukahiva. They do not exactly tattoo themselves, but cover their bodies with large scars. In the twinkling of an eye the canoes were empty. A curious fashion not before noticed amongst the islanders of Oceania prevails amongst them. Most of them wear the nails very long, and those of the chief men in the canoes extended 3 inches beyond the end of the finger. 36 boats, manned by 360 men, now surrounded the vessel, and Kotzebue, judging that with his feeble resources and the small crew of the Rurik any attempt to land would be imprudent, set sail again, without being able to collect any more information on these wild and warlike islanders. Continuing his voyage towards Kamchatka, the navigator sighted on the 21st May 2 groups of islands connected by a chain of coral reefs. He named them Kutusov and Suwarov, determined their position, and made up his mind to come back and examine them again. The natives in fleet canoes approached the Rurik, but in spite of the pressing invitation of the Russians, would not trust themselves on board. They gazed at the vessel in astonishment, talked to each other with a vivacity which showed their intelligence, and flung on deck the fruit of the pandanus tree and cocoa nuts. Their lank black hair, with flowers fastened in it here and there, the ornaments hung round their necks, their clothing of two curiously woven coloured mats tied to the waist, and reaching below the knee, but above all their frank and friendly countenances, distinguished the natives of the Marshall Archipelago from those of Penrhyn. On the 19th June the Rurik put in at New Archangel, and for 28 days her crew were occupied in repairing her. On the 15th July Kotzebue set sail again, and 5 days later disembarked on Behring Island, the southern promontory of which he laid down in N. lat. 55 degrees 17-18 and W. long, 194 degrees 6-37. The natives Kotzebue met with on this island, like those of the North American coast, wore clothes made of seal skin and the intestines of the walrus. The lances used by them were pointed with the teeth of these amphibious animals. Their food consisted of the flesh of whales and seals, which they store in deep cellars dug in the earth. Their boats were made of leather, and they had sledges drawn by dogs. Their mode of salutation is strange enough. They first rub each other's noses, and then pass their hands over their own stomachs, as if rejoicing over the swallowing of some tidbit. Lastly, when they want to be very friendly indeed, they spit in their own palms and rub their friends' faces with the spittle. The captain, still keeping his northerly course along the American coast, discovered Skitchmeth Bay, Saritchif Island, and lastly an extensive gulf, the existence of which was not previously known. At the end of this gulf Kotzebue hoped to find a channel through which he could reach the Arctic Ocean, but he was disappointed. He gave his own name to the gulf, and that of Krusenstern to the cape at the entrance. Driven back by bad weather, the Rurik reached Aunalashka on the 6th September, halted for a few days at San Francisco, and reached the Sandwich Islands, where some important surveys were made and some very curious information collected. On leaving the Sandwich Islands, Kotzebue steered for Suworoff and Kutusoff Islands, which he had discovered a few months before. On the 1st January 1817, he sighted Mayadi Island, to which he gave the name of New Year's Island. 4 days later he discovered a chain of little low-wooded islands set in a framework of reefs, through which the vessel could scarcely make its way. Just at first the natives ran away at the sight of Lieutenant Skishmarov, but they soon came back with branches in their hands, shouting out the word Adara, friend. The officer repeated this word, and gave them a few nails in return, for which the Russians received the collars and flowers worn as neck ornaments by the natives. This exchange of courtesies emboldened the rest of the islanders to appear, and throughout the stay of the Russians in this archipelago, these friendly demonstrations and enthusiastic but guarded greetings were continued. One native, Rurik by name, was particularly cordial to the Russians, whom he informed that the name of his island and of the chain of islets and atolls too connected with it was Otdia. In acknowledgment of the cordial reception of the natives, Kotzebue left with them a cock and hen, and planted in a garden laid out under his orders a quantity of seeds, in the hope that they would thrive. But in this he did not make allowance for the number of rats which swarmed upon these islands and wrought havoc in his plantations. 2 atolls are coral islands like circular belts surrounding a smooth lagoon. On the 6th February, after ascertaining from what he was told by a chief named Langdiak, that these sparsely populated islands were of recent formation, Kotzebue put to sea again, having first christened the archipelago Romantsov. The next day a group of islets, on which only 3 inhabitants were found, had its name of Iregup changed to that of Tchitchikov, and then an enthusiastic reception was given to Kotzebue on the Corn Islands by the Taman or chief. Every native here feted the newcomers, some by their silence, like the queen forbidden by etiquette to answer the speeches made to her, some by their dances, cries, and songs, in which the name of Totabu, Kotzebue, was constantly repeated. The chief himself came to fetch Kotzebue in a canoe, and carried him on his shoulders through the breakers to the beach. In the oar group the navigator noticed amongst a crowd of natives who climbed onto the vessel 2 natives whose faces and tattooing seemed to mark them as of alien race. One of them, Kadu by name, especially pleased the commander, who gave him some bits of iron, and Kotzebue was surprised that he did not receive them with the same pleasure as his companions. This was explained the same evening. When all the natives were leaving the vessel, Kadu earnestly begged to be allowed to remain on the Rurik, and never again to leave it. The commander only yielded to his wishes after a great deal of persuasion. Kadu, says Kotzebue, had scarcely obtained permission when he turned quickly to his comrades who were waiting for him, declared to them his intention of remaining on board the ship, and distributed his iron among the chiefs. The astonishment in the boats was beyond description. They tried in vain to shake his resolution. He was immovable. At last his friend Edok came back, spoke long and seriously to him, and when he found that his persuasion was of no avail, he attempted to drag him by force. But Kadu now used the right of the strongest. He pushed his friend from him, and the boat sailed off. His resolution being inexplicable to me, I conceived a notion that he perhaps intended to steal during the night, and privately to leave the ship, and therefore had the night watch doubled, and his bed made up close to mine on the deck, where I slept on account of the heat. Kadu felt greatly honoured to sleep close to the Taman of the ship, born at Ull, one of the Caroline Islands, more than 300 miles from the group where he was now living. Kadu, with Edok and 2 other fellow countrymen, had been overtaken when fishing by a violent storm. For 8 months the poor fellows were at the mercy of the winds and currents on a sea now smooth, now rough. They had never throughout this time been without fish, but they had suffered the cruelest tortures from thirst. When their stock of rain water, which they had used very sparingly, was exhausted, there was nothing left to them to do but to fling themselves into the sea and try to obtain at the bottom of the ocean some water less impregnated with salt, which they brought to the surface in cocoanut shells pierced with a small opening. When they reached the Ore Islands, even the sight of land and the immediate prospect of safety did not rouse them from the state of prostration into which they had sunk. The sight of the iron instruments in the canoe of the strangers led the people of Ore to decide on their massacre for the sake of their treasures, but the Taman, Tygidian by name, took them under his protection. 3 years had passed since this event, and the men from the Caroline Islands, thanks to their more extended knowledge, soon acquired a certain ascendancy over their hosts. When the Rurik appeared, Kadu was in the woods a long way from the coast. He was sent for at once, as he was looked upon as a great traveller, and he might perhaps be able to say what the great monster approaching the island was. Now Kadu had more than once seen European vessels, and he persuaded his friends to go and meet the strangers, and to receive them kindly. Such had been Kadu's adventures. He now remained on the Rurik, identified the other islands of the archipelago, and lost no time in facilitating intercourse between the Russians and the natives. Dressed in a yellow mantle, and wearing a red cap like a convict, Kadu looked down upon his old friends, and seemed not to recognize them. When a fine old man with a flowing beard named Tygidian came on board, Cardew undertook to explain to him and his companions the working of the vessel and the use of everything about the ship. Like many Europeans, he made up for his ignorance by imperturbable assurance, and had an answer ready for every question. Interrogated on the subject of a little box from which a sailor took a black powder and applied it to his nostrils, Cardew glibly told some most extraordinary stories, and wound up with a practical illustration by putting the box against his own nose. He then flung it from him, sneezing violently and screaming so loud that his terrified friends fled away on every side. But when the crisis was over, he managed to turn the incident to his own advantage. Cardew gave Kotzebue some general information about the group of islands then under examination, and the Russians spent a month in taking surveys and see. All these islands, which the natives call Radak, were under the control of one Tamman, a man named Lamoury. A few years later, Dumont d'Urville gave the name of Marshal to the group. According to Cardew, another chain of islets, atolls, and reefs was situated some little distance off on the west. Kotzebue had not time to identify them, and steering in a northerly direction, he reached Aunalashka on the 24th April, where he had to repair the serious damage sustained by the Rurik in 2 violent storms. This done, he took on board some Badaers, boats cased in skins to make them watertight, with 15 natives of the Aleutian Islands, who were used to the navigation of the polar seas, and resumed his exploration of Bering Strait. Kotzebue had suffered very much from pain in his chest ever since when, doubling Cape Horn, he had been knocked down by a huge wave and flung overboard, an accident which would have cost him his life had he not clung to some rope. The consequences were so serious to his health that when, on the 10th July, he landed on the island of St. Lawrence, he was obliged to give up the further prosecution of his researches. On the 1st October, the Rurik made a second short halt at the Sandwich Islands, where seeds and animals were landed, and at the end of the month the explorers landed at Otdir in the midst of the enthusiastic acclamations of the natives. The cats brought by the visitors were welcomed with special enthusiasm, for the island was infested with immense numbers of rats, who worked havoc on the plantations. Great also was the rejoicing over the return of Cardew, with whom the Russians left an assortment of tools and weapons, which made their owner the wealthiest inhabitant of the archipelago. Interior of a house at Radak. Facsimile of early engraving. On the 4th November, the Rurik left the Radak Islands after identifying the Ledyard group, and cast anchor off Guam, one of the Marian Islands, where she remained until the end of the month. A halt of some weeks at Manila enabled the commander to collect some curious information about the Philippine Islands, to which he would have to return later. After escaping from the violent storms encountered in doubling the Cape of Good Hope, the Rurik cast anchor on the 3rd August, 1818, in the Neva, opposite Count Romanzoff's palace. These 3 years of absence had been turned to good account by the hardy navigators. In spite of the smallness of their number and the poverty of their equipments, they had not been afraid to face the terrors of the deep, to venture amongst all but unknown archipelagos, or to brave the rigours of the Arctic and torrid zones. Important as were their actual discoveries, their rectification of the errors of their predecessors were of yet greater value. 2,500 species of plants, 1/3 of which were quite new, with numerous details respecting the language, ethnography, religion, and customs of the tribes visited, formed a rich harvest attesting the zeal, skill, and knowledge of the captain, as well as the intrepidity and endurance of his crew. When therefore the Russian government decided in 1823 to send reinforcements to Kamchatka to put an end to the contraband trade carried on in Russian America, the command of the expedition was given to Kotzebue. A frigate called the Pripyati was placed at his disposal, and he was left free to choose his own route both going and returning. Kotzebue had gone round the world as a midshipman with Krusenstern, and that explorer now entrusted to him his eldest son, as did also Merle, the Minister of Marine, a proof of the great confidence both fathers placed in him. The expedition left Kronstadt on the 15th August 1823, reached Rio Janeiro in safety, doubled Cape Horn on the 15th January 1824, and steered for the Pomotou archipelago, where Pripyati Island was discovered and the islands of Arakchedjus, Romantsov, Karlshof and Palisa were identified. On the 14th March anchor was cast in the harbour of Matavar, Otaheite. View of Otaheite. Since Cook's stay in this archipelago, a complete transformation had taken place in the manners and customs of the inhabitants. In 1799, some missionaries settled in Otaheite, where they remained for 10 years, unfortunately without making a single conversion, and we add with regret without even winning the esteem or respect of the natives. Compelled at the end of these 10 years, in consequence of the revolutions which convulsed Otaheite, to take refuge at Eimeo and other islands of the same group, their efforts were there crowned with more success. In 1817, Pomaré, king of Otaheite, recalled the missionaries, made them a grant of land, and declared himself a convert to Christianity. His example was soon followed by a considerable number of natives. Kotzebue had heard of this change, but he was not prepared to find European customs generally adopted. At the sound of the discharge announcing the arrival of the Russians, a boat bearing the Otaheitian flag put off from shore, bringing a pilot to guide the Pripyati to its anchorage. The next day, which happened to be Sunday, the Russians were surprised at the religious silence which prevailed throughout the island when they landed. This silence was only broken by the sound of canticles and psalms sung by the natives in their huts. The church, a plain, clean building of rectangular form, roofed with reeds and approached by a long avenue of palms, was well filled with an attentive, orderly congregation, the men sitting on one side, the women on the other, all with prayer books in their hands. The voices of the neophytes often joined in the chant of the missionaries, unfortunately with better will than correctness or appropriateness. If the piety of the islanders was edifying, the costumes worn by these strange converts were such as somewhat to distract the attention of the visitors. A black coat or the waistcoat of an English uniform was the only garment worn by some, whilst others contented themselves with a jacket, a shirt, or a pair of trousers. The most fortunate were wrapped in cloth mantles, and rich and poor alike dispensed with shoes and stockings. The women were no less grotesquely clad. Some wore men's shirts, white or striped as the case might be, others a mere piece of cloth, but all had European hats. The wives of the Ariwa 3 wore coloured robes, a piece of great extravagance, but with them the dress formed the whole costume. 3 The Ariwa are a curious vagrant set of people who have been found in these regions, who practice the singular and fatal custom of killing their children at birth, because of a traditional law binding them to do so. On the Monday a most imposing ceremony took place. This was the visit to Kotzebue of the Queen Mother and the royal family. These great people were preceded by a master of ceremonies, who was a sort of court fool wearing nothing but a red waistcoat, and with his legs tattooed to represent striped trousers, whilst on the lower portion of his back was described a quadrant divided into minute sections. He performed his absurd capers, contortions, and grimaces with a gravity infinitely amusing. The Queen Regent carried the little King Pomaré Roman III. In her arms and beside her walked his sister, a pretty child of 10 years old. The royal infant was dressed in European style like his subjects, and like them he wore nothing on his feet. At the request of the ministers and great people of Otterhate, Kotzebue had a pair of boots made for him, which he was to wear on the day of his coronation. Great were the shouts of joy, the gestures of delight, and the envious exclamations over the trifles distributed amongst the ladies of the court, and fierce were the struggles for the smallest shreds of the imitation gold lace given away. What important matter could have brought so many men on to the deck of the frigate, bearing with them quantities of fruits and figs? These eager messengers were the husbands of the disappointed ladies of Otterhate, who had not been present at the division of the gold, lace more valuable in their eyes than rivers of diamonds in those of Europeans. At the end of 10 days, Kotzebue decided to leave this strange country, where civilization and barbarism flourished side by side in a manner so fraternal, and steered for the Samoa archipelago, notorious for the massacre of the companions of La Pérouse. How great was the difference between the Samoans and the Otterhatians! Wild and fierce, suspicious and threatening, the natives of Rose Island could scarcely be kept off the deck of the Propriété, and one of them at the sight of the bare arm of a sailor made a savage and eloquent gesture, showing with what pleasure he could devour the firm and doubtless savoury flesh displayed to view. The insolence of the natives increased with the arrival of more canoes from the shore, and they had to be beaten back with bowhooks before the Propriété could get away from amongst the frail boats of the ferocious islanders. Upolu or Oyalava, Platte and Polar or Savai Islands, which with Rose Island form part of the Navigator or Samoan group, were passed almost as soon as they were sighted, and Kotzebue steered for the Radak Islands, where he had been so kindly received on his first voyage. This time, however, the natives were terrified at sight of the huge vessel, and piled up their canoes or fled into the interior, whilst on the beach a procession was formed, a number of islanders with palm branches in their hands advancing to meet the intruders and beg for peace. At this sight, Kotzebue flung himself into a boat with the surgeon Eschscholtz, and rowing rapidly towards the shore, shouted, "Totabu Aidara, Kotzebue friend." An immediate change was the result. The petitions the natives were going to address to the Russians were converted into shouts and enthusiastic demonstrations of delight, some rushing forwards to welcome their friend, others running over to announce his arrival to their fellow countrymen. The commander was very pleased to find that Cardew was still living at Oare, under the protection of Lamoury, whose countenance he had secured at the price of half his wealth. Of all the animals left here by Kotzebue, the cats, now become wild alone, had survived, and thus far they had not destroyed the legions of rats with which the island was overrun. The explorer remained several days with his friends, whom he entertained with dramatic representations, and on the 6th May he made for the Ledyp group, the examination of which he had left uncompleted on his last voyage. After surveying it, he intended to resume his exploration of the Radak Islands, but bad weather prevented this, and he had to set sail for Kamtchatka. The crew here enjoyed the rest so fully earned, from the 7th June to the 20th July, when Kotzebue set sail for New Archangel on the American coast, where he cast anchor on the 7th August. The frigate, which was here to take the place of the Propriété, was not however ready for sea until the 1st March of the following year, and Kotzebue turned the delay to account by visiting the Sandwich Islands, where he cast anchor off Oahu in December 1824. The harbour of Honolulu or Honolulu is the safest of the archipelago. A good many vessels therefore put in there even at this early date, and the island of Oahu bid fair to become the most important of the group, supplanting Hawaii or Oahe. The appearance of the town was already semi-European. Stone houses replaced the primitive native huts, regular streets with shops, café, public houses, much patronized by the sailors of whalers and fur traders, together with a fortress provided with cannon, were the most noteworthy signs of the rapid transformation of the manners and customs of the natives. 50 years had now elapsed since the discovery of most of the islands of Oceania, and everywhere changes had taken place as sudden as those in the Sandwich Islands. The fur trade, says Disborough Cooley, carried on with the northwest coast of America, has effected a wonderful revolution in the Sandwich Islands, which from their situation offered an advantageous shelter for ships engaged in it. Among these islands the fur traders wintered, refitted their vessels and replenished their stock of fresh provisions, and as summer approached, returned to complete their cargo on the coast of America. Iron tools and, above all, guns were eagerly sought for by the islanders in exchange for their provisions, and the mercenary traders, regardless of consequences, readily gratified their desires. Firearms and ammunition being the most profitable stock to traffic with, were supplied them in abundance. Hence the Sandwich Islanders soon became formidable to their visitors. They seized on several small vessels and displayed an energy tinctured at first with barbarity, but indicating great capabilities of social improvement. At this period, one of those extraordinary characters which seldom fail to come forth when fate is charged with great events, completed the revolution, which had its origin in the impulse of Europeans. Tame Ha, a chief, who had made himself conspicuous during the last and unfortunate visit of Cook to those islands, usurped the authority of king, subdued the neighbouring islands with an army of 16,000 men, and made his conquests subservient to his grand schemes of improvement. He knew the superiority of Europeans and was proud to imitate them. Already in 1796, when Captain Broughton visited those islands, the usurper sent to ask him whether he should salute him with great guns. He always kept Englishmen about him as ministers and advisers. In 1817, he is said to have had an army of 7,000 men, armed with muskets, among whom were at least 50 Europeans. Tame Ha, who began his career in blood and usurpation, lived to gain the sincere love and admiration of his subjects, who regarded him as more than human, and mourned his death with tears of warmer affection than often bedew the ashes of royalty. One of the guard of the King of the Sandwich Islands, facsimile of early engraving. Such was the state of things when the Russian expedition put in at Oahu. The young King Rio was in England with his wife, and the government of the archipelago was in the hands of the Queen Mother, Kahumanu. Kotzebue took advantage of the latter and of the First Minister both being absent on a neighbouring island, to pay a visit to another wife of Kamiami. The apartment, says the traveller, was furnished in the European fashion, with chairs, tables, and looking-glasses. In one corner stood an immensely large bed with silk curtains. The floor was covered with fine mats, and on these in the middle of the room lay Nomohana, extended on her stomach, her head turned towards the door and her arms supported on a silk pillow. Nomohana, who appeared at the utmost not more than 40 years old, was exactly 6 feet 2 inches high, and rather more than 2 ells in circumference. Her coal-black hair was neatly plaited, at the top of a head as round as a ball. Her flat nose and thick projecting lips were certainly not very handsome, yet was her countenance on the whole prepossessing and agreeable. The good lady remembered having seen Kotzebue 10 years before. She therefore received him graciously, but she could not speak of her husband without tears in her eyes, and her grief did not appear to be assumed. In order that the date of his death should be ever present to her mind, she had had the inscription 6th May, 1819, branded on her arm. A zealous Christian, like most of the population, the Queen took Kotzebue to the church, a vast but simple building, not nearly so crowded as that at Otterhate. Nomahanna seemed to be very intelligent. She knew how to read and was specially enthusiastic about writing, that art which connects us with the absent. Being anxious to give the commander a proof alike of her affection and of her acquirements, she sent him a letter by hand which it had taken her several weeks to concoct. The other ladies did not like to be outdone, and Kotzebue found himself overwhelmed with documents. The only means to check this epistolatory inundation was to weigh anchor, which the captain did without loss of time. Before his departure he received Queen Nomahanna on board. Her Majesty appeared in her robes of ceremony, consisting of a magnificent peach-coloured silk dress embroidered with black, evidently originally made for a European, and consequently too tight and too short for its wearer. People could, therefore, see not only the feet, beside which those of Charlie Magny would have looked like a Chinaman's, and which were cased in huge men's boots, but also a pair of fat, brown, naked legs resembling the balustrades of a terrace. A collar of red and yellow feathers, a garland of natural flowers serving as a gorget, and a hat of leghorn straw, trimmed with artificial flowers, completed this fine but absurd costume. Nomahanna went over the ship, asking questions about everything, and at last, worn out with seeing so many wonders, betook herself to the captain's cabin, where a good collation was spread for her. The Queen flung herself upon a couch, but the fragile article of furniture was unable to sustain so much majesty, and gave way beneath the weight of a princess, whose embonpoint had doubtless had a good deal to do with her elevation to such high rank. After this halt Kotzebue returned to New Archangel, where he remained until the 30th July, 1825. He then paid another visit to the Sandwich Islands a short time after Admiral Byron had brought back the remains of the King and Queen. The archipelago was then at peace, its prosperity was continually on the increase, the influence of the missionaries was confirmed, and the education of the young monarch was in the hands of missionary Bingham. The inhabitants were deeply touched by the honours accorded by the English to the remains of their sovereigns, and the day seemed to be not far distant when European customs would completely supersede those of the natives. Some provisions having been embarked at Waihu, the explorer made for Radak Islands, identified the pescadores, forming the southern extremity of that chain, discovered the Eschscholtz group, a short distance off, and touched at Guam on the 15th October. On the 23rd January 1826, he left Manila after a stay of some months, during which constant intercourse with the natives had enabled him to add greatly to our knowledge of the geography and natural history of the Philippine Islands. A new Spanish governor had arrived with a large reinforcement of troops, and had so completely crushed all agitation that the colonists had quite given up their scheme of separating themselves from Spain. On the 10th July 1826, the Propriety returned to Kronstadt, after a voyage extending over 3 years, during which she had visited the northwest coast of America, the Aleutian Islands, Kamchatka, and the Sea of Okhotsk, surveyed minutely a great part of the Radak Islands, and obtained fresh information on the changes through which the people of Oceania were passing. Thanks to the ardour of Chamisso and Professor Eschscholtz, many specimens of natural history had been collected, and the latter published a description of more than 2,000 animals, as well as some curious details on the mode of formation of the coral islands in the South Seas. The English government had now resumed with eagerness the study of the tantalizing problem, the solution of which had been sought so long in vain. We allude to the finding of the Northwest Passage, when Parry by sea and Franklin by land were trying to reach Bering Strait. Captain Frederick William Beechey received instructions to penetrate as far north as possible by way of the same strait so as to meet the other explorers, who would doubtless arrive in a state of exhaustion from fatigue and privation. The Blossom, Captain Beechey commander, set sail from Spithead on the 19th May, 1825, and after doubling Cape Horn on the 26th December, entered the Pacific Ocean. After a short stay off the coast of Chile, Beechey visited Easter Island, where the same incidents which had marked Kotzebue's visit were repeated. The same eager reception on the part of the natives, who swam to the Blossom or brought their paltry merchandise to it in canoes, and the same shower of stones and blows from clubs when the English landed, repulsed, as in the Russian explorers' time, with a rapid discharge of shot. On the 4th December, Captain Beechey sighted an island completely overgrown with vegetation. This was the spot famous for the discovery on it of the descendants of the mutineers of the Bounty, who landed on it after the enactment of a tragedy, which at the end of last century had excited intense public interest in England. In 1781, Lieutenant Bligg, one of the officers who had distinguished himself under Cook, was appointed to the command of the Bounty, and received orders to go to Otaheite, there to obtain specimens of the breadfruit tree and other of its vegetable productions for transportation to the Antilles, then generally known amongst the English as the Western Indies. After doubling Cape Horn, Bligg cast anchor in the Bay of Matavai, where he shipped a cargo of breadfruit trees, proceeding thence to Ramauka, one of the Tonga Isles, for more of the same valuable growth. Thus far no special incident marked the course of the voyage, which seemed likely to end happily. But the haughty character and stern, despotic manners of the commander had alienated from him the affections of nearly the whole of his crew. A plot was formed against him, which was carried out before sunrise on the 28th April, off Tafona. Surprised by the mutineers while still in bed, Bligg was bound and gagged before he could defend himself, and dragged on deck in his nightshirt, and after a mock trial, presided over by Lieutenant Christian Fletcher, he, with 18 men who remained faithful to him, was lowered into a boat containing a few provisions and abandoned in the open sea. After enduring agonies of hunger and thirst, and escaping from terrible storms and from the teeth of the savage natives of Tafona, Bligg succeeded in reaching Timor Island, where he received an enthusiastic welcome. "I now desired my people to come on shore," says Bligg, which was as much as some of them could do, being scarce able to walk. They, however, were helped to the house, and found tea with bread and butter provided for their breakfast. Our bodies were nothing but skin and bones, our limbs were full of sores, and we were clothed in rags. In this condition, with the tears of joy and gratitude flowing down our cheeks, the people of Timor beheld us with a mixture of horror, surprise, and pity. Thus, through the assistance of divine providence, we surmounted the difficulties and distresses of a most perilous voyage. Perilous indeed, for it had lasted no less than 41 days in latitudes but little known, in an open boat, with insufficient food, want and exposure causing infinite suffering. Yet in this voyage of more than 1,500 leagues but one man was lost, a sailor who fell a victim at the beginning of the journey to the natives of Tafona. The fate of the mutineers was strange, and more than one lesson may be learnt from it. They made for Otaheite, where provisions were obtained, and those who had been least active in the mutiny were abandoned, and thence Christian set sail with 8 sailors, who elected to remain with him, and some 22 natives, men and women from Otaheite and Taubernai. Nothing more was heard of them. As for those who remained at Otaheite, they were taken prisoners in 1791 by Captain Edwards of the Pandora, sent out by the English government in search of them and the other mutineers, with orders to bring them to England. Of the 10 who were brought home by the Pandora, only 3 were condemned to death. 20 years passed by before the slightest light was thrown on the fate of Christian and those he took with him. In 1808 an American trading vessel touched at Pitcairn, there to complete her cargo of sealskins. The captain imagined the island to be uninhabited, but to his very great surprise, a canoe presently approached his ship manned by 3 young men of colour who spoke English very well. Greatly astonished, the commander questioned them and learnt that their father had served under Bligh. The fate of the latter was now known to the whole world, and its discussion had lightened the tedious hours in the forecastles of vessels of every nationality, and the American captain, reminded by the singular incident related above of the disappearance of so many of the mutineers of the Bounty, landed on the island, where he met an Englishman named Smith, who had belonged to the crew of that vessel, and who made the following confession. When he left Otaheite, Christian made direct for Pitcairn, attracted to it by its lonely situation south of the Pomotou Islands, and out of the general track of vessels, after landing the provisions of the Bounty and taking away all the fittings which could be of any use, the mutineers burnt the vessel not only with a view to removing all trace of their whereabouts, but also to prevent the escape of any of their number. From the first, the sight of the extensive marshes led them to believe the island to be uninhabited, and they were soon convinced of the justice of this opinion. Huts were built, and land was cleared, but the English charitably assigned to the natives, whom they had carried off or who had elected to join them, the position of slaves. 2 years passed by without any serious dissensions arising, but at the end of that time the natives laid a plot against the whites, of which, however, the latter were informed by an Otaheitan woman, and the 2 leaders paid for their abortive attempt with their lives. 2 more years of peace and tranquillity ensued, and then another plot was laid, this time resulting in the massacre of Christian and 5 of his comrades. The murder, however, was avenged by the native women, who mourned for their English lovers and killed the surviving men of Otaheite. A little later the discovery of a plant, from which a kind of brandy could be made, caused the death of one of the 4 Englishmen still remaining. Another was murdered by his companions, a 3rd died a natural death, and the last one, Smith, took the name of Adams and lived on at the head of a community, consisting of 10 women and 19 children, the eldest of whom were but 7 or 8 years old. This man, who had reflected on his errors and repented of them, now led a new life, fulfilling the duties of father, priest, and sovereign. his combined firmness and justice acquiring for him an all-powerful influence over his motley subjects. This strange teacher of morality, who in his youth had set all laws at defiance, and to whom no obligation was sacred, now preached pity, love, and sympathy, arranged regular marriages between the children of different parents, his little community thriving lustily under the mild yet firm control of one who had but lately turned from his own evil ways. Such at the time of Beechey's arrival was the state of the colony at Pitcairn. The navigator, well received by the inhabitants, whose virtuous conduct recalled the Golden Age, remained amongst them 18 days. The village consisted of clean, well-built huts, surrounded by pandanus and cocoa palms. The fields were well cultivated, and under Adam's tuition the young people had made implements of agriculture of really extraordinary excellence. The faces of these half-breeds were good-looking and pleasant in expression, and their figures were well proportioned, showing unusual muscular development. The village consisted of clean, well-built huts. After leaving Pitcairn, Beechey visited Crescent, Gambier, Hood, Clermont, Tunera, Searles, Whitsunday, Queen Charlotte, Teherry, and the Lancer Islands, all in the Pomotou group, and an islet to which he gave the name of Byam Martin. Here the explorer met a native named Tunwary, who had been shipwrecked in a storm, having left Annar with 500 fellow countrymen in 3 canoes to render homage to Pomaré Roman III, who had just ascended the throne. Tunwary had been driven out of his course by westerly winds. These were succeeded by variable breezes, and provisions were soon so completely exhausted that the survivors had to feed on the bodies of those who were the first to succumb. Finally, Tunwary arrived at Barrow Island in the centre of the dangerous archipelago, where he obtained a small stock of provisions, and after a long delay, his canoe having been stove in off Byam Martin, once more put to sea. Beechey yielded under considerable persuasion to Tunwary's entreaty to be received on board with his wife and children and taken to Otaheite. The next day, by one of those strange chances seldom occurring except in fiction, Beechey stopped at Heian, where Tunwary met his brother, who had supposed him to be long since dead. After the first transports of delight and surprise, the 2 natives sat down side by side, and holding each other's hands related their several adventures. Beechey left Heian on the 10th February, sighted Melville and Croker Islands, and cast anchor on the 18th off Otaheite, where he had some difficulty in obtaining provisions. The natives now demanded good Chilean dollars and European clothing, both of which were altogether wanting on the Blossom. After receiving a visit from the Queen Mother, Beechey was invited to a soirée given in his honour in the palace at Papeete. When the English arrived, however, they found everybody sound asleep, the hostess having forgotten all about her invitation and gone to bed earlier than usual. She received her guests none the less cordially, however, and organised a little dance in spite of the remonstrances of the missionaries. Only the fete had to be conducted, so to speak, in silence, that the noise might not reach the ears of the police on duty on the beach. From this incident, we can guess the amount of liberty the missionary Pritchard allowed to the most exalted personages of Otaheite. What must the discipline then have been for the common herd of the natives? On the 3rd April the young king paid a visit to Beechey, who gave him, on behalf of the Admiralty, a fine fowling piece. Very friendly was the intercourse which ensued, and the good influence the English missionaries had obtained was strengthened by the cordiality and tact of the ship's officers. Leaving Otaheite on the 26th April, Beechey reached the Sandwich Islands, where he remained some 10 days, and then set sail for Bering Strait and the Arctic Ocean. His instructions were to skirt along the North American coast as far as the state of the ice would permit. The Blossom made a halt in Kotzebue Bay, a desolate, forbidding and inhospitable spot, where the English had several interviews with the natives without obtaining any information about Franklin and his people. At last Beechey sent forward one of the ship's boats under command of Lieutenant Elson to seek the intrepid explorer. Elson was, however, unable to pass Point Barrow, N. lat. 71 degrees 23, and was compelled to return to the Blossom, which in her turn was driven back to the entrance of the strait by the ice on the 13th October, the weather being clear and the frost of extreme severity. In order to turn to account the winter season, Beechey visited San Francisco and cast anchor, yet again off Honolulu in the Sandwich Islands. Thanks to the liberal and enlightened policy of the government, this archipelago was now rapidly growing in prosperity. The number of houses had increased, the town was gradually acquiring a European appearance, the harbour was frequented by numerous English and American vessels, and a national navy numbering 5 brigs and 8 schooners had sprung into being. Agriculture was in a flourishing condition. Coffee, tea, spices were cultivated in extensive plantations, and efforts were being made to utilize the luxuriant sugar-cane forests native to the archipelago. After a stay in April at the mouth of the Canton River, the explorers surveyed the Ryukyu archipelago, a chain of islands connecting Japan with Formosa, and the Bon-in-Sima group, districts in which no animals were seen but big green turtles. This exploration over, the Blossom resumed her northerly course, but the atmospheric conditions were less favourable than before, and it was impossible this time to penetrate further than N. lat. 70 degrees 40. Beechey left provisions, clothes and instructions on the coast in this neighbourhood in case Parry or Franklin should get as far. The explorer then cruised about until the 6th October, when he decided with the greatest regret to return to England. He touched at Monterey, San Francisco, San Blas and Valparaiso, doubled Cape Horn, cast anchor at Rio de Janeiro, and finally arrived off Spithead on the 21st October. A morai at Kayakakua. Facsimile of early engraving. We must now give an account of the expedition of the Russian Captain Lutk, which was fruitful of most important results. The explorer's own relation of his adventures is written in a most amusing and spirited style, and from it we shall therefore quote largely. The Seniavine and the Merla were 2 transport ships built in Russia, both of which were good sea-going boats. The latter, however, was a very slow sailer, which unfortunately kept the 2 vessels apart for the greater part of the voyage. Lutk commanded the Seniavine and Staniaukowicz the Merla. The 2 vessels set sail from Kronstadt on the 1st September 1828 and touched at Copenhagen and Plymouth, where scientific instruments were purchased. Hardly had they left the Channel before they were separated. The Seniavine, whose movements we shall most particularly follow, touched at Tenerife, where Lutk hoped to meet his consort. From the 4th to the 8th November, Tenerife had been devastated by a terrific storm such as had not been seen since the conquest. 3 vessels had perished in the very roadstead of Santa Cruz, and 2 others thrown upon the coast had gone to pieces. Torrents swollen by a tremendous downpour had destroyed gardens, walls and buildings, laid waste plantations, all but demolished one fort, swept down a number of houses in the town, and rendered several streets impassable. 300 or 400 persons had met their deaths in this convulsion of nature, and the damage done was estimated at several millions of piastres. In January the two vessels met again at Rio de Janeiro and kept together as far as Cape Horn, where they encountered the usual storms and fogs and were again separated. The Seniavine then made for Conception. On the 15th May, says Lutke, we were not more than 8 miles from the nearest coast, but a dense fog hid it from us. In the night this fog lifted, and at daybreak a scene of indescribable grandeur and magnificence met our eyes. The serrated chain of the Andes, with its pointed peaks, stood out against an azure blue sky lit up by the first rays of the morning sun. I will not add to the number of those who have exhausted themselves in vain efforts to transmit to others their own sensations at the first sight of such scenes. They are as indescribable as the majesty of the scene itself, the variety of the colours, the light, which as the sun rose gradually spread over the sky, and the clouds were alike of inimitable beauty. To our great regret, this spectacle, like everything most sublime in nature, did not last long. As the atmosphere became flooded with light, the huge masses of clouds seemed with one accord to plunge into the deep, and the sun, appearing above the horizon, removed every trace of them. Lutke's opinion of Conception does not agree with that of some of his predecessors. He had not yet forgotten the exuberant richness of the vegetation of the Bay of Rio de Janeiro, so that he found this new coast poor. As far as he could judge, during a very short stay, the inhabitants were more affable and civilized than the people of the same class in many other countries. When he reached Valparaiso, Lutke met the Merla setting sail for Kamtschatka. The crews bid each other good-bye, and thenceforth the two vessels took different directions. The first excursion of the officers and naturalists of Lutke's party was to the celebrated Quebradas. These, says the explorer, are ravines in the mountains, crowded so to speak with the little huts containing the greater part of the people of Valparaiso. The most densely populated of these quebradas is that rising at the southwest corner of the town. The granite, which is there laid bare, serves as a strong foundation for the buildings, and protects them from the destructive effects of earthquakes. Communication between the town and the different houses is carried on by means of narrow paths without supports or steps, which are carried along the slopes of the rocks, and on which the children play and run about like chamois. The few houses here belong to foreigners. Little paths lead up to them, and some have steps, which the Chileans look upon as a superfluous and altogether useless luxury. A staircase of tiled or palm branch roofs below, and above an amphitheatre of gates and gardens, present a curious spectacle. At first I kept up with the naturalists, but they presently brought me to a place where I could not advance or retire a step, which decided me to return with one of my officers, and to leave them there with a hearty wish that they might bring their heads back safely to our lodgings. As for myself, I expected to lose mine 1,000 times before I got down again. On their return from an arduous excursion, a few leagues from Valparaiso, the Marines were astonished at being arrested as they rode into the town by a patrol, who in spite of their remonstrances compelled them to dismount. It was Holy Thursday, says Lutke, and from that day to Holy Saturday no one is here permitted under pain of a severe penalty either to ride, sing, dance, play on any instrument, or wear a hat. All business, work, and amusement are strictly forbidden during that time. The hill in the centre of the town, with the theatre upon it, is converted for the time being into a Golgotha. In the centre of a railed-in space rises a crucifix with numerous tapers and flowers about it, and female figures kneeling on either side, representing the witnesses of the Passion of our Lord. Pious souls come here to obtain absolution from their sins by loud prayers. I saw none but female penitents, not a single man was there amongst them. Most of them were doubtless very certain of obtaining the divine favour, for they came up playing and laughing, only assuming a contrite air when close to the object of their devotion, before which they knelt for a few minutes, resuming their pranks and laughter again directly they turned away. The intolerance and superstition met with by the visitors at every turn made the explorer reflect deeply. He regretted seeing so much force and so many resources which might have promoted the intellectual progress and material prosperity of the country wasted on perpetual revolutions. To Lutk nothing less resembled a valley of paradise than Valparaiso and its environs, rugged mountains broken by deep quebradas, a sandy plain in the centre of which rises the town, with the lofty heights of the Andes in the background, do not, strictly speaking, form an Eden. The traces of the terrible earthquake of 1823 were not yet entirely effaced, and here and there large spaces covered with ruins were still to be seen. On the 15th April, the Seniavine set sail for New Archangel, where she arrived on the 24th June, after a voyage unmarked by any special incident. The necessity for repairing the effects of the wear and tear of a voyage of 10 months, and of disembarking the provisions for the company of which the Seniavine was the bearer, detained Captain Lutk in the Bay of Sitka for 5 weeks. This part of the coast of North America presents a wild but picturesque appearance. Lofty mountains clothed to their very peaks with dense and gloomy forests form the background of the picture. At the entrance of the bay rises Mount Edgecumbe, an extinct volcano 2,800 feet above the sea level. On entering the bay, the visitor finds himself in a labyrinth of islands, behind which rise the fortress, towers and church of New Archangel, which consists of but one row of houses with gardens, a hospital, a timber yard, and outside the palisades a large village of Kaloch Indians. At this time the population consisted of a mixture of Russians, Creoles and Aleutians, numbering some 800 altogether, of whom 3/8 were in the service of the company. This population, however, fluctuates very much according to the season. In the summer almost everyone is away at the chase, and no sooner does autumn bring the people before they are all off again fishing. New Archangel does not offer too many attractions in the way of amusements. Truth to tell, it is one of the dullest places imaginable, inexpressibly gloomy, where autumn seems to reign all through the year except for 3 months, when snow falls continuously. All this, however, does not of course affect the passing visitor, and for the resident there is nothing to keep up his spirits but a good stock of philosophy or a stern determination not to die of hunger. There is a good deal of remunerative trade with California, the natives and foreign vessels. The chief furs obtained by Aleutians who hunt for the company are those of the otter, the beaver, the fox and the sowslick. The natives also hunt the walrus, seal and whale, not to speak of the herring, the cod, salmon, turbot, lote, perch and souklies, a shell fish found in Queen Charlotte's Islands, used by the company as a medium of exchange with the Americans. As for these Americans, they seem to be all of one race between the 46th and 60th degrees of N. Lat. Such at least is the conclusion to which we are led by the study of their manners, customs and languages. The Kaloches of Sitka claim a man of the name of Elk as the founder of their race, favoured by the protection of the raven, first cause of all things. For, strange to say, this bird also plays an important part amongst the Kadiaks, who are Esquimaux. According to Lutk, the Kaloches have a tradition of a deluge and some fables which recall those of the Greek mythology, for the raven was regarded by these races with superstitious dread, as having the power of healing diseases and see. Trans, their religion is nothing more than a kind of shamanism or belief in the power of the shamans or magicians to ward off diseases and see. They do not recognize a supreme god, but they believe in evil spirits and in sorcerers who foretell the future, heal the sick, and transmit their office from father to son. They believe the soul to be immortal, and that the spirits of their chieftains do not mix with those of the common people. Slaves are slaves still after death. The far from consolatory nature of this creed is obvious. The government is patriarchal, the natives are divided into tribes, the members of which have the figures of animals as signs, after which they are also sometimes named. We meet, for instance, with the wolf, the raven, the bear, the eagle, and sea. The slaves of the Kaloches are prisoners taken in war, and very miserable is their lot. Their masters hold the power of life and death over them. In some ceremonies, that on the death of a chief, for instance, the slaves who are no longer of use are sacrificed, or else their liberty is given to them. 5. The aim being to give up the slaves as property, it was a matter of indifference whether they were killed or set at liberty. Trans, suspicious and crafty, cruel and vindictive, the Kaloches are neither better nor worse than the neighbouring tribes. Hardened to fatigue, brave but idle, they leave all the housework to their wives, of whom they have many, polygamy being an institution amongst them. On leaving Sitka, Lutk made for Aunalashka. Ilyoluk is the chief trading establishment on that island, but it only contains some 12 Russians and 10 Aleutians of both sexes. This island has a good many productions which tend to make life pass pleasantly. It is rich in good pastures, and cattle breeding is largely carried on, but it is almost entirely wanting in timber, the inhabitants being obliged to pick up the debris flung up by the sea, which sometimes includes whole trunks of cypress, camphor trees, and a kind of wood which smells like roses. At the time of Luke's visit, the people of the Fox Islands had adopted to a great extent Russian manners and costumes. They were all Christians. The Aleutians are a hardy, kind-hearted, agile race, almost living on the sea. Since 1826, several eruptions of lava have caused terrible devastation in these islands. In May 1827, the Shisholdin volcano opened a new crater and vomited forth flames. Lutk's instructions obliged him to explore St. Matthew's Island, which Cook had called Gore Island. The hydrographical survey was successful beyond the highest expectations, but the Russians could do nothing towards learning anything of the natural history of the island, for they were not allowed to land at all. In the meantime, the winter with its usual storms and fogs was rapidly drawing on. It was of no use hoping to get to Bering Strait, and Lutk therefore made for Kamchatka after touching at Bering Island. He remained 3 weeks at Petropalovsky, which he employed in landing his cargo and preparing for his winter campaign. Lutk's instructions were now to spend the winter in the exploration of the Caroline Islands. He decided to go first to Ualan Island, which had been discovered by the French navigator Duperrey. Here a safe harbour enabled him to make some experiments with the pendulum. On his way, Lutk sought in vain for Colonna's Island in N. lat. 26 degrees 9 W long, 128 degrees. He was equally unsuccessful in his search for Dexter and St. Bartholomew Islands, though he identified the brown coral group discovered by Butler in 1794, and arrived safely off Ualan on the 4th December. From the first, the relations between the natives of this island and the Russians were extremely satisfactory. Many of the former came on board, and showed so much confidence in their visitors as to remain all night, though the vessel was still in motion. It was only with great difficulty that the Seniavine entered Coquille harbour. Following the example of Duperrey, who had set up his observatory on the islet of Mataniel, Lutke landed there and took his observations, whilst his people traded with the natives, who were, throughout his stay, peaceful, friendly, and civil. To check their thieving propensities, however, a chief was kept as a hostage for a couple of days, and one canoe was burnt, these new measures being completely successful. "We are glad to be able to declare in the face of the world," says Lutke, "that our stay of 3 weeks at Ualan cost not a drop of human blood, but that we were able to leave these friendly islanders without enlightening them further on the use of our firearms, which they looked upon as suitable only for the killing of birds. I don't think there is another instance of the kind in the records of any previous voyages in the South Seas." Native of Ualan, facsimile of early engraving. After leaving Ualan, Lutke had a vain search for the Musgrave Islands, marked on Crusenstein's map, and soon discovered a large island, surrounded by a coral reef which had escaped the notice of Duperrey, and is known as Puinipit or Pornaby. Some very large and fine canoes, each manned by 14 men, and some smaller ones worked by 2 natives only, soon surrounded the vessel. Their inmates, with fierce faces and bloodshot eyes, were noisy and blustering, and did a good deal of shouting, gesticulating, and dancing before they could make up their minds to trust themselves on board the Seniavine. It would have been impossible to land, except by force, as the native canoes completely surrounded the vessel, and when an attempt at disembarkation was made, the savages surrounded the ship's boat, only retiring before the warlike attitude of the sailors and a volley from the guns of the Seniavine. Lutke had not time to examine thoroughly his discovery, to which he gave the name of the Seniavine Archipelago. The information he collected on the people of the Puinipit Islands is, therefore, not very trustworthy. According to him, they do not belong to the same race as those of Ualan, but resemble rather the Papuans, the nearest of whom are those of New Ireland, 700 miles away. After another vain search, this time for St. Augustine's Island, he sighted the Corra of Los Vaharites, also called Seven or Raven Island, discovered in 1773 by the Spaniard Felipe Thompson. The navigator next saw the Mortlock Archipelago, the old Lugunner group, known to Torres as the Lugallos, the people of which resemble those of Ualan. He landed on the principal of these islands, which he found to be one huge garden of cocoa palms and breadfruit trees. The natives enjoy a centred degree of civilization. They weave and dye the fibres of the banana and cocoa-nut palms, as do those of Ualan and Puinipit. Their fishing tackle does credit to their inventive faculties, especially a sort of case constructed of small sticks and split bamboo canes, which the fish cannot get out of when once in. They also use nets of the shape of large wallets, lines, and harpoons. Their canoes, in which they spend more than half their lives, are wonderfully adapted to their requirements. The large ones, which are a very great trouble to build, and which are kept in sheds constructed specially for them, are 26 feet long, 2.5 wide, and 4 deep. They are furnished with gimbals, the cross pieces being connected by a rafter. On the other side there is a small platform 4 feet square and furnished with a roof, under which they are accustomed to keep their provisions. These pirogues have a triangular sail, which is made of matting woven from bandanus leaves, and is attached to 2 yards. In tacking about they drop the sail, and turn the mast towards the other end of the canoe, to which at the same time they have passed the fastening of the sail, so that the pirogue moves forward by its other extremity. Lutk next sighted the Namuluk group, the inhabitants of which do not differ at all from the people of Lugana, and he proved the identity of Hogaloo Island, already described by Duperrey with Quirosa. He then visited the Namnarito group, the first stratum of a number of islands, or of one large island which will some day exist in this part of the world. Lutk, who was in want of biscuits and other articles, which he hoped to obtain at Guam or from vessels at anchor in that port, now set sail for the Marian Islands, where he counted upon being able to repeat some new experiments with the pendulum, in which Freycinet had found an important anomaly of gravitation. 6 from numerous experiments, says Freycinet, with the pendulum collected at our observatory at Agagna in lat. 13 degrees 27 511 5 N, at the level of the sea, and with the thermometer at plus 20 degrees centig, we were shown that the pendulum which, in the same circumstances, would make at Paris 86,400 oscillations in 24 mean solar hours would here make 86,295 osc. 013 in the same time. Great, however, was his surprise when he arrived to find not a sign of life at Guam. No flags waved above the two ports. The silence of death reigned everywhere, and but for the presence of a schooner at anchor in the inner harbour, it might have been a desert island. There was hardly anybody about on shore, and the few people there were half savage, from whom it was all but impossible to obtain the slightest information. Fortunately, an English deserter came and offered his services to Lutk, who sent him to the governor with a letter, which elicited a satisfactory reply. The governor was the same Medinella whose hospitality had been lauded by Kotzebue and Freycinet. There was, therefore, no difficulty in obtaining permission to set up an observatory and to take to it the necessary provisions. The stay at Guam was, however, saddened by an accident to Lutk, who wounded himself severely in the thumb with his own gun when hunting. The repairing and refitting of the Seniavine, with the taking in of wood and water, delayed the explorer at Guam until the 19th March. During this time, Lutk was able to verify the information collected 10 years ago by Freycinet in his stay of 2 months in the governor's own house. Things had not changed at all since the French traveller's visit. As it was not yet time to go north, Lutk made for the Caroline Islands via the Swedes Islands. The inhabitants seemed to him to be better made than their neighbours on the west, from whom, however, they differ in no other particulars. The Faralep, Uli, Ifuluk and Euripag Islands were successively examined, and on the 27th April the explorer started for the Bonin Islands, where he learnt that his exploration of that group had been anticipated by Beechey. He, therefore, took no hydrographical surveys. 2 of the crew of a whaling vessel which had been shipwrecked on the coast were still living at Bonin Sima. Since the rise of the great fisheries, this archipelago has been frequented by numerous whalemen, who here find a safe port at all seasons, plenty of wood and water, turtles for 6 months of the year, fish, and immense quantities of antiscorbutic plants, including the delicious Savoy cabbage. The majestic height and the vigour of the trees, says Lutk, the productions of the tropical and temperate zones, alternating with each other, bear witness at once to the fertility of the soil and the salubrity of the climate. Most of our vegetables and pot herbs, perhaps indeed, all of them would certainly flourish well, as would also wheat, rice, and maize. Nor could a better climate be desired for the cultivation of the vine. Domestic animals of every kind and bees would multiply rapidly. In a word, a small and industrious colony would shortly convert this little group into a fertile and flourishing settlement. On the 9th June, after a week's delay for want of wind, the Siniavine entered Petropalovsky, where it was retained, taking in provisions until the 26th. A whole series of surveys were taken during this interval, of the coasts of Kamchatka and of the Kodiak and Tchatchoutchai districts, interrupted, however, by visits to Karaghinsk Island, the Bay of St. Lawrence and the Gulf of Santa Cruz. During one of these visits, the captain met with a strange adventure. He had been for several days on a friendly footing with the Tchatchoutchais, whose knowledge of the people and customs of Russia he endeavoured to increase. These natives, he says, were friendly and polite, and endeavoured to pay back our jokes and tricks in our own coin. I softly patted the cheek of a sturdy Tchatchoutchai as a sign of kindly feeling, and suddenly received in return a box on the ear which knocked me down. Recovered from my astonishment, there I saw my Tchatchoutchai with a laughing face, looking like a man who has just given proof of his politeness and tact. He too had meant to give me merely a gentle tap, but it was with a hand only accustomed to deal with reindeer. The travellers were also witnesses of some proofs of the skill of a Tchatchoutchai conjurer or chaman who went behind a curtain, from which his audience soon heard a voice like the howl of a wild beast, accompanied by blows on a tambourine with a whalebone. The curtain then rose, revealing the sorcerer balancing himself, and accompanying his own voice with blows on his drum, which he held close to his ear. Presently he flung off his jacket, leaving himself naked to the waist, took a polished stone which he gave to Lutk to hold, took it away again, and as he passed one hand over the other the stone disappeared. Then showing a tumour on his shoulder, he pretended that the stone was in it, turned over the tumour, extracted the stone from it, and prophesied a favourable issue of the journey of the Russians. The conjurer was congratulated on his skill, and a knife was given to him as a token of gratitude. Taking this knife in his hand, he put out his tongue and began to cut it. His mouth became full of blood, and he finally cut a piece of his tongue off and held the piece out in his hand. Here the curtain fell, probably because the skill of the professor of legerdemain could go no further. The people inhabiting the northeast corner of Asia are known under the general name of Tchatchoutchais. This includes two races, one nomad like the Samoyeds, called the reindeer Tchatchoutchais, the other, living in fixed habitations, called the sedentary Tchatchoutchais. The mode of life, the physiognomy, and the very language of these two races differ. The idiom spoken by the sedentary Tchatchoutchais has great affinity with that of the Esquimaux, whom they also resemble in their mode of building their huts and leather boats, and in the instruments they use. Sedentary Tchatchoutchais. Lutk did not see many reindeer Tchatchoutchais, so that he could add nothing to the information obtained by his predecessors. He was of opinion, however, that they had been painted in unfairly gloomy colours, and that their turbulence and wildness had been grossly exaggerated. The sedentary Tchatchoutchais, generally called Namolos, spend the winter in sheds, and the summer in huts covered with skins. The latter usually each serve for several families, the sons and their wives, the daughters and their husbands, says the narrative, live together with their parents and vice versa. Each family occupies one division of the back part of the hut, curtained off from the others. The curtains are made of reindeer skins sewn into the shape of a bell. They are fastened to the beams of the ceiling and reach to the ground. With the aid of the grease they burn in cold weather, 2, 3, and sometimes more persons so warm the air with their breath in these hermetically sealed positions that all clothing is superfluous, even with the severest frost, but only teat-shy lungs are fitted to respire in such an atmosphere. In the outer part of the hut cooking utensils, pottery, baskets, sealskin trunks and are kept. Here too is the hearth, if we can so call the spot where burn a few sticks of brushwood, painfully collected in the marsh, or when they are not to be obtained, whale bones floating in grease, round about the hut on wooden dryers, black and disgusting-looking pieces of seal's flesh are exposed to view. These people lead a miserable life. They feed upon the half-raw flesh of seals and walruses hunted by themselves, or on that of whales flung up by the waves on the beach. The dog is the only domestic animal they possess, and they treat it badly enough, although the poor creatures are very affectionate and render them great services, now towing along their canoes, now dragging their sledges over the snow. After a second stay of 5 weeks at Petropalovsky, the Siniavine left Kamtschatka on the 10th of November on its way back to Europe. Before reaching Manila, Lutk made a cruise in the northern part of the Caroline archipelago, which he had not had time to visit during the preceding winter. He saw in succession the islands of Marilu, Falulu, Fayu, Namuniuto, Maga, Faralep, Eep, Mogmog, and found at Manila the sloop, the Merla which was waiting his arrival. The Caroline archipelago embraces an immense space, and the Marian Islands, as well as the Radak group, might fitly be included in it, as containing a population perfectly identical in race. For a long time, the old geographers had had for their guidance only the charts of missionaries who, lacking alike the education and the appliances necessary to estimate accurately the size, position, and relative distance of all these archipelagos, had attached notable importance to them, and often fixed at a considerable number of degrees the extent of a group which covered only a few miles. Thus navigators accepted their guidance with wise caution. Freycinet was the first to infuse a little order into this chaos, and thanks to his meeting with Cardew and Don Luis Torres, he was able to identify later with earlier discoveries. Lutk did his part, and that not a small part, in the settling of an accurate and scientific chart of an archipelago which had long been the terror of navigators. The learned Russian explorer is not of the same opinion as Lesson, one of his predecessors, who connected all the inhabitants of the Caroline group with the Mongolian race, under the name of the Mongolo-Pelagian branch. He rather sees in them, as did Chamisso and Balbai, a branch of the Malay family which has peopled eastern Polynesia. Whilst Lesson compares the people of the Carolines with the Chinese and Japanese, Lutk, on the other hand, finds in their great, projecting eyes, thick lips and retro-ossé nose, a family likeness to the people of the Sandwich and Tonga Islands. The language does not suggest the slightest comparison with Japanese, whilst it shows a great resemblance to that of the Tonga Islands. Lutk spent the time of his sojourn at Manila in laying in stores and repairing the sloop, and on the 30th of January he left that Spanish possession for Russia, which he reached on the 6th of September, 1829, casting anchor in the roads of Kronstadt. It remains now to tell how it had fared with the sloop, the Merla, after the separation at Valparaiso. Arriving at Kamtschatka from Otaheite, she had left part of her cargo at Petropalovsky and thereafter, in August 1827, had set sail for Aunalashka, where she had remained for a month. After an examination of the west coast of America, which was cut short by unfavourable weather, and a stay at Honolulu, which extended to February 1828. She had discovered the island Merla, noted the Necker, Gardner and Lisiansky Islands, and marked at a distance of 6 miles southwards a very dangerous reef. The sloop had then coasted the island of Cure, the French frigate shoal the reef Marrow, Pearl Island and the Isle of Hermes, and after having made search for several islands marked upon Arrowsmith's charts, had at length reached Kamchatka. At the end of April she had set sail for Aunalashka and taken observations of the north coast of the Alaska Peninsula. In September the Merla rejoined the Seniavine, and from that period until their return to Russia they were no more separated, save for brief intervals. As one may judge from the sufficiently detailed account which has just been given, this expedition did not fail to bring about results of importance to geographical science. We must add that the different branches of natural history, physics, and astronomy owe to it equally numerous and important additions. Chapter 11. The Journey of Freycinet, Rio de Janeiro and its gypsy inhabitants, the Cape and its wines, the Bay of Sharks, stay at Timor, Ombe Island and its cannibal inhabitants, the Papuan Islands, the piled dwellings of the Ulfoas, a dinner with the governor of Guam, description of the Marian Islands and their inhabitants, particulars concerning the Sandwich Islands, Port Jackson and New South Wales, shipwreck in Berkeley Sound, the Falkland Islands, return to France, the voyage of the Coquille under the command of Duperrey, Martin Vaz and Trinidad, the island of St. Catharine, the independence of Brazil, Berkeley Sound and the remains of the Uranie, stay at Conception, the civil war in Chile, the Araucanians' discoveries in the dangerous archipelago, stay at Otaheite and New Ireland, the Papuans stay at Ualan, the Caroline Islands and their inhabitants, scientific results of the expeditions. The expedition under the command of Louis-Claude de Saulces de Freycinet was the result of the leisure which the peace of 1815 brought to the French navy. The idea was started by one of its most adventurous officers, the same who had accompanied Borden in his survey of the Australian coasts, and to him was entrusted the task of carrying it out. It was the first voyage which had not hydrography alone for its object. Its chief aim was to survey the shape of the land in the southern hemisphere, and to make observations in terrestrial magnetism, without, at the same time, omitting to give attention to all natural phenomena and to the manners, customs, and languages of indigenous races. Purely geographical inquiries, though not altogether omitted from the programme, had the least prominent place in it. Among the medical officers of the Navy, Freycinet found MM. Quoy, Gaimard, and Gaudichaud, whose attainments in natural history qualified them for being valuable coadjutors, and he also chose to accompany him several distinguished officers who had risen to high rank in the Navy, the best known being Duperrey, Lamarche, Berard, and Odette Pellion, who subsequently became, one a member of the Institute, the others superior officers or admirals. No less care was exercised by Freycinet in composing his crew chiefly of sailors who were also skilled in some trade, so that out of the 120 men who manned the corvette Uranie, no less than 50 could serve on occasion as carpenters, rope-makers, sail-makers, blacksmiths, or other mechanics. The Uranie, amply supplied with stores for 2 years, and provided with all sorts of apparatus of proved utility, iron cisterns for fresh water, machines for distilling salt water, preserved provisions, remedies for scurvy and sea. At last, on the 17th of September, 1817, she set sail from Toulon. On board, disguised as a sailor, was the commander's wife, who was not to be deterred from joining her husband by the dangers and hardships of so protracted a voyage. Together with all these provisions for bodily comfort, Freycinet took with him a stock of the best scientific instruments, together with minute instructions from the Institute intended to direct his researches, and to suggest the experiments best adapted to promote the progress of science. The Uranie reached Rio de Janeiro on the 6th of December, having put in at Gibraltar and made a short stay at Tenerife, one of the Canaries, which, as Freycinet wittily observes, were not fortunate islands for his crew, all communication with the land being forbidden by the governors. During their stay at Rio de Janeiro, the officers took a great many magnetical observations and made experiments with the pendulum, whilst the naturalists scoured the country for new specimens and curiosities, making large and important collections. The original records of the voyage contain a long narrative of the discovery and colonization of Brazil, and detailed information on the customs and manners of the people, on the temperature and the climate, as well as a minute description of the principal buildings and the suburbs of Rio de Janeiro itself. The most curious part of this account is that which touches upon the gypsies, who at that time were to be met with at Rio de Janeiro. Worthy descendants of the pariahs of India, whence these gypsies without doubt originally came, says Freycinet, they are noted like their ancestors for every vicious practice and criminal propensity. Most of them, possessing immense wealth, make a great display in dress and in horses, especially at their weddings, which are celebrated with much expense, and they find their chief pleasure either in riotous debauchery or in sheer idleness. Knaves and liars, they cheat as much as they can in trade, and are also clever smugglers. Here, as elsewhere, these detestable people intermarry only among their own race. They speak a jargon of their own with a peculiar accent. The government most unaccountably tolerates the nuisance of their presence, and goes so far as to appropriate to their exclusive use 2 streets in the neighbourhood of the Campo de Santa Ana. A little further on the traveller remarks, any one who saw Rio de Janeiro only by day would come to the conclusion that the population consisted entirely of Negroes. The respectable classes never go out except in the evening, unless compelled by some pressing circumstance or for the performance of religious duties, and it is in the evening that the ladies especially show themselves. During the day all remain indoors, and pass the time between their couches and their looking-glasses. The only places where a man can enjoy the society of the ladies are the theatres and the churches. During the sail from Brazil to the Cape of Good Hope nothing occurred deserving special mention. On the 7th March the Uranie anchored in Table Bay. After a quarantine of 3 days, the travellers obtained permission to land, and were received with a hearty welcome by Governor Somerset. As soon as a place suitable for their reception had been found, the scientific instruments were brought on shore, and the usual experiments were made with the pendulum, and the variations of the magnetic needle observed. Coy and Gaimard, the naturalists, in company with several officers of the staff, made scientific excursions to Table Mountain and to the famous vineyards of Constantia. Gaimard observes, "The vines that we rode amongst are in the midst of alleys of oak and of pine, and the vine stems, planted at the distance of 4 feet from one another, are not supported by props. Every year the vines are pruned, and the earth about them, which is of a sandy nature, is turned up. We noticed here and there plenty of peaches, apricots, apples, pears, citrons, as well as small plots cultivated as kitchen gardens. On our return, Colin insisted on our tasting the several sorts of wine which he produces, Constantia properly so called, both red and white, Pontac, Pierre and Frontignac. The wine produced in other localities, which is called Cape wine par excellence, is manufactured from a muscatel grape of a dark straw colour, which seemed to me in flavour preferable to the grape of Provence. We have just said that there are two sorts of Constantia, the red and the white. They are both produced from muscatel grapes of different colours. People at the Cape generally prefer Frontignac to all the other wines produced from the vintages of Constantia. Exactly a month after quitting the southern extremity of Africa, the Uranie cast anchor off Port Louis in the Isle of France, which, since the treaties of 1815, has been in the hands of the English. The necessity for careening the ship, that it might be thoroughly examined, and the copper sheathing repaired, led to a much longer stay in this port than Freycinet had calculated upon. But our travellers found no cause to regret the delay, for the society of Port Louis fully sustained its old reputation for generous hospitality. The time passed quickly in excursions, receptions, dinners, balls, horse races, and all sorts of festivities. It was, therefore, not without some regret that the French guests bade adieu to a place where they had been received with so much kindness, both by their old compatriots and by those who had so lately been their bitter enemies. The stay of the Uranie at the Isle of France had not, however, been sufficiently long to allow Freycinet to investigate many subjects of much interest, but this omission was remedied by the polite readiness shown by some of the leading residents in supplying him with valuable papers on the agriculture of the island, its commerce, its financial position, the industrial pursuits, and the social condition of the people, the correct appreciation of which demanded a more careful and minute examination than a mere passing traveller could possibly give to them. Since the island had come under English administration, it appeared that a number of new roads had been planned out, and a policy of reform had supplanted a benumbing system of routine fatal to all activity and progress. Bourbon was the next place touched at by the Uranie, where the supplies of which the travellers stood in need were to be procured from the government stores. She cast anchor off St. Denis on the 19th July, 1818, remaining in the roadstead of St. Paul until the 2nd August, when she set sail for the Bay of Sharks on the western shores of Australia. There is little of interest to be noted in connection with the stay at Bourbon, beyond the steady increase of the population and of trade which had taken place during the century preceding the arrival of the French expedition in 1717. According to gentle de Barbinais, there were living in the island only 900 free people, amongst whom were no more than 6 white families and 1,100 slaves. At the last census taken in 1817, these numbers had risen to 14,790 whites, 42 free blacks, 49,759 slaves, making a total of 68,898 inhabitants. This large and rapid increase must be attributed partly to the salubrity of the climate, but chiefly to the freedom of trade, of which the island had for some time enjoyed the advantage. After a fortunate voyage of 40 days, the Uranie cast anchor at the entrance of the Bay of Sharks on the 12th September. A party was at once dispatched to Dirk Hartog in order to determine the latitude and longitude of Cape Levaillant and to bring on board the corvette a certain metal plate which had been left there by the Dutch at a remote period, and had been seen by Freycinet in 1801. Whilst this party were away, the two alembics were set to work to distill sea water, which was effected so successfully that as long as the vessel stayed there, no other water was drunk but that obtained by this process, and all on board were satisfied with it. On landing, the party sent to Dirk Hartog got a view of the natives, who were armed with javelins and clubs, but had not a vestige of clothing. They, however, refused to have any close communications with the white strangers, keeping themselves at a respectful distance, and not handling any of the presents offered them without a previous careful inspection. Although the Bay of Sharks had been minutely explored at the time of the expedition under Borden, there still remained a hydrographical gap to be filled up on the eastern side of Hamelin Bay. Accordingly, Duperrey proceeded there to complete the survey of that part of the coast. At the same time, Gaimard, the naturalist, not disposed to rest satisfied with the interviews which as yet he had been able to obtain with the natives of the country, whom the sound of the firearms had summarily dispersed, decided upon penetrating into the interior, to gain some information respecting their mode of life. His companion and himself lost their way, as also did Rich in 1792 upon Knight's Land, where for 3 days they underwent severe sufferings from thirst, not being able to find a single rivulet or spring in the country. The expedition were well pleased when the inhospitable shores of Endracht disappeared from view. They had a pleasant passage in lovely weather, and over an unruffled sea to the island of Timor, where on the 9th October the Uranie cast anchor in the roadstead of Kupang, and the travellers met with a cordial reception from the Portuguese authorities. But they found that the prosperity which had made the colony an object of wonder and admiration to the French travellers who had visited it with Borden had passed away. The Rajah of Amanaubang, the district where the sandal tree grows in such abundance, who was formerly a tributary prince, was carrying on war to gain independence. The hostilities which were proceeding were not only detrimental to the interests of the colony, but also made it very difficult for Freycinet to purchase the commodities of which he stood in need. Some of the staff set off to pay a visit to the Rajah Peters de Banacassi, whose residence was not more than 3/4 of a league from Kupang. Peters, then 80 years of age, must have been a remarkably fine man. He gave them an audience surrounded by his attendants, who treated him with profound respect, and among whom were conspicuous several warriors of gigantic stature. The dwelling that served for the royal palace was rudely constructed, yet the French travellers saw with lively surprise that articles of luxury were plentiful, and they observed also some muskets of good manufacture and great value. Notwithstanding the excessive heat of the climate, the thermometer rising in the open air to 45 degrees, and in the shade to 33 degrees, and even to 35 degrees, the commander and his officers carried on with unremitting zeal the observations and surveys which it was the object of the expedition to make. A few fell victims to their own imprudence, for in defiance of the earnest warnings of Freycinet, some of the young officers and the seamen chose to sally forth in the middle of the day, and with the view of fortifying themselves against the injurious effects of their dangerous freak, drank and ate plentifully of cold water and sour fruits. The result was that in a short time 5 of the most imprudent were confined to their hammocks with dysentery. This necessitated a departure from Timor, so the Uranie weighed anchor and set sail on the 23rd October. At first the corvette sailed rapidly along the north coast of Timor for the purpose of making a survey, but when she had reached the narrowest part of the channel of Ombay, she encountered such violent currents that, the winds being slight and contrary. It was only with great difficulty she was able to regain the course which she had lost during the calm. No less than 19 days were wasted in this trying situation, though certain of the officers took advantage of the delay to land on the nearest point of the island of Ombay, where the coast had a very inviting appearance. They went on shore near a village called Baitauka, and advanced to meet a body of the natives, armed with shields and cuirasses made of buffalo skin, and carrying bows, arrows, and daggers. Savages though they were, they had quite the air of warriors, and were not at all afraid of firearms. On the contrary, they argued that the loading of the gun caused loss of time, for while that operation was going on, they could fire off a great number of arrows. Gaimard writes, "The points of the arrows were of hard wood or of bone, and some of iron. The arrows themselves, displayed fan-wise, were fastened on the left side of the warrior to the belt of his sword or dagger. Most of these people wore bundles of palm leaves, slit so as to allow red or black-coloured strips of the same to be passed through to hold them together, which were attached to the belt or the right thigh. The rustling sound produced with every movement of the wearers of this singular ornament, increased by knocking against the cuirass or the buckler, with the addition of the tinkling of little bells, which also formed part of the warrior's equipment, altogether made such a jumble of discordant sounds that we could not refrain from laughing. Far from taking offence, our Ombayan friends joined heartily in our merriment. Arago I greatly excited their astonishment by performing some sleight-of-hand tricks. We then took our way straight to the village of Baitauka, which was situated on a rising ground. In passing one of their cottages, we happened to see about a score of human jawbones suspended from the roof, and anxious to get possession of one or two, I offered the most valuable articles I had about me in exchange. The answer was, "Palami, they are sacred." We ascertained afterwards that these were the jawbones of their enemies, preserved as trophies of victory. One Jacques Arago, brother of the illustrious astronomer, warriors of Ombay and Gebé, facsimile of early engraving. This excursion derived greater interest from the circumstance of the island of Ombay having been up to that time rarely visited by Europeans, and the few vessels that had effected any landing brought mournful accounts of the warlike and ferocious temper of the natives, and even in some instances of their cannibal propensities. Thus in 1802 the merchant ship Rose had her small boat carried off, and the crew were detained as prisoners by the savages. 10 years later, the captain of the ship Inacho, who landed by himself, received several arrow wounds. Again, in 1817, an English frigate sent the cutter ashore for the purpose of getting wood, when a scrimmage took place between the crew and the natives, which ended in the former being killed and eaten. The day after, an armed sloop was dispatched in quest of the missing crew, but nothing was found save some fragments of the cutter and the bloody remains of the unfortunate men. In view of these facts, the French travellers must be congratulated on having escaped being entrapped by the savage cannibals, which would undoubtedly have been attempted had the Uranie stayed long enough at Ombay. On the 17th of November, the anchor was let go at Dili. After the customary interchange of compliments with the Portuguese governor, Freycinet made known the requirements of the expedition, and received a friendly assurance that the necessary provisions should be instantly forthcoming. The reception given to all the members of the expedition was both hearty and liberal, and when Freycinet took his leave, the governor, wishing that he should carry away some souvenir of his visit, presented him with 2 boys and 2 girls, of the ages of 6 and 7, natives of Failaka, a kingdom in the interior of Timor. To ensure the acceptance of this present, the governor, D. José Pinto Alcafarado Desvado y Souza, stated that the race to which the children belonged was quite unknown in Europe, in spite of all the strong and conclusive reasons that Freycinet gave to explain why he felt compelled to decline the present. He was obliged to take charge of one of the little boys, who subsequently received the name of Joseph Antonio in baptism, but when 16 years old died of some scrofulous disease at Paris. On a first examination, it would appear that the population of Timor belonged altogether to the Asiatic race, but so far as any reliance can be placed upon somewhat extended researches, there is reason to think that in the unfrequented mountains in the centre of the island there exists a race of Negroes with woolly hair and savage manners, of the type of the indigenous races of New Guinea and New Ireland, whom one is led to consider the primitive population. This line of research, commenced at the close of the 18th century by an Englishman of the name of Crawford, has been in our time carried forward with striking results by the labours of the learned Doctors Broca and E. Hamey, to the latter of whom the reading public are indebted for the pleasing and instructive papers on primitive populations which have appeared in Nature and in the journals of the Royal Geographical Society. After leaving Timor, the Uranie proceeded towards the Strait of Beru, and in passing between the islands of Weta and Roma, got sight of the picturesque island of Gases, clothed in the brightest and thickest verdure imaginable. The corvette was then drifted by currents almost as far as the island of Pisang, near which she fell in with 3 dhows, manned by natives of the island of Gebi. These people have an olive complexion, broad flat noses and thick lips. Some are strong, looking robust and athletic, others are slender and weakly in appearance, and others, again, thick-set and repulsive-looking. The only clothing worn by the majority at this time was a pair of drawers fastened with a handkerchief round the waist. A landing was effected on the little island of Pisang. It was found to be of volcanic origin, and the soil, formed from the decomposition of trachytic lava, was evidently very fertile. From Pisang the corvette made her way among islands, till then scarcely known, to Rawak, where she cast anchor at noon on the 16th of December. This island, though small, is inhabited, but though our navigators were often visited by the natives of Waigiu, opportunities for studying this species of the human family have been rare. Moreover, it ought to be mentioned that through ignorance of the language of the indigenous tribes, and the difficulty of making them understand through the medium of Malayan, of which they know only a few words, even those few opportunities have not been turned to much account. As soon as a suitable position was found, the instruments were set up, and the usual physical and astronomical observations were made in conjunction with geographical researches. Rawak hut on piles, facsimile of early engraving. The islands which Freycinet calls the islands of the Papuans are Rawak, Boni, Waigiu and Manaran, which are situated almost immediately below the equator. The largest of these, Waigiu, is not less than 72 miles from one side to the other. The low shorage consists mainly of swamp and morass, while the banks, which run up steeply, are surrounded by coral reefs, and are full of small caves hollowed out by the waves. All the islets are clothed with vegetation of surprising beauty. They abound with magnificent trees, amongst which the Barringtonia may be recognized, with its voluminous trunk always leaning towards the sea, allowing the tips of the branches to touch the water. The Scovola lobelia, fig trees, mangroves, the casuarinae, with their straight and slender stems shooting up to the height of 40 feet, the rima, the takanahaka, with its trunk more than 20 feet in circumference, the cyanometer, belonging to the family of leguminous plants, bright from its topmost to its lowest branches with pale red flowers and golden fruits, and besides these rarer trees, palms, nutmeg trees, rose-apple trees, banana trees, flourish in the low and moist ground, the luxuriant vegetation of the Papuan Islands. The fauna, however, has not attained to the same exceptionally fine development as the flora. At Rawak, the phalanger and the sheepdog in a wild state were the only quadrupeds met with. In Waigiu, the boar called Barbarossa and a diminutive of the same race were found. But as to the feathered tribe, they were not so numerous as one might have supposed, the plants yielding grain necessary for the sustenance of birds not being able to thrive in the dense shade of the forests. Hornbills are here met with, whose wings, furnished with long feathers separated at the tips, make a very loud noise when they fly. Great quantities of parrots, kingfishers, turtle doves, piping crows, brown hawks, crested pigeons, and possibly also birds of paradise. Though the travellers did not see any specimens, the Papuans themselves are positively repulsively ugly. To quote the words of Odit Pellion, a flat skull, a facial angle of 75 degrees, a large mouth, eyes small and sunken, a thick nose, flat at the end and pressed down on the upper lip, a scanty beard, a peculiarity of the people of those regions already noticed, shoulders of a moderate size, a prominent belly and slight lower limbs. These are the chief characteristics of the Papuans. Their hair, both in its nature and mode of arrangement, varies a good deal. Most commonly it is dressed with great pains into a matted structure not less than 8 inches in height, composed of a mass of soft downy hair curling naturally, or it is frizzed up till it positively bristles, and with the assistance of a coating of grease, is plastered round the skull in the shape of a globe. A long wooden comb of 6 or 7 teeth is also often stuck in, not so much to aid in keeping the mass together as to give a finishing touch of ornament. These unfortunate people are afflicted with the terrible scourge of leprosy, which is so prevalent that at least 1/10 part of the population are infested with the disease. The cause of this dreadful malady must be sought in the insalubrity of the climate, the miasma from the marshes, which are overflowed with sea water every flood tide, the neighbourhood of the burial places, which are badly kept, and perhaps also to the consumption of shellfish which these natives devour greedily. All the houses, whether inland or on the coast, are built on piles. Many of these dwellings are erected in places extremely difficult of access. They are made by thrusting stakes into the earth, to which transverse beams are fastened with ropes made of fibre, and on these a flooring is laid of palm leaves, trimmed and strongly intertwined one with another. These leaves, made to lap over in an artistic fashion, are also used for the roof of the house, which has only one door. Should the dwellings be built over the water, communication is carried on between them and the shore by means of a kind of bridge resting upon trestles, the movable flooring of which can be quickly taken up. Every house is also surrounded by a kind of balcony furnished with a balustrade. The travellers could not obtain any information as to the friendly disposition of these natives. Whether the whole tribe consists of large communities united under one chief or several, whether each community obeys only its own proper head, whether the population is numerous or not, are all points which could not be ascertained. The name by which they call themselves is Ulferus. They appeared to talk in several distinct dialects, which differ remarkably from Papuan or Malay. The inhabitants of this group seem to be a very industrious race. They manufacture all sorts of fishing apparatus very cleverly. They are expert in finding their way through the forests. They know how to prepare the pith of the sago plant and to make ovens for the cooking of the sago. They can turn pottery ware, weave mats, carpets, baskets, and can also carve idols and figures. In the harbour of Boney on the coast of Waigiu, Quoy and Gaymard noticed a statue moulded in white clay under a sort of canopy close to a tomb. It represented a man standing upright of the natural height, with his hands raised towards heaven. The head was of wood, with the cheeks and eyes inlaid with small pieces of white shell. On the 6th of January, 1819, having taken in supplies at Rawak, the Uranie proceeded on her voyage and soon came in sight of the Ayu Islands, mere sandbanks surrounded by breakers, of which few geographical details had been known up to that time. There was much to be done in the way of accurate survey, but unfortunately the hydrographers were sorely hindered in their work by the fever which they and some 40 of the crew had contracted at Rawak. Sailing on, the Anchoret Islands came in sight on the 12th of February, and on the day following the Amirantes, but the Uranie did not attempt to make for the land. Shortly after passing the Amirantes, the corvette sighted St. Bartholomew, which the inhabitants call Pulau Sauk. It belongs to the Caroline archipelago. A busy trade, always attended with much uproar, was soon set on foot with the indigenous people, who resisted all persuasion to come on board, conducting all their transactions nevertheless with admirable good faith, in no instance showing any dishonest tendencies. One after another, Pulau Hat, Alit, Tamatam, Alap, Tanadik, all islands belonging to this archipelago, passed before the admiring gaze of the French navigators. At length, on the 17th of March, 1819, just 18 months from the time of quitting France, Freycinet got sight of the Marian Islands and cast anchor in the roads of Umata on the coast of Guam. Just as the officers of the expedition were ready to go on shore, the governor of the island, D. Medinilla y Pinder, accompanied by his lieutenant, Major D. Luis de Torres, came on board to bid them welcome. These gentlemen showed a polite anxiety to learn what the explorers stood in need of, and engaged that all their wants should be supplied with the least possible delay. No time was lost in looking for a place suited for conversion into a temporary hospital, and one being found, the sick on board, to the number of 20, were removed to it for treatment the very next day. A dinner to the staff of the expedition was given by the governor, and all the officers assembled in his house at the appointed hour. They found a table covered with light cakes and fruits, in the midst of which were 2 bowls of hot punch. Some surprise escaped the guests, in private remarks to one another at this singular kind of banquet. Could it be a fast day? Why did no one sit down? But as there was no interpreter to clear up these points, and as it would have been unbecoming to ask for an explanation, they kept their difficulties for solution among themselves, and paid attention to the good things before them. Soon a fresh surprise came. The table was cleared and covered with various sorts of prepared dishes. In short, a substantial and sumptuous dinner was served. The collation which had been taken at the commencement, called in the language of the country refresco, had been intended only to whet the appetites of the guests for what was to follow. After this, luxurious dinners became quite the rage at Guam. 2 days subsequent to the governor's banquet, the officers found themselves at a dinner party of 50 guests, where no less than 44 separate dishes were served at each of the 3 courses of which the dinner consisted. Freycinet, from information he had received, relates that this dinner cost the lives of 2 oxen and 3 fat pigs, to say nothing of poultry, game, and fish. Such a slaughter, I should think, has not been known since the marriage feast of Gamache. No doubt our host considered that persons who had undergone so many privations during a protracted voyage ought to be compensated with an unusually profuse entertainment. The dessert showed no falling off either in abundance or in variety. It was succeeded by tea, coffee, creams, liqueurs of every description, and as the refresco had been served as usual an hour previous to dinner, it will be admitted without question that at Guam the most intrepid gourmand could find no other cause for disappointment but the limited capacity of the human stomach. However, the objects of the mission were not interfered with by all this dining and festivity. Natural history excursions, magnetical observations, the geographical survey of the island of Guam entrusted to Duperrey, were all being pushed forward simultaneously. But in the meantime the corvette had got to moorings in the deep water off the port of St. Louis, while the chief of the staff, as well as the sick, were housed at Agagna, the capital of the island and the seat of government. At that place, in honour of the French visitors, cockfights took place, a kind of sport very popular in all the Spanish possessions in Oceania. Dances also were given, the figures in which, it was said, contained allusions to events in the history of Mexico. The dancers, students of the Agagna College, were dressed in rich silks, imported a long time previously by the Jesuits from New Spain. Then came combats with sticks in which the Carolines took part, which again were succeeded almost uninterruptedly by other amusements. But what Freycinet considered of most value was the mass of information concerning the customs and manners of the former inhabitants of the islands, which he obtained through Major D. Luis Torres, who, himself born in the country, had made a constant study of this subject. Of this interesting information use will be made when the subject is presently resumed, but first some notice must be taken of an excursion to the islands Rota and Tinian, the latter of which had already become known to us through the narratives of former travellers. A performer of the dances of Montezuma. Facsimile of early engraving. On the 22nd April, a small fleet of 8 proas conveyed MM. Birard, Gaudichaud and Jacques Arago to Rota, where their arrival occasioned great surprise and alarm, explained by the fact that a report had gained currency in the island that the corvette was manned with rebels from America. Beyond Rota the proas reached Tinian, where the arid plains recalled to the travellers the desolate coasts of the land of Endracht, testifying to the considerable changes that must have taken place there since the time when Lord Anson described the place as a terrestrial paradise. The Marian Archipelago was discovered by Magellan on the 6th March, 1521, and at first received the name of Islas de las Velas Latinas, the Isles of the Latin Sails, but subsequently that of the Ladrones or the Robbers. If one may trust Pigafetta, the illustrious admiral saw no islands but Tinian, Saipan and Agoignan. 5 years later they were visited by the Spaniard Loyasa, whose cordial reception was quite a contrast to that of Magellan, and in 1565 the islands were declared to be Spanish territory by Miguel López de Legazpi. It was not, however, until 1669 that they were colonized and evangelized by Father Sanvitas. It will be understood that we should not follow Freycinet's narrative of past events in the history of this archipelago, were it not that the manuscripts and works of every kind which he was permitted to consult enabled him to treat the subject de novo and throw upon it the light of real knowledge, the admiration, still lingering in the minds of the travellers, which had been aroused by the incredible fertility of the Papuan Islands, and the Moluccas was no doubt calculated to weaken the impression produced by any of the Marian Islands. The forests of Guam, though well stocked, did not present the gigantic appearance common to forest scenery in the tropics. They extended over a large part of the island, yet there were also immense spaces devoted to pasturage, where not a breadfruit tree nor a cocoa-nut palm was to be seen. In the depths of the forests, moreover, the conquerors of the islands had created artificial glades, in order that the herds of horned cattle which they had introduced might find food and also enjoy shelter from the sun. Agoignan, an island with a very rocky coast, presented from a distance an arid and barren appearance, but is in reality thickly clothed with trees even to the summit of its highest mountains. Rota is a regular jungle, an almost impenetrable mass of brushwood, above which rise thickets of remas, tamarind, fig and palm trees. Tinian, too, presents anything but an agreeable appearance. The French explorers altogether missed the charming scenes described in such glowing colours by their predecessors, but the appearance of the soil and the immense number of dead trees led them to the conclusion that old accounts were not altogether exaggerated, especially as the southern portion of the island is now rendered quite inaccessible by its dense forests. At the time of Freycinet's visit, the population of these islands was of a very mixed character, the Aborigines being quite in the minority. The more highly born of the natives were formerly bigger, stronger, and better made than Europeans, but the race is degenerating, and the primitive type in its purity is now only to be met with in Rota, capital swimmers and divers, able to walk immense distances without fatigue. Every man of them had to prove his proficiency in these exercises on his marriage. But although this proficiency has been in some measure kept up, the leading characteristic of the people of the Marian group is idleness, or perhaps to be more strictly accurate, indifference. Marriages are contracted at a very early age, the bridegroom being generally between 15 and 18, the bride between 12 and 15. A numerous progeny is the result of these unions, instances being on record of 22 children born of one mother. Not only do the people of Guam suffer from many diseases, such as lung complaints, smallpox and introduced by Europeans, but also from some which seem to be endemic, or in any case to have assumed a type peculiar to the place and altogether abnormal. Such are elephantiasis and leprosy, 3 varieties of which are met with at Guam, differing from each other alike in their symptoms and their effects. Before the conquest, the people of the Marians lived on the fruit of the rema or bread tree, rice, sago, and other farinaceous plants. Their mode of cooking these articles was extremely simple, though not so much so as their style of dress, for they went about in a state of nature, unrelieved even by the traditional fig leaf. At the present time, children still wear no clothing till they are about 10 years old. Alluding to this peculiar custom, Captain Pages, writing at the close of last century, says, "I found myself near a house, in front of which an Indian girl, about 11 years old, was squatted on her heels in the full blaze of the sun, without a vestige of clothing on. Her chemise lay folded on the ground in front of her. When she saw me approaching, she got up quickly and put it on again. Although still far from decently clothed, for only her shoulders were covered by it, she now considered herself properly dressed, and stood before me quite unembarrassed. Judging from the remains nearly everywhere to be met with, such as the ruins of dwellings originally supported by masonry pillars, it is plain that the population was formerly considerable. The earliest traveller who has made any reference to this subject is Lord Anson. He has given a somewhat fanciful description, which, however, the explorers in the Uranie were able to corroborate, as will be seen from the following extract. The description found in the narrative of Lord Anson's voyage is correct, but the ruins and the branches of the trees that have in some way twined themselves about the masonry pillars wear now a very different aspect from what they did in his time. The sharp edges of the pillars have got rubbed away, and the half-globes that surmounted them have no longer their former roundness. Ruins of ancient pillars at Tinian, facsimile of early engraving, or of the structures of more recent date, only a sixth part are of stone. At Agagna may be counted several buildings possessing some interest on account of their size, if not on that of their elegance, grandeur, or the fineness of their proportions. These are the College of St. John Lateran, the church, the clergy house, the governor's palace, and the taverns. Before the Spaniards established their sway in these islands, the natives were divided into three classes: the nobility, the inferior nobility, and the commonalty. These last, the pariahs of the country, Freycinet remarks, though without citing his authority, were of a more diminutive stature than the other inhabitants. This difference of height is, however, scarcely a sufficient reason for pronouncing them to be of a different race from the other two classes. Is it not more reasonable to conclude it to be the result of the degrading servitude to which they have been subjected? These plebeians could under no circumstances raise themselves to a higher class, and a seafaring life was forbidden to them. Each of the three castes had its own sorceresses and priestesses, or medicine women, who each devoted her attention to the treatment of someone disorder. Only no reason, however, for crediting them with any special skill in its cure. The business of canoe building was monopolized by the nobles, who, however, allowed the inferior nobles to assist in their construction. The making of canoes was to them a work of the utmost importance, and the nobles maintained it as one of their most valuable privileges. The language spoken in the Philippine group, though it has some affinity with the Malay and Tagala dialects, has all the same a distinctive character of its own. Freycinet's narrative also contains much information on the extremely singular customs of the former population of the Marians, which are beyond our province, though well worthy of the attention of the philosopher and historian. The Uranie had been now more than 2 months at anchor. It was full time to resume the work of exploration. Freycinet and his staff, therefore, devoted the few remaining days of their stay to the task of paying farewell visits and expressing their gratitude for the hearty kindness which had been so profusely shown to them. The governor, however, not only declined to admit his claim to thanks from the French travellers for the hospitable attentions heaped upon them for upwards of 2 months, but also refused to accept any payment for the supplies which had been furnished for the refitting of the corvette. He even went so far as to write a letter of apology for the scantiness of the provisions, the result of the drought which had desolated Guam for the previous 6 months, and which had prevented him from doing things as he could have wished. The final farewell took place off Agagna. It was impossible, says Freycinet, to take leave of the amiable man who had loaded us with so many proofs of his friendly disposition, without being deeply affected. I was too much moved to be able to find expression for the feelings with which my heart was filled, but the tears which filled my eyes must have been to him a surer evidence than any words could have been of my gratitude and my regret. From the 5th to the 16th June, the Uranie occupied in an exploring cruise round the north of the Marian Islands, in the course of which were made the observations of which the substance has been given above. The commander, wishing to make a quick passage to the Sandwich Islands, then took advantage of a breeze to gain a higher latitude, where he hoped to meet with favourable winds. But as the explorers penetrated further and further into this part of the Pacific Ocean, cold and dense fogs wrapped them round, permeating the whole vessel with damp, equally unpleasant and injurious to health. However, the crew suffered no worse inconvenience than slight colds. In fact, the change had rather a bracing effect than otherwise on men now for some time accustomed to the enervating heat of the tropics. On the 6th August, the south point of Hawaii was doubled, and Freycinet made for the western side of the island, where he hoped to find a safe and convenient anchorage. A dead calm prevailing, the 1st and 2nd days were spent in opening relations with the natives. The women came off in crowds immediately on the arrival of the ship, with the view of carrying on their usual trade, but the commander laid an interdict on their coming on board. The first piece of news given to the captain by one of the Ariwa too was that King Kamehameha was dead, and that his young son Rio had succeeded him. Taking advantage of a change of wind, the Uranie sailed on to the Bay of Karakakoa, and Freycinet was about to send an officer in advance to take soundings, when a canoe put off from the shore, having on board the governor of the island, Prince Kuakini, otherwise John Adams, 3 who promised the captain that he would find boats suitable for the taking of the necessary supplies to the corvette. This young man, about 29 years of age, almost a giant in stature, but well proportioned, surprised Freycinet by the extent of his information. On being informed that the corvette was on a voyage of discovery, he inquired, "Have you doubled Cape Horn, or did you come round the Cape of Good Hope?" He then asked for the latest information about Napoleon, and wished to know whether it was true that the island of St. Helena had been swallowed up with all its inhabitants, a story he had evidently heard from some facetious whalemen, but had not entirely believed. 2 see previous footnote. 3 It was the custom for the chiefs in these parts to assume new names, often for the most trifling reasons. Kuakini next apprised Freycinet that though actual disturbances had not broken out on the death of Kamehameha, yet that some of the chiefs having asserted claims to independence, the stability of the monarchy was in some danger. As a result, the political situation was strained, and the government was in some perplexity, a state of things which probably would soon terminate, especially if the commandant would consent to make some declaration in favour of the youthful sovereign. Freycinet landed with the prince to pay him a return visit, and on entering his house was introduced to his wife, a very corpulent woman who was lying on a European bedstead covered with matting. After this visit, the captain and his host went to visit the widows of Kamehameha, the prince's sisters, but not being able to see them, they proceeded to the yards and workshops of the deceased king. Here were 4 sheds sacred to the building of large war canoes, and others containing European boats. Farther on were seen wood for building purposes, bars of copper, quantities of fishing nets, a forge, a cooper's workshop, and lastly, some cases belonging to the Prime Minister, Kramaku, filled with all necessary appliances for navigation, such as compasses, sextants, thermometers, watches, and even a chronometer. Strangers were not allowed to inspect 2 other magazines in which were stored powder and other war materials, strong liquors, iron and sea. All these places were for the present abandoned by the new sovereign, who held his court at Coihai Bay. Freycinet, on receiving an invitation from the king, made ready to visit him there, under the guidance of a native pilot who showed himself most attentive and was very skilful in forecasting the weather. The monarch, writes Freycinet, was waiting for me on the beach, dressed in the full uniform of an English captain and surrounded by the whole of his suite. In spite of the terrible barrenness of this side of the island, the spectacle of the grotesque assemblage of men and women was not without grandeur and beauty. The king himself stood in front with his principal officers a little distance behind him, some wearing splendid mantles made of red or yellow feathers or of scarlet cloth, others in short tippets of the same kind, but in which the two glaring colours were relieved with black. A few had helmets on their heads. This striking picture was further diversified by a number of soldiers grouped here and there, and clad in various and strange costumes. The sovereign now under notice was the same, who, with his young and charming wife, undertook at a later period a voyage to England, where they both died. Their remains were brought back to Hawaii by Captain Byron in the frigate La Blonde. Freycinet seized this opportunity to repeat his request for supplies of fresh provisions, and the king promised that 2 days should not pass before his wishes should be fully complied with. However, although the good faith of the young monarch was above suspicion, the commander soon discovered that most of the chiefs had no intention of obeying their sovereign's orders. Some little time after this, the principal officers of the staff went to pay a visit to the widows of Kamehameha. The following amusing description of their lively reception is given by M. Quoy. "A strange spectacle," he says, "met our view on our entrance into an apartment of narrow dimensions, where 8 lumps of half-naked humanity lay on the ground with their faces downwards. It was not an easy task to find space to lay ourselves down according to custom in the same manner. The attendants were constantly on the move, some carrying fans made of feathers to whisk away the flies, another a lighted pipe, which was passed from one prostrate figure to another, each taking a whiff or two, while the rest were engaged in shampooing the royal personages. Conversation, it may readily be imagined, was not well maintained under these trying circumstances, and had it not been for some excellent watermelons which were handed to us, the tedium of the interview would have been insupportable." Freycinet next went to pay a visit to the famous John Young, who had been for so long a time the faithful friend and sagacious adviser of King Kamehameha. Although he was then old and in bad health, he was not the less able to supply Freycinet with some valuable information about the Sandwich Islands, where he had lived for 30 years, and in the history of which he had played a prominent part. Cramaku, the minister, during a visit which he was paying on board the Uranie, had caught sight of the Abbé de Quellen, the chaplain, whose costume puzzled him a good deal. As soon as he had learned that the strangely dressed person was a priest, he expressed to the commandant a desire to receive baptism. His mother, he said, had been admitted to that sacrament upon her deathbed, and she had obtained from him a promise to submit himself to the same ceremony as soon as he met with a convenient opportunity. Freycinet gave his consent, and endeavoured to make the proceeding as solemn as possible, all the more because Rio requested permission to be present at it with all his suite. Everyone behaved with the utmost decorum and reverence while the ceremony was taking place, but immediately on its close there was a general rush to the collation which the commandant had ordered to be prepared. It was wonderful to see how rapidly the bottles of wine and the flasks of rum and of brandy were emptied, and to witness the speedy disappearance of the viands with which the table had been covered. Fortunately, the day was coming to a close, or Rio, and the majority of his officers and courtiers would not have been in a condition to reach the shore. In spite of this, however, it was necessary to comply with his request for 2 additional bottles of brandy, that he might, as he said, drink the health of the commander and success to his voyage, a request which all his attendants felt bound in politeness to make likewise. It is not an overstatement, observes Freycinet, to say that in the short space of 2 hours our distinguished guests drank, and carried away, what would have been sufficient to supply the wants of 10 ordinary persons for 3 months. Several presents had been exchanged between the royal pair and the commander. Among those made by the young queen was a cloak of feathers, a kind of garment which had become exceedingly scarce in the Sandwich Islands. Freycinet was about to set sail again, when he learnt from an American captain that a merchant vessel was lying off the island of Mio, having a large quantity of biscuit and rice on board, which there was no doubt might be purchased. This information determined Freycinet to anchor first off Rahena, among other reasons, because it was there that Crémacu had undertaken to deliver a number of pigs, which were required for the use of the crew. But the minister displayed signal bad faith in the transaction. He tendered miserably poor pigs, and demanded an extravagantly high price, so that it was necessary to have recourse to threats before the business could be satisfactorily arranged. In this matter, Crémacu was under the misguidance of an English runaway convict from Port Jackson, and most probably had the native been left to obey the promptings of his own nature, he would have acted on this occasion with the good faith and the sense of honour which were his usual characteristics. On reaching the island of Waihu, Freycinet dropped anchor off Honolulu. The hearty welcome he received from the European residents made him regret that he had not come here direct to begin with, for he was able without any delay to procure all the supplies which he had found so much difficulty in getting together at the 2 other islands. Boki, the governor of Waihu, received baptism from the chaplain of the Uranie. He was prompted apparently by no other motive than a wish to do as his brother had done, who had previously received this sacrament. He was far from having the air of intelligence common to the other natives of the various islands of the Sandwich group hitherto visited. Many observations on these natives are made in the narrative of the expedition, which are too interesting to be passed over without a brief summary here. All navigators are agreed in considering that the class of chiefs belong to a race excelling the other inhabitants, both in intelligence and in stature. It is very unusual to find one who is less than 6 feet in height. Obesity is very common, but chiefly among the women, who while still quite young often become enormously corpulent. The Sandwich type is strongly marked and distinct. Pretty women are numerous, but the blessing of length of days is seldom enjoyed. An old man of 70 is a rare phenomenon. This early decline and premature death must be ascribed to the persistent dissipation in which the people pass their lives. On leaving the Sandwich Islands, Freycinet found it necessary to notice carefully the curves of the magnetic equator in low latitudes, for accordingly he crowded all sail in an easterly direction. On the 7th October the Uranie entered the southern hemisphere, and on the 19th of the same month the dangerous islands came in sight. To the eastward of the navigator's archipelago an island was discovered, not marked on the charts, which was named Rose, after Madame Freycinet. This was the only actual discovery of the voyage, for this refers to the line made up of the succession of points at which the magnetic needle ceases to indicate. Trans, The position of the islands of Pilstart and Howe was next rectified, and on the 13th November the lights of Port Jackson or Sydney were at last sighted. Freycinet had fully expected to find the town enlarged during the 16 years that had passed since his last visit, but his astonishment was great indeed at the sight of a large and prosperous European city, set down in the midst of scenery which might almost be called wild. But as the travellers made excursions in various directions, fresh signs of the progress which the colony had made were forced on their attention. Fine roads carefully kept, bordered with the eucalyptus, styled by Peru, the giant of the Australian forests, well-constructed bridges, distances marked by milestones, proved the existence of a well-organised local administration, whilst the charming cottages, the numerous herds of cattle, and the carefully cultivated fields bore testimony to the industry and perseverance of the new colonists. Governor Macquarie and the principal authorities of the province vied with each other in showing attention to the French travellers, who, however, persisted in declining all but a single invitation, lest the work of the mission should not receive its fair share of attention. The entertainment given by the governor took place at his country house at Parramatta, whither the officers of the expedition proceeded by water, accompanied by a military band. Several of them also visited the little town of Liverpool, built in a pleasant situation on the banks of the River George. Excursions too were made to the little villages of Richmond and Windsor, which were growing up near Hawkesbury River. At the same time, a party of the staff joined in a kangaroo hunt, and crossing the Blue Mountains penetrated the Bathurst settlement through the friendly relations which Freycinet had established with the residents during his 2 visits. He was able to collect numerous interesting details respecting the Australian colony. Therefore the chapter that he devotes to New South Wales, recording the marvellous and rapid advance of this effort at colonisation, excited a lively interest in France, where the development and growing prosperity of Australia were very imperfectly known. Freycinet's narrative was there quite a new revelation, well calculated to excite inquiry, and which had, moreover, the advantage of showing the exact condition of the colony so late as the year 1825. The chain of mountains at some distance from the coast, known by the name of the Australian Alps, separates New South Wales from the interior of the Australian continent. For 25 years this chain formed a barrier against all communication with the country beyond. But now, thanks to the energy of Governor Macquarie, the barrier has been removed. A zigzag road has been cut in the rock, thus opening the way to the colonisation of wide-spreading plains watered by important rivers. The loftiest summits of this chain, nearly 10,000 feet in height, are covered with snow even in the middle of summer, whilst the elevation of the principal peaks, Mount Exmouth, Mount Cunningham and others was being taken. It was discovered that so far from Australia possessing only one large watercourse, the Swan River, it had several, the chief being Hawkesbury River, formed by the confluence of the Nepean, the Grose and the Brisbane, the River Murray not being yet known. At the period under notice a commencement had been made in the working of coal mines, slate quarries, layers of solid carbonate of iron, sandstone, chalk, porphyry and jasper, but the presence of gold, the metal that was to effect so rapid a development of the young colony, had not as yet been established. The nature of the soil varies. On the sea-coast it is barren, able only to support the growth of a few stunted trees, but inland the traveller meets with fields clothed with a rich vegetation, vast pasturages in which here and there rise a few tall shrubs, and forests where giant trees entwined with an inextricable growth of underwood defy all attempts to penetrate to their recesses. An Australian farm near the Blue Mountains. Facsimile of early engraving. One circumstance which much surprised travellers was the apparent homogeneity of race throughout the whole of this immense continent. Take the Aborigines at the Bay of Sharks, or in the land of Endracht, or by the Swan River, or at Port Jackson, and the same complexion, and the same kind of hair, the same features, the same physique, all prove indisputably that they have sprung from one common origin. Those dwelling by the rivers or on the sea coast subsist chiefly on shell or other fish, but those living in the interior trust to hunting for their food, and will eat indiscriminately the flesh of the opossum or the kangaroo, not rejecting even lizards, snakes, worms, or ants, the last named of which they manufacture into a sort of paste with the addition of their eggs and the roots of ferns. All over the continent, the practice of the Aborigines is to go completely naked, though they have no objection to put on any articles of European clothing that they can get possession of. It is said that in 1820 at Port Jackson, there was a laughable caricature of the European style of dress to be seen in the person of an ancient negress, who went about clothed in some pieces of an old woolen blanket, wearing on her head a bonnet of green silk. A few of the Aborigines, however, make themselves cloaks of opossum or kangaroo skin, stitching the pieces together with the nerve fibres of the cassowary. But this kind of garment is of rare occurrence. Though their hair is smooth, they plaster it with grease and arrange it in curls. Then inserting in the middle a tuft of grass, they raise a strange and comical superstructure, surmounted by a few cockatoo feathers, or failing these, they fasten on, with the aid of a resinous gum, a few human teeth, or some bits of bone, a dog's tail, or one or two fish bones. Although the practice of tattooing is not much in favour among the natives of New Holland, some are occasionally to be seen who have succeeded by means of sharp shells in cutting symmetrical figures upon their skins. A more general custom is that of painting on their bodies monstrous designs in red and white colours, which on their dark skins give them an almost diabolical aspect. These savages formerly believed that after death they would take the form of children and be transported to the clouds or to the summits of lofty trees, where, in a sort of aerial paradise, they would be regaled with plentiful repasts. But since the arrival of the Europeans their faith on this point has undergone some change, their present belief being that metamorphosed into whites they will go to inhabit some far-off land. It is also an article of their creed that the whites themselves are no other than their own ancestors, who, having been killed in battle, have assumed the form of Europeans. Native Australians. The census of 1819, one of the strictest hitherto instituted, gives the number of the colonists at 25,425. This return, it must be understood, does not take in the soldiers. The women being very much in the minority, the mother country had made efforts to remedy the inconvenience resulting from this great disparity of the sexes by promoting the immigration of young women who soon married and founded families of a higher tone of morality than that of the convicts. Freycinet devotes a very long chapter in his narrative to all matters connected with political economy, the various soils and the crops suited to them, industrial pursuits, the breeding of cattle, farming economy, manufactures, foreign trade, means of communication, government. All these subjects are treated comprehensively on the authority of documents then newly compiled, and with an ability that could scarcely have been expected from a man who had not given special attention to questions of this nature. He has, moreover, added a close inquiry into the regimen which the convicts were subjected to from the time of their arrival in the colony, the punishments they had to undergo, as also the encouragements and rewards which were readily granted to them, when earned by good behaviour. The chapter concludes with reflections full of learning and sound judgment on the probable development and future prosperity of the Australian colony. After this long and fruitful stay in New Holland, the Uranie put to sea on the 25th December 1819, and steered so as to pass to the south of New Zealand and Campbell Island, with the view of doubling